Introduction of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. Introduction. When I was ready to present before the throne of God the insignificant results of my labors in writing the first part of the most holy life of Mary, the Mother of God, I wished to subject it to the scrutiny and correction of the divine light, by which I had been guided in my shortcomings. I was very anxious to be consoled by the renewed assurance and benign approval of the Most High, and to know whether He wished me to continue or to abandon this work, which is so far above my lowliness. The Lord responded, saying, Thou hast written well and according to our pleasure, but we desire thee to understand that in order to manifest the mysteries and most high sacraments of the rest of the life of our only and chosen spouse, Mother of our only begotten, thou hast need of a new and more exalted preparation. It is our wish that thou die to all that is imperfect and visible, and that thou live according to the Spirit, that thou renounce all the occupations and habits of an earthly creature, and assume instead those of an angel, striving to attain in them a still greater purity, and an entire conformity with that thou art to understand and write. In this answer of the Most High, I understood that such a high perfection of life and habits and such an unwonted exercise of virtues was proposed and required of me, that, full of diffidence, I became disturbed and fearful of undertaking a work so arduous and difficult for an earthly creature. I felt within myself great repugnance, rising up in the flesh against the Spirit. The Spirit called me with interior force, urging me to strive after the disposition which was required of me, and advancing as argument the pleasure of the Lord and the benefits accruing to myself. On the other hand, the law of sin, Romans chapter 7 verse 23, which I felt in my members, opposed the divine promptings and discouraged me by the fear of my own inconstancy. I felt a great distaste, which deterred me, and a great pusillanimity, which filled me with fear. In this excitement I began to believe that I was not capable of treating about such high things, especially as they were so foreign to the condition and estate of a woman. Overcome by fears and difficulties, I resolved not to continue this work, and to use all possible means to adhere to this determination. The common enemy knew my fear and cowardice, and, as his utmost cruelty is more aroused against the weak and disheartened, he made use of this very disposition to attack me with incredible fury. It seemed to him that I was left without help in his hands. In order to conceal his malice, he sought to transform himself into an angel of light, pretending to be very solicitous for my soul and for my welfare. Under this false pretext, he perfidiously deluged me with his suggestions and doubts. He represented to me the danger of damnation, and frightened me with punishments similar to those of the chief of the angels. Isaiah chapter 14 verse 12. Since I had sought in my pride to comprehend what was above my powers and in opposition to God Himself, He pointed out to me many souls who, professing virtue, were deceived by some secret presumption, and by yielding to the insinuations of the devil, and He made me believe that in so far as I sought to scrutinize the secrets of the divine majesty. Proverbs chapter 25 verse 27. I could not but be guilty of pride and presumption, thus being already judged. He urged very strongly that the present times were ill-suited for such matters, and sought to confirm his assertion by what happened to some well-known persons, who were found to labor under deceit and error. He reminded me of the dread of the spiritual life in others, how great would be the discredit which would arise by any mistake of mine, and what evil effect it would have on those of little piety. All this I would know by experience, and to my regret, if I persisted in writing about this matter. And as it is true evidently that all the opposition to the spiritual life and the small esteem in which the mystic virtues are held is caused by that mortal enemy. So, for the purpose of doing away with Christian devotion and piety in many souls, he succeeds in deceiving some and in sowing the cockle among the good seed of the Lord. Matthew chapter 13, verse 25. Thus he causes confusion and obscures the true sentiment concerning it, making it more difficult to distinguish the darkness from the light. I am not surprised to see him succeed therein, as the true discernment is the special work of God and of those who participate in his true wisdom and do not govern themselves only by earthly insight. It is not easy during this mortal life to discern true prudence from the false, for often also the good intention and zeal warp the human judgment when counsel and light from on high are wanting. I had occasion to learn this in the execution of that which I am about to undertake. For some persons, well known as devout, not only those who loved me on account of their piety and desired my welfare, but also those who were less loving and considerate, all alike at one time wished to deter me from this undertaking, and also from the path which I was going, as if I was proceeding upon it by my own choice. Their fear of drawing discredit or confusion upon those who were striving after piety with me, or upon religion or my neighbors, and especially upon the convent in which I lived, caused them anxiety and to me affliction. I was much enamored by the security which the ordinary paths of the other nuns seemed to offer. I acknowledge that this suited more my own insight and my inclination and desires, and was urged upon me still more by my timidity and my great fears. Cast about upon the impetuous waves, my heart sought to reach the port of obedience in order to reassure me in the bitter sea of my confusion. To add to my tribulation, it began to be rumored about, in our order, that my spiritual father and superior, who had for many years directed my soul and who well understood my interior trials, who moreover had commanded me to write the preceding part of this history, who would most likely encourage, quiet, and console me, was suggested for removal to a higher office. The suggestion was not acted upon, but it occasioned his absence for many days, and the dragon took advantage of all this in order to pour out against me the furious river of his wrath. Apocalypse chapter 13, verse 15. Thus, though in vain, he exerted all his malice, on this occasion and others, to entice me from obedience and deprive me of the guidance of my superior and master. In addition to all the contradictions and temptations already mentioned, and many others not possible to describe, the demon sought to deprive me of my health, causing many aches, indispositions, and disorders of the whole body. He harassed me with insurmountable sadness and conflicting thoughts. He seemed to confuse my understanding, hinder correct thinking, weaken my willpower, and sift me in body and soul. And it happened that in the midst of this confusion, I committed some faults, which were serious enough in me, although they were committed not so much in malice as from human frailty. Nevertheless, the serpent sought to use them for my destruction more than any other means, for thus having interrupted the flow of good works, his fury was let loose to cause still greater faults in this embarrassment by inveigling me to exaggerate my guilt. To this he drove me by impious and more insidious suggestions, seeking to persuade me that all I had experienced in the path which I had trodden was false and erroneous. As these insinuations, on account of the faults committed and on account of my continual consternation and fears, began to appear plausible, I resisted them less than others, and it was only through the special mercies of the Lord that I did not fall entirely from all belief and hope in a remedy. But I found myself so entangled in difficulties and surrounded by darkness that I may say the groanings of death encompassed me and the sorrows of hell engulfed me. Psalm 17, verse 5. Inspiring me with dread of extreme peril, I resolved to burn the manuscripts of the first part of this divine history and to desist from writing the second. The angel of Satan, who inspired me with this resolution, induced me also to withdraw myself from the whole undertaking, to put an end to the pursuit of the spiritual life, to neglect my interior life, and not to communicate about it with anyone. Thus would I be able to do penance for my sins, appease the Lord, propitiate him, and retain his friendship. In order to make sure of the effects of his concealed malice, he proposed that I make a vow not to write any more, on account of the danger of being deceived and of deceiving, but that instead I amend my life, retrench my imperfections, and embrace penance. With this mask of seeming virtue, the dragon pretended to establish his damnable counsels and cover himself with the skin of a sheep, while in reality he acted as a bloodthirsty and devouring wolf. He persevered for some time in this attack, and all alone I remained for 15 days in a night of darkness, without relief or consolation, either human or divine. Without the former, because I was without the help and the counsel of obedience, and without the latter, because the Lord had interrupted the flow of his favors, his enlightenments, and continual inspiration. Above all, I was distressed by despair of salvation, and in it the persuasion that death and the danger of my eternal damnation was approaching. All this was instigated and fostered in me by the enemy. But as the aftertastes of his temptations are so bitter and end but in despair, the very disturbance by which he upset the whole republic of my powers and acquired habits made me more wary of fulfilling anything which he urged on me and proposed to me. He availed himself of the continual fear which tormented me with the dread of offending God and of losing his friendship, and when, in my doubts, I applied myself to works of piety, he sought to draw me away. This very fear, however, made me hesitate at what the astute dragon had tried to convince me of, and in this uncertainty I deferred giving assent to it. My high regard for obedience also, by which I had been ordered to write, and the contrariness of that which I felt in my interior, helped me to resist and to recoil at his suggestions. Above all, the assistance of the Most High defended me, and permitted not the beasts to snatch my soul, which amid sighs and groans confessed him. I cannot describe in words the temptations, combats, troubles, dismays, and afflictions which I suffered in this battle, for I saw myself placed in such a state that in my judgment there really was no greater difference between my condition and that of the damned, except that in hell there is no redemption, while in mine it was still possible. One day, in order to get some respite, I cried out from the bottom of my heart, saying, "Oh, woe is me, that I have come to such a state, and woe to my soul, which finds itself therein. Whither shall I turn, since all the portals of my salvation are closed?" Immediately a strong and sweet voice gave answer within myself. "Whither dost thou wish to go outside of God himself?" By this answer I perceived that my cure was at hand in the Lord, and at the breaking of this dawn I began to raise myself from the depth of the confusion into which I was cast, and I felt a powerful increase in the fervor of my desires and in the acts of faith, hope, and charity. I debased myself in the presence of the Most High, and in firm confidence in his goodness, I wept over my faults with bitter sorrow. I confessed them many times, and sighing from the depth of my heart, I began to seek again the former light and truth. And as the divine wisdom comes forth to meet those by whom it is invoked. Wisdom, chapter 6, verse 17. It advanced towards me in delight, and cleared away the night of my confusion and tormenting afflictions. Presently that bright day broke, which I had desired so much. The quiet possession of peace returned. I enjoyed the sweet love and vision of my Lord and Master, and with it I again perceived why I should believe, accept, and esteem the benefits and favors which his mighty arm wrought in me. I gave him thanks as far as was in my power, and I saw who I was and who God is, that a creature by itself can do nothing, that it is nothing, because sin is nothing. I saw also what man can do when raised up and assisted up by the divine right hand, being much more than can be imagined by our earthly faculties. Humbled in the perception of these truths, and in the presence of the inaccessible light, which is vast and strong, without deceit or falsehood, my heart flowed over in sweet affections of love, praise, and thanksgiving. For now I understood that he had guarded and defended me, so that in the confused night of temptations my lamp might not be extinguished. Proverbs chapter 31 verse 18. And in the depth of my gratitude I annihilated myself to the dust and humiliated myself as a worm of the earth. To make this benefit more certain, I immediately heard an interior exhortation, without knowing clearly from whence it proceeded. While it severely reprehended me for my disloyalty and my wrongful ways, it at the same time admonished and enlightened, instructed and corrected me. It furnished me with a deep understanding of good and evil, of virtue and vice, of what was secure, useful, and beneficial, as well as their contraries. It laid open to me the way of eternity, gave me a knowledge of the means and of the end, of the value of life everlasting, and of the miserable unhappiness, and the so little considered ruin of endless perdition. In the profound knowledge of these two extremes, I confess that I was dumbfounded, and cast about between the fear of my dreadful infirmity and the desire of reaching the happiness, of which I was unworthy on account of my demerits. I was full of the thought of the kindness and mercy of the Most High, and the fear of losing him. I beheld the two different ends awaiting the creatures, eternal glory and eternal misery, and it seemed a small matter to me to suffer all the pains and the torments of the world, of purgatory and hell itself, in order to attain to the one and to avoid the other. And although I perceived that the divine help is assured to those who seek to make use of it, yet as I also saw by this light, that life and death are also in our hands. Ecclesiasticus chapter 15 verse 18. And that our weakness or malice may prevent the proper use of grace, and that the tree will lie for all eternity as it once has fallen. Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 3. On this account I was overcome by the deepest sorrow, which penetrated my heart. This sorrow was increased by a most severe answer or inquiry which came from the Lord. For while I found myself thus annihilated in the consciousness of my weakness and danger, and by the thought of having offended his justice, so that I dared not raise my eyes toward him, he met my speechless sorrow by the advances of his mercy, saying to me in answer to them, "Which dost thou wish, my soul? Which dost thou seek? Which of these ways wilt thou choose? What is thy resolve?" This question was an arrow to my heart, for although I knew for certain that the Lord knew my desires better than myself, the delay between the question and the answer was incredibly painful to me. I wished, if possible, that the Lord should anticipate my answer and should not show himself ignorant of the response which I would give. But impelled by great emotion, I made response in words coming from my innermost soul and said, "Lord and omnipotent God, the path of virtue, the way of eternal life do I choose. This do I desire, and in this do thou place me. And as I do not merit it in thy justice, I appeal to thy mercy and offer for myself the infinite merits of thy most holy Son and my Redeemer, Jesus Christ." I was made aware that this highest judge remembered the promise which is given to the Church, that he would grant all that is asked in the name of his only begotten. John chapter 16 verse 23. That in him and on his account, my petition was granted, and its fulfillment hastened according to my poor wishes. Certain conditions were made and proposed to me by an intellectual voice, saying to me interiorly, "Soul created by the hand of the Almighty, if thou wishest, as one of the elect, to follow in the path of the true light, and attain the position of a most chaste spouse of the Lord who calls thee, it is befitting that thou observe the laws and precepts of love. The first thing required of thee is, that thou reject entirely all earthly inclinations, renouncing all and every affection toward the transient things, so that thou have no love or affection toward any created being, no matter how useful, beautiful, or agreeable it may appear to thee. Cherish no created image, harbor no earthly affection, let thy will rest in no created object, except in so far as thy Lord and Spouse shall command thee for the well ordering of thy love, or insofar as thou canst be aided thereby to love him alone. And when, after thus reaching this perfect abnegation and renunciation of thyself, thou shalt have freed and disentangled thyself from all earthly things, seek the Lord, raising thyself with swift wings of the dove toward the high habitation, in which he in his condescension wishes to place thy spirit, so that there thou mayest live in his presence and have a secure dwelling place. This great Lord is a most jealous spouse, and his love and emulation are strong as death. Canticles, chapter 8, verse 6. He wishes to adorn thee and set thee free in a secure place, in order that thou mayest not issue from it, or leave his presence for another, where thou findest him not, or enjoyest not his caresses. He, with whom thou art to converse without mistrust, wishes to sign thee with his own hand, and this is a most equitable law, which the spouses of the great King must observe, for even those in the world observe it, in order to show their faithfulness. It is due to the nobility of thy spouse that thou observe a behavior corresponding to the dignity and position conferred by him, without descending to anything not befitting this estate, or making thee unworthy of the adornment lavished upon thee for entrance into his bridal chamber. Next I require of thee that thou despoil thyself with diligence of the vestments torn by thy faults and imperfections, soiled by the effects of sin, and made odious by the inclinations of nature. His Majesty wishes to wash off the stains, to purify and renew thee with his beauty, but under condition that thou never lose sight of the poor and despicable vestments of which thou hast been divested, so that in the memory and knowledge of this benefit thou mayest spread the odor of sweetness for this great King by the nard of thy humility. Canticles, chapter 1, verse 11. And so that thou mayest never forget the return, which thou owest to the author of thy salvation, thus will he, by the precious balsam of his blood, purify thee, heal thy wounds, and enlighten thee copiously. In addition to all this voice continued to say, in order that thus forgetting all earthly things, thou mayest be coveted by the highest King, seek to adorn thyself with the jewels, which he in his pleasure has prepared for thee. The vestments which shall cover thee are to be whiter than the snow, more brilliant than the diamond, more resplendent than the sun, yet they will be at the same time so delicate that they will easily be spoiled by any negligence, making thee abominable in the sight of thy spouse. But if thou preserve them in the purity which he desires, thy steps will be beautiful as the prince's daughter. Canticles, chapter 7, verse 1. And his Majesty will be pleased with thy sentiments and thy words. As a cincture of thy vestment, he will give thee the knowledge of his divine power and his holy fear, in order that, having bound thy inclinations, thou mayest direct thyself by his pleasure. The jewels of thy necklace, which adorn thy neck, signifying thy humble submission, shall be the costly stones of faith, hope, and charity. As a clasp for thy hair, which are the high and exalted thoughts and thy heavenly intelligences. Thou wilt have from him the infused science and wisdom, and the embroideries of thy vestments shall be all the beauty and richness of the virtues. Thy diligence in performing what is most perfect shall serve thee as sandals, and the laces shall be the avoidance and restraints that thou wilt use in order to keep from evil. The rings, which will beautify thy fingers, shall be the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost, and the beauty of thy face shall be the participation of the divinity, which on account of his holy love shall shine therefrom. Thereto thou shalt add the coloring of confusion for having offended him, in order that it may make thee ashamed of offending him in the future, comparing at the same time the coarse and sordid habits of the past with those that now adorn thee. And because thy own merits would make but a poor and miserable return for such a high espousal, the Most High wishes to ratify this contract by singling out, as if for thee alone, the infinite merits of thy spouse, Jesus Christ, and he makes thee a partaker of all his possessions and treasures in the heavens and upon earth. For all belongs to this supreme Lord. Esther, chapter 13, verse 11. And of all this, thou shalt be mistress as his spouse for thy own use and for the greater love of him. But remember, soul, that in order to obtain such a gift, thou must hide all this within thyself, without ever losing thy secret. For I warn thee of the danger of soiling thy beauty with the least imperfection. But if at any time thou committest such an imperfection out of weakness, rise from it at once like a strong one, and acknowledging it, weep over the small fault as if it had been the most grievous. And in order that thou mayest have a dwelling place and habitation befitting such a great estate, thy spouse does not wish to set thee any limit, but it is his pleasure that thou dwell in the infinite regions of his divinity, and that thou roam about and disport thyself through the illimitable fields of his attributes and perfections, where the view of the intellect is without restraint, where the will is delighted without shadow of misgiving, and where the inclinations are satiated without bitterness. This is the paradise always delightful, where the most beloved brides of Christ find their recreation, where they gather the fragrant flowers and myrrh, and where the infinite is found for those that have renounced the imperfect nothing. There will thy habitation be secure, and in order that thy intercourse and companionship may be in correspondence with it, I desire that thou converse with the angels, holding them as friends and companions, and copying from them during their frequent conversations and intercourse with thee, their virtues by faithful imitation. Take notice, continued the voice, O soul, of the greatness of this benefit, for the mother of thy spouse and the Queen of Heaven adopts thee anew for her daughter, receives thee as her disciple, and assumes the place of a mother and of a teacher toward thee. Through her intercession dost thou receive these special favors, and they are all granted to thee, that thou mayest write her most holy life. On this account thou hast been pardoned without thy merit, and that, which otherwise thou wouldest not have reached, has been conceded to thee. What would become of thee, O soul, if it were not for the Mother of Mercy? Thou wouldest already have perished, if her intercession had failed thee. Poor and useless would have been thy works, if, by divine condescension, thou hadst not been selected to write this history. But the Eternal Father chose thee for his daughter, in view of this work, and for a spouse of his only begotten Son. And the Son received thee to his close embraces, and the Holy Spirit selected thee for his enlightenments. The document of this contract and espousal is written and imprinted on the white parchment of the purity of Most Holy Mary. There the finger and the power of the Most High have written it. The ink is the blood of the Lamb. The executor is the Eternal Father. The tie which binds thee to Christ is the Holy Spirit. The bondsmen are the merits of the same Jesus Christ and of his mother, for thou art but a vile worm, having nothing to offer, and being expected to give merely thy free consent. So far the admonishing voice which I heard. Although I judge it to be that of an angel, yet whether such it was, I could not ascertain clearly, for I did not perceive it in the same way as at other times. Such manifestations and disclosures accommodate themselves to the dispositions of the soul at the time of their reception, as for instance, it happened to the disciples at Emmaus. Luke chapter 4 verse 16. Many other experiences I had in order to overcome the opposition of the serpent against the writing of this history, but it would draw out this introduction much too long to mention them now. I continued my prayers for some days, asking the Lord to govern and direct me in order to not make a mistake, and representing to him my incapacity and timidity. His Majesty persisted in exhorting me to ordain my life toward all purity and the greatest perfection, and in urging me to continue in it after having begun. And especially the Queen of the Angels intimated to me her will many times, and with great sweetness and tenderness commanded me to obey her as her daughter and write her most holy life, which I had commenced. To all this I wish to add the security of obedience. Without saying anything of it, which I had heard from the Lord and from his most holy Mother, I asked my confessor and superior what he would direct me to do in this matter. He answered by commanding me under obedience to continue and to write the second part of this history. Finding myself thus compelled both by the Lord and by obedience, I returned again to the presence of the Most High, where I found myself one day in prayer, and, renouncing my whole self and recognizing my insignificance and liability to err, I prostrated myself before His Majesty and said, my Lord, what wishest thou to do with me? Whereupon I received the following intelligence. It seemed to me that the divine light of the Blessed Trinity showed me my own self full of poverty and defects, and severely reprehending me for them, furnished me at the same time with the highest doctrine and salutary directions for a perfect life, and for this purpose God purified and enlightened me anew. I became aware that the Mother of Grace, Most Holy Mary, standing before the throne of the Divinity, was interceding and pleading for me. With such assistance, my confidence took new life, and profiting by the clemency of such a mother, I addressed myself to her and spoke to her only these words. My Lady and my refuge, consider as a true mother the poverty of thy slave. It seemed to me as if she heard my prayer, and speaking with the Most High, she said, my Lord, I wish to receive this useless and poor creature anew as a daughter and adopt her as my own. Truly this was the act of a most liberal and mighty queen. But the Most High answered, my spouse, for such a great favor as this, what does this soul bring in return? She does not deserve it, being a useless and destitute worm, and thankless for our gifts. O wonderful power of the divine word! How shall I describe the effects produced in me by this answer of the All-Powerful? I humbled myself to the depth of my nothingness, and was filled with the knowledge of the misery of creatures, and of my own ingratitude toward God. My heart sank within me in sorrow for my sins, and in the desire of obtaining the unmerited happiness of being the child of that sovereign. I raised my eyes full of dread to the throne of the Most High, and my visage was transported in fear and hope. I turned toward my advocate, and desiring to be admitted as her slave, since I did not merit the title of daughter, I spoke from the bottom of my heart without forming any words, and I heard the great lady say to the Lord, Divine Lord and my God, it is true, this poor creature has nothing to offer to thy justice, but I offer for her the merits and the blood which my most holy Son poured out for her, and with it I present also the dignity of mother of thy only begotten Son, which I received from thy ineffable kindness, all the works which I performed in thy service in having borne him in my womb, and nourishing him with the milk of my breast. And above all, I offer thee thy own bounty and divinity. I earnestly entreat thee to consider this creature as my adopted daughter and disciple, for whom I will stand security. Under my guidance, she will amend her faults and perform her works according to thy pleasure. The Most High, may he be eternally praised for hearing the petition of the great Queen, interceding for the least of his creatures. Yielded to these prayers, and immediately in the joy of my soul, I felt immense effects, such as are impossible to describe. With my whole heart, I turned toward all the creatures of heaven and earth, and not being able to contain my exultation, I invited them to exalt for me and with me the Author of grace. It seemed to me that I addressed them in the following words. O ye inhabitants and courtiers of heaven, and all ye living creatures, formed by the hand of the Most High, behold this marvel of his liberality and mercy, and bless and exalt him for all eternity, since he has raised from the dust the most vile of the universe, and has enriched the most destitute. He has honored the most unworthy, though he is the highest God and the powerful King. And since you, sons of Adam, here see the poorest orphan succored, the greatest sinner pardoned, issue forth from your ignorance, raise yourself from your listlessness, and renew your hope. For if his powerful arm has assisted me, if he has called and forgiven me, all of you can hope for your salvation. And if you wish to assure yourselves of it, seek the protection of the Most Holy Mary. Ask for her intercession, and you will find her to be the mother of ineffable mercy and clemency. I turned also to this most exalted Queen and said to her, I, O my Lady, now do I not call myself an orphan, since I have a mother, and a mother, who is the Queen of all creation. I shall not any more be ignorant, since I have as teacher the mistress of divine wisdom. Not poor, since I have as Lord him, who is master of all the treasures of heaven and earth. I have a mother who protects me, an instructress who teaches and corrects me, a mistress who commands and governs me. Blessed art thou amongst all women, wonderful among all creatures, admirable in heaven and on earth, and let all confess thy greatness with eternal praises. Since it is not easy or possible for the least among creatures, the lowest worm of the earth, to give thee any return, receive it then from the divine right hand and in the divine vision, where thou standest in the presence of God, enjoying thyself through all eternity. I shall remain thy acknowledged and bounden slave, praising the Almighty as long as my life shall last, since his liberal mercy has so favored me, as to give me my queen as my mother and teacher. Let my loving muteness praise thee, since my tongue has not words, or terms adequate for doing it, for all of them are strained and limited. It is not possible to describe what the soul feels during such mysterious favors. They were the source of great good to my soul, for immediately I was made aware of a perfection of life and of works for which I failed to find terms. But all of this, the Most High told me, was given to me on account of the Most Holy Mary and in order to right her life. It was intimated to me that by ratifying this blessing, the Eternal Father chose me to manifest the sacraments of his daughter, that the Holy Spirit poured out his light and inspirations, that I might declare the hidden gifts of his spouse, and that the Most Holy Son appointed me to manifest the mysteries of his most pure Mother Mary. And in order that I might become capable of this work, the Holy Trinity enlightened and bathed my soul in a special light of the divinity, and the divine power touched up my faculties as with a pencil, furnishing them with new habits for the perfect execution of this work. The Most High also commanded me to strive to imitate with all my heart, according to my weak powers, all that I should understand and write about the heroic virtues and the most holy operations of the heavenly Queen, guiding my life according to her example. Knowing how unfit I am for the fulfillment of this obligation, the same most kind Queen offered to me anew her favor, help and instruction for all that the Lord commanded and pointed out to me. Then I asked for the blessing of the Most Holy Trinity in order to begin the second part of this heavenly history. I felt that all three persons of the Godhead conferred their blessing upon me. Issuing from this trance, I sought to wash my soul in the sacraments, and full of contrition for my sins, in the name of the Lord and of obedience, I set myself about this work for the glory of the Most High and for his most holy Mother, the ever immaculate Virgin Mary. This second part comprises the life of the Queen of the Angels, from the mystery of the Incarnation to the ascension of Christ our Lord into heaven, which is the principal and the most important part of this history, for it includes the whole life and mysteries of the Lord himself, with his passion and most holy death. I wish only to remark here, that the graces and blessings conceded to Most Holy Mary in preparation for the Incarnation began to flow from the moment of her immaculate conception. Already at that time, in the intention and the decree of God, she was the mother of the Word. But in the measure as the realization of the Incarnation drew nigh, the favors and gifts of grace continued to increase. Although they seem to be all of the same kind and nature from the beginning, yet they continue to augment and increase, and there are not terms new and varied enough to equal in their significance these increases and advances in the blessings conferred. Thus it becomes necessary in this narrative to measure all by the infinite power of the Lord, who, giving much, retains enough to give infinitely more, while the capacity of each soul, and especially the soul of the Queen of Heaven, is in its way infinite, being able to receive ever more and more. And this happened with the soul of Holy Mary until she arrived at a summit of holiness and participation of the divinity, to which no other creature has attained, nor will ever attain in all eternity. May the Lord himself enlighten me, that I may follow up this work according to his divine pleasure. Amen. End of introduction. Book I, Chapter I of the Mystical City of God, Volume II, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. Book I contains the most exquisite preparations of the Almighty for the incarnation of the Word in Mary Most Holy, the circumstances accompanying this mystery, the exalted state in which the Blessed Mother was placed, her visit to Saint Elizabeth and the sanctification of the Baptist, her return to Nazareth, and a most memorable battle of the Virgin with Lucifer. Chapter I. The Most High begins to prepare in Most Holy Mary the mystery of the Incarnation, the events of the 9 days preceding this mystery, especially the happenings of the first day. In order that her most faultless life might be to all an example of the highest holiness, the Most High had placed upon our Queen and Mistress the duties of a spouse of Saint Joseph, which was a position requiring more intercourse with her neighbors. The heavenly mistress, finding herself in this new estate, was filled with such exalted thoughts and sentiments in the fulfillment of her duties, and ordered all the activities of her life with such wisdom, that she was an object of admirable emulation to the angelic spirits, and an unparalleled example for men. Few knew her, and still fewer had intercourse with her. But these happy ones were so filled with that celestial influence of Mary, that with a wonderful joy and with unwonted flights of spirit, they sought to express and manifest the light, which illumined their hearts and which they knew came from her. The most prudent Queen was not unaware of these operations of the Most High, but neither was it yet time, nor would her most profound humility as yet consent to their becoming known to the world. She continually besought the Lord to hide them from men, to make all the favors of his right hand redound solely to his praise, and to permit her to be ignored and despised by all the mortals, in as far as his infinite goodness would not be offended thereby. These prayers were accepted by her divine spouse with great benignity, and his providence arranged all things in such a manner that the very light which incited men to proclaim her greatness at the same time caused them to be mute. Moved by divine power, they refrained from expressing their thoughts, inwardly praising the Lord for the light which they felt within themselves. Filled with marvel, they suspended their judgment, and leaving behind the creatures, they sought their Creator. Many turned from sin at the mere sight of her. Others amended their lives. All were affected at seeing her and experienced heavenly influences in their souls. But immediately they forgot the source of these influences, for if they could have remained in her presence, or could have retained the memory of her image, and if God had not prevented it by a mystery, nothing would have been able to divert their attention from her, and all would have sought her without wavering. In such fruitful occupations, and in augmenting the gifts and graces from which all this good proceeded, our Queen, the spouse of Joseph, busied herself during the 6 months and 17 days, which intervened between her espousal and the incarnation of the Word. I cannot pretend to refer even briefly to her great heroic acts of all the virtues, interior and exterior, to all her deeds of charity, humility, religion, and all her works of mercy, the alms and benefactions, for this exceeds the power of the pen. The best I can do is sum up and say, that the Most High found in Most Holy Mary the fulfillment of all his pleasure and of his wishes, as far as is possible in the correspondence of a creature with its Creator. By her sanctity and merits, God felt himself as it were obliged, and, according to our way of speaking, compelled to hasten his steps and extend the arms of his omnipotence, to bring about the greatest of wonders conceivable in the world before or after, namely, the incarnation of the only begotten of the Father in the virginal womb of this lady. In order to proceed with a dignity befitting himself, God prepared Most Holy Mary in a singular manner during the 9 days immediately preceding this mystery, and allowed the river of his divinity to rush impetuously forth. Psalm 45, verse 5. To inundate this city of God with its floods. He communicated such great graces and gifts and favors that I am struck dumb by the perception of what has been made known to me concerning this miracle, and my lowliness is filled with dread at even the mention of what I understood. for the tongue, the pen, and the faculties of a creature far below any possibility of revealing such incomprehensible sacraments. Therefore I wish it to be understood that all I say here is only an insignificant shadow of the smallest part of these wonders and ineffable prodigies, which are not at all to be encompassed by our limited words, but only by the divine power, which I do not possess. On the first day of this most blessed novena, the heavenly Princess Mary, after a slight rest, according to the example of her father David, and according to the diurnal order and arrangement laid out for her by the Lord, left her couch at midnight. Psalm 118, verse 62. And, prostrate in the presence of the Most High, commenced her accustomed prayer and holy exercises. The angels who attended upon her spoke to her and said, Spouse of our King and Lord, arise, for his majesty calls thee. She raised herself with fervent affection and answered, The Lord commands the dust to raise itself from the dust. And turning toward the countenance of the Lord who called her, she added, Most high and powerful Master, what wishest thou to do with me? At these words, her most holy soul was raised in spirit to a new and higher habitation, closer to the same Lord, and more remote from all earthly and passing things. She felt at once that she was being prepared by those illuminations and purifications, which at other times she had experienced in some of the most exalted visions of the divinity. I do not dwell on them, since I have described them in the first part. The divinity manifested itself not by an intuitive, but by an abstractive vision, however so clearly, that by it she understood more of this incomprehensible object than what the blessed see and enjoy by intuition. For this vision was more exalted and more profound than the others of that kind, since this heavenly lady made herself more capable day by day, and because she made such perfect use of graces, she disposed herself for ever greater ones. Moreover, the repeated enlightenments and visions of the divinity continually enabled her to respond more and more befittingly to its infinite operations. In this vision, our Princess Mary learned most high secrets of the divinity and of its perfections, and especially of God's communications ad extra in the work of creation. She saw that it originated in the goodness and liberality of God, that creatures were not necessary for supplementing his divine existence, nor for his infinite glory, since without them he was glorious through the interminable eternities before the creation of the world. Many sacraments and secrets were manifested to our Queen, which neither can nor should be made known to all, for she alone was the only one. Canticles chapter 6 verse 8 and chapter 7 verse 6. The chosen one, selected by the highest King and Lord of creation for these delights. But as her Highness in this vision perceived this impulse and inclination of the divinity to communicate itself ad extra with a force greater than that which makes all the elements tend toward their center, and as she was drawn within the sphere of this divine love, she besought the Eternal Father with heart aflame, that he send his only begotten into the world and give salvation to men, since in this manner he should satisfy and, humanly speaking, execute the promptings of his divinity and its perfections. The petitions of his spouse were very sweet to the Lord. They were the scarlet lace with which she bound and secured his love. And in order to put his desires into execution, he sought first to prepare the tabernacle or temple, whither he was to descend from the bosom of the Eternal Father. He resolved to furnish his beloved and chosen mother with a clear knowledge of all his works ad extra, just as his omnipotence had made them. On the first day, therefore, and in this same vision, he manifested to her all that he had made on the first day of the creation of the world, as it is recorded in Genesis, and she perceived all with greater clearness and comprehension than if she had been an eyewitness, for she knew them first as they are in God, and then as they are in themselves. She perceived and understood how the Lord in the beginning, Genesis chapter 1 verses 1 and 5, created heaven and earth, in how far and in what way it was void, and how the darkness was over the face of the abyss, how the Spirit of the Lord hovered over the waters, and how at the divine command light was made, and what was its nature, how after the darkness was divided, it was called night and the light day, and how thus the first day was made. She knew the size of the earth, its longitude, latitude, and depth, its caverns, hell, limbo, and purgatory with their inhabitants, the countries, climes, the meridians and divisions of the world, and all its inhabitants and occupants. With the same clearness, she knew the inferior orbs in the empyrean heaven, how the angels were made on the first day. She was informed of their nature, conditions, diversity, hierarchies, offices, grades, and virtues. The rebellion of the bad angels was revealed to her, their fall and the occasion, and the cause of that fall, though the Lord always concealed from her that which concerned herself. She understood the punishment and the effects of sin in the demons, beholding them as they are in themselves, and at the conclusion of the first day, the Lord showed to her how she too was formed of this lowly earthly material, and endowed with the same nature as all those who return to the dust. He did not, however, say that she would again return to it, yet he gave her such a profound knowledge of the earthly existence that the great queen humiliated herself to the abyss of nothingness. Being without fault, she debased herself more than all the children of Adam with all their miseries. This whole vision and its effects, the Most High arranged in such a way as to open up in the heart of Mary the deep trenches that were required for the foundations of the edifice, which he wished to erect in her, namely, so high a one that it would reach up to the substantial and hypostatic union of the human and divine nature. And as the dignity of Mother of God was without limits, and to a certain extent infinite, it was becoming that she should be grounded in a proportionate humility, such as would be without limits, though still within the bounds of reason itself. Attaining the summit of virtue, this blessed one among women humiliated herself to such an extent that the most holy Trinity was, as it were, fully paid and satisfied, and, according to our mode of understanding, constrained to raise her to the highest position and dignity possible among creatures, and nearest to the divinity itself. In this highest benevolence, His Majesty spoke and said to her, "My spouse and dove, great is my desire of redeeming man from sin, and my immense kindness is, as it were, strained in waiting for the time in which I shall descend in order to repair the world. Ask me continually during these days, and with great affection, for the fulfillment of this desire. Prostrate in my royal presence, let not thy petitions and clamors cease, asking me that the only begotten of the Father descend in reality to unite himself with human nature." Whereupon the heavenly princess responded and said, "Lord and God eternal, whose is all the power and wisdom, whose wish none can resist." Esther chapter 13 verse 9. Who shall hinder thy omnipotence? Who shall detain the impetuous current of thy divinity, so that thy pleasure in conferring this benefit upon the whole human race remain unfulfilled? If perhaps, O my beloved, I am a hindrance to such an immeasurable benefit, let me perish before I impede thy pleasure. This blessing cannot depend upon the merits of any creature. Therefore, my Lord and Master, do not wait, as we might later on merit it so much the less. The sins of men increase and the offenses against thee are multiplied. How shall we merit the very blessing of which we become daily more unworthy? In thee thyself, my Lord, exists the last cause and motive of our salvation. Thy infinite bounty, thy numberless mercies incite thee. The groans of thy prophets and of the fathers of thy people solicit thee. The saints sigh after thee. The sinners look for thee, and all of them together call out to thee. And if I, insignificant wormlet, on account of my ingratitude, am not unworthy of thy merciful condescension, I venture to beseech thee from the bottom of my heart to speed thy coming and to hasten thy redemption for thy greater glory." When the Princess of Heaven had finished this prayer, she returned to her ordinary and more natural state, but anxious to fulfill the mandate of the Lord, she continued during that whole day her petitions for the incarnation of the Word and with the deepest humility she repeated the exercises of prostrating herself to the ground and praying in the form of a cross. For the Holy Ghost, who governed her, had taught her this posture, by which she so highly pleased the most blessed Trinity. God saw, in the body of the future Mother of the Word, as it were, the crucified person of Christ, and therefore he received this morning sacrifice of the most pure Virgin as an advance offering of that of his most holy Son. Instruction which the Queen of Heaven gave me. My daughter, the mortals are not capable of understanding the ineffable operations of the arm of the Omnipotent in preparing me for the incarnation of the Eternal Word, especially during the 9 days which preceded this exalted sacrament. Was my spirit elevated and united with the immutable being of the divinity. I was submerged in the ocean of his infinite perfections, participating in all those eminent and divine effects which are beyond all presentiment of the human hearts. The knowledge of creatures communicated to me penetrated into their very essence, so that it was more profound and piercing than that of all the angelic spirits, though their knowledge of creation, on account of the beatific vision, is altogether admirable. Moreover, the images of them all were impressed upon my mind to be used by me according as I desired. What I wish of thee today is to take notice how I use this knowledge, and to imitate me according to thy power with the help of the infused light, which thou hast received for this purpose. Profit by the knowledge of creatures, by making of them a ladder to ascend unto God thy Creator, so that thou mayest seek in all of them their first beginning and their last end. Let them serve thee as a mirror from which the Godhead is reflected, reminding thee of his omnipotence and inciting thee to love which he seeks in thee. Be thou filled with wonder and praise at the greatness and magnificence of the Creator, and in his presence humiliate thyself to the dust. Shun no difficulty or suffering in order to become meek and humble of heart. Take notice, my dearest, that this virtue of humility was the firm foundation of all the wonders which the Most High wrought in me. And in order that thou mayest esteem this virtue so much the more, remember that of all the others, it is at the same time the most precious, the most delicate and perishable. For if thou lose it in any respect, and if thou be not humble in all things without exception, thou wilt not be humble in anything. Remember thy earthly and corruptible nature, and be not ignorant of the fact that the Most High has providentially formed man in such a way that his own existence and formation intimate and rehearse the important lesson of humility, never allowing him to be without this salutary teaching. On this account, he has not formed him of the most excellent material, and has concealed the noblest part of his being in the sanctuary of his interior. Exodus chapter 30, verse 24. Teaching him to weigh as in a balance on the one side the infinite and eternal existence of the Lord, and on the other his own ignoble material existence. Thus he is to give unto God what belongs to him, and to himself what belongs to his own self. Matthew chapter 22, verse 21. Most zealously I attend to this adjustment, becoming an example and guide therein to all the mortals. I wish that thou also do it in imitation of me, and that thou zealously study to acquire the humility, which pleases the Most High and myself, who desire thy true advancement. I wish that thy perfection be built up in the deep trenches of thy own self-knowledge, in order that the deeper its foundations are laid, to so much the higher and more exalted perfection may rise the edifice of thy virtue. Thus thy will shall find a most intimate conformity with that of the Lord, who looks down from the eminence of his throne upon the humble of the earth. End of chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 2. The Lord on the second day continues his favors in preparation for the incarnation of the Word in the Most Holy Mary. In the first part of this history, I mentioned that the most pure body of Mary was conceived and perfectly formed within the space of 7 days. The Most High wished to work this miracle in order that this most holy soul might not have to wait so long as the souls of ordinary mortals. He wished it to be created and infused before the usual time, as it also really happened, in order that this beginning of the reparation of the world might have some similarity to the beginning of its creation. This correspondence again took place at the coming of the Redeemer, so that, having formed the new Adam, Christ, God might rest as one who had strained all the powers of his omnipotence in the greatest of his works, and that he might enjoy the most delicious Sabbath of all his delights. And as these wonders necessitated the intervention of the Mother of the Divine Word, who was to give him a visible form, and as she was to unite the two extremes, God and man, it was proper that she should bear relation to both. Her dignity was inferior only to that of God, and superior to all that was not God. To this dignity belonged also a proportionate knowledge and understanding, as well of the highest essence of the divinity, as also of all the inferior creatures. Following up his intention, the Supreme Lord continued the favors, by which he wished to dispose Most Holy Mary for the Incarnation during 9 days, as I have begun to explain. On the 2nd day, at the same hour of midnight, the Virgin Mary was visited in the same way as described in the last chapter. The divine power raised her up by the same elevations and illuminings to prepare her for the visions of the divinity. He manifested himself again in an abstract manner, as on the first day, and she was shown the works performed on the 2nd day of the creation. She learnt how and when God divided the waters. Genesis chapter 1 verse 6. Some above and others below, establishing the firmament, and above it the crystal, known also as the watery heaven. Her insight penetrated into the greatness, order, conditions and movements, and all the other qualities and conditions of the heavens. And in the most prudent Virgin, this knowledge did not lay idle, nor remain sterile, for immediately the most clear light of the divinity overflowed in her, and inflamed and emblazoned her with admiration, praise, and love of the goodness and power of God. Being transformed, as it were, with a godlike excellence, she produced heroic acts of all the virtues, entirely pleasing to his divine majesty. And as in the preceding first day, God had made her a participant of his wisdom, so on this 2nd day, he made her in corresponding measure a participant in the divine omnipotence, and gave her power over the influences of the heavens, of the planets and elements, commanding them all to obey her. Thus was this great queen raised to sovereignty over the sea, the earth, the elements, and the celestial orbs, with all the creatures which are contained therein. This sovereignty and supreme power belong to the dignity of Most Holy Mary on account of the reason mentioned above, and besides, for 2 other special ones. The first, because this lady was the privileged queen, exempt from the common law of sin and its consequences. Therefore she was not to be put in the same general class with the insensate sons of Adam, against whom the Omnipotent armed the creatures. Wisdom chapter 5 verse 18. For vengeance of his injuries and for the punishment of their frenzy. For if they had not in their disobedience turned against their Creator, neither would the elements nor their dependencies have been disobedient toward them, nor would they have molested them, nor turned against them the rigor and inclemency of their activity. And if this rebellion of the creatures is a punishment of sin, it could not justly extend itself to the Most Holy Mary, who was immaculate and without fault. Nor was it just that she should be less privileged than the angels, who were not subject to these consequences of sin, or deprived of the dominion over the elementary powers. Although Most Holy Mary was of corporeal and terrestrial substance, yet she raised herself above all corporeal and spiritual creatures, and made herself queen and mistress of all creation. In this, therefore, she deserves so much the higher credit, as it was the rarer and the more precious. More must be conceded to the queen than to her vassals, more to the mistress than to the servants. The second reason is, because her most holy Son was himself to obey this heavenly Queen and his mother. Since he was the creator of the elements and of all things, it follows naturally that they should obey her, to whom the Creator subjected himself, and that they should be commanded by her. Was not the person of Christ himself, insofar as his human nature was concerned, to be governed by his mother according to the constitution and law of nature? This privilege of sovereignty tended also greatly to enhance the virtues and merits of Most Holy Mary, for thereby that which in ourselves is usually done under constraint and against our will, was performed by her freely and meritoriously. This most prudent Queen did not use her sovereignty over the elements and the creatures indiscriminately, and for her own alleviation and comfort, but she commanded the creatures not to suspend their activities and influences, insofar as they would naturally be painful and inconvenient to her. For in these things she was to be most like her Holy Son and suffer conjointly with him. Her love and humility did not permit her to withhold and suspend the inclemencies of the creatures in her regard, since she knew how valuable suffering is and how estimable in the eyes of the Lord. Only on some occasions, when she saw that it was not for her benefit, but necessary for her Son and Creator, the sweet Mother restrained the forces of the elements and their influences, as we shall see farther on during her journey to Egypt, and on other occasions, when she most prudently judged it proper, that the creatures recognize their Creator and reverence him, or protect and serve him in some necessity. What mortal will not marvel at the knowledge of such a new miracle? To see a mere earthly creature, yet one clothed with the sovereignty and dominion of the whole creation, esteem herself in her own eyes as the most unworthy and insignificant of the creatures, and, in these humble sentiments, command the wrath of the winds and all the rigors of the natural elements to turn against her and under obedience fulfill her command. In obeying her, however, these elements, full of reverence and courtesy towards such a mistress, yielded to her wishes, not in vengeance of the wrongs of their Creator, as they do in regard to the rest of the children of Adam, but in order to respect her commands. In the presence of this humility of our invincible Queen, we mortals cannot deny our most arrogant vanity and presumption, or rather our audacity, since, seeing that on account of our insane outrages, we merit the furious rebellion of the elements, and of all the harmful forces of the universe against us, we complain of their rigor, as if their molestations were an injury. We deprecate the rigor of the cold, we complain of the exhaustion of heat. All painful things we abhor, and we condemn with all energy these ministers of divine justice, and seek our own comforts and delights, as if they were to last forever, and as if it were not certain that we are only drawing therefrom a heavier punishment of our faults. But returning to the consideration of the knowledge and power given to the Princess of Heaven and the other gifts preparing her worthily for the position of Mother of God, we can understand their excellence, for we see in them a certain infinity or boundlessness, participating in the divinity, and similar to that which was afterwards possessed by the most holy soul of Christ. For she not only knew all creatures in God, but comprehended them in such a way as to master them, and at the same time reserve capacity for knowing many others, if there had existed more to be known. I call this knowledge an infinity, because it seems to partake of the qualities of infinite knowledge, and because, in one and the same action of her mind, and without successive advertence, she saw and perceived the number of the heavens, their latitude and profundity, their order, motions, qualities, their matter and form, the elements with all their changes and accidents. All of these she knew at the same time. The only thing the most wise Virgin did not know was the immediate end of this knowledge until the moment of her consent and the fulfillment of the ineffable mercy of the Most High. She continued during these days her most fervent prayers for the coming of the Messias, according to the command of the Lord. And he had given her to understand that he would not tarry, as the time destined for his arrival was at hand. Instruction which the Queen of Heaven gave me. My daughter, from what thou art going to learn of the favors and blessings conferred upon me in preparation for the dignity of Mother of God, I wish thee to perceive the admirable order of his wisdom in the creation of man. Take notice, therefore, that his Creator made him out of nothing, not in order to be a slave, but in order to be the King and the Master of all creation. Genesis chapter 1 verse 26. And in order that he make use of creatures in sovereignty, command, and mastery. Yet at the same time, man was to recognize himself as the image of his Maker and the work of his hand, remaining more devoted to God and more submissive to his will than the creatures to man. For all this was demanded by justice and reason. And in order that man might not be without information and knowledge of the Creator and of the means of perceiving and executing his will, he added to his natural light a greater one, more penetrating, more limpid, more certain, more free and extensive, namely the light of divine faith, by which man might know the existence of God and of his perfections, and conjointly with these, his works. Furnished with this knowledge and dominion, man was established in good standing, honored and enriched, having no excuse for not devoting himself entirely to the fulfillment of the divine will. But the foolishness of man disturbs this order and destroys this harmony when, being created as the Lord and King of creatures, he enslaves himself, subjecting himself to them, and degrading his dignity in using visible things not as a prudent master, but as an unworthy vassal. For he debases himself beneath the lowest of creatures by losing sight of the fact that he is their superior. All this perversity arises from the use of creatures, not for the service of the Creator through well-ordered faith, but for the indulgence of the passions and the delights of the senses. Hence also arises man's great abhorrence of those things which are not pleasing to the senses. Thou, my dearest, look faithfully toward thy Creator and Lord, and in thy soul seek to copy the image of his divine perfections. Lose not the mastery and dominion over creatures. Let none of them infringe upon thy liberty, but seek to triumph over all of them, allowing nothing to interpose itself between thee and thy Creator. Subject thyself gladly, not to the pleasurable in creatures, since that will obscure thy understanding and weaken thy will, but to the adverse and the painful resulting from their activity. Suffer this with joyous willingness, for I have done the same in imitation of my Son, although I had the power to neutralize their molestations, and had no sins to atone for. End of chapter 2. Book 1, Chapter 3 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 3. What favors the Most High conferred on Most Holy Mary on the third day of the novena before the Incarnation. The right hand of the Most High, which threw open the doors of the divinity to Most Holy Mary, continued to enrich and adorn at the expense of his infinite attributes this most pure spirit and virginal body, which he had chosen as his tabernacle, as his temple, and as the holy city of his habitation. And the heavenly Lady, engulfed in this vastness of the divinity, winged her flight day by day farther away from earthly things, and transformed herself more and more into a heavenly being, discovering ever new sacraments in the Most High. For as he is the infinite object of desire, although the appetite is satiated with that which is received, always more remains to be desired and understood. Not all the hierarchies of the angels, nor all men together, have attained such preferment in blessings, mysteries, and sacraments as this princess attained, especially as regards those due to her as Mother of the Creator. On the third day of preparation at which I have now arrived, having again been prepared as on the first day, the divinity manifested itself anew in abstractive vision. Too slow and inadequate are our powers for understanding the increase of the gifts and graces, which the Most High then lavished on heavenly Mary, and at this juncture I am at a loss for words to explain even the least portion of what I perceived. I can only express myself by saying that the divine wisdom and power proceeded in a manner worthy of her who was to be the mother of the Word, so as to ensure, as far as is possible for a creature, that likeness and proportion which was due to the divine persons. Whoever has even a faint understanding of the distance which lies between the two extremes, the infinite God and the limited human creature, can comprehend so much the better what is necessary to bring them together and establish a proportion. More and more the Queen of Heaven reflected his infinite attributes and virtues, more and more brilliantly shone forth her beauty under the touch of the pencil of the divine wisdom and under the colors and lights added to it from on high. On this day she was informed of the works of creation as they happened on the third day. She learned when and how the waters, which were beneath the firmament, flowed together in one place. Genesis chapter 1 verse 9. Disclosing the dry land, which the Lord called earth, while he called the waters the sea. She learned in what way the earth brought forth the fresh herbs, and all plants and fructiferous trees with their seeds, each one according to its kind. She was taught and she comprehended the greatness of the sea, its depth and its divisions, its correspondence with the streams and the fountains that take their rise from it and flow back into it, the different plants and herbs, the flowers, trees, roots, fruits, and seeds. She perceived how all and each one of them serve the use of man. All this our Queen understood and penetrated with the keenest insight more clearly, distinctly, and comprehensibly than Adam or Solomon. In comparison with her, all those skilled in medicine in the world would appear but ignorant even after the most thorough studies and largest experience. The Most Holy Mary knew all that was hidden from sight, as wisdom says. Wisdom chapter 7 verse 21. And just as she learned it without any fiction, she also communicates it without envy. Whatever Solomon says there in the Book of Wisdom was realized in her with incomparable and eminent perfection. On some occasions, our Queen made use of this science in order to exercise her charity toward the poor and needy, as will be related in the sequence of this history. She had it under perfect control, and it was as familiar to her as the well-trained musician is with his instrument. The same was true of the rest of the sciences, whenever she found it desirable or necessary to make use of them in the service of the Most High. For she was mistress of all of them more perfectly than any of the mortals who ever did excel in any art or science. She was versed in the virtuous qualities and activities of the stones, herbs, and plants, and in her was true what Christ our Lord promised to the apostles and first Christians, that poisonous draughts would not hurt them. This privilege belonged to the Queen as a sovereign, so that neither poison nor any other thing could ever injure her or cause her any harm except with her permission. These privileges and favors the most prudent princess and lady always kept concealed, and she made no use of them for herself, as I have said, desiring not to be deprived of a share in the suffering which had been chosen by her most holy Son. Before conceiving him and becoming his mother, she was inspired with divine knowledge and science concerning the passibility of the Word made flesh. And when she became mother, she saw and experienced this truth in her Son and Lord himself, and therefore she gave a greater license, or rather a more strict command, to creatures to afflict her, since she saw the results of this activity in their own Creator. Hence, as the Most High did not wish his only and chosen spouse to be continually molested by the creatures, even though she herself desired it, he often restrained them and neutralized their operations, so that the heavenly princess, unhindered by them, might occasionally enjoy the delights of the Most High King. There is another special favor which the Most Holy Mary received for the benefit of the mortals on the third day and in that vision of the divinity. For during this vision, God manifested to her in a special way the desire of his divine love to come to the aid of men and to raise them up from all their miseries. In accordance with the knowledge of his infinite mercy and the object for which it was conceded, the Most High gave to Mary a certain kind of participation of his own attributes, in order that afterwards, as the mother and advocate of sinners, she might intercede for them. This participation of the Most Holy Mary in the love of God and in his inclination to help her was so heavenly and powerful that if from that time on the strength of the Lord had not come to her aid, she would not have been able to bear the impetuosity of her desire to assist and save mankind. Filled with this love and charity, she would, if necessary or feasible, have delivered herself an infinite number of times to the flames, to the sword, and to the most exquisite torments of death for their salvation. All the torments, sorrows, tribulations, pains, infirmities, she would have accepted and suffered, and she would have considered them a great delight for the salvation of sinners. Whatever all men have suffered from that beginning of the world till this hour, and whatever they will suffer till the end, would have been a small matter for the love of this most merciful Mother. Let therefore mortals and sinners understand what they owe to Most Holy Mary. From that day on, we can say, the Heavenly Lady continued to be the Mother of kindness and great mercy, and for two reasons. First, because from that moment she sought with an especial and anxious desire to communicate without envy the treasures of grace, which she had comprehended and received, and therefore such an admirable sweetness grew up in her heart, that she was ready to communicate it to all men, and to shelter them in her heart, in order to make them participants of the divine love, which there was enkindled. Secondly, because this love of Most Holy Mary for the salvation of men was one of the principal dispositions required for conceiving the eternal Word in her virginal womb. It was eminently befitting that she should be all mercy, kindness, piety, and clemency, who was herself to conceive and give birth to the Word made man, since he, in his mercy, clemency, and love, desired to humiliate himself to the lowliness of our nature, and wished to be born of her in order to suffer for men. It is said, like begets like, just as the water partakes of the qualities of the minerals through which it flows, and although the birth of Christ originated in the divinity, yet it also partook of the conditions of the Mother as far as was possible. She therefore would not have been suitable for concurrence with the Holy Spirit in this conception, in which only the activity of the man was wanting, if she had not been endowed with perfections corresponding to those of the humanity of Christ. The Most Holy Mary issued from this vision with ever increasing fervor during all the rest of the day. She occupied herself in the prayers and petitions commanded her by the Lord. The heart of her spouse was wounded with love, so that, according to our mode of thinking, he already longed for the day and the hour when he should rest in the arms and recline at the breast of his beloved. Instruction which the Most Holy Queen gave me. My dearest daughter, great were the favors which the hand of the Most High showered upon me in the visions of the divinity, vouchsafed me during the 9 days before his conception in my womb. And although he did not manifest himself intuitively and altogether unveiled, yet he did it in an exalted manner and with such effects as are reserved to his wisdom. In the remembrance of what I perceived in this vision, I rose to the true perception of the position which God held in comparison to men, and men in comparison to God. My heart was inflamed with love and was torn with sorrow, for I realized the immensity of his love towards mortals and their most ungrateful oblivion of his incomprehensible goodness. Many times would I have died at the thought of these extremes, if God himself had not comforted and preserved me. This sacrifice of his servant was most pleasing to his Majesty, and he accepted it with greater complacency than all the holocausts of the old law, for he beheld my humility and delighted in it very much. Whenever I performed these exercises, he showed great mercy to me and to my people. These sacraments, my dearest, I manifest to thee in order to encourage thee to imitate me, as far as is possible will thy weak forces, aided by grace. Look upon the works which thou hast learnt of, as a pattern and example to be closely followed. Meditate much, and weigh over and over again, as well as in the light of grace as in that of reason, how exactly mortals ought to correspond to this immense kindness of God and to his eagerness to assist them. Compare at the same time the heartless obduracy of the children of Adam. I wish that thy heart be softened in affectionate thankfulness toward the Lord, and melted in sorrow at these unhappy proceedings of men. I assure thee, my daughter, that on the day of the general adjustment, the cause of the greatest wrath of the just judge shall be man's most ungrateful forgetfulness of this truth, and the confusion of men on account of this wrath shall be such that on that day they would of their own accord cast themselves into the abyss of pain, if there were no ministers of divine justice to visit this retribution upon them. In order to avoid such an abominable fault, and in order to forestall such a horrible chastisement, renew in thyself the memory of the blessings which thou hast received at the hands of his love and infinite clemency, and remember that God has distinguished thee in preference to the souls of many generations. Do not make the mistake of considering these great favors and special gifts as conferred on thee for thyself alone. They were conferred also for the sake of thy brethren, for the divine mercy is extended to all men. Therefore the return which thou owest to the Lord must be made first for thyself, then for thy brethren. And because thou art poor, offer up the life and merits of my most holy Son, and with them all that I have suffered by the forces of my love. Thus wilt thou make thyself pleasing to God, and tender some recompense for the ingratitude of mortals. In all these things, exercise thyself repeatedly many times, remembering in the meanwhile what I thought and felt in similar acts and exercises. End of chapter 3. Book 1, Chapter 4 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 4. The Most High continues his favors to Most Holy Mary on the 4th day. Still the favors and most exalted mysteries of the Most High toward our Queen and Lady in preparing her for approaching dignity of motherhood continued. The 4th day of this preparation had arrived, and at the same hour she was again raised to the abstractive vision of the divinity. But this vision was accompanied by new effects of exalted enlightenments in this most pure soul. The divine power and wisdom has no bounds or limits. To his operations only our will, or the limitation of our created nature, offers resistance. But in the will of Most Holy Mary, the divine power found no hindrance, for all her works were executed with plenitude of holiness, and entirely according to the pleasure of the Lord, drawing him on, as he himself said, and wounding his heart with love. Canticles, chapter 4, verse 9. Only insofar as Most Holy Mary was a mere creature was the power of the divine arm limited, but within these limits it could act without bound or restriction, and without measure, offering her the waters of wisdom from the purest and most crystalline founts of the divinity. The Most High manifested to her in this vision, by most special enlightenments, the new law of grace which the Redeemer of the world was to establish, the sacraments contained in it, the end for which he would leave them in his new church of the gospel, the gifts and blessings prepared for men, and his desire that all should be saved and that all should reap the fruit of the redemption. And so it was the wisdom which the Most Holy Mary drew from these visions, wherein she was taught by the highest teacher and the corrector of the wise. Wisdom, chapter 7, verse 15. That if by any means man or angel could describe it, more books would have been written of this science of Our Lady than all those which have been composed in this world, concerning all the arts and sciences, and all the inventions of men. And no wonder her science was greater than that of all other men, for into the heart and mind of our princess was emptied and exhausted the ocean of divinity, which the sins and the evil disposition of the creatures had confined, repressed, and circumscribed. It was concealed within its own source until the proper time, which was no other than the hour in which she was chosen as mother of the only begotten of the Father. Joined with the sweetness of this divine science, our Queen felt a loving yet piercing sorrow, which this very science continued to renew. She perceived in the Most High the ineffable treasures of grace and blessings, which he had prepared for mortals, and she saw the weight of the divinity, as it were, inclined toward the desire of seeing all men enjoy them eternally. At the same time, she saw and considered the wicked disposition of the world, and how blindly mortals impeded the flow of these treasures, and deprived themselves of participation of the divinity. From this resulted a new kind of martyrdom, full of grief for the perdition of men and of the desire of remedying such lamentable loss. This caused her to offer up the most exalted prayers, petitions, sacrifices, humiliations, and heroic acts of love of God and of men, in order that no one, if possible, should henceforth damn himself, and that all should recognize their Creator and Redeemer, confess Him, adore and love Him. All this took place in this very vision, but as these petitions were of the same kind as those already described, I do not expatiate on them here. In conjunction therewith, the Lord showed her also the works of creation performed on the fourth day. Genesis chapter 1 verses 14 to 17. The heavenly Princess Mary learned how and when the luminaries of heaven were formed in the firmament for dividing day and night, and for indicating the seasons, the days and the years, how for this purpose was created the great light of heaven, the sun, presiding as the Lord of the day, and joined with it the moon, the lesser light, which reigns over the darkness of the night. In like manner were formed the stars of the eighth heaven, in order that they might gladden the night with their brilliance, and preside with their various influences over both the day and the night. She understood what was the material substance of these luminous orbs, their form, their size, their properties, their various movements and uniformity, as well as the inequality of the planets. She knew the number of the stars, and all their influences exerted upon the earth, both in regard to the living and the lifeless creatures, the effects and changes which they cause in them by their influences. This is not in conflict with what the prophet says. Psalm 146 verse 4. That God knows the number of the stars, and has called them by their names. For David does not thereby deny to his majesty the liberty of conceding to a creature that as a privilege which he possesses by nature. It is plain that since this knowledge is communicable, and since it would contribute to Mary's excellence, it should not be denied to her. Has he not conferred upon her greater favors, and has he not made her the queen of the stars and of all other creatures? And this knowledge was, as it were, only a sequel of her dominion and sovereignty over the powers, influences, and movements of all the celestial orbs, since they were commanded to obey her as their queen and lady. In consequence of this command, which the Lord gave to the celestial orbs, and in accordance with the dominion which most holy Mary obtained over them, she possessed such a power that if she commanded the stars to leave their positions in heaven, they would obey her instantly and would hasten to the regions which she chose to designate. The same is true of the sun and the planets. All would pause in their course and suspend their operations to execute the command of Mary. I have already said above that sometimes Her Highness made use of this sovereignty, for, as we shall see farther on, it happened a few times in Egypt, where the rays of the sun are exceedingly strong, that she commanded the sun to moderate its heat, and not to molest or fatigue the infant God, its master. And the sun obeyed her therein, causing inconvenience and suffering to her, because she wished it, and yet respecting the tender years of the Son of Justice, whom she held in her arms. The same happened also with other stars, and on a few occasions she detained the sun in its course, as I will mention later. Many other hidden sacraments of the Most High manifested to our great Queen in these visions, and what I have said and will say of all these mysteries leaves me dissatisfied and with a heart, as it were, torn asunder, for I see that I can say little of that which I understand, and in proportion I understand still less of what really did happen to the heavenly Lady. Many of the mysteries concerning her are reserved for the last day, when her most holy Son shall proclaim them, since now we are not capable of receiving their revelation. The most holy Mary issued from this vision still more inflamed and filled with the divinity, entirely transformed by the knowledge of God's attributes and perfections, and her advance in virtues kept pace with her progress in divine favors. She multiplied her requests, her fervent sighs, and her meritorious works, in order to hasten the incarnation of the Word and our salvation. Instruction which the heavenly Queen gave me. My daughter, I wish that thou busy thyself much in meditating and pondering upon that which thou hast understood of my doings and sufferings at the time, when the Most High gave me such a deep insight into his goodness, which drew him as with an infinite force to enrich men, and which he showed me the want of correspondence and the dark ingratitude of the mortals. When I turned from the consideration of this most liberal condescension of the Most High to the perception and understanding of the foolish hard-heartedness of the sinners, my soul was pierced with an arrow of mortal anguish, which remained for life. And I wish to tell thee of another mystery. Many times the Most High, in order to heal the affliction and consternation of my heart in this sorrow, sought to console me by saying, Accept thou, my spouse, the gifts which the blind and ignorant world in its unworthiness despises, and is incapable of receiving and understanding. With these words the Most High was accustomed to set free the currents of his divine bounty, which rejoice my soul more than human powers can comprehend or tongue explain. I desire, therefore, that thou, my friend, be now my companion in the sorrow which I suffered, and which is so little noticed by the living. In order to imitate me therein, and in the effects of this most just grief, thou must deny thyself, forget thyself entirely, and crown thy heart with the thorns of sorrow at the behavior of mortals. Weep thou seeing them laugh at their eternal damnation, for such weeping is the most legitimate occupation of the true spouses of my most holy Son. Let them seek their delight only in the tears, which they pour out on account of their sins and those of the ignorant world. Thus prepare thy heart, in order that the Lord may make thee a participant of his treasures, not in order to become rich, but in order that his Majesty may fulfill his most generous love toward thee, and in order that souls may find justification. Imitate me in all that I teach thee, since thou knowest that this is my desire in favoring thee. End of chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 5. His Majesty manifests new mysteries and sacraments, together with the works of the 5th day of the creation, to Most Holy Mary, and Her Highness continues to pray for the incarnation of the Word. The 5th day of the novena, which the Most Blessed Trinity celebrated in the Temple of Most Holy Mary, in order that the Eternal Word might assume human flesh in her, had arrived. Just as in the preceding days, she was elevated to an abstractive vision of the divinity, and as the veil fell more and more from the secrets of the infinite wisdom, she discovered new mysteries also during this day. For the preparations and enlightenments emitted ever stronger rays of light and divine graces, which flashed into her most holy soul and emptied the treasures of infinity into her faculties, assimilating and transforming the heavenly lady more and more to a likeness of her God in order to make her worthy of being his mother. In this vision, showing himself to her with ineffable signs of affection, the Most High spoke to the heavenly Queen and manifested to her additional secrets, saying, My spouse and my dove, in the secret of my bosom, thou hast perceived the immense bounty to which my love for the human race inclines me, and the treasures which are secretly prepared for their happiness. So powerful is this love in me, that I wish to give them my only begotten for their instruction and salvation. Thou hast also seen something of the small returns of their most listless ingratitude and contempt, in which men hold my clemency and love. Yet although I have shown thee part of their malice, I wish, my friend, that thou shouldest once more know in me how small is the number of those who are to know and love me as my chosen ones, and how great and extended is the number of the ungrateful and the reprobate, the innumerable sins and abominations of these impure and defiled men, whom I have foreseen in my infinite knowledge, retard my bounteous mercy, and have locked up the treasure house of my divinity, making the world entirely unworthy of receiving my gifts. The Princess Mary, through these words of the Most High, was instructed in the great mysteries regarding the number of the predestined and the reprobate, and also regarding the hindrances and impediments by which sinful men delayed the coming of the eternal Word as man into the world. Having present before herself the vision both of the infinite bounty and the equity of the Creator, and of the measureless iniquity and malice of men, the most prudent mistress, inflamed by the fire of divine love, spoke to His Majesty and said, My Lord and infinite God of wisdom and incomprehensible sanctity, what mystery is this which thou hast manifested to me? Without measure are the misdeeds of men, so that only thy wisdom can comprehend them. But can all these and many more, perhaps, extinguish thy bounty and love, or vie with them? No, my Lord and Master, it must not be so. The malice of men must not detain thy mercy. I am the most useless of all the human race, yet on its behalf I remind thee of thy fidelity. Infallibly true it is that heaven and earth will come to naught before thy word can fail. Isaiah chapter 51 verse 6. And it is also true that thou hast many times given thy word through the holy prophets, and thou hast promised them by word of mouth, a Redeemer and our salvation. How then, my God, can these promises fail of fulfillment without conflicting with thy infinite wisdom? Or how can man be deceived without conflicting with thy infinite goodness? In order to induce thee to fulfill thy promise and to secure them eternal felicity through thy incarnate word, I have nothing to offer on the part of mortals, nor can any creature oblige thee. And if this blessing could be merited, then thy infinite and bounteous clemency would not thereby be glorified. Only through thy own self can this obligation be imposed upon thee, for only in God can a sufficient reason be found for his becoming man. In thee alone was the reason and the motive for our creation, and therefore in thee alone also the reason for our reparation after our fall. Do not seek, my God and most high King, for merits, nor for a greater motive than thy own mercy and the exaltation of thy holy name. It is true, my spouse, answered the Most High, that on account of my goodness, I bound myself to the promise of vesting myself in human nature and of dwelling among them, and that no one can merit in my sight such a promise. But the ungrateful behavior of men, so abominable in my sight and in my justice, does not merit the execution of this promise. For though I seek only their eternal happiness as a return of my love, I perceive and find only obduracy, by which they are certain to waste and despise the treasures of my grace and blessing. They will yield thorns instead of fruit, great insults for benefits, and base ingratitude for my unbounded and generous mercy, and the end of all these evils will be for them the privation of my vision in eternal torments. Take notice of these truths recorded in the secrets of my wisdom, my friend, and weigh these great sacraments, for to thee my heart is laid open, so that thou canst see the justice of my proceeding. It is impossible to describe the hidden secrets which Most Holy Mary then saw in the Lord, for she perceived in him all the creatures of the past, present, and the future, and the position of each one in creation, the good and bad actions, and the final ending of each one. If she had not been strengthened, she could not have preserved her life under the effects and feelings caused by the knowledge and insight into these hidden sacraments and mysteries. But as His Majesty, in these new miracles and blessings, had such high ends in view, He was not sparing, but most liberal with the beloved one, whom He had chosen as His mother. And as our Queen derived this science from the bosom of God itself, she participated also in the fire of His eternal charity, which inflamed her with the love of God and the neighbor. Therefore, continuing her intercession, she said, Lord and eternal God, invisible and immortal, I confess thy justice, I magnify thy works, I adore thy infinite essence, and hold in reverence thy judgments. My heart melts within me with tenderest affection when I perceive thy unlimited bounty toward men and their dark ingratitude and grossness toward thee. For all of them, O my God, thou seekest eternal life, but there are few who are thankful for this inestimable benefit, and many who will perish by their malice. If on this account, O my eternal good, thou relinquishest thy undertaking, we mortals are lost. But while thou, in thy divine foreknowledge, perceivest the sins and the malice of men who offend thee so much, thou also foreseest thy only begotten made man, and his works of infinite price and value in thy sight, and these will counterbalance and exceed the malice of sin beyond all comparison. Through this God-man, let thy equity be conquered, and on his account give us him now. And in order to urge my petitions on thee once more, in the name of the human race, I unite myself with the spirit of this word, already made man in thy mind, and pray for his coming in fact, and for the eternal life of men through his hands. At this prayer of most pure Mary, the Eternal Father, in our way of speaking, represented to himself his only begotten, as born in the virginal womb of this great Queen, and he was moved by her humble and loving petitions. His apparent hesitation was merely a device of his tender love, in order to enjoy so much the longer the voice of his beloved, causing her sweet lips to distill most sweet honey. Canticles chapter 4 verse 11. And her emissions to be like those of paradise. Canticles chapter 4 verse 13. And to draw out some more this loving contention, the Lord answered her, My sweetest spouse and chosen dove, great is that which thou askest of me, and little is that which obliges me on the part of men. How then shall such a singular blessing be conferred on those unworthy ones? Leave me, my friend, to treat them according to their evil deserts. Our powerful and kind advocate responded, No, my master, I will not desist from my importunity. If much I ask it of thee, who are rich in mercies, powerful in action, and true in thy words. My father David said of thee and of the eternal word, The Lord hath sworn, and he will not repent. Thou art a priest forever, according to the order of Melchizedek. Psalm 109, verse 4. Let then that priest come, who is at the same time to be sacrificed for our rescue. Let him come, since thou canst not repent of thy promise, for thou dost not promise in ignorance. Let me be clothed, O my sweet love, with the strength of this man-God, which will not let me put a stop to my importunity, until thou give me thy blessing as to my father Jacob. Genesis chapter 32, verse 26. In this contest, just as it happened to Jacob, Our Lady and Queen was asked what was her name, and she said, I am a daughter of Adam, formed by thy hands from the insignificant dust. And the Most High answered, Henceforth thou shalt be called, chosen for the mother of the only begotten. But the latter part of this name was heard only by the courtiers of heaven, while to her it was as yet hidden until the proper time. She therefore heard only the word, chosen. Having thus protracted this amorous contention according to the disposition of his divine wisdom, and as far as served to inflame the heart of this elected one, the most blessed Trinity gave to Mary, our most pure Queen, the explicit promise, that they would now send into the world the eternal Word made man. Filled with incomparable joy and exultation by this fiat, she asked and received the benediction of the Most High. Thus this strong woman issued forth from the contest with God more victorious than Jacob, for she came out rich, strong, and laden with spoils, and the one that was wounded and weakened, to speak in our way, was God himself, for he was drawn by the love of this lady to clothe himself in that sacred bridal chamber of her womb with the weakness of our passible nature. He disguised and enveloped the strength of his divinity, so as to conquer in allowing himself to be conquered, and in order to give us life by his death. Let the mortals see and acknowledge how most holy Mary, next to her most blessed Son, is the cause of our salvation. During this vision were also revealed to this great queen the works of the 5th day of the creation in the manner in which they happened. She saw how, by the force of the divine command, were engendered and produced in the waters beneath the firmament, the imperfect reptiles which creep upon the earth, the winged animals that course through the air, and the finny tribes that glide through the watery regions. Of all these creatures she knew the beginnings, the substance, the form and figure according to their kinds. She knew all the species of the animals that inhabit the fields and woods, their conditions, peculiarities, their uses and connections. She knew the birds of heaven, for so we call the atmosphere, with the varied forms of each kind, their ornaments, feathers, their lightness, the innumerable fishes of the seas and the rivers, the differences between the whales, their forms, composition and qualities, their caverns and foods furnished them by the sea, the ends which they serve, the use to which they can be put in the world. His Majesty especially commanded all these hosts of creatures to recognize and obey Most Holy Mary, giving her the power to command all of them, as it happened on many occasions to be mentioned later on. Therewith she issued from the trance of this day, and she occupied herself during the rest of it in the exercises and petitions which the Most High had pointed out to her. Instruction which the Heavenly Lady gave me. My daughter, the more complete knowledge of the wonderful operations of the arm of the Almighty in raising me during the abstractive visions of the divinity to the dignity of mother is reserved for the predestined when they shall come to know them in the heavenly Jerusalem. There they shall understand and see them in the Lord himself, and with that special delight and astonishment which the angels experienced when the Most High revealed these things to them for his exaltation and praise. And since his Majesty has shown himself so lovingly generous toward thee, giving thee in preference to all the generations of men such great knowledge and light concerning these so hidden sacraments, I desire, my friend, that thou signalize thyself above all creatures in praising and magnifying his holy name for the works of his powerful arm in my regard. At the same time, thou must strive, with all thy power, to imitate me in the works which I perform by the aid of these great and wonderful blessings. Pray and sigh for the eternal salvation of thy brethren, and that the name of my Son may be extolled by all and known to the whole world. Thou must establish the habit of this kind of prayer by a constant resolve, founded upon firm faith and unshaken confidence, and by never losing sight of thy misery in profound humility and self-abasement. Thus prepared, thou must battle with the divine love for the good of thy people, firmly convinced that the most glorious triumphs of divine love may especially be looked for in its dealings with the humble, who love God in uprightness. Raise thyself above thyself, and give him thanks for the special blessings conferred upon thee, and for those conferred upon the human race. Transformed by this divine love, thou wilt merit other gifts, both for thyself and for thy brethren, and whenever thou findest thyself in his divine presence, do thou ask for his benediction. End of Chapter 5. Book 1, Chapter 6 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus, of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 6. The Most High manifests to Mary, our Mistress, additional mysteries, and shows her the works of the 6th day of creation. While the Most High continued the proximate preparation of our heavenly Princess for the reception of the eternal Word in her virginal womb, she, on her part, persevered without intermission in her fervent sighs and prayers to hasten his coming into the world. When the night of the 6th of these days, which I have begun to describe, had arrived, and when she had previously been elevated by still more profound illuminations, she was again called and invited in spirit to the abstractive vision of the divinity. Although this happened in the same manner as at other times, yet it was accompanied by more heavenly effects and by a more profound insight into the attributes of the Most High. She remained 9 hours in this trance and issued from it at the 3rd hour. Yet although the high vision of the essence of God ceased at that hour, the Most Holy Mary continued to enjoy another kind of vision and prayer. This was indeed inferior to the first, but in itself was most exalted and more excellent than that experienced by any of the saints or the just. The gifts and favors so far described partook more and more of the divine during the last days preceding the Incarnation, without at the same time being a hindrance to the active occupations of her married state, for here Martha had no right to complain when Mary forsook her in her ministrations. Luke chapter 10 verse 40. Having seen God in this vision, she was immediately shown the works on the 6th day of the creation of the world. She witnessed, as if she herself had been present, how at the command of the Lord the earth brought forth the living beings, according to their kinds, as Moses says. Genesis chapter 1 verse 24. Holy Scripture here refers to the terrestrial animals, which being more perfect than the fishes and birds in life and activity, are called by a name signifying the more important part of their nature. She saw and understood all the kinds and species of animals which were created on this 6th day, and by what name they were called. Some, beasts of burden, because they serve and assist man; others, wild beasts, as being more fierce and untamed; others, reptiles, because they do not raise themselves or very little from the earth. She knew and comprehended the qualities of all of them, their fury, their strength, the useful purposes which they serve, and all their distinctions and singularities. Over all these she was invested with dominion, and they were commanded to obey her. She could, without opposition on their part, have trodden upon asps and basilisks, for all would have meekly borne her heel. Many times did some of these animals show their subjection to her commands, as when, at the birth of her most holy Son, the ox and the ass prostrated themselves, and by their breaths warmed the infant God at the command of his blessed mother. In this plenitude of knowledge and science, our heavenly Queen understood perfectly the secret ways of God in making all creation serve for the benefit of man, and how much man owes to his Creator on this account. And it was most proper that she should possess this knowledge and understanding, so that with it she might be able to give fitting thanks for such blessings. Neither men nor angels have done so, failing to correspond and falling short of their duty in this regard. All these voids were filled by the Queen of all, and she satisfied for the debt of gratitude, which we could not or would not pay. Through her, divine equity was duly satisfied, considering her as a medium between itself and the creatures. By her innocence and gratitude, she became more pleasing to His Majesty than all the rest of the creatures. The mysterious advent of God into the world was thus being prepared, for the last hindrance was removed by the sanctification of her who was to be his mother. After seeing the creation of all the irrational creatures, she became aware how the most blessed Trinity, in order to complete and perfect the world, said, "Let us make man to our image and likeness." Genesis chapter 1 verse 26. And how by virtue of this divine decree, the first man was formed of the earth as the first parent of all the rest. She had a profound insight in the harmonious composition of the human body and soul and of their faculties, of the creation and infusion of the soul into the body and of its intimate union with the body. Of the structure of the human body and all its parts, she obtained a deep knowledge. She was informed of the number of the bones, veins, arteries, nerves, and ligatures, of the concourse of humors to compose the befitting temperaments, the faculties of nutrition, growth, and locomotion. She learned in what manner the disturbances or changes in this harmony cause the sicknesses, and how these can be cured. All this the most prudent Virgin understood and comprehended without the least error, better than all the wise men of the world, and better than even the angels. The Lord manifested to her also the happy state of original justice, in which He placed the first parents, Adam and Eve. She understood their condition, beauty and perfection of innocence and grace, and for how short a time they persevered in it. She perceived how they were tempted and overcome by the astuteness of the serpent. Genesis chapter 2 verse 51. And what were the consequences of their sin, and how great were the fury and hate of the demon against the human race. At the vision of all these things, our Queen made great and heroic acts of virtue, highly pleasing to God. She understood that she was a daughter of these first parents, and that she descended from a nature so thankless to its Creator. In the remembrance of this, she humiliated herself in his divine presence, thereby wounding the heart of God, and obliging him to raise her above all that is created. She took it upon herself to weep for the first sin and for all the rest that followed from it, as if she herself had been guilty of them all. Hence, even at that time, that first sin might have been called a fortunate fault, which caused tears so precious in the eyes of the Lord, and which earned us such sureties and pledges of our redemption. Rendering worthy thanks to the Creator for the magnificent work of the creation of man, she reflected deeply on his disobedience, the seduction and deception of Eve, and she inwardly resolved to yield that perpetual obedience which these first parents had refused to their Creator. So acceptable in his eyes was this subjection, that His Majesty in the presence of the heavenly courtiers decreed the immediate fulfillment and execution of that which was prefigured in the history of the King Ahasuerus, by whom the Queen Vashti was repudiated and deprived of royal dignity on account of disobedience, while the humble and gracious Esther was raised to her place. Esther chapter 7 verse 2. There was an admirable similarity between that event and these mysteries, for the exalted and true King, in order to show the greatness of his powers and the treasures of his divinity, had prepared the great banquet of his creation, and having spread the liberal repast for all the creatures, invited the guests, that is the human race, by the creation of its first parents. Vashti, our mother Eve, disobeyed, failing to submit herself to the divine command, and now amid the wonderful acclamation and jubilee of the angels, the true Ahasuerus ordered the most humble Esther to be on that day elevated to sovereignty over all creation, this Esther being none other than the most holy Mary, full of grace and beauty, chosen among all the daughters of men as their restoratrix and the mother of Christ. In the plenitude of this mystery, the Most High infused into the heart of our Queen a new abhorrence of the demon, such as filled Esther toward Aman. Esther chapter 7 verse 10. And thus it happened that she thrust him from his position of superiority and command over the world. She crushed the head of his pride, hanging him on the gallows of the cross, where he had hoped to destroy and conquer the God-man, but was himself chastened and overcome by it. Toward all this, the most holy Mary was instrumental, as we shall relate in its place. Just as the envy of the dragon against the woman, that is this heavenly lady, commenced in heaven, when he saw her clothed with the sun. Apocalypse chapter 12 verse 4. So this strife continued until he was deprived of his tyrannous dominion, just as the most faithful Mardochæus was given the position of the proud Aman. Esther chapter 6 verse 10. So also was honored the most chaste and faithful Joseph, who continually urged her to pray for the liberty of her people. This was the constant subject of conversation between Joseph and his most pure spouse. For this very purpose was he raised to the summit of sanctity and to the exalted dignity of holding the sealing ring of the highest King. Esther chapter 8 verse 2. Whereby he received authority to command the God-man himself, as is related in the Gospel. Having experienced all these mysteries, our Queen issued from her vision. Instruction which the heavenly Queen gave me. Wonderful, my daughter, was the gift of humility, which the Most High conferred upon me in the event described by thee. And since His Majesty does not reject the prayers of those that dispose themselves to receive it, I desire that thou imitate me, and be my companion in the exercise of this virtue. I had no part in the sin of Adam, for I was exempted from his disobedience. But because I partook of his nature, and by it was his daughter, I humiliated myself in my estimation to nothingness. In the light of this example, then, how far must those humiliate themselves, who not only have had a part in the first sin, but also have committed other sins without number? The aim and motive of this humiliation, moreover, should not be to remove the punishment of those sins, but to make restoration and recompense for the diminution and loss of honor, which was thereby occasioned to the Creator and Lord. If a brother of thine should grievously offend thy natural father, thou wouldest not be a loving and loyal daughter of thy father, nor a true sister to thy brother, if thou wouldest not grieve for the offense, and weep not over his ruin as over thy own. For to the father is due reverence, and to thy brother thou owest love as to thyself. Consider then, dearest, and examine in the proper light, how much difference there is between thy Father, who is in heaven, and thy natural father, and how all of you are his children, bound together by the strictest obligation of brethren and of servants of one true Master. Just as thou wouldest shed tears of humiliation and confusion at some ignominious fault of thy natural brother, so I wish that thou do it for the sins which the mortals commit against God, sorrowing for them in confusion as if thou wert responsible for them thyself. That is what I did at the thought of the disobedience of Adam and Eve, and of all the evils which ensued therefrom to the human race. And the Most High was pleased with my charitable interest, for most agreeable in his sight are the tears shed for the sins which are forgotten by those that have committed them. At the same time, see thou bear ever in mind that, no matter how great and rare are the favors received from the Most High, thou do not despise the danger of sin, nor contemn the solicitous and humble performance of the ordinary duties of precept and charity. For these do not oblige thee to leave the presence of God. Faith teaches thee, and inspiration should govern thee, to bear him with thee in all occupations and places, quitting thyself and thy inclinations, but fulfilling in all things the will of thy Lord and Spouse. Do not allow thyself to be led in these sentiments by the trend of thy own inclinations, nor by that which seems to agree with thy own interior liking and taste, for many times the greatest danger is hidden beneath this cloak. In such doubts and hesitations, let holy obedience be thy umpire and master. Through it thou canst decide securely, and thou wilt need no other criterion for thy actions. Great victories and advances in merit are connected with the true submission of self and subjection of our own judgments to those of others. Thou shouldest never wish to retain for thyself the power to will or not to will, then thou shalt sing of victories and overcome thy enemies. End of Chapter 6. Book I, Chapter VII of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter VII. The Most High celebrates a new espousal with the Princess of Heaven. In order to inaugurate the nuptials of the Incarnation, he adorns her for it. Great are the works of the Most High, for all of them were and are executed with the plenitude of knowledge and goodness, ordained in equity and number. Wisdom, chapter 11, verse 21. None of them is faulty, useless or ineffectual, superfluous or vain. All are exquisite and magnificent, finished and executed according to the full measure of his holy will. Such he desired them to be, in order that he might be known and magnified in them. But in comparison to the mystery of the Incarnation, all the works of God ad extra, although they are in themselves great, stupendous and marvelous, more to be admired than comprehended, are only a small spark, issuing from the unfathomable abyss of the divinity. This great sacrament of vesting himself in a passible and mortal nature is preeminently the great work of his infinite power and wisdom, and the one which immeasurably excels all the other works and wonders of his powerful arm. For in this mystery, not merely a spark of the divinity, but that whole vast volcano of the infinite Godhead broke forth and communicated itself to men, uniting itself by an indissoluble and eternal union to our terrestrial human nature. If this wonderful sacrament of the King is to be measured only by his own vastness, it follows that the woman, in whose womb he was to become man, deserved to be so perfectly adorned with the plenitude of his treasures, that no gift or grace within the range of possibility be omitted, and all these gifts be so consummate that nothing is wanting to them. As all this was reasonable and altogether befitting the greatness of the Omnipotent, he certainly fulfilled it in the most holy Mary, much better than King Ahasuerus did with the gracious Esther. Esther chapter 2 verse 9. When he raised her to his magnificent throne. The Most High visited our Queen Mary with such great favors, privileges, and gifts, that the like was never even conceived in the minds of creatures. And when she issued forth in the presence of the courtiers of this great King of the eternal ages. First letter to Saint Timothy, chapter 1, verse 17. They recognized and exalted in her the power of God, at the same time understanding that he, who chose to select a woman for his mother, knew also how to make her worthy of assuming that position. The seventh day of this mysterious preparation for the approaching sacrament arrived, and in the same hour, as already mentioned, the heavenly Lady was called and elevated in spirit, but with this difference, that she was bodily raised by her holy angels to the empyrean heaven, while in her stead one of them remained to represent her in corporeal appearance. Placed into this highest heaven, she saw the divinity by abstract vision as in other days, but always with new and more penetrating light, piercing to new and more profound mysteries, which God according to his free will can conceal or reveal. Presently she heard a voice proceeding from the royal throne, which said, "Our spouse and chosen dove, our gracious friend, who has been found pleasing in our eyes, and hast been chosen among thousands, we wish to accept thee anew as our bride, and therefore we wish to adorn and beautify thee in a manner worthy of our design." On hearing these words, the most humble among the humble abased and annihilated herself in the presence of the Most High more than can be comprehended by human power. Entirely submissive to the divine pleasure, and with entrancing modesty, she responded, "At thy feet, O Lord, lies the dust and abject worm. Ready is thy poor slave for the fulfillment of all thy pleasure in her. Make use, O eternal good, of this thy insignificant instrument, according to thy desire, and dispose of it with thy right hand." Presently the Most High commanded two seraphim, of those nearest to his throne and highest in dignity, to attend on this heavenly Virgin. Accompanied by others, they presented themselves in visible form before the throne, and there surrounded the most holy Mary, who was more inflamed with divine love than they. It was a spectacle worthy of new wonder and jubilee for all the angelic spirits to see in this heavenly place, never touched by other feet, a humble maiden consecrated as their queen and raised to the closest proximity to God of all the created beings, to see that woman, whom the world ignored and held in oblivious contempt, so highly esteemed and appreciated. Proverbs chapter 31 verse 10. To see our human nature in its first fruits, receiving the pledge of superiority over the celestial choirs, and already assuming its place among them. Oh, what a holy and just envy must such a strange wonder have caused in the ancient courtiers of that heavenly Jerusalem! What thoughts rose up within them in praise of its author? What sentiments of humility did it awaken in them, subjecting all their high understandings to the decrees of the divine will? They saw that he was holy and just, who exalted the humble, who favored human lowliness and raised it above the angelic choirs. While the inhabitants of heaven were lost in their praiseworthy admiration, the most blessed Trinity, according to our imperfect mode of understanding and speaking, conferred within itself, how pleasing in its sight was the Princess Mary, how perfectly and completely she had corresponded with the blessings and gifts confided to her, how adequately she had augmented the glory of the Lord, and how free she was of any fault, defect, or hindrance that might compromise the dignity of her predestined motherhood of the Word. Accordingly, the three persons of the Trinity resolved to raise this creature to the highest position of grace and friendship of God, such as no creature had ever or would ever attain. And then and there, they gave to her more than to all the rest of the creatures together. The most blessed Trinity was pleased and rejoiced in seeing that the supreme holiness of Mary was such as had been conceived and determined for her in the divine intellect. In correspondence with this holiness, and as a completion of it, and as a testimony of the benevolence with which the Lord wished to communicate to her ever new influences of his divinity, he ordained and commanded that most holy Mary be visibly clothed and adorned with mysterious vestments and jewels, which should symbolize the interior graces and privileges of a queen and of a heavenly spouse. Although such bridal adornments had already been conferred upon her before that time, when she was presented in the temple, yet now this was done under new and wonderful conditions, for it was to serve as the immediate preparation for the miracle of the Incarnation. Presently, therefore, upon the command of the Lord, the two seraphim clothed Most Holy Mary with a tunic or ample robe, which, as a symbol of her purity and grace, was so exquisitely white and resplendent, that if one single ray of the light so profusely emanated by it would flash into the world, it would by itself give more refulgence than all the stars combined, even if they were all suns. And in comparison with it, all the light, which is known to us, would appear as darkness. While the seraphim vested her, the Most High gave her a profound understanding of the obligation entailed thereby, namely, that she must make a befitting return to His Majesty by proportioning her faithful love and the exalted perfection of her actions to that which she had now learnt. Nevertheless, the purpose for which the Lord intended these blessings, that is His incarnation through her, continued to be hidden to her mind. All the rest of the mysteries Our Lady understood, and for all of them she humiliated herself with ineffable prudence, and she asked the divine assistance for corresponding to these favors and blessings. Over this robe the same seraphim placed a girdle, as a symbol of the holy fear, which was infused into her. It was very rich, with jewels of extreme refulgence and beauty. At the same time the fountain of light, bursting forth from the divinity, enlightened and illumined the heavenly princess, so that she understood the exalted reasons why God should be feared by all the creatures. With this gift of fear of the Lord, she was appropriately girded, as befitted a creature who was to treat and converse so familiarly with her Creator as His mother. Presently she perceived that the seraphim adorned her with most beautiful and abundant hair, held together by a rich clasp, more brilliant than pure and polished gold. She understood that in this embellishment was conceded to her the privilege of spending her whole life in exalted and divine thoughts, inflamed by the subtlest charity as signified by the gold. In connection with this privilege, she was established anew in the habits of unclouded wisdom and science, exquisitely binding up the hair of exalted thoughts by an ineffable participation in the wisdom and science of God Himself. Sandals or shoes were also given to her to indicate that all her steps and movements would be most beauteous. Canticles chapter 7 verse 1. Tending always to the high and holy aim of the greater glory of the Most High. And these shoes were laced with the especial grace of anxious diligence in doing good both before God and man. Luke chapter 1 verse 39. As it happened when she hastened to visit Saint Elizabeth and Saint John. And thus this daughter of the prince issued most beautiful in her footsteps. Canticles chapter 7 verse 1. Her arms were adorned with bracelets, filling her with magnanimity for undertaking great works in participation of the divine magnificence, and thus she always extended them toward courageous deeds. Proverbs chapter 31 verse 19. Her fingers were embellished by rings, in order that in smaller and more inferior matters she might act in a superior manner, exalted in aim and purpose, and in all respect making her doings grand and admirable. To this they added a necklace, set with inestimable and brilliant jewels, and containing symbols of the most three excellent virtues of faith, hope, and charity, in correspondence with the three divine persons. Conjointly with these gifts, they renewed in her the habits of these most noble virtues, which she would especially need in the mysteries of the Incarnation and Redemption. In her ears they hung earrings of gold, filigreed with silver. Canticles chapter 1 verse 10. Thus preparing her ears for the message, which she was shortly to hear from the Archangel Gabriel, and at the same time they furnished her with knowledge in order that she might listen attentively and give discreet and acceptable answers to the divine proposals. Thus would pure silver of her innocence resound in the ears of the Lord and re-echo in the bosom of the divinity those charming and sacred words. Fiat mihi secundum verbum tuum. Be it done to me according to thy word. Luke chapter 1 verse 38. Then they spread over her garments inscriptions, which at the same time served as embroidery or borders of the finest colors mixed with gold. Some of them bore the legend, Mary, Mother of God. Others, Mary, Virgin and Mother. But these inscriptions were not intelligible to her, nor were they explained to her, but their meaning was known to the holy angels. The different colors symbolized the habits of all the virtues in the most excellent degree, and their active exercise, surpassing all that was ever practiced by the rest of the intellectual creatures. And as a complement of all this beauty, they furnished her as if with lotions for her face, by illuminating her with the light drawn from the proximity and participation of the inexhaustible being and perfection of God himself. For as she was destined actually and truly to shelter within her virginal womb the infinite perfection of God, it was befitting that she should have received it beforehand by grace, in the highest measure possible to a mere creature. In this adornment and beauty, our Princess Mary stood before the Lord, so beautiful and charming that even the Supreme King could desire her as spouse. Psalm 44 verse 12. I do not detain myself here in repeating what I have already said, what I will yet say in this history about her virtues. I only say that this adornment was accompanied by new features and effects altogether divine. All this was proper to the infinite power and to its immense perfection and sanctity, which offered to our comprehension ever new fields of speculation. And when there is question of this ocean of perfection in most holy Mary, we certainly can hope only to skirt its shores. My understanding of that which I perceive is always pregnant with vast fields of thought, of which I cannot expatiate. Instruction which the most holy Queen Mary gave me. My daughter, the workshops and treasure rooms of the Most High are those of a divine Lord and omnipotent King, and therefore without number or limit are the riches and treasures which they contain for the endowment of his chosen brides. He can enrich innumerable others, just as he has enriched my soul, and yet infinitely more will remain. Although he will give to no creature as much as he has conferred upon me, it is not because he is not able or does not wish, but because no one will dispose himself for his graces as I did. But the Almighty is most liberal with some souls, and enriches them so munificently, because they impede his gifts less, and dispose themselves better than others. I desire, my most beloved, that thou place no obstacle to the love of thy Lord, but I wish that thou dispose thyself for the jewels and gifts intended for thee in order to make thee worthy of his bridal chamber. Remember that all the just souls receive this adornment from his hands, though each one according to the degree of the friendship and grace which makes them capable of receiving them. If thou wishest to attain the highest purity of that perfection and become worthy of standing in the presence of thy Lord and Spouse, strive to be robust and strong in love, and thou knowest that this is augmented in the same degree as mortification and self-abnegation are practiced. Thou must deny thyself and forget all earthly things. Thou must expel all thy meanings toward thyself and toward visible things. In the divine love solely thou must increase and advance. Wash and purify thyself in the blood of thy Redeemer, Christ, and apply this cleansing many times by renewing thy loving sorrow for thy sins. Thereby wilt thou find grace in his eyes, and thy beauty will be desired by him, and all thy adornments will be full of the greatest perfection and purity. And as thou hast been so highly favored and distinguished by the blessings of the Lord, it is just that thou, more than many generations of men, give thanks and with incessant praises magnify him for what he has condescended to do for thee. If this vice of ingratitude is so vile and reprehensible in the creatures, who owe him little and in their earthliness and coarseness forget the benefits of the Lord, greater will thy guilt be in falling short of thy obligations. and do not deceive thyself with the pretext of being humble, for there is a great difference between thankful humility and humble thanklessness. Remember that the Lord very often shows great favors to the unworthy in order to manifest his goodness and munificence. On the contrary, let no one become inflated, but let everyone acknowledge so much the more his unworthiness, using it as a medicine and treacle against the poison of presumption. But gratitude will agree with this humble opinion of self, since we must acknowledge that every good gift comes from the Father of lights and cannot ever be merited by creatures. Letter of St. James, chapter 1, verse 17. All have their source only in his goodness, binding us and obliging us to grateful recognition. End of chapter 7. Book 1, Chapter 8 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 8. Our Great Queen, in the presence of the Lord, pleads for the hastening of the incarnation and of the redemption of man, and His Majesty yields to her prayer. The heavenly Princess, Most Holy Mary, had now attained such fullness of grace and beauty, and the heart of God was so wounded by her tender affections and desires. Canticles, chapter 4, verse 9. That he was, so to say, irresistibly drawn to begin his flight from the bosom of the Eternal Father to the bridal chamber of her virginal womb, and end the long delay of more than 5,000 years. Nevertheless, since this new wonder was to be executed in the plenitude of his wisdom and equity, the Lord arranged this event in such a way that the Princess of the Heavens herself, being the worthy mother of the incarnate Word, should at the same time be also the most powerful mediatrix of his coming and the Redeemer of his people, much more than Esther was of Israel. Esther, chapters 7 and 8. In the heart of Most Holy Mary burned the flame, which God himself had enkindled, and without intermission she prayed for the salvation of the human race. However, as yet the most humble lady restrained herself in modesty, knowing that on account of the sin of Adam, the sentence of death and of eternal privation from the vision of God had been promulgated. Genesis chapter 3, verse 19. A heavenly strife thus arose in the most pure heart of Mary between her love and her humility, and, lost in these sentiments, she repeated many times, "O who shall be able to secure the salvation of my brethren? O who shall be able to draw from the bosom of the Eternal Father, his only begotten, and make him a partaker of our mortality? Who shall oblige him to give to our human nature the kiss of his mouth, for which the bride asks him?" Canticles chapter 1, verse 1. But how can we, the children and descendants of the malefactor who committed the crime, ask for this favor? How can we draw him toward us, whom our fathers repelled? O my love, if I could but see thee at the breasts of thy mother, the human nature. Canticles chapter 8, verse 1. O light of lights, God of the true God, would that thou descend, bending down thy heavens. Psalm 143, verse 5. And shedding thy light upon those that live sitting in darkness. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 2. Would that thou pacify thy Father, and by thy right hand, that is by his only begotten, hurl the proud Ammon, thy enemy, the devil, from his height. Who shall be the mediatrix? Who shall draw from the celestial altar, as with tongs of gold? Isaiah chapter 6, verse 6. That ember of the divinity, for the purification of the world, as once did the seraphim, according to the word of the prophet Isaiah. This prayer Most Holy Mary repeated during the 8th day of her preparation, and at midnight, being wrapped and entranced in the Lord, she heard His Majesty responding to her. My spouse and my dove, come, my chosen one, for the common law does not apply to thee. Esther chapter 15, verse 13. Thou art exempt from sin, and thou art free from its effects since the moment of thy conception. When I gave being to thee, I turned away from thee the scepter of my justice, and laid upon thy neck that of my great clemency, in order that the general edict of sin might not touch thee. Come to me, and be not dismayed in the consciousness of thy human nature. I am he who raises the humble, and fills with riches those that are poor. Thou hast me for thy friend, and my liberal mercies shall be at thy disposal. These words our Queen heard intellectually, and as in the preceding night, she presently felt herself raised by the holy angels bodily to heaven, while in her stead remained one of the angels of her guard. Again she ascended to the presence of the Most High, so enriched by the treasures of his graces and gifts, so fortunate and beautiful, that she singularly excited the wonder of the supernal spirits. They broke out in praise of the Almighty, saying, Who is this that ascends from the desert, overflowing with delights? Canticles chapter 8, verse 5. Who is she that so attracts and compels her beloved as to bear him with her to the earthly habitation? Who is she that rises as the dawn, more beautiful than the moon, chosen as the sun? Canticles chapter 6, verse 9. How refulgent doth she rise from the darkness of the earth! How is she so courageous and strong, being clothed in such fragile nature? How does she in her strength overcome the Almighty? And how comes it that the heavens, which are closed against the children of Adam, are thus thrown open to this singular woman, sprung from the same race? The Most High received his holy and chosen bride, Most Holy Mary, into his presence. Although this happened not in an intuitive, but in an abstractive vision of the divinity, it was accompanied by incomparable favors of light and purification proceeding from the Lord himself, such as were specifically reserved for this day. For they were so divine that, in our way of speaking, God himself who wrought them was astonished and was charmed with the work of his hand. As if entranced with love, he spoke to her and said, Revertire, revertire, Sulamitis, ut intuemur te. Return, return, O Sulamitis, that we may behold thee. My spouse, my most perfect and beloved dove, pleasing in my sight, turn and advance toward us, that we may behold thee and be charmed by thy beauty. I do not regret to have created man, and I delight in his formation, since thou hast been born of him. Let my celestial spirits see how justly I have desired and do desire to choose thee as my spouse and the queen of all the creatures. Let them see what reason I have to rejoice in this, my bridal chamber, from whence my only begotten, next to that of my own bosom, shall derive the greatest glory. Let all understand that if I justly repudiated Eve, the first queen of the earth, on account of her disobedience, I now place thee and establish thee in the highest dignity, showing my magnificence and power in dealing with thy purest humility and self-abasement. This day was for the angels a day of jubilation and rejoicing greater than any since their creation. And when this most blessed Trinity thus chose and appointed his spouse and mother of the Word for the Queen and Lady of the creatures, the holy angels and all the celestial court of spirits acknowledged and received her as their mistress and superior, and they sung sweet hymns of glory in her honor and in praise of her author. During these hidden and admirable mysteries, the heavenly Queen Mary was absorbed in the abyss of the divinity and in the light of his infinite perfections, and thereby the Lord prevented her from attending to all that happened. Thus the sacrament of her mothership of the only begotten still remained hidden to her until the proper time. Never did the Lord deal in such a manner with any nation. Psalm 147, verse 20. Nor did he ever show himself so great and powerful in any creature as on this day in Most Holy Mary. The Most High added yet other favors, saying to her with extreme condescension, My chosen spouse, since thou hast found grace in my eyes, ask of me without restraint what thou desirest, and I assure thee, as the most faithful God and powerful King, that I shall not reject thy petitions, nor deny thee what thou askest. Our great princess humiliated herself profoundly, and relying on the promise and royal word of the Lord, and inspired with highest confidence, she answered, saying, My Lord and highest God, if I have found grace in thy eyes. Genesis chapter 18, verses 3 and 27. Although I am dust and ashes, I will speak in thy divine presence and pour out to thee my heart. Psalm 61, verse 9. Again His Majesty assured her and commanded her to ask in the presence of all the heavenly court for whatever she desired, even if it were a part of His kingdom. Esther chapter 5, verse 3. I do not ask, O Lord, for a part of thy kingdom in my own behalf, answered Most Holy Mary, but I ask for the whole of it for all the race of men who are my brothers. I beseech thee, highest and powerful King, that according to thy immense kindness, thou sent us thy only begotten, our Redeemer, in order that he may satisfy for the sins of all the world, that thy people may gain the freedom so much desired, and that, through the satisfaction thus rendered to thy justice, peace may be declared among men upon earth. Ezekiel chapter 34, verse 25. And that the portals of heaven, closed by sin, may be thrown open for its inhabitants. Let all flesh see thy salvation. Isaiah chapter 52, verse 10. Let peace and justice give each other that close embrace and the kiss which David asked for. Psalm 84, verse 11. Let us mortals possess a teacher, a guide, and a savior. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 20. A chief who shall live and dwell with us. Baruch chapter 3, verse 38. Let the day of thy promises dawn upon us, O my God. Let thy words be fulfilled, and let the Messiahs, expected for so many ages, arrive. These are my anxious desires, and for this do I breathe forth my sighs, since thou showest to me the condescension of thy infinite clemency. The highest Lord, who wished to bind himself by her prayer, disposed and incited the petitions of his beloved spouse. Benignly he inclined toward her, and answered her with singular clemency. Pleasing to my will are thy requests, and acceptable are thy petitions. It shall be done as thou askest. I desire, my daughter and spouse, what thou seekest, and as a pledge of this, I give thee my word and promise thee that very shortly my only begotten shall descend to the earth and shall vest himself and unite himself with the human nature. Thus thy acceptable wishes shall be executed and fulfilled. With this assurance and divine promise, our great Queen Princess felt new enlightenment and security in her spirit, convincing her that the end of that long protracted and prolix night of sin and of the ancient law was approaching, and that the brightness of human redemption was about to dawn. And because the rays of the sun of justice, whose dawn was soon to arise from her, so closely and so intensely enveloped her about, she became herself the most beautiful aurora, inflamed and refulgent as it were with the fiery clouds of the divinity, which transformed all things within her. All afire with love and gratitude for the approaching redemption, she gave unceasing praise to the Lord, both in her own name and in that of all the mortals. In this occupation she passed that day, after the angels had again restored her to earth. I must grieve at my ignorance and shortcomings in explaining these so exalted mysteries, and if learned men and great students cannot give an adequate explanation of these things, how shall it be given by a poor and lowly woman? May my ignorance be supplemented by the light of Christian charity, and my presumption be atoned for by my obedience. Instruction which Most Holy Mary the Queen gave me. My dearest daughter, how far removed is earthly wisdom from the admirable operations of the divine power in these sacraments of the incarnation of the divine Word in my womb. Flesh and blood cannot reach them, and not the angels and seraphim, though they be the highest. Nor can they know mysteries so deeply hidden and so far above the ordinary course of grace. Praise thou, my beloved, the Lord for them with incessant love and thankfulness. Be thou not longer slow in understanding the greatness of his divine love and his readiness to benefit his friends and dear ones, whom he desires to elevate from the dust and enrich in diverse manners. As soon as thou hast penetrated into this truth, It will oblige thee to thank him, and incite thee to undertake the great things that become a most faithful daughter and spouse. And in order that thou mayest dispose thyself and be inspired so much the more, I remind thee that the Lord often says these same words to his chosen ones. Revertire, revertire, ut intueamur te. For he derives just as great pleasure from their deeds, as when a father rejoices in his beloved and well-behaved son, whom he looks upon many times with great affection, or as an artist when he beholds with pride the perfect works of his hands, or as a king who inspects the rich city, which he has added to his dominions, or as one who is pleased with his much beloved friend. There is only this difference. The Most High finds incomparably more delight than all these in the souls, which he has chosen for his blessings, and in proportion as they dispose themselves and advance in virtue, the Lord also multiplies his favors and benefits. If the mortals that attain to the light of faith would enter into this truth, they would, merely on account of this complacence of the Almighty in their good deeds, not only preserve themselves from sin, but they would zealously engage in great works until death, and eagerly show their loving servitude to him, who is so liberal in rewarding and so generous in his favors. When on this 8th day, which thou hast described, the Lord in heaven spoke to me these words, Revertire, revertire, asking me to turn toward him and allow the celestial spirits to look upon me, I was made aware that the pleasure which his divine majesty derived in beholding me, by itself exceeded all the delight and complacency which he ever derived from all the most saintly souls in the height of their sanctity. In his gracious condescension, he was more pleased in me than in all the apostles, martyrs, confessors, virgins, and all the rest of the saints. And this pleasure and complacency of the Most High overflowed and enriched my spirit with such an influx of grace and participation of the divinity, that thou canst neither understand nor explain it as long as thou art in the mortal flesh. But I tell thee of this hidden mystery, in order that thou mayest bless its author, and that, while yet thy exile from the fatherland continues, thou dispose and exert thyself in my place and name, to extend and reach out thy hands to great things. Proverbs chapter 31, verse 19. Give to the Lord the satisfaction expected of thee, and strive after it, thus earning his blessings and soliciting them for thyself and thy neighbor with perfect charity. End of chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 9. The Most High renews all his favors and benefits in the Most Holy Mary, and, as the ultimate preparation for the Incarnation, makes her sovereign and queen of all the universe. On the last day of the novena of immediate preparation of the tabernacle, Psalm 45, verse 5, which he was to sanctify by his coming, the Most High resolved to renew his wonders and multiply his tokens of love, repeating the favors and benefits which up to this day he had conferred upon the Princess Mary. But the Almighty chose to work in such a way that in drawing forth from his infinite treasures his gifts of old, he always added thereto such as were new. All of these different kinds of wonders were appropriate to the end he had in view, lowering his divinity to the human nature and raising a woman to the dignity of Mother of God. In descending to the lowliness of man's estate, God neither could nor needed to change his essence, for remaining immutable in himself, he could unite his person to our nature. But an earthly woman, in ascending to such an excellence that God should unite with her and become man of her substance, apparently must traverse an infinite space and be raised so far above other creatures as to approach God's infinite being itself. The day had then arrived in which Most Holy Mary was to reach the last stage and be placed so close to God as to become his mother. In that night, at the hour of greatest silence, she was again called by the same Lord as it had happened on other days. The humble and prudent queen responded, "My heart is prepared." Psalm 107 verse 2. My Lord and exalted Sovereign, let thy divine pleasure be fulfilled in me. Immediately she was, as on the preceding day, borne body and soul by the hands of her angels to the Empyrean and placed in the presence of the royal throne of the Most High. And his divine majesty raised her up and seated her at his side, assigning to her the position and throne, which she was to occupy forever in his presence. Next to the one reserved for the incarnate Word, it was the highest and the most approximate to God himself, for it excelled incomparably that of any of the other blessed, and that of all of them together. From this position she saw the divinity by an abstractive vision, as at other times, and his majesty, hiding from her the dignity of Mother of God, manifested to her such unusual and such high sacraments, that on account of their sublimity and my insignificant capacities, I cannot describe them. Again she saw in the divinity all things created, and many other possible and future ones. The corporeal things God manifested and made known to her by corporeal and sensible images, as if they had been presented to her ocular vision. The fabric of the universe, which before this she had known in parts, now appeared to her in its entirety, distinctly pictured as upon canvas, with all the creatures contained therein. She saw the harmony, order, connection and dependence of each toward each, and of the divine will, which had created them, governs and preserves them, each in its place and mode of existence. Again she saw all the heavens and the stars, the elements and those that lived in them, purgatory, limbo, hell, and all the occupants of these caverns. Just as the position of the Queen of Creation was above all creatures, and inferior only to that of God, so also the knowledge given to her was superior to that of all created things, being inferior only to that of the Lord. While thus the heavenly lady was lost in admiration of what the Almighty showed to her, and was wrapped in praise and exaltation of the Lord, his majesty spoke to her and said, My chosen dove, all the visible creatures, which thou beholdest, I have created and preserved in all their variety and beauty by my providence, solely for the love of men. And from all the souls, which I have until now created, and which are predestined to be created until the end, I shall choose and select the congregation of the faithful, who shall be set apart and washed in the blood of the Lamb in the redemption of the world. They shall be the special fruit of his redemption, and they shall enjoy its blessings through the new law of grace and the sacraments to be instituted by the Redeemer. And afterwards, those that persevere shall partake of my eternal glory and friendship. For these chosen ones, I have primarily created these wonderful works, and if all of them would strive to serve me, adore and acknowledge my holy name, as far as I am concerned, I would for each and every one of them create these great treasures and assign all over to them as their possession. And if I had created only one being, capable of my grace and glory, I would have made it the Lord and Master of all creation, for this would be a much smaller favor than to make it partaker of my friendship and of eternal happiness. Thou, my spouse, shalt be my chosen one, and thou hast found grace in my sight, and therefore I make thee mistress of all these goods, and I give thee dominion and possession of them all, so that, if thou art a faithful spouse according to my wishes, thou mayest distribute and dispose of them according as thou desirest, and according as thy intercession shall direct. For this is the purpose for which they are given into thy possession. Therewith the most blessed Trinity placed a crown on the head of our Princess Mary, consecrating her as the sovereign queen of all creation. Upon it was spread and enameled the inscription, Mother of God. But its meaning was not known to her at this time. The heavenly spirits, however, knew it, and they were filled with admiration at the magnificence of the Lord toward this maiden, most fortunate and blessed among womankind. They revered and honored her as their legitimate queen and as sovereign of all creation. All these portents of love the right hand of the Most High wrought according to the order most benefiting his infinite wisdom, for before coming down to assume flesh in the virginal womb of this lady, it was proper that all his courtiers should acknowledge his mother as their queen and mistress, and give her due honor as such. It was certainly proper and just that God should first make her queen before making her mother of the Prince of Eternities, for she that was to bear a prince must necessarily first be a queen, and be acknowledged as queen by her vassals. That the angels should know her as mother was not improper, nor was there any necessity of concealing it from them. But on the other hand, it seemed due to the majesty of the divinity that the tabernacle chosen for his indwelling should appear before them prepared and adorned with all that was highest in dignity and perfection, in nobility and magnificence to the highest extent in which it was possible. Thus then was she presented to the holy angels and recognized by them as their honored queen and lady. In order to put the last touch to this prodigious work of preparing the most holy Mary, the Lord extended his powerful arm and expressly renewed the spirit and the faculties of the great lady, giving her new inclinations, habits, and qualities, the greatness and excellence of which are inexpressible in terrestrial terms. It was the finishing act and the final retouching of the living image of God, in order to form, in it and of it, the very shape into which the eternal Word, the essential image of the eternal Father. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 4. And the figure of his substance. Hebrews chapter 1, verse 3. Was to be cast. Thus the whole temple of most holy Mary, more so than that of Solomon, was covered with the purest gold of the divinity inside and out. Third Book of Kings, chapter 6, verse 30. So that nowhere could be seen in her any grossness of an earthly daughter of Adam. Her entire being was made to shine forth the divinity, for since the divine word was to issue from the bosom of the eternal Father to descend to that of Mary, he provided for the greatest possible similarity between the mother and the father. No words at my disposal could ever suffice to describe as I would wish the effects of these favors in the heart of our great Queen and Mistress. Human thought cannot conceive them. How then can human words express them? But what has caused the greatest wonder in me, when I considered these things in the light given to me, is the humility of this heavenly woman, and the mutual contest between her humility and the divine power. Rare and astonishing prodigy of humility to see this maiden, most holy Mary, though raised to the supremest dignity and holiness next to God, yet humiliating herself and debasing herself below the meanest of the creatures, so that by the force of this humility, no thought of her being destined for the mothership of the Messias could enter into her mind. And not only this, she did not even have a suspicion of anything great or admirable in herself. Psalm 130, verse 1. Her eyes and heart were not elated. On the contrary, the higher she ascended by the operation of the right hand of her God, so much the more lowly were her thoughts concerning herself. It was therefore just that the Almighty should look upon her humility. Luke chapter 1, verse 48. And that therefore all generations should call her fortunate and blessed. Instruction which the Queen and Mistress of Heaven gave me. My daughter, the soul that has only a selfish and servile love is not a worthy spouse of the Most High, for she must not love or fear like a slave, nor is she supposed to serve for her daily wages. Yet although her heart must be a filial and generous love on account of the excellence and immense goodness of her spouse, she must nevertheless also feel herself much bounden to him when she considers how rich and liberal he is, how, on account of his love for souls, he has created such a variety of visible goods in order that they might serve those who serve him, and especially when she considers how many hidden treasures he has in readiness in the abundance of his sweetness. Psalm 30, verse 20. For those that fear him as his true children. I wish that thou feel deeply obliged to thy Lord and Father, thy spouse and friend, at the thought of the riches given to those souls who become his dearest children. For as a powerful Father, he holds in readiness these great and manifold gifts for his children, and if necessary, all of his gifts for each one of them in particular. In the midst of such motives and incentives of love, the disaffection of men is inexcusable, and at the sight of so many blessings, given without measure, their ingratitude is unpardonable. Remember also, my dearest, that thou wast no foreigner or stranger in this house of the Lord, his holy church. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 19. But thou wast made a domestic and a spouse of Christ among the saints, favored by his gifts and by the dowry of a bride. Since all the treasures and riches of the bridegroom belong to the legitimate spouse, consider of how great possessions he makes thee participant and mistress. Enjoy them, then, as his domestic, and be zealous for his honor as a much favored daughter and spouse. Thank him for all these works and benefits, as if they had all been prepared for thee alone by the Lord. Love and reverence him for thyself, and for all thy neighbors, to whom God has been so liberal. In this imitate, with thy weak faculties, that which thou hast understood of what I have done. I assure thee also, daughter, that it will be very pleasing to me, if thou magnify and praise the Omnipotent with fervent affection, for the favors and riches which, beyond all human conception, the divine right hand showered upon me. End of chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 10. The Blessed Trinity sends the Archangel Gabriel as a messenger to announce to Most Holy Mary that she is chosen as the Mother of God. For infinite ages had been appointed the convenient hour and time in which the great mystery of piety. First letter to St. Timothy, chapter 3, verse 16. Which was approved by the Spirit, prophesied to men, foretold to the angels, and expected in the world, was to be drawn from the hidden recesses of the divine wisdom in order to be appropriately manifested in the flesh. The plenitude of time. Galatians chapter 4, verse 4, had arrived, that time which until then, although filled with prophecies and promises, was nevertheless void and empty, for it was wanted the fullness of the Most Holy Mary, by whose will and consent all the ages were to receive their complement, namely the eternal Word made flesh, capable of suffering and redeeming man. Before all ages this mystery was prearranged in such a way that it should be fulfilled through the mediation of this heavenly maiden. Since now she existed in the world, the redemption of man and the coming of the only begotten of the Father was no longer to be delayed. For now he would not need to come and live as if by sufferance merely intense. Second Book of Kings, chapter 7, verse 6. Or in a strange house. But he could enjoy a free welcome as in his temple, and as in his own house, one that had been built and enriched at his own preordained expense, more so than the temple of Solomon at the expense of his father David. First Paralipomena, chapter 22, verse 5. In this predetermined time, then the Most High resolved to send his only begotten Son into the world, and comparing, according to our way of understanding and speaking, the decrees of his eternity with the prophecies and testimonies made to man from the beginning of the world, and all this together with the position of sanctity to which he had raised Most Holy Mary, he judged that all the circumstances were favorable for the exaltation of his holy name, and that the execution of his eternal will and decree should be made manifest to the angels and be commenced by them. His Majesty spoke to the Archangel Gabriel in such words or language as he was accustomed to use in intimating his will to the holy angels. Although God usually illumines the holy spirits by commencing with the higher angels, who in turn purify and illumine the others in their order, down to the least among them, thus making known the revelations of the divinity. Yet on this occasion, this usage was not maintained, for the holy Archangel received his message immediately from the mouth of God. At the bidding of the divine will, the holy Gabriel presented himself at the foot of the throne, intent upon the immutable essence of the Most High. His Majesty then expressly charged him with the message, which he was to bring to the Most Holy Mary, and instructed him in the very words with which he was to salute and address her. Thus the first author of the message was God himself, who formed the exact words in his divine mind and revealed them to the holy archangel for transmission to the most pure Mary. At the same time, the Lord revealed to the holy prince Gabriel many hidden sacraments concerning the Incarnation. The Blessed Trinity commanded him to betake himself to the heavenly maiden and announce to her that the Lord had chosen her among women to be the mother of the eternal Word, that she should conceive him in her virginal womb through operation of the Holy Ghost, without injury to her virginity. In this and in all the rest of the message, which he was to declare and manifest to this great Queen and Mistress, the Archangel was instructed by the Blessed Trinity itself. Thereupon His Majesty announced to all the other angels that the time of the redemption had come, and that He had commanded it to be brought to the world without delay. For already in their presence, the Most Holy Mary had been prepared and adorned to be His mother, and had been exalted to the supreme dignity. The heavenly spirits heard the voice of their Creator, and with incomparable joy and thanksgiving for the fulfillment of His eternal and perfect will, they intoned new canticles of praise, repeating therein that hymn of Sion. Holy, holy, holy art thou, God and Lord Sabaoth. Isaiah chapter 6 verse 3. Just and powerful art thou, Lord our God, who livest in the highest. Psalm 112 verse 5. And look us upon the lowly of the earth. Admirable are all thy works, most high and exalted in thy designs. The supernal Prince Gabriel, obeying with singular delight the divine command, and accompanied by many thousands of most beautiful angels in visible forms, descended from the highest heaven. The appearance of the great prince and legate was that of a most handsome youth of rarest beauty. His face emitted resplendent rays of light. His bearing was grave and majestic, his advance measured, his motions composed, his words weighty and powerful. His whole presence displayed a pleasing, kindly gravity, and more of godlike qualities than all the other angels until then seen in visible form by the heavenly mistress. He wore a diadem of exquisite splendor, and his vestments glowed in various colors, full of refulgent beauty. Enchased on his breast, he bore a most beautiful cross, disclosing the mystery of the Incarnation, which he had come to announce. All these circumstances were calculated to rivet the affectionate attention of the most prudent Queen. The whole of this celestial army, with their princely leader, holy Gabriel, directed their flight to Nazareth, a town of the province of Galilee, to the dwelling place of Most Holy Mary. This was a humble cottage, and her chamber was a narrow room, bare of all those furnishings which are wont to be used by the world, in order to hide its own meanness and want of all higher goods. The heavenly mistress was at this time 14 years, 6 months and 17 days of age, for her birthday anniversary fell on the 8th of September, and 6 months 17 days had passed since that date, when this greatest of all mysteries ever performed by God in this world was enacted in her. The bodily shape of the heavenly Queen was well proportioned and taller than is usual with other maidens of her age, yet extremely elegant and perfect in all its parts. Her face was rather more oblong than round, gracious and beautiful, without leanness or grossness, its complexion clear, yet of a slightly brownish hue, her forehead spacious, yet symmetrical, her eyebrows perfectly arched, her eyes large and serious, of incredible and ineffable beauty and dove-like sweetness, dark in color with a mixture tending toward green, her nose straight and well-shaped, her mouth small, with red-colored lips, neither too thin nor too thick. All the gifts of nature in her were so symmetrical and beautiful that no other human being ever had the like. To look upon her caused feelings at the same time of joy and seriousness, love and reverential fear. She attracted the heart and yet restrained it in sweet reverence. Her beauty impelled the tongue to sound her praise, and yet her grandeur and her overwhelming perfections and graces hushed it to silence. In all that approached her, she caused divine effects not easily explained. She filled the heart with heavenly influences and divine operations, tending toward the divinity. Her garments were humble and poor, yet clean, of a dark silvery hue, somewhat like the color of ashes, and they were arranged and worn without pretense, but with the greatest modesty and propriety. At the time when, without her noticing it, the embassy of heaven drew nigh unto her, she was engaged in the highest contemplation concerning the mysteries which the Lord had renewed in her by so many favors during the 9 preceding days. And since, as we have said above, the Lord himself had assured her that his only begotten would soon descend to assume human form, this great queen was full of fervent and joyful affection at the expectation of its execution, and inflamed with humble love. She spoke in her heart, "Is it possible that the blessed time has arrived in which the word of the eternal Father is to be born and to converse with men?" Baruch, chapter 10, verse 38. That the world should possess him, that men are able to see him in the flesh. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 5. That his inaccessible light is to shine forth to illumine those who sit in darkness. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 2. O who shall be worthy to see and know him? O who shall be allowed to kiss the earth touched by his feet? Rejoice, ye heavens, and console thyself, O earth. Psalm 95, verse 11. Let all these things bless and extol him, since already his eternal happiness is nigh. O children of Adam, afflicted with sin, and yet creatures of my beloved, now shall you raise your heads and throw off the yoke of your ancient servitude. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 25. O ye ancient forefathers and prophets, and all ye just, that are detained in limbo, and are waiting in the bosom of Abraham, now shall you be consoled, and your much desired and long promised Redeemer shall tarry no longer. Haggai chapter 2, verse 8. Let us all magnify him and sing to him hymns of praise. O who shall be the slave of her, whom Isaiah points out as his mother? Isaiah chapter 7, verse 4. O Emmanuel, true God and man, O key of David, who are to unlock heaven. Isaiah chapter 22, verse 22. O eternal wisdom, O lawgiver of the new church, come to us, O Lord, and end the captivity of thy people. Let all flesh see thy salvation. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 5. In these petitions and aspirations, and in many more too deep for my tongue to explain, the most holy Mary was engaged at that hour, when the holy angel Gabriel arrived. She was most pure in soul, most perfect in body, most noble in her sentiments, most exalted in sanctity, full of grace, and so deified and pleasing in the sight of God, that she was fit to be his mother, and an instrument adapted for drawing him from the bosom of the Father to her virginal womb. She was the powerful means of our redemption, and to her we owe it on many accounts. And therefore it is just that all generations and nations shall bless and forever extol her. Luke chapter 1, verse 48. What happened at the entrance of the heavenly embassy, I will relate in the following chapter. I wish only to state here a fact worthy of admiration, that for the reception of the message of the archangel, and for the execution of the exalted mystery, which was to be wrought in the heavenly lady by her consent, His Majesty left her without any other aid than the resources of her common human nature, and those furnished her by the faculties and virtues of her ordinary condition, such as have been described in the first part of this history. The Most High disposed it thus, because this mystery was to be enacted as a sacrament of faith, conjointly with hope and charity, and therefore the Lord provided her with no special aid, leaving her to believe and hope in His divine promises. Thus prepared, she experienced what I shall try to relate in my inadequate and limited terms. The greatness of these sacraments makes my ability to explain them appear so much the more insufficient. Instruction of the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, with special affection, I manifest to thee now my will and desire that thou make thyself worthy of the intimate and familiar converse with God, and that for this purpose thou dispose thyself with great zeal and solicitude, weeping over thy sins, and forgetting and rejecting all the visible things, so that thou have no thought henceforth for any other thing outside of God. Therefore thou must begin to practice all that I have taught thee until now, and whatever I will teach thee in the balance of this history. I will accompany thee and guide thee on the course with which thou must maintain in this familiar intercourse and in regard to the favors which thou receivest through his condescension, entertaining him in thy heart by means of the faith, light, and grace given to thee. If thou dost not first conform to this my admonition and prepare thyself accordingly, thou wilt not reach the fulfillment of thy desires, nor shall I reap the fruit of my instructions, which I give to thee as thy teacher. Since thou hast found, without any merit of thine, the hidden treasure and the precious pearl of my teachings and instruction. Matthew chapter 13, verse 44. Despise all other things, in order to possess and secure for thyself this prize of inestimable value, for with it thou shalt receive all other goods, and thou wilt make thyself worthy of the intimate friendship of the Lord, and of his perpetual indwelling in your heart. In exchange for this great blessing, I desire that thou die to all earthly things, and that thou offer the thankful love of an entirely purified will. In imitation of me, be thou so humble that, as far as thou art concerned, thou be persuaded and convinced of thy entire worthlessness and incapability, not meriting to be considered even as a slave of the servants of Christ. Remember, I was far from imagining that the Most High had designed me for the dignity of Mother of God, and this was my state of mind, although he had already promised his speedy coming into the world, and although he had commanded me to desire after him with such great affection that on the day before the execution of this mystery, I thought I would die, and my heart would burst with loving sighs, if the divine providence had not comforted me. He dilated my spirit with the firm hope that the only begotten of the Eternal Father would descend from heaven without delay. Yet on the other hand, my humility inclined me to fear, lest my presence in the world might perhaps retard his coming. Contemplate then, my beloved, this secret of my breast, and what an example it is for thee and for all the mortals. And since it is difficult for thee to understand and describe such high wisdom, look upon me in the Lord, in order that by his divine light thou mayest meditate and comprehend the perfection of my actions. Follow me by imitating me, and walk in my footsteps. End of chapter 10. Book 1, Chapter 11 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 11. Mary listens to the message of the Holy Angel. The mystery of the Incarnation is enacted by the conception of the Eternal Word in her womb. I wish to confess before heaven and earth and its inhabitants, and in the presence of the Creator of the universe and the eternal God, that in setting myself to write of the profound mystery of the Incarnation, my feeble strength deserts me, my tongue is struck mute, my discourse is silenced, my faculties are benumbed, my understanding is eclipsed and overwhelmed by the divine light, which guides and instructs me. In it, all is perceived without error and without any deviousness. I see my insignificance, and I am made aware of the emptiness of words and the insufficiency of human terms for doing justice to my concepts of this sacrament, which comprehends at one and the same time God himself and the greatest and most wonderful work of his omnipotence. I see in this mystery the divine and admirable harmony of his infinite providence and wisdom, with which from all eternity he has ordained and prearranged it, and by which he directed all creation toward its fulfillment. All his works and all his creatures were only well-adjusted means of advancing toward this apex of his aims, the condescension of a God in assuming human nature. I saw that the Eternal Word had waited and chosen as the most opportune time and hour for his descent from the bosom of the Father, the midnight of mortal perversion. Wisdom, chapter 18, verse 14. When the whole posterity of Adam was buried and absorbed in the sleep of forgetfulness and ignorance of their true God, and when there was no one to open his mouth in confessing and blessing him, except some chosen souls among his people. All the rest of the world was lost in silent darkness, having passed a protracted night of 5,000 and about 200 years. Age had succeeded age, and generations followed upon generations, each one in the time predestined and decreed by the eternal wisdom, each also having an opportunity to know and find him, its creator. For all had him so nigh to them that he gave them life, movement, and existence within their own selves. The Acts of the Apostles, chapter 17, verse 28. But as the clear day of his inaccessible light had not arrived, though some of the mortals, like the blind, came nigh to him and touched him in his creatures, yet they did not attain to his divinity. Romans chapter 1, verse 23. And in failing to recognize him, they cast themselves upon the sensible and most vile things of the earth. The day then had arrived in which the Most High, setting aside the long ages of this dark ignorance, resolved to manifest himself to men and begin the redemption of the human race by assuming their nature in the womb of Most Holy Mary, now prepared for this event. In order to be able to describe what was revealed concerning this event to me, it is necessary to make mention of some hidden sacraments connected with the descent of the only begotten from the bosom of the Father. I assume as firmly established what the Holy Faith teaches in regard to the divine persons, that although there is a real personal distinction between the three persons, yet there is no inequality in wisdom, omnipotence, or other attributes, just as little as there is in the divine nature. And just as they are equal in dignity and infinite in perfection, so they are also in these operations ad extra, which proceed from God himself for the production of some creature or temporal object. These operations are indivisibly wrought by three divine persons, for not one person alone produces them, but all three persons insofar as they are one and the same God, possessing one and the same wisdom, one and the same understanding and will. Thus what the Son knows and wishes, that also the Father knows and wishes, and so also the Holy Ghost knows and wishes whatever is known and willed by the Father and the Son. In this indivisibility of action, the three persons wrought and executed by one and the same act, the mystery of the Incarnation, although only the person of the Son accepted for himself the nature of man, uniting it to himself hypostatically. Therefore we say that the Son was sent by the Eternal Father, from whose intelligence he proceeds, and that the Father sent him by the intervening operations of the Holy Ghost. As it was the person of the Son which came to be made man, this same person, before descending from the heavens and the bosom of the Father, in the name of that same humanity to be received by him, made a conditional request, that on account of his foreseen merits, his salvation and satisfaction of the divine justice for sins be extended to the whole human race. He desired the fiat or ratification of the most blessed will of the Father who sent him, for the acceptance of this redemption by means of his most holy works and his passion, and through the mysteries, which he was to enact in the new church and in the law of grace. The Eternal Father accepted this petition and the foreseen merits of the Word. He conceded all that was proposed and asked for the mortals, and he himself confirmed the elect and predestined souls as the inheritance and possession of Christ forever. Hence Christ himself, our Lord, through St. John, says that he has not lost, nor has allowed to perish, those whom the Father has given him. John chapter 18, verse 9. In another place it is said, that no one shall snatch his sheep from his hands, nor from those of his Father. John chapter 17, verse 12. The same would hold good of all those that are born, if they would avail themselves of the redemption, which as it is sufficient, should also be efficacious for all and in all, since his divine mercy desires to exclude no one, if only all of them would make themselves capable of receiving its benefits through the Redeemer. All this, according to our understanding, happened in heaven at the throne of the most blessed Trinity as a prelude to the fiat of the most holy Mary, of which I will presently speak. At the moment in which the only begotten of the Father descended to her virginal womb, all the heavens and the creatures were set in commotion. On account of the inseparable union of the divine persons, The three of them descended with the Word, though the Word alone was to become incarnate. And with the Lord their God, all the hosts of the celestial army issued from heaven, full of invincible strength and splendor. Although it was not necessary to prepare the way, since the divinity fills the universe, is present in all places, and cannot be impeded by anything. Nevertheless, all the 11 material heavens showed deference to their Creator, and together with the inferior elements, opened up and parted as it were, for his passage. The stars shone with greater brilliance, the moon and sun with the planets hastened their course in the service of their Maker, anxious to witness the greatness of his wonderful works. Mortals did not perceive this commotion and renewal of all the creatures, both because it happened during the night, as well as because the Lord wished it to be known only to the angels. These with new wonder praised him, knowing these profound and venerable mysteries to be hidden from men. For they knew that men were far removed from understanding these wonderful benefits, so admirable even in the eyes of angelic spirits. To these angelic spirits alone was at that time assigned the duty of giving glory, praise, and reverence for these benefits to their Maker. However, in the hearts of some of the just, the Most High infused at that hour a new feeling and affection of extraordinary joy, of which they became conscious. They conceived new and grand ideas concerning the Lord. Some of them were inspired and began to confer within themselves whether this new sensation, which they felt, was not the effect of the coming of the Messias in order to redeem the world. But all this remained concealed, for each one thought that he alone had experienced this renewal of his interior. In the other creatures, there was a like renovation and change. The birds moved about with new songs and joyousness. The plants and trees gave forth more fruit and fragrance. And in like proportion, all the rest of the creatures received and felt some kind of vivifying change. But among those that received the greatest share were the fathers and saints in limbo, whither the archangel Michael was sent with the glad message, in order to console them and cause in them the fullness of jubilee and praise. Only for hell it was a cause of new consternation and grief, for at the descent of the eternal Word from on high, the demons felt an impetuous force of the divine power, which came upon them like the waves of the sea, and buried all of them in the deepest caverns of their darkness, without leaving them any strength of resistance or recovery. When by divine permission they were again able to rise, they poured forth upon the world, and hastened about to discover what strange happenings had thus undone them. However, although they held several conferences among themselves, they were unable to find the cause. The divine power concealed from them the sacrament of the Incarnation and the manner in which Most Holy Mary conceived the incarnate Word. Not until the death of Christ on the cross did they arrive at the certainty that he was God and true man, as we shall there relate. In order that the mystery of the Most High might be fulfilled, the holy Archangel Gabriel, in the shape described in the preceding chapter, and accompanied by innumerable angels in visible human forms, and resplendent with incomparable beauty, entered into the chamber where Most Holy Mary was praying. It was on a Thursday at 6 o'clock in the evening, and at the approach of night. The great modesty and restraint of the Princess of Heaven did not permit her to look at him more than was necessary to recognize him as an angel of the Lord. Recognizing him as such, she, in her usual humility, wished to do him reverence. The holy prince would not allow it. On the contrary, he himself bowed profoundly as before his queen and mistress, in whom he adored the heavenly mysteries of his Creator. At the same time he understood that from that day on, the ancient times and the custom of old, whereby men should worship angels, as Abraham had done. Genesis chapter 28 verse 2. Were changed. For as human nature was raised to the dignity of God himself in the person of the Word, men now held the position of adopted children, of companions and brethren of the angels, as the angel said to the evangelist St. John when he refused to be worshipped. Apocalypse chapter 19 verse 10. The holy archangel saluted our and his queen and said, Ave gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus. Luke, chapter 1, verse 28. Hearing this new salutation of the angel, this most humble of all creatures was disturbed, but not confused in mind. Luke, chapter 1, verse 29. This disturbance arose from two causes. First, from her humility, for she thought herself the lowest of the creatures, and thus in her humility was taken unawares at hearing herself saluted and called the blessed among women. Secondly, when she heard this salute and began to consider within herself how she should receive it, she was interiorly made to understand by the Lord that he chose her for his mother, and this caused a still greater perturbance, having such a humble opinion of herself. On account of this perturbance, the angel proceeded to explain to her the decree of the Lord, saying, "Do not fear, Mary, for thou hast found grace before the Lord." Luke, chapter 1, verse 30. Behold, thou shalt conceive a son in thy womb, and thou shalt give birth to him, and thou shalt name him Jesus. He shall be great, and he shall be called Son of the Most High. And the rest as recorded of the holy archangel. Our most prudent and humble queen alone, among all the creatures, was sufficiently intelligent and magnanimous to estimate at its true value such a new and unheard of sacrament, and in proportion as she realized its greatness, so she was also moved with admiration. But she raised her humble heart to the Lord, who could not refuse her any petition, and in the secret of her spirit, she asked new light and assistance by which to govern herself in such an arduous transaction. For, as we have said in the preceding chapter, the Most High, in order to permit her to act in this mystery solely in faith, hope, and charity, left her in the common state and suspended all other kinds of favors and interior elevations, which she so frequently and continually enjoyed. In this disposition, she replied and said to holy Gabriel, what is written in St. Luke, "How shall this happen, that I conceive and bear, since I know not, nor can know, man?" At the same time, she interiorly represented to the Lord the vow of chastity, which she had made, and the espousal which His Majesty had celebrated with her. The holy Prince Gabriel replied. Luke, chapter 1, verse 24. Lady, it is easy for the divine power to make thee a mother without the cooperation of man. The Holy Spirit shall remain with thee by a new presence, and the virtue of the Most High shall overshadow thee, so that the Holy of Holies can be born of thee, who shall himself be called the Son of God. And behold, thy cousin Elizabeth has likewise conceived a son in her sterile years, and this is the 6th month of her conception, for nothing is impossible with God. He that can make her conceive, who was sterile, can bring about that thou, lady, be his mother, still preserving thy virginity and enhancing thy purity. To the son whom thou shalt bear, God will give the throne of his father David, and his reign shall be everlasting in the house of Jacob. Thou art not ignorant, O lady, of the prophecy of Isaiah. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. That a virgin shall conceive and shall bear a son, whose name shall be Emmanuel, God with us. This prophecy is infallible, and it shall be fulfilled in thy person. Thou knowest also of the great mystery of the bush, which Moses saw burning without its being consumed by the fire. Exodus chapter 3, verse 2. This signified that the two natures, divine and human, are to be united in such a manner that the latter is not consumed by the divine, and that the mother of the Messiah shall conceive and give birth without violation of her virginal purity. Remember also, lady, the promise of the eternal God to the patriarch Abraham, that after the captivity of his posterity for 4 generations, they should return to this land, the mysterious signification of which was that in this, the 4th generation, the incarnate God is to rescue the whole race of Adam through thy cooperation from the oppression of the devil. Genesis chapter 15, verse 16. And the ladder which Jacob saw in his sleep. Genesis chapter 28, verse 12. Was an express figure of the royal way, which the eternal Word was to open up and by which the mortals are to ascend to heaven, and the angels to descend to earth. To this earth, the only begotten of the Father shall lower himself in order to converse with men and communicate to them the treasures of his divinity, imparting to them his virtues and his immutable and eternal perfections. With these and many other words, the ambassador of heaven instructed the Most Holy Mary, in order that, by remembrance of the ancient promises and prophecies of Holy Writ, by the reliance and trust in them, and in the infinite power of the Most High, she might overcome her hesitancy at the heavenly message. But as the Lady herself exceeded the angels in wisdom, prudence, and in all sanctity, she withheld her answer, in order to be able to give it in accordance with the divine will, and that it might be worthy of the greatest of all the mysteries and sacraments of the divine power. She reflected that upon her answer depended the pledge of the most blessed Trinity, the fulfillment of his promises and prophecies, the most pleasing and acceptable of all sacrifices, the opening of the gates of paradise, the victory and triumph over hell, the redemption of all the human race, the satisfaction of the divine justice, the foundation of the new law of grace, the glorification of men, the rejoicing of the angels, and whatever was connected with the incarnation of the only begotten of the Father, and his assuming the form of servant in her virginal womb. Letter to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 7. A great wonder indeed, and worthy of our admiration, that all these mysteries and whatever others they included should be entrusted by the Almighty to a humble maiden and made dependent upon her fiat. But befittingly and securely he left them to the wise and strong decision of this courageous woman. Proverbs chapter 31 verse 11. Since she would consider them with such magnanimity and nobility that perforce his confidence in her was not misplaced. The operations which proceed within the divine essence depend not on the cooperation of creatures, for they have no part in them, and God could not expect such cooperations for executing the works ad intra, but in the works ad extra, and such as were contingent, among which that of becoming man was the most exalted. He could not proceed without the cooperation of Most Holy Mary, and without her free consent, for he wished to reach this acme of all the works outside himself, in her and through her, and he wished that we should owe this benefit to this Mother of Wisdom and our Reparatrix. Therefore this great lady considered and inspected profoundly this spacious field of the dignity of Mother of God. Proverbs chapter 21 verse 11. In order to purchase it by her fiat, she clothed herself in fortitude more than human, and she tasted and saw how profitable was this enterprise and commerce with the divinity. She comprehended the ways of his hidden benevolence and adorned herself with fortitude and beauty. And having conferred with herself and with the heavenly messenger Gabriel about the grandeur of these high and divine sacraments, and finding herself in excellent condition to receive the message sent to her, her purest soul was absorbed and elevated in admiration, reverence, and highest intensity of divine love. By the intensity of these movements and supernal affections, her most pure heart, as it were, by natural consequence, was contracted and compressed with such force that it distilled 3 drops of her most pure blood, and these, finding their way to the natural place for the act of conception, were formed by the power of the divine and Holy Spirit into the body of Christ our Lord. Thus the matter, from which the most holy humanity of the Word for our redemption is composed, was furnished and administered by the most pure heart of Mary, and through the sheer force of her true love. At the same moment, with the humility never sufficiently to be extolled, inclining slightly her head and joining her hands, she pronounced these words, which were the beginning of our salvation. Fiat mihi secundum verbum tuum. Luke, chapter 1, verse 31. At the pronouncing of this fiat, so sweet to the hearing of God, and so fortunate for us, in one instant 4 things happened. First, the most holy body of Christ our Lord was formed from the 3 drops of blood furnished by the heart of Most Holy Mary. Secondly, the most holy soul of the same Lord was created, just as the other souls. Thirdly, the soul and the body united in order to compose his perfect humanity. Fourthly, the divinity united itself in the person of the Word with the humanity, which together became one composite being in hypostatical union, and thus was formed Christ true God and man, our Lord and Redeemer. This happened in springtime on the 25th of March, at break or dawning of the day, in the same hour in which our first father Adam was made, and in the year of the creation of the world, 5199, which agrees also with the count of the Roman Church in her martyrology under the guidance of the Holy Ghost. This reckoning is the true and certain one, as was told me, when I inquired at command of my superiors. Conformable to this, the world was created in the month of March, which corresponds to the beginning of creation. And as the works of the Most High are perfect and complete. Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 4. The plants and trees come forth from the hands of His Majesty bearing fruit, and they would have borne them continually without intermission, if sin had not changed the whole nature, as I will expressly relate in another treatise, if it is the will of the Lord. Now, however, I will detain myself therewith, since it does not pertain to our subject. In the same instant in which the Almighty celebrated the nuptials of the hypostatic union in the womb of Most Holy Mary, the Heavenly Lady was elevated to the beatific vision, and the divinity manifested itself to her clearly and intuitively. She saw most high sacraments, of which I will speak in the next chapter. The mysteries of the inscriptions, with which she was adorned, and which the angels exhibited, as related in the 7th chapter, were made clear to her, each in particular. The divine child began to grow in the natural manner in the recesses of the womb, being nourished by the substance and the blood of the Most Holy Mother, just as other men. Yet it was more free and exempt from imperfections, to which other children of Adam are subject in that place and period. For from some of these, namely those that are accidental and unnecessary to the substance of the act of generation, being merely effects of sin, the Empress of Heaven was free. She was also free from the superfluities caused by sin, which in other women are common and happen naturally in the formation, sustenance, and growth of their children. For the necessary matter, which is proper to the infected nature of the descendants of Eve, and which was wanting in her, was supplied and administered in her by the exercise of heroic acts of virtue, and especially by charity. By the fervor of her soul and her loving affections, the blood and humors of her body were changed, and thereby divine providence provided for the sustenance of the divine child. Thus in a natural manner, the humanity of our Redeemer was nourished, while his divinity was recreated and pleased with her heroic virtues. Most Holy Mary furnished to the Holy Ghost, for the formation of this body, pure and limpid blood, free from sin and all its tendencies. And whatever impure and imperfect matter is supplied by other mothers for the growth of their children was administered by the Queen of Heaven, most pure and delicate in substance. For it was built up and supplied by the power of her loving affections and her other virtues. In a like manner was purified whatever served as food for the Heavenly Queen. For as she knew that her nourishment was at the same time to sustain and nourish the Son of God, she partook of it with such heroic acts of virtue that the angelic spirits wondered how such common human actions could be connected with such supernal heights of merit and perfection in the sight of God. The Heavenly Lady was thus established in such high privileges in her position as Mother of God, that those which I have already mentioned, and which I shall yet mention, convey not even the smallest idea of her excellence, and my tongue cannot describe it. For neither is it possible to conceive it by the understanding, nor can the most learned, nor the most wise of men, find adequate terms to express it. The humble, who are proficient in the art of divine love, become aware of it by infused light and by the interior taste and feeling, by which such sacraments are perceived. Not only was Most Holy Mary become a heaven, a temple and dwelling place of the Most Holy Trinity, transformed thereto, elevated and made godlike by the special and unheard of operation of the divinity in her most pure womb. But her humble cottage and her poor little oratory was consecrated by the divinity as a new sanctuary of God. The heavenly spirits, who as witnesses of this marvelous transformation were present to contemplate it, magnified the Lord with ineffable praise and jubilee. In union with this most happy mother, they blessed him in his name and in the name of the human race, which was ignorant of this greatest of his benefits and mercies. Instruction of the most holy Queen Mary. My daughter, thou art filled with astonishment at seeing, by means of new light, the mystery of the humiliation of the divinity in uniting himself with the human nature in the womb of a poor maiden such as I was. I wish, however, my dearest, that thou turn thy attention toward thyself and consider how God humiliated himself and came into my womb, not only for myself alone, but for thee as well. The Lord is infinite in his mercy, and his love has no limits, and thus he attends and esteems and assists every soul who receives him, and he rejoices in it as if he had created it alone, and as if he had been made man for it alone. Therefore, with all the affection of thy soul, thou must, as it were, consider thyself as being thyself in person, bound to render the full measure of thanks of all the world for his coming, and for his coming to redeem all. And if, with a lively faith, thou art convinced and confessest, that the same God who, infinite in his attributes and eternal in his majesty, lowered himself to assume human flesh in my womb, seeks also thee, calls thee, rejoices thee, caresses thee, and thinks of thee alone, as if thou wert his only creature. Letter to the Galatians, chapter 2, verse 20. Think well and reflect to what his admirable condescension obliges thee. Convert this admiration into living acts of faith and love, for that he condescends to come to thee, thou owest entirely to the goodness of the King and Savior, since thou thyself couldst never find him nor attain him. Considering merely that which this Lord can give thee outside of himself, it will appear to thee grand, even when thou perceivest it only by a mere human intelligence and affection. It is certainly true that any gift from such an eminent and supreme King is worthy of all estimation. But when thou beginst to consider and know by divine light that this gift is God himself, and that he makes thee partaker of his divinity, when thou wilt understand that without thy God and without his coming, all creation would be as nothing and despicable in thy sight, thou wouldst want to enjoy thyself and find rest only in the consciousness of possessing such a God, so loving, so amiable, so powerful, sweet, and affluent, who, being such a great and infinite God, humiliates himself to thy lowliness in order to raise thee from the dust and enrich thy poverty, performing toward thee the duties of a shepherd, of a father, a spouse, and most faithful friend. Attend therefore, my daughter, in the secret of thy heart to all the consequences of these truths. Ponder and confer within thyself about this sweetest love of the great King for thee, how faithful he is in his gifts and caresses, in his favors, in the works confided to thee, in the enlightenment of thy interior, instructing thee by divine science in the infinite greatness of his being, in his admirable works and most hidden mysteries, in universal truth and in the nothingness of visible existence. This science is the first beginning and principle, the basis and foundation of the knowledge which I have given thee, in order that thou mayest attain to the decorum and magnanimity with which thou art to treat the favors and benefits of this thy Lord and God, thy true blessedness, thy treasure, thy light, and thy guide. Look upon him as upon the infinite God, loving yet terrible. Listen, my dearest, to my words, to my teachings and discipline, for therein are contained the peace and the enlightenment of thy soul. End of chapter 11. Book 1, Chapter 12 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 12 of the first acts of the most holy soul of Christ our Lord in the first instant of his conception, and of the corresponding acts of his most pure mother. In order to understand what were the first acts of the most holy soul of Christ our Lord, we must refer to that which has been said in the preceding chapter, namely, that all that substantially belonged to this divine mystery, the formation of the body, the creation and the infusion of the soul, and the union of the individual humanity with the person of the Word, happened and was completed in one act or instant, that we cannot say that in any moment of time Christ our highest good was only man. For from the first instant he was man and true God. As soon as his humanity arrived at being man, he was also God. Therefore he could not at any time be called a mere man, not for one instant, but from the very beginning he was God-man or man-God. And as the active exercise of the faculties is coexistent with operative essences, therefore the most holy soul of Christ our Lord, in the same instant in which the incarnation took place, was beatified by intuitive vision and love. According to our way of speaking, the powers of his intellect and will immediately united with the divinity itself, for his human essence joined the divinity in one instant by hypostatic union, and thus his human faculties in their most perfect activity were united with the essence of God himself, so that both in essence and in operation he was entirely deified. The wonder about this sacrament is that so much glory, yea, the greatness of the immense divinity, was enclosed within such a small compass, not larger than the body of a bee, or not greater than a small almond. For the dimension of the most holy body of Christ was not any greater than that at the instant when the conception and hypostatic union took place. Moreover, in this small compass was included the highest glory as well as the capability for suffering, for the humanity was at the same time glorified and also passible. It was both a comprehensor and a viator, possessing heaven, though yet on his pilgrimage to heaven. God, however, in his infinite power and wisdom, could thus contract himself and enclose his infinite deity within the sphere of a body thus minute, by a new and admirable mode of existence, without in the least ceasing to be God. By the same omnipotence, he provided that this most holy soul of Christ, in its superior faculties and in its most noble operations, should be in the state of glory and enjoying beatitude, while all this immense glory was at the same time compressed, as it were, into the superior parts of his soul, suspending the effects and gifts of glory that would otherwise naturally have communicated themselves to his body. On this account, he could be at the same time a viator, subject to suffering, enabling him to procure our salvation by means of his cross, passion, and death. In order to be fully equipped for these and for whatever the most holy humanity was to perform, all the habits, natural to his faculties and necessary for their activity and operation, both as comprehensor and as viator, were infused into it at the moment of his conception. Thus he was furnished with the infused science of the blessed, with the sanctifying grace and the gifts of the Holy Ghost, which according to Isaiah rested upon the Christ. Isaiah chapter 11 verse 2. He possessed all the virtues except faith and hope, for these are incompatible with the beatific vision and possession, and were wanting in him. Likewise were wanting in the Holy of the Holy Ones all other virtues, which presuppose any imperfection, since he could not sin, nor was deceit found in his mouth. First letter of Peter, chapter 2, verse 22. The dignity and excellence of his science and grace, the virtues and perfections of Christ our Lord, need not be mentioned here, for that is taught by the sacred doctors and masters of theology in a profuse manner. For me it is sufficient to state that all this was as perfect as was possible to the divine power, and that it cannot be encompassed by human understanding. For the most holy soul of Christ drank from the very fountain of the divinity. Psalm 35 verse 10. And could do so without limit or retrenchment, as David says. Psalm 109 verse 7. Therefore he must have been possessed of the plenitude of all virtues and perfections. Thus adorned and deified by the divinity and its gifts, the most holy soul of Christ our Lord proceeded in its operations in the following order. Immediately it began to see and know the divinity intuitively as it is in itself, and as it is united to his most holy humanity, loving it with the highest beatific love, and perceiving the inferiority of the human nature in comparison with the essence of God, the soul of Christ humiliated itself profoundly, and in this humility it gave thanks to the immutable being of God for having created it and for the benefit of the hypostatic union, by which, though remaining human, it was raised to the essence of God. It also recognized that his most holy humanity was made capable of suffering and was adapted for attaining the end of the redemption. In this knowledge, it offered itself as the Redeemer in sacrifice for the human race. Psalm 39, verse 8. Accepting the state of suffering and giving thanks in his own name and in the name of mankind to the Eternal Father, he recognized the composition of his most holy humanity, the substance of which it was made, and how most holy Mary, by the force of her charity and of her heroic virtues, furnished its substance. He took possession of this holy tabernacle and dwelling, rejoicing in its most exquisite beauty, and well pleased, reserved as his own property the soul of this perfect and most pure creature for all eternity. He praised the Eternal Father for having created her and endowed her with such vast graces and gifts, for having exempted her and freed her from the common law of sin as his daughter, while all the other descendants of Adam have incurred its guilt. Romans chapter 5, verse 18. He prayed for the most pure Lady and for Saint Joseph, asking eternal salvation for them. All these acts, and many others, were most exalted and proceeded from him as true God and man. Not taking into account those that pertain to the beatific vision and love, these acts and each one by itself were of such merit that they alone would have sufficed to redeem infinite worlds, if such could exist. Even the act of obedience alone, by which the most holy humanity of the Word subjected itself to suffering and prevented the glory of his soul from being communicated to his body, was abundantly sufficient for our salvation. But although this sufficed for our salvation, nothing would satisfy his immense love for men except the full limit of effective love. John chapter 13, verse 1. For this was the purpose of his life, that he should consume it in demonstrations and tokens of such intense love that neither the understanding of men nor of angels was capable of comprehending it. And if in the first instant of his entrance into the world he enriched it so immeasurably, what treasures, what riches of merits must he have stored up for it, when he left it by his passion and death on the cross, after 33 years of labor and activity, all divine. O immense love! O charity without limit! O mercy without measure! O most generous kindness! And on the other hand, O ingratitude and base forgetfulness of mortals, in the face of such unheard of and such vast benefaction! What would have become of us without him? How much less could we do for this our Redeemer and Lord, even if he had conferred on us but small favors, while now we are scarcely moved and obliged by his doing for us all that he could? If we do not wish to treat as a Redeemer him who has given us eternal life and liberty, let us at least hear him as our teacher. Let us follow him as our leader, as our guiding light, which shows us the way to our true happiness. This Lord and Master did not work for himself, nor did he preempt his soul, nor gain this augmentation of grace for himself, but entirely for us. He had no need of all this, nor could he receive an increase of grace or glory, since he was filled with them. John chapter 1, verse 14. As St. John says, for he was the only begotten of the Father, at the same time that he was man. In this he had no equal, nor could he have an imitator. All the saints and mere creatures gained merits for themselves and labored for reward. The love of Christ alone was without self-interest and altogether for us. And if he wished to enter and go through the school of bodily experience of this life. Luke chapter 2, verse 52. It was in order to teach us and enrich us by his obedience. Hebrews chapter 5, verse 8. While he turned over to us his infinite merits and his example, in order that we might be wisely instructed in the art of loving. For this is not learned perfectly by affection and desire, unless it is truly and effectively practiced in deeds. I do not enlarge upon the mysteries of the most holy life of Christ our Lord, on account of my incapacity, and I refer to the Gospels, selecting only that which will seem necessary for the heavenly history of his mother, Our Lady. For the lives of this Son and his most holy Mother are so intimately connected and intertwined with each other, that I cannot avoid making references to the Gospels, and besides add other facts, which are not mentioned by them concerning the Lord, and which are not necessary in their narratives for the first ages of the Catholic Church. These operations of Christ our Lord, in the first instant of his conception, were followed, in another essential instant, by the beatific vision of the divinity, which we have mentioned in the preceding chapter. For in one instant of time, many instants of essence can take place. In this vision, the heavenly Lady perceived with clearness and distinction the mystery of the hypostatic union of the divine and the human natures in the person of the eternal Word, and the most holy Trinity confirmed her in the title and the rights of Mother of God. This in all rigor of truth she was, since she was the natural mother of a Son, who was eternal God with the same certainty and truth as he was man. Although this great Lady did not directly cooperate in the union of the divinity with the humanity, she did not on this account lose her right to be called the Mother of the true God. For she concurred by administering the material and by exerting her faculties as far as it pertained to a true mother, and to a greater extent than to ordinary mothers, since in her the conception and the generation took place without the aid of a man. Just as in other generations, the agents, which bring them about in the natural course, are called father and mother, each furnishing that which is necessary, without however concurring directly in the creation of the soul, nor in its infusion into the body of the child. So also, and with greater reason, Most Holy Mary must be called, and did call herself, Mother of God. For she alone concurred in the generation of Christ, true God and man, as a mother, to the exclusion of any other natural cause. And through this concurrence of Mary in the generation, Christ, the man God, was born. The Virgin Mother of Christ also understood in this vision the future mysteries of the life and death of her sweetest Son, and of the redemption of the human race, together with those of the new law of the gospel, which was to be established in connection therewith. To her were also manifested other great and profound secrets, which were made known to none other of the saints. The most prudent Queen, seeing herself thus in the immediate presence of the Deity, and furnished with the plenitude of divine gifts and science, as became the Mother of the Word, lost in humility and love, adored the Lord in his infinite essence, and without delay also in its union with the most holy humanity. She gave him thanks for having favored her with the dignity of Mother of God, and for the favors done to the whole human race. She gave thanks and glory also for all the mortals. She offered herself as an acceptable sacrifice in his service, in the rearing up and nourishing of her sweetest Son, ready to assist and cooperate, as far as on her part it would be possible, in the work of the redemption, and the Holy Trinity accepted and appointed her as the coadjutrix in this sacrament. She asked for new graces and divine light for this purpose, and for directing herself in the worthy ministration of her office as Mother of the Incarnate Word, that she might treat him with the veneration and magnanimity due to God himself. She offered to her holiest Son all the children of Adam yet to be born, and the saints of limbo, and in the name of all and of herself she performed many acts of heroic virtue, and asked for great favors, which however I will not stop to mention, as I have already done in regard to others on different occasions. For from these it can be easily conjectured what petitions this heavenly Queen made on this occasion, which so far excelled all the other fortunate and happy days of her previous life. But she was especially persistent and fervent in her prayer to obtain guidance of the Almighty for the worthy fulfillment of her office as Mother of the only begotten of the Father. For this, before all other graces, her humble heart urged her to desire, and this was especially the subject of her solicitude, that she might be guided in all her actions as becomes the Mother of God. The Almighty answered her, "My dove, do not fear, for I will assist thee and guide thee, directing thee in all things necessary for the service of my only begotten Son." With this promise, she came to herself and issued from her ecstasy, in which all that I have said had happened, and which was the most wonderful she ever had. Restored to her faculties, her first action was to prostrate herself on the earth and adore her holiest Son, God and man, conceived in her virginal womb, for this she had not yet done with her external and bodily senses and faculties. Nothing that she could do in the service of her Creator did this most prudent mother leave undone. From that time on, she was conscious of feeling new and divine effects in her holiest soul and in her exterior and interior faculties. And although the whole tenor of her life had been most noble both as regards her body as her soul, yet on this day of the incarnation of the Word, it rose to still greater nobility of spirit, and was made more godlike by still higher reaches of grace and indescribable gifts. But let no one think that the purest mother was thus favored, and so closely united with the humanity and divinity of her holiest Son, in order to continue to enjoy spiritual delights and pleasures, free from suffering and pain. Not so, for in closest possible imitation of her sweetest Son, this lady lived to share both joy and sorrow with him. The memory of what she had so vividly been taught concerning the labors and the death of her holiest Son was like a sword piercing her heart. This sorrow was proportionate to the knowledge and love which such a mother had of such a Son, and which his presence and intercourse so continually recalled to her mind. Although the whole life of Christ and of his most holy Mother was a continued martyrdom and suffering like that of the cross, and was filled with incessant pain and labors, yet in the most pure and loving heart of the heavenly Queen, there was also this special feature of suffering, that to her inward sight as a most loving mother, the passion, torments, ignominies, and death of her Son were forever present. And by this continued sorrow of 33 years, she took upon herself the long vigil of our redemption, and during all this time, this sacrament was concealed in her bosom, without companionship or alleviation from any creatures. With this loving sorrow, full of the sweetest anguish, she often looked upon her holiest Son, both before and after his birth, and speaking to him from her innermost heart, she would repeat these words: "Lord and God of my soul, most sweet Son of my womb, why hast thou given me the position as mother, and yet connected with it the sorrowful thought of losing thee, leaving me an orphan, bereft of thy desirable company? Scarcely art thou put in possession of a body for thy earthly life, when thou art notified of the sentence of a sorrowful death for the rescue of men. The first of thy actions is one of superabundant merit in satisfaction for his sins. O would that the justice of the eternal Father were thereby satisfied, and thy sufferings and death fall upon me. From my body and blood thou hast composed thine own, without which it would not be possible for thee to suffer, since thou art the immutable and immortal God. If therefore I have furnished thee the instrument or the matter of thy suffering, let me too suffer with thee the same death. O inhuman sin, how, being so cruel and the cause of so much evil, couldst thou nevertheless be so fortunate that thy repairer should be one who, on account of his infinite goodness, can make thee a happy fault? O my sweetest Son and my love, who shall be thy guard? Who shall defend thee from thy enemies? O would that it were the will of the Father that I guard thee and save thee from death, or die in thy company, and that thou never leave mine. But that which happened to the patriarch Abraham shall not now take place." Genesis chapter 22, verse 11. For the predestined decree shall be executed. Let the will of the Lord be fulfilled. These loving sighs were many times repeated by our Queen, as I shall say farther on, and the Eternal Father accepted them as an agreeable sacrifice, while they were the sweetest diversion of her most holy Son. Instruction which our Queen and Lady gave me. My daughter, since thou hast, by faith and divine light, arrived at a knowledge of the grandeur of God and of his ineffable condescension in coming down from heaven for thee and for all the mortals, let not this benefit be for the idle and fruitless. Adore the essence of God with profound reverence, and praise him for what thou knowest of his goodness. Receive not light and grace in vain. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 1. And study the encouraging example given by my most holy Son and myself in imitation of him, as thou hast come to be instructed in it. For as he was the true God, and I his mother, for in so far as he was man, his most holy humanity was created. Let us humiliate ourselves in the remembrance of our lowly human nature, and confess the greatness of the divinity, greater than any creature can comprehend. Do this especially when thou receivest the same Lord in the Holy Sacrament. In this admirable sacrament, my most holy Son with divinity and humanity comes to thee, and remains with thee in a new and incomprehensible way. His great condescension is manifest, though it is little taken notice of and respected by mortals, nor does it find the return due to such love. Let then thy acknowledgment be accompanied with as much humility, reverence, and worship as is possible to thy combined powers and faculties. For though they be exerted to the utmost limit, they will always fall short of what thou owest to God and of what he deserves. And in order that thou mayest as far as possible make up for thy deficiencies, offer up that which my most holy Son and I have done. Unite thy spirit and thy affections in union with the Church triumphant and militant, offering at the same time thy life as a sacrifice, and praying that all nations may know, confess, and adore their true God, who became man for all. Thank him for the benefits which he has conferred and confers on all, whether they know him or not, whether they confess or repudiate him. Above all, I ask of thee, my dearest, to do that which is most acceptable to the Lord and most pleasing to me, that thou grieve, and in sweet affection mourn over the gross ignorance and dangerous tardiness of the sons of men, over the ingratitude also of the children of the Church, who, having received the light of the divine faith, yet live in such interior forgetfulness of the works and benefits of the Incarnation, yea, of God himself, and so much so, that they seem to differ from infidels only in some ceremonies and external worship. They perform these without spirit or heartiness, many times offending and provoking the divine justice which they should placate. Through this ignorance and torpidity, it happens that they are not prepared to receive and acquire the true science of the Most High. They bring upon themselves the loss of the divine light, and they deserve to be left in the heavy darkness, making themselves more unworthy than the infidels themselves, and entailing upon themselves an incomparably greater chastisement. Mourn over such great damage of thy neighbors, and pray for help from the bottom of thy heart. And in order that thou mayest put away from thy own self such formidable dangers, do not undervalue the favors and benefits which thou receivest, nor even under pretense of humility belittle or forget them. Remember and consider how distant was the journey which the grace of the Most High has made in order to call thee. Psalm 18, verse 7. Ponder in thy mind how it has waited upon thee and consoled thee, assured thee in thy doubts, quieted thee in thy fears, ignored and pardoned thy faults, multiplied favors, caresses, and blessings. I assure thee, my daughter, that thou must confess in thy heart that the Most High has not done such things with any other generation. Thou of thyself canst do nothing. Thou art poor and more useless than others. Let then thy thanks be greater than that of all the creatures. End of chapter 12. Book 1, Chapter 13 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 13. An explanation of the state in which Most Holy Mary found herself after the incarnation of the Divine Word in her virginal womb. the deeper I begin to understand the divine effects and conditions which were caused by the conception of the eternal Word in the Queen of Heaven, the more I am involved in difficulties of describing this event. For I find myself immersed in exalted and complicated mysteries, while my intellect and power of expression are entirely insufficient for encompassing what is presented to me. Nevertheless, my soul experiences such great sweetness and such delight, in spite of this deficiency, that I cannot bring myself to repent entirely of my undertaking. At the same time, obedience animates me and also compels me to overcome the hardships, which in a weak and womanly mind would be insuperable, if the assurance and encouragement coming from this source would not assist me. This is true especially of this chapter, in which I am to treat of the gifts of glory enjoyed by the blessed in heaven. Taking their prerogatives as models, I will try to describe the state of the heavenly Empress Mary after becoming the Mother of God. For this purpose, I will speak of the blessed from 2 points of view, of their own perfection and of their relation to God. As regards the latter, the divinity is made clear and manifest to them with all its perfections and attributes. This is called the object of their beatitude, their glory, the substantial joy, the ultimate end, wherein the whole creature finds its adequate end and rest. On the part of the saints, there are the beatific operations of vision and love, and of others necessarily connected with that most happy state, which neither the eyes have seen, nor ears have heard, nor can enter into the thoughts of men. Isaiah chapter 64 verse 4. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2 verse 29. Among the gifts and prerogatives of this glory of the saints, some are called endowments, freely given as to a spouse entering upon the spiritual matrimony, which is consummated in the joys of the eternal felicity. Just as the earthly spouse acquires possession and dominion of her endowments, and enjoys in common with her husband the use of them, so also in glory these gifts are made to the saints as their own, while their use is common both to them, in as far as they themselves rejoice in them, and to God, in so far as he is glorified in them by the saints. And these ineffable gifts are more or less excellent, according to the merits and the dignities of each. But they are not given to those who are not of the same nature as the spouse, namely Christ our Lord, hence only to men, not to angels. For the incarnate Word has not entered into any espousals with the angels. Hebrews chapter 2 verse 16. As he has done with men, by uniting himself with them in that great sacrament mentioned by the Apostle. Letter to the Ephesians chapter 5 verse 32. In Christ and in the Church. Since, however, the bridegroom Christ as man is composed of body and soul, just like the rest of men, therefore both body and soul are to be glorified in his presence, and the gifts of glory are both for the body and the soul. 3 of these gifts pertain to the soul, and they are called vision, comprehension, and fruition, and 4 pertain to the body, clearness, impassibility, subtlety, and agility, and these are properly the effects of intuitive vision, overflowing from the glory of the soul. In all these gifts, our Queen Mary participated to a certain extent already in this life, especially after the incarnation of the Word in her virginal womb. It is true that these gifts are given to the saints as comprehensors, being pledges and dowries of the eternal and imperishable felicity, and, as it were, securities for the unchangeableness of their state. On that account, they are not conferred upon those still on the way to heaven. But upon Holy Mary, these gifts were conferred as a viator, hence not as a comprehensor, not permanently, but from time to time and step by step, and with a certain difference, as we shall explain. In order that the appropriateness of this rare blessing in the Sovereign Queen may be the better understood, let that which I have said in the 7th and following chapters before the Incarnation be remembered, for there the preparation and espousal with which the Most High favored his most blessed Mother, in accordance with her dignity, are explained. on the day in which the Divine Lord assumed human nature in her virginal womb, this spiritual marriage, as far as the heavenly Lady is concerned, was consummated by that most exalted and exquisite beatific vision, which, as we have said, was then vouchsafed to her. But for the other faithful, the incarnation was as it were an espousal, which is to be consummated in their heavenly fatherland. Hosea chapter 2 verse 19. Our great queen possessed another prerequisite for these privileges. She was exempt from all stain of original and actual sin, and was confirmed in grace by actual impeccability. Thus she was capable of celebrating this marriage in the name of the Church militant, and to make promises in the name of all its members. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 32. For in this matter, as she was the mother of the Savior, his foreseen merits found their application through her. By her transient vision of the glory of the divinity, she became the accepted surety for all the children of Adam, that this same reward will not be denied to any of those who shall use the grace of their Redeemer to merit it. The divine incarnate Word certainly was highly pleased to find that his most burning love and his infinite merits should immediately bear fruit in her, who at the same time was his mother, his first spouse, and the bridal chamber of his divinity, and that his rewards should fall upon one in whom there was no hindrance. By conferring these privileges and favors upon his most holy mother, Christ our salvation indulged and partly satiated his love for her and in her for all the mortals. Too long a delay did it seem to the divine love to wait 33 years until he should manifest his divinity to his own mother. Although he had shown her this favor at other times, as related in the first part, yet on this occasion of his incarnation, he did it in a more excellent manner, one which corresponded with the glory of his most holy soul. However, all this in her was not permanent, but renewed from moment to moment with the flow of time, in as far as was compatible with the ordinary state of pilgrimage. Conformable to this, God, on the day in which Most Holy Mary assumed the position of Mother of the Eternal Word by conceiving him in her womb, invested us with a right to our redemption, founded upon the espousal of the human nature with himself. In the consummation of this spiritual marriage, by the beatification of the Most Holy Mary, and conferring upon her the gifts of glory, the same reward was also promised to us, if we should make ourselves worthy of it, through the merits of his most holy Son, our Redeemer. But so far did the Lord raise his mother above all the glory of the saints in the blessings of this day, that all the angels and men, even in their highest reaches of beatific vision and love, cannot attain to that which the heavenly Queen then attained. The same must also be said of the gifts of glory, which overflowed from the soul to her body, for all of them corresponded with her innocence, holiness, and merits, and these again corresponded with that highest of all dignities possible to a creature, that of being the mother of her Creator. Coming now to these gifts in particular, the first gift to her soul was the clear and beatific vision, which corresponds to the obscure knowledge of faith in the Viators. This vision was given to the Most Holy Mary at the times and in the manner already explained and to be explained later. Besides these intuitive visions, she had many other abstractive ones of the divinity, of the kind mentioned above. Although all these were transient, yet they left in her mind most exquisite and various images, furnishing her with such a clear and exalted knowledge of the divinity that no words can be found to express it. In this, Our Lady was singularly privileged before all other creatures, and thus she possessed the permanent effects of the gifts of glory as far as compatible with her position as a Viator. When at times the Lord hid himself from her, suspending the use of these images for certain high ends, she made use of infused faith, which in her was super excellent and most efficacious. In such manner, one way or the other, her soul never lost sight of that divine object, nor wandered from it even for a moment. However, during the 9 months in which she bore in her womb the incarnate Word, she enjoyed even greater visions and gifts of the divinity. The second of these gifts is comprehension, possession, or apprehension. This consists in the attainment of the end, corresponding to the virtue of hope, whereby we seek after the final object, in order to possess it without danger of ever losing it. This possession and comprehension in Most Holy Mary corresponded to the visions mentioned, because seeing the divinity, she possessed it. Whenever she depended on faith alone, hope was in her more firm and secure than in any other creature, and more than this, for as the security of possession in the creature is founded to a great extent upon sanctity and impeccability, our Heavenly Lady on this account was so privileged, that the firmness and security of her possession of God, although she was a pilgrim, equaled in certain respects the firmness and security of the Blessed. For on account of her stainless and unimpeachable sanctity, she was assured of never losing God, although the cause of this security in her as Beatrix was not the same as in the glorified saints. During the months of her pregnancy, she enjoyed this possession of God in various ways, by special and wonderful graces, through which the Most High manifested himself and united himself to her most pure soul. The third gift is fruition, which corresponds to charity, since charity does not cease, but is perfected in glory. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 8. For fruition consists in loving the highest good possessed by us. This is the charity of heaven, that just as God is known and possessed as he is in himself, so also he is loved for his own sake. True, even now, while we are yet viators, we love him for his own sake, but there is a great difference. Now we love him in desire, and we know him not as he is in himself, but as he is, represented to us by incongruous images or by enigmas. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 12. John, chapter 3, verse 2. Therefore our love is not perfected, nor do we rest in it, or find the plenitude of delight therein, though there is much to incite us. But in the clear vision and possession we shall see him as he is in himself, and we shall see him through himself, not through enigmas. Thus we shall love him as he should be loved, and as far as we can love him respectively. Our love will be perfected and the fruition of him will be satiated, without leaving anything to be desired. Most Holy Mary participated in this fruition more abundantly than in any other, for even though her most ardent love might, in a certain respect, have been inferior to that of the Blessed whenever she was without the clear vision of the divinity, yet it was superior in many other points of excellence, even while remaining in the lower state. No one ever possessed the divine science in the same degree as this lady, and by it she understood how God is to be loved for himself. This science was perfected by the memory of what she had seen, and enjoyed higher in degree than the angels. And as her love was nourished by this knowledge of God, it necessarily exceeded that of the Blessed in all that it did not pertain to immediate fruition and unchangeableness as to increase or augmentation. On account of her profound humility, the Lord condescended to an arrangement whereby she could act as a Beatrix, remaining in a holy fear of displeasing her beloved. This burning love was of the most perfect kind, and tended entirely toward God himself. It caused in her ineffable joy and delight, proportioned to the excellence of her love. In regard to the gifts of the body, redounding from the gifts of glory, and other gifts of the soul, constituting the accidental part of the glory of the Blessed, I will say that they serve for the perfection of the glorious bodies in the activity of their senses and motive powers. By them, the bodies are assimilated to the soul and throw off the impediments of their earthly grossness, enabling them to obey the wishes of the souls, which in the most happy state cannot be imperfect or opposed to the will of God. The senses require two gifts, one to refine the reception of the sensible images, and this is perfected by the gift of clearness. The other, to repel all activity or passivity hurtful and destructive of the body, and this is done by the gift of impassibility. Two other gifts are required in order to perfect the power of motion. One, in order to overcome the resistance or impediment of gravity, furnished by the gift of agility. The other, in order to overcome the resistance of other bodies, furnished by the gift of subtlety. With these gifts, the body becomes glorious, clear, incorruptible, agile, and subtle. In all these privileges, our great Queen and Lady participated during her mortal life. The gift of clearness disposes the body to receive the light, and at the same time to give it forth, doing away with earthly opaqueness and obscurity, and making it more transparent than clearest crystal. Whenever Most Holy Mary enjoyed the clear and beatific vision, her virginal body participated in this privilege in a measure beyond all human calculation. The after effects of this purity and clearness would have been most wonderful and astounding if they could have been made perceptible to the senses. Sometimes they were noticeable in her most beautiful face, as I will say later on, especially in the third part. Yet they were not known or perceived by all who conversed with her, for the Lord interposed a curtain or veil, in order that they might not always or indiscriminately be manifested. But in many respects, she herself enjoyed the advantages of this gift, though it was disguised, suspended or hidden to the gaze of others. She, for instance, was not inconvenienced by earthly opaqueness, as the rest of men. Saint Elizabeth perceived something of this clearness when at the sight of Mary she exclaimed, "And whence is this to me, that the mother of my Lord should come to me?" Luke chapter 1 verse 43. The world was not capable of perceiving this sacrament of the King. Tobias chapter 12 verse 7. Nor was it opportune to manifest it at that time, yet to a certain extent her face was always more bright and lustrous than that of other creatures. Also in other respects, it exhibited qualities altogether above the natural order of other bodies, which produced in her a most delicate and spiritualized complexion, like that of an animated crystal. This presented to the touch not the asperity natural to the flesh, but the softness, as it were, of the purest and the finest silk, so that I cannot find any other comparison to make myself understood. Yet all this should not appear strange in the Mother of God, for she bore him in her womb, and she had seen him often, even face to face. For the Israelites could not look upon Moses face to face, nor bear the splendor which shone forth from him after his communication with the Lord upon the mountain. Exodus chapter 34 verse 29. Though it was much inferior to that vouchsafed to Most Holy Mary. There is no doubt that if God had not by a special providence withheld and hidden the splendor in reality due to the countenance and the body of his most pure mother, it would have brightened the world more than 1,000 suns combined. None of the mortals could, by natural power, have sustained its brilliancy, since even thus restrained and concealed, it was sufficient to cause in them the same effects, which Saint Dionysius the Areopagite experienced in looking upon her, and which he describes in his letter to Paul. Impassibility produces in the glorified body such a condition that no agent except God himself can by any activity or influence change or disturb it, no matter how powerful this activity may be. Our Queen participated in this gift in two ways. First, in regard to the temperament and humors of the body. She possessed these in such a delicate measure and proportion that she could not contract or suffer any infirmities, nor was she subject to any other human hardships which arise from the inequality of the four humors, being in this regard, as it were, almost impassible. Secondly, in regard to the dominion and commanding power which she had over all the creatures, as mentioned above, for none of them had power to act contrary to her will and consent. We can add still another participation of impassibility, the assistance of the divine power in proportion to her innocence. For if it is said that the first parents in paradise could not suffer a violent death as long as they persevered in original justice, it must not be understood to mean that they enjoyed this privilege by intrinsic or inherent powers. For if a lance had wounded them, they could die. But they enjoyed it through the assistance of the Lord, who would always prevent them from being wounded. If then the first parents possessed this privilege and could transmit it to their descendants as their servants and vassals, it was due, by a much better title, to the innocence of the sovereign Mary, and so in truth she was endowed with it. Our most humble Queen made no use of these privileges, for she renounced them in imitation of her most holy Son, and in order to labor and gain merits for our benefit. In spite of them, she wished to suffer, and she really suffered more than the martyrs. Human intellect cannot weigh correctly the greatness of these labors. We shall speak of them throughout this heavenly history, leaving much more untold, for common language and words cannot encompass them. But I must advert to two things. First, that the sufferings of our Queen bore no relation to any sins of her own, for she had none to atone for, and therefore she suffered none of the bitterness, which is mixed with pains endured in the memory and consciousness of our own guilt of sins committed. Secondly, that in her sufferings she was divinely sustained in accordance with the ardors of her love, for she could not naturally endure so much sufferings as her love called for, or as much as, on account of this very love, the Lord allowed her to endure. Subtlety is a gift which takes away from the glorified body the density or grossness natural to quantitative matter, and which enables it to penetrate other bodies and to occupy the same place with them. The subtilized bodies of the blessed therefore are endowed with qualities peculiar to the spirit and can without difficulty penetrate the quantitative matter of other bodies. Without dividing or separating them, it can occupy the same place. Thus our Lord's body coming forth from the grave. Matthew chapter 28 verse 2. And entering the closed doors. John chapter 20 verse 19. Penetrated the material enclosing these places. Most Holy Mary participated in this gift, not only while she enjoyed the beatific visions, but also otherwise according to her will and desire, as happened many times in her life in her bodily appearances to some persons, of which we shall yet relate, for in all these she made use of her gift of subtlety, penetrating other bodies. The last gift of the body enables the glorified body to move from place to place, instantly and without the impediment of the terrene gravity, in the manner of pure spirits, which move by their own volition. Mary Most Holy possessed a continual and wonderful participation in this agility, especially as a direct result of the divine visions. She did not feel in her body the force of weight and gravity. Therefore she could walk without feeling the inconvenience usual to that kind of exercise. She could move about with instantaneous speed, without feeling any shock or fatigue as we would feel. All this belonged naturally to the quality and condition of her body, so spiritualized and well formed. During the time of her pregnancy, she felt even less the weight of her body, although in order to bear her share of labors, she allowed hardships to produce their effect. She was so admirable and perfect in the possession and use of these privileges that I find myself wanting in words to express all that has been made manifest to me concerning them, for it exceeds all I have said or am able to say. Queen of Heaven and my Mistress, since thou hast condescended to adopt me as thy daughter, thy word will remain a pledge, that thou wilt be my guide and teacher. Relying on this promise, I presume to propose a difficulty in which I find myself. How does it come, my Mother and Lady, that thy most blessed soul, after it had enjoyed the clear intuition of God, according to the disposition of His Majesty, did not remain in the state of blessedness? And why can we not say that thou didst remain in this state of beatitude, since there was no sin or any other obstacle to this state in thee, according to the dignity and sanctity revealed to me by the supernatural light? Answer and explanation of our Queen and Lady. My dearest daughter, thou doubtest as one that loves me, and askest as one not knowing. Consider then, that the perpetuity and durability of blessedness and felicity is destined for the saints, since their happiness is to be entirely perfect. If it would last only for some time, it would be wanting in the completeness and adequacy necessary for constituting it as the highest and most perfect happiness. At the same time, it is incompatible with the common law and ordinary course, that the creature be glorified and at the same time be subject to sufferings, even though it be without sin. If this law did not hold good with my most holy Son. John chapter 1 verse 18. It was because he was at the same time God and man, and it was not befitting that his most holy soul, being hypostatically united with the divinity, should be without the beatific vision, and as he was at the same time Redeemer of the human race, he could not suffer nor pay the debt of sin, that is pain, if he had not possessed a body capable of suffering. But I was a mere creature, and therefore I could have no claim to the vision, which to him was due as a God. Moreover, I could not be said to have permanently enjoyed the state of blessedness, because it was conceded to me from one time to another. Under these conditions, I was capable of suffering at one time and enjoying blessedness at another. Moreover, it was more usual for me to suffer and to gain merits than to be blessed, since I belong to the viators and not to the comprehensors. Justly the Most High has ordained that the blessedness of external life should not be enjoyed in this mortal existence. Exodus chapter 33 verse 20. And that immortality should be reached by passing through existence in a mortal body and by gaining merits in a state of suffering, such as is the present life of men. Romans chapter 6 verse 23. Although death in all the sins of Adam was the stipend and punishment of sin. Romans chapter 6 verse 23. And therefore death and all the other effects and chastisements had no rights in me, who had not sinned. Yet the Most High ordained that I also, in imitation of my most holy Son, should enter into felicity and eternal life by the death of the body. Luke chapter 24 verse 26. There was nothing incongruous in this for me, but it afforded me many advantages, allowing me to follow the royal way of all men and gain many merits and great glory by suffering and dying. Another advantage resulted therefrom for men, for they saw that my most holy Son and I myself, who was his mother, were truly human as they themselves, since we proved to them our mortality. Thereby the example which we left them became much more efficacious, and they would be induced to imitate the life which we led, and which redounded so much to the greater glory and exaltation of my Son and Lord, and of myself. All this would have come to naught, if the visions of the divinity had been continuous in me. However, after I conceived the eternal Word, the benefits and favors were more frequent and greater, since I was then brought into close connection with him. This is my answer to thy questions. No matter how much thou hast meditated and labored in manifesting the privileges and their effects enjoyed by me in mortal life, thou wilt never be able to comprehend all that the powerful arm of the Omnipotent wrought in me. And much less canst thou describe in human words what thou hast understood. Now attend to the instruction which I will give thee regarding the preceding chapters. If I was the model to be imitated in the way I responded to the coming of God into the soul and into the world, by showing due reverence, worship, humility, and thankful love, it follows that if thou, and in the same way the rest of the souls, art solicitous in imitating me, the Most High will come and produce the same effects in thee as in myself, though they may not be so great and efficacious. For if the creature, as soon as it obtains the use of reason, begins to advance toward the Lord as it should, directing its steps in the path of life and salvation, his Most High Majesty will issue forth to meet it. Wisdom chapter 6 verse 15. Being beforehand with his favors and communications, for to him it seems a long time to wait for the end of the pilgrimage in order to manifest himself to his friends. Thus it happens that by means of faith, hope, and charity, and by the worthy reception of the sacraments, many divine effects wrought by his condescension are communicated to the souls. Some are communicated according to the ordinary course of grace, and others according to a more supernatural and wonderful order, and each one will be more or less conformable to the disposition of the soul and to the ends intended by the Lord, which are not known at present. And if the souls do not place any obstacle on their part, he will be just as liberal with them as with those who dispose themselves, giving them greater light and knowledge of his immutable being, and by a divine and exceedingly sweet infusion of grace, transforming them into a likeness of himself, and communicating to them many of the privileges of the beatified. For after he is found, he allows himself to be taken possession of and enjoyed by that hidden embrace, which the spouse felt when she said, I will hold him and not dismiss him. Canticles, chapter 3, verse 4. Of this possession and of his presence, the Lord himself will give many tokens and pledges, in order that the soul may possess him in peace like the blessed, although always only for a limited time. So liberal as this will, God our Master and Lord, be in rewarding the objects of his love, for the labors accepted by them for his sake, and fearlessly undertaken to gain possession of him. In this sweet violence of love, the creatures begin to withdraw from and die to all earthly things, and that is why love is called strong as death. From this death arises a new spiritual life, which makes the soul capable of receiving new participations of the blessed and their gifts, for it enjoys more frequently the overshadowing of the Most High and the fruits of the highest good, which it loves. These mysterious influences cause a sort of overflow into the interior and animal parts of the creature, producing a certain transparency and purifying it from the effects of the spiritual darknesses. It makes it courageous and, as it were, indifferent to suffering, ready to meet and endure all that is adverse to the inclinations of the flesh. With a certain subtle thirst, it begins to seek after the difficulty and violence incident to the attainment of the kingdom of heaven. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 12. It becomes alert and unhindered by earthly grossness, so that many times the body itself begins to feel this lightness in regard to its own self. The labors, which before seemed burdensome, become easy. Of all these effects, thou hast knowledge and experience, my daughter, and I have described and rehearsed them for thee, in order that thou mayest dispose thyself and labor so much the more earnestly, so that the divine activity and power of the Most High, in working out his pleasure in thee, may find thee well disposed and free from resistance and hindrance. End of chapter 13. Book 1, Chapter 14 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 14 of the attention and care which the Most Holy Mary bestowed upon the fruit of her womb, and some happenings in regard to it. As soon as Our Lady and Queen issued from the trance in which she had conceived the eternal incarnate Word, she prostrated herself upon the earth and adored him in her womb, as I have already said in the 12th chapter. This adoration she continued all her life, commencing it at midnight every day, and repeating these genuflections 300 times, until the same hour of the following night, and oftener, whenever she had the opportunity. In this she was even more diligent during the 9 months of her divine pregnancy. In order to comply entirely with the new duties consequent upon the guarding of this treasure of the Eternal Father in the virginal bridal chamber, she directed all her attention toward frequent and fervent prayer. She was solicitous in sending up many and reiterated petitions to be able worthily to preserve the heavenly treasure confided to her. Accordingly, she dedicated anew to the Lord her soul and all her faculties, practicing all virtues in a heroic and supreme degree, so that she caused new astonishment in the angels. She also consecrated and offered up all the motions of her body to the worship and service of the infant God-man within her. Whether she ate, slept, labored, or rested, she did it all for the nourishment and conservation of her sweetest Son, and in all these actions she was inflamed more and more with divine love. On the day following the Incarnation, the 1,000 guardian angels, which attended upon Most Holy Mary, appeared in corporeal form, and with profound humility adored their incarnate King in the womb of the Mother. Her also they acknowledged anew as their Queen and Mistress, and rendered her due homage and reverence, saying, Now, O Lady, thou art the true Ark of the Testament. Deuteronomy chapter 10, verse 5. Since thou containest the lawgiver himself, and preservest the manna of heaven, which is our true bread, receive, O Queen, our congratulations on account of thy dignity and happiness, for which we also thank the Most High, since he has befittingly chosen thee for his mother and his tabernacle. We offer anew to thee our homage and service, and wish to obey thee as vassals and servants of the supreme and omnipotent King, whose mother thou art. These protestations and homages of the holy angels excited in the Mother of Wisdom incomparable sentiments of humility, gratitude, and love of God. For in this most prudent heart, where all things were weighed with the scales of the sanctuary according to their true value and weight, this reverence and acknowledgment of the angelic spirits, proclaiming her as their queen, was held in high esteem. Although it was a greater thing to see herself the mother of the King and Lord of all creation, yet all her blessings and dignities were made more evident by these demonstrations and homages of the holy angels. The angels rendered this homage as executors and ministers of the will of the Most High. When their Queen and Our Lady was alone, all of them attended upon her in corporeal form, and they assisted her in her outward actions and occupations. And when she was engaged in manual labor, they administered to her what was needed. Whenever she happened to eat alone in the absence of Saint Joseph, they waited upon her at her poor table and at her humble meals. Everywhere they followed her and formed an escort, and helped her in the services rendered to Saint Joseph. Amid all these favors and obsequious attendance, the Heavenly Lady did not forget to ask permission from the Master of Masters for all her operations and undertakings, and to implore his direction and assistance. So exact and so well governed were all her exercises, according to the plenitude of perfection, that the Lord alone could comprehend and properly weigh them. Besides the ordinary guidance during the time in which she carried in her most holy womb the incarnate Word, she felt his divine presence in diverse ways, all admirable and most sweet. Sometimes he showed himself to her by abstractive vision, as mentioned above. At other times she saw and beheld him as he was now present in the virginal temple, united hypostatically with the human nature. At other times, the most holy humanity was manifested to her as if in a crystalline monstrance, composed of her own maternal womb and purest body. This kind of vision afforded special consolation and delight to the great Queen. At other times, she perceived how the glory of his most holy soul overflowed into the body of the divine child, communicating to it some of the effects of its own blessedness and glory, and how the clarity and light of the natural body of her Son passed over in a wonderfully sweet, ineffable, and divine manner into herself as the Mother. This favor transformed her entirely into another kind of being, inflaming her heart and causing in her such effects as no created capacity can describe. Let the intellect of the highest seraphim extend and dilate as much as it may, it would nevertheless find itself overwhelmed by this glory. Proverbs chapter 25 verse 27. For the entire being of the heavenly Queen was an intellectual and animated heaven, and in her was summarized the divine glory and greatness, in a measure that even the vast confines of the heavens themselves could not encompass. These and other prerogatives alternated and succeeded each other in accordance with the exercises of the Divine Mother, and such variety as suited the different kinds of work which she performed. All her doings, whether spiritual or manual or otherwise of the body, served her God or benefited her neighbors, being undertaken and accomplished by this prudent maiden, to produce a harmony admirable and most sweet before the Lord, and wonderful to the angelic spirits. And when by the disposition of the Most High, the mistress of the world returned to a more natural state, she suffered mortal agony, caused by the force and violence of her love. For to her could, in truth, be applied what Solomon says in the name of the spouse. Stay with me with flowers, compass me about with apples. Canticles chapter 2 verse 5. And thus it would happen that by the piercing wounds of these sweet arrows of love, she was brought near to the ending of her life. But in this necessity, the powerful arm of the Most High was wont to strengthen her in a supernatural manner. Sometimes, in order to afford her sensible relief, innumerable birds would come to visit her by the command of the Lord. As if they were endowed with intellect, they would salute her by their lively movements, and dividing into harmonious choirs, would furnish her with sweetest music, and they would wait for her blessing before again dispersing. This happened in a special manner soon after she had conceived the divine word, as if they wished to congratulate her on her dignity in imitation of the angels. The mistress of all creatures on that day spoke to the different kinds of birds and commanded them to remain and praise with her the Creator in thanksgiving for the creation and for the existence and beauty given to them, and to sing his praises for their conservation. Immediately they obeyed her as their mistress, and anew they began to form choirs, singing in sweetest harmony, and bowed low to the ground to worship their Creator and honor the mother who bore him in her womb. They were accustomed to bring flowers to her in their beaks and place them into her hands, waiting until she should command them to sing or to be silent according to her wishes. It also happened that in bad weather some birds would come and seek the protection of the heavenly Lady, and she took them in and nourished them in her admirable innocence, glorifying the Creator of all things. And our weak ignorance must not be estranged at these wonders, for though the incidents may be called small, the purposes of the Most High are great and venerable in all his works, and also the works of our most prudent Queen were great, no matter of what kind they might have been. And who is so presumptuous as to ignore the importance of knowing how much of God's essence and perfections are manifest in the existence of all the creatures? How important is it to seek him and find him, to bless him and magnify him in all his creatures, as admirable, powerful, generous, and holy? Why should it not be our duty to imitate Mary, who overlooked no time, place, or occasion to attain this object? And how shall our ungrateful forgetfulness not be confounded, and our hardness of heart not be softened? How can our listless heart fail to be aroused when we see ourselves reprehended and urged for very shame to thankfulness by the irrational creatures? Merely for the slight participation of the divinity that consists in bare existence, they proclaim his praises without intermission, whereas we men, who are made to the image and likeness of God, furnished with the powers of knowing him and enjoying him eternally, forget him so far as not even to know him, and instead of serving him, offend him. Thus it comes that in no wise can man be preferred to the brute animals, since they have become worse than the brutes. Psalm 48, verse 13. Instruction given by our most holy Queen and Lady. My daughter, thou hast received my instruction until now in order to desire and strive after the heavenly science, which I wish thee so earnestly to acquire, and which shall teach thee to understand profoundly what decorous reverence is due to God. I remind thee once more that this science is very hard to learn and little coveted by men on account of their ignorance, for thence to their great loss it arises that, in conversing with the Most High or rendering him service or worship, they fail to form a worthy concept of his infinite greatness, and to free themselves from the darksome images of their earthly occupations, which make them torpid and carnal, unworthy and unfit for the magnificent intercourse with the supernal deity. And this ill-bred coarseness entails another disorder, namely, that whenever they converse with their neighbors, they do it without order, measure, or discretion, become entangled in their outward actions, and losing the memory and presence of their Creator in the excitement of their passions, are completely entangled in what is earthly. I desire, therefore, my dearest, that thou fly from this danger and learn the science of the immutable being and infinite attributes of God. In such a way thou must study him and unite thyself to him, that no created being will come between thy soul and the true and highest good. At all times and in all places, occupations and operations, thou must keep him in sight, without releasing him from the intimate embrace of thy heart. Canticles chapter 3 verse 4. Therefore I command thee to treat him with a magnanimous heart, with decorum and reverence, with deep felt fear of the soul. And whatever pertains to his divine worship, I desire that thou handle with all attention and care. Above all, in order to enter into his presence, by prayer and petitions, free thyself from all sensible and earthly images. And since human frailty cannot always remain constant in the force of love, nor always experience the sweet violence of its movements on account of its earthly nature, thou shouldest seek other assistance, such as will help thee toward the same end of finding thy God. Such help, for instance, is afforded by his praise in the beauty of the heavens and of the stars, in the variety of the plants, in the pleasant vista of the fields, in the forces of the elements, and especially in the exalted nature of the angels and in the glory of his saints. But bear continually in mind especially this particular caution, not to seek any earthly alleviation in any event or in any labor which thou art to undergo, nor to indulge in any diversion coming from human creatures, and especially not in those coming from men, for an account of thy naturally weak and yielding character, so much averse to giving pain, thou placest thyself in danger of exceeding and overstepping the limit of what is allowed or just, following, more than is proper for the religious spouses of my most holy Son, thy sensible likings. The risks of this negligence of all the human creatures incur, for if full reins are given to frail human nature, it will not give heed to reason, nor to the true light of the Spirit, but forgetting them entirely, it will blindly follow the impulse of its passions and pleasures. Against this general danger is provided the enclosure and retirement of the souls consecrated to my Son and Lord, in order to cut off the root of those unhappy and disgraceful occasions for those religious who would willingly seek them and entangle themselves in them. Thy recreations, my dearest, and those of thy sister religious, must be free from such dangers and deadly poison. Seek always those which thou shalt find in the secret of thy breast and in the chamber of thy beloved, who is faithful in consoling the sorrowful and in assisting the afflicted. End of chapter 14. Book I, Chapter 15 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter 15. Most Holy Mary is informed of the will of the Lord, that she visit Holy Elizabeth. She asked Saint Joseph for permission to go, remaining silent about all that had happened to her. By the words of the heavenly messenger, the Archangel Gabriel, Most Holy Mary had been informed that her cousin Elizabeth, who was held to be sterile, had conceived a son, and that she was already in the 6th month of her pregnancy. Afterwards, in one of the intellectual visions, the Most High revealed to her that in a miraculous birth, Elizabeth would bring forth a son, who would be great before the Lord. Luke, chapter 1, verse 15. A prophet and the forerunner of the incarnate Word. Also other great mysteries of the holiness and of the personality of Saint John were revealed to her. On this same occasion and on others, the heavenly Queen was informed that it would be agreeable and pleasing to the Lord if she would visit her cousin, in order that as well Elizabeth as also the child in her womb might be sanctified by the presence of their Redeemer. For His Majesty was anxious to communicate the benefits of his coming into the world and his merits to his precursor, in order to make of him, as it were, the well-seasoned first fruit of his redemption. At the news of this sacramental mystery, the most prudent Virgin, with admirable jubilee of spirit, rendered thanks to the Lord for such great condescension and favor vouchsafed to the soul of the precursor and prophet, and to his mother Elizabeth. Signifying her readiness to fulfill the divine pleasure, she spoke to His Majesty and said, Most High Lord, beginning and cause of all good, let thy name be eternally glorified, acknowledged and praised by all the nations. I, the least of thy creatures, give thee humble thanks for the liberal kindness which thou wishest to show to thy servant Elizabeth and to the son of her womb, if it is according to the promptings of thy condescension that I serve thee in this work. I stand prepared, my Lord, to obey eagerly thy divine mandates. The Most High answered her, My dove and my beloved, elect among creatures, truly I say to thee, on account of thy intercession and thy love, I will, as a Father and most liberal God, take care of thy cousin Elizabeth and of the son who is to be born of her. I will choose him as my prophet and as the precursor of the Word, which is made man in thee. I will look upon them as belonging to thee and intimately connected with thyself. Therefore I wish that my and thy only begotten go to see the mother, in order to free the son from the chains of the first sin, and in order that, before the common and ordinary time decreed for other men, his voice and praise may sound up to my ears. Canticles chapter 2 verse 14. And that the mysteries of the incarnation and redemption may be revealed to his sanctified soul. Therefore I wish thee to visit Elizabeth, for we three persons of the Blessed Trinity have chosen her Son for great deeds conformable to our pleasure. To this command of the Lord, the most obedient mother responded, Thou knowest, my Lord and God, that all the desires of my heart seek but thy divine pleasure, and that I wish to fulfill diligently whatever thou commandest of thy humble servant. Allow me, my God, to ask permission from my husband Joseph, and that I make this journey according to his will and direction. And in order that I may not divulge from what is thy pleasure, do thou govern me during that journey in all my actions. Direct my footsteps to the greater glory of thy name. Psalm 118, verse 13. Accept therefore the sacrifice which I bring in going out in public and in leaving my cherished retirement. I wish to offer more than my desires, God and King of my soul. I hope to be made able to suffer all that will conduce to thy greater service and pleasure, purely for thy love, so that the longings of my soul may not remain entirely unfulfilled. When our great Queen came out of this vision, she called upon the 1,000 angels of her guard, who appeared to her in bodily forms, and told them of the command of the Most High. She asked them to assist her with careful solicitude in this journey, to teach her how to fulfill all the commands according to the greater pleasure of the Lord, to defend her and guard her from dangers, so that she might conduct herself in all things during that journey in the most perfect manner. The holy princes, with wonderful devotion, offered to obey and serve her. In the same manner, the mistress of all prudence and humility was wont to act also on other occasions. For though she was herself more wise and more perfect in her deeds than the angels, yet because she was yet in the state of pilgrimage and endowed with a nature lower than that of the angels, she was always solicitous to attain the plenitude of perfection by consulting and asking for the aid of her guardian angels, though they were her inferiors in sanctity. Under their direction, as also by the promptings of the Holy Spirit, all her human actions were well disposed and well ordered. The heavenly spirits obeyed her with alacrity and punctuality, such as was proper to their nature and due to their Queen and Lady. They held sweet intercourse and delightful colloquy with her, and alternately with her they sang highest songs of praise and adoration of the Most High. At other times they conversed about the supernal mysteries of the incarnate Word, the hypostatic union, the sacrament of the redemption, the triumphs to be celebrated by him, the fruits and blessings accruing therefrom to mortals. It would necessitate lengthening out this work too much if I were to write all that has been revealed to me about these conversations. The humble spouse proceeded immediately to ask the consent of Saint Joseph for executing the mandate of the Most High, and in her consummate prudence, she said nothing of these happenings, but simply spoke to him these words. My Lord and spouse, by the divine light it was made known to me that through condescension of the Most High, the prayer of my cousin Elizabeth, the wife of Zacharias, has been heard. She has conceived a son, though she was sterile. Since she has obtained this singular blessing, I hope that through God's infinite bounty, her son will greatly please and glorify the Lord. I think that on this occasion I am under obligation to visit her and converse with her on certain things for her consolation and spiritual encouragement. If this is according to thy liking, my master, I will perform it with thy permission, for I am entirely subject to thy will and pleasure. Consider then what is best for me, and command what I am to do. This prudent silence of the Most Holy Mary, so full of humble subjection, was very agreeable to the Lord, for she showed herself thereby worthy and capable of receiving the deposit of the great sacraments of the King. Tobias, chapter 12, verse 7. Therefore, and on account of the confidence in his fidelity with which she proceeded, His Majesty disposed the most pure heart of Saint Joseph, giving him his divine light to act conformably to his will. This is the reward of the humble who ask for counsel, that they will find it with certainty and security. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 32, verse 29. It is also the particular prerogative of a holy and discreet zeal to be able to give prudent advice to those that ask. Full of this holy counsel, Saint Joseph answered our Queen, "Thou knowest already, my lady and spouse, that my utmost desires are to serve thee with all diligence and attention. For I am bound to have this confidence in thy great virtue, that thou wilt not incline toward anything which is not according to the greater pleasure and glory of the Most High. And this is my belief also in regard to this journey. Lest thy making this journey alone, and without the company of thy husband cause surprise, I will gladly go with thee, and attend to thy wants on the way. Do thou appoint the day on which we shall depart together." The most holy Mary thanked her prudent spouse Joseph for his loving solicitude and for his attentive cooperation with the will of God in whatever he knew to be his service and honor. They both concluded to depart immediately on their visit to the house of Saint Elizabeth. Luke chapter 1 verse 39. And prepared without delay the provisions, which consisted merely of a little fruit, bread and a few fishes, procured by Saint Joseph. In addition to these, he borrowed a humble beast of burden in order to carry their provisions and his spouse, the Queen of all creation. Forthwith they departed from Nazareth for Judea. The journey itself I will describe in the following chapter. On leaving their poor dwelling, the great mistress of the world knelt at the feet of her spouse Joseph and asked his blessing in order to begin the journey in the name of the Lord. The saint was abashed at the rare humility of his spouse, with which he had already been impressed by experience on so many other occasions. He hesitated giving her his benediction, but the meek and sweet persistence of the Most Holy Mary overcame his objections, and he blessed her in the name of the Most High. The heavenly Lady raised her eyes and her heart to God in order to direct her first steps toward the fulfillment of the divine pleasure, and willingly bear along in her womb the only begotten of the Father and her own, for the sanctification of John in that of his mother Elizabeth. Instruction which the heavenly Queen and Lady gave me. My dearest daughter, many times I have confided and manifested to thee the love burning within my bosom, for I wish that it should be ardently re-enkindled within thy own, and that thou profit from the instruction which I give thee. Happy is the soul to which the Most High manifests his holy and perfect will, but more happy and blessed is he who puts into execution what he has learned. In many ways, God shows to mortals the highways and byways of eternal life, by the Gospels and the Holy Scriptures, by the sacraments and the laws of the Holy Church, by the writings and examples of the saints, and especially by the obedience due to the guidings of its ministers, of whom His Majesty said, "Whoever hears you, hears me." For obeying them is the same as obeying the Lord himself. Whenever by any of these means thou hast come to the knowledge of the will of God, I desire thee to assume the wings of humility and obedience, and as if in ethereal flight, or like the quickest sunbeam, hasten to execute it and thereby fulfill the divine pleasure. Besides these means of instruction, the Most High has still others in order to direct the soul, namely, He intimates His perfect will to them in a supernatural manner and reveals to them many sacraments. This kind of instruction is of many and different degrees. Not all of them are common or ordinary to all souls, for the Lord dispenses His light in measure and weight. Wisdom, chapter 11, verse 21. Sometimes He speaks to the heart and the interior feelings in commands, at others in correction, advising, or instructing. Sometimes He moves the heart to ask Him, at other times He proposes clearly what He desires, in order that the soul may be moved to fulfill it. Again He manifests, as in a clear mirror, great mysteries, in order that they may be seen and recognized by the intellect and loved by the will. But this great and infinite good is always sweet in commanding, powerful in giving the necessary help for obedience, just in His commands, quick in disposing circumstances so that He can be obeyed, notwithstanding all the impediments which hinder the fulfillment of His most holy will. In receiving this divine light, my daughter, I wish to see thee very attentive, and very quick and diligent in following up indeed. In order to hear this most delicate and spiritual voice of the Lord, it is necessary that the faculties of the soul be purged from earthly grossness, and that the creature live entirely according to the Spirit. For the animal man does not perceive the elevated things of the divinity. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 14. Be attentive then to his secrets. Isaiah chapter 24, verse 16. And forget all that is of the outside. Listen, my daughter, and incline thy ear. Free thyself from visible things. Psalm 44, verse 11. And in order that thou mayest be diligent, cultivate love, for love is a fire, which does not have its effects until the material is prepared. Therefore let thy heart always be disposed and prepared. Whenever the Most High bids thee or communicates to thee anything for the welfare of souls, or especially for their eternal salvation, devote thyself to it entirely, for they are bought at the inestimable price of the blood of the Lamb and of divine love. Do not allow thyself to be hindered in this matter by thy own lowliness and bashfulness, but overcome the fear which restrains thee. For if thou thyself art of small value and usefulness, the Most High is rich. First letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 18. Powerful, great, and by himself performs all things. Romans chapter 10, verse 12. Thy promptness and affection will not go without its reward, although I wish thee rather to be moved entirely by the pleasure of thy Lord. End of chapter 15. Book 1, Chapter 16 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 16. The Journey of the Most Holy Mary on her visit to Saint Elizabeth and her entrance into the house of Zacharias. And Mary, rising up in those days, says the sacred text, went into the hill country with haste, into a city of Judea. Luke chapter 1, verse 39. This rising up of our heavenly Queen signified not only her exterior preparations and setting out from Nazareth on her journey, but it referred to the movement of her spirit and to the divine impulse and command which directed her to arise interiorly from the humble retirement which she had chosen in her humility. She arose, as it were, from the feet of the Most High, whose will and pleasure she eagerly sought to fulfill, like the lowliest handmaiden, who, according to the word of David, Psalm 122, verse 2, keeps her eyes fixed upon the hands of her mistress, awaiting her commands. Arising at the bidding of the Lord, she lovingly hastened to accomplish his most holy will in procuring without delay the sanctification of the precursor of the incarnate Word, who was yet held prisoner in the womb of Elizabeth by the bonds of original sin. This was the purpose and object of this journey. Therefore the Princess of Heaven arose and proceeded in diligent haste, as mentioned by the evangelist Saint Luke, leaving behind then the house of her father and forgetting her people. Psalm 44, verse 11. The most chaste spouses, Mary and Joseph, pursued their way to the house of Zacharias in mountainous Judea. It was 26 leagues distant from Nazareth, and the greater part of the way was very rough and broken, unfit for such a delicate and tender maiden. All the convenience at their disposal for the arduous undertaking was a humble beast, on which she began and pursued her journey. Although it was intended solely for her comfort and service, yet Mary, the most humble and unpretentious of all creatures, many times dismounted and asked her spouse Saint Joseph to share with her this commodity and to lighten the difficulties of the way by making use of the beast. Her discreet spouse never accepted this offer, and in order to yield somewhat to the solicitations of the heavenly lady, he permitted her now and then to walk with him part of the way, whenever it seemed to him that her delicate strength could sustain the exertion without too great fatigue. But soon he would again ask her, with great modesty and reverence, to accept of this slight alleviation, and the celestial Queen would then obey and again proceed on her way, seated in the saddle. thus alleviating their fatigue by humble and courteous contentions. The Most Holy Mary and Saint Joseph continued on their journey, making good use of every single moment. They proceeded alone, without accompaniment of any human creatures, but all the 1,000 angels, which were set to guard the couch of Solomon, the Most Holy Mary, attended upon them. Canticles, chapter 3, verse 7. Although the angels accompanied them in corporeal form, serving their great Queen and her most holy Son in her womb, they were visible only to Mary. In the company of the angels and of Saint Joseph, the Mother of Grace journeyed along, filling the fields and the mountains with the sweetest fragrance of her presence and with the divine praises, in which she unceasingly occupied herself. Sometimes she conversed with the angels, and alternating with them, sang divine canticles concerning the different mysteries of the divinity and the works of creation and of the Incarnation. Thus ever anew the pure heart of the Immaculate Lady was inflamed by the ardors of divine love. In all this, her spouse Saint Joseph contributed his share by maintaining a discreet silence, and by allowing his beloved spouse to pursue the flights of her spirit, for, lost in highest contemplation, he was favored with some understanding of what was passing within her soul. At other times, the two would converse with each other and speak about the salvation of souls and the mercies of the Lord, of the coming of the Redeemer, of the prophecies given to the ancient fathers concerning him, and of other mysteries and sacraments of the Most High. Something happened on the way which caused great wonder in her holy spouse Joseph. He loved his spouse most tenderly with a chaste and holy love, such as had been ordained in him by the special grace and dispensation of the divine love itself. Canticles, chapter 2, verse 4. In addition to this privilege, which was certainly not a small one, the saint was naturally of a most noble and courteous disposition, and his manners were most pleasing and charming. All this produced in him a most discreet and loving solicitude, which was yet increased by the great holiness, which he had seen from the beginning in his spouse, and which was ordained by heaven as the immediate object of all his privileges. Therefore the saint anxiously attended upon Most Holy Mary and asked her many times whether she was tired or fatigued, and in what he could serve her on the journey. But as the Queen of Heaven already carried within the virginal chamber the divine fire of the incarnate Word, holy Joseph, without fathoming the real cause, experienced in his soul new reactions, proceeding from the words and conversations of his beloved spouse. He felt himself so inflamed by divine love, and imbued with such exalted knowledge of the mysteries touched upon in their conversations. He was entirely renewed and spiritualized by this burning interior light. The farther they proceeded, and the more they conversed about these heavenly things, so much the stronger these affections grew, and he became aware that it was the words of his spouse which thus filled his heart with love and inflamed his will with divine ardor. So great were these new sensations that the prudent Joseph could not help but pay the greatest attention to them. Although he knew that all this came to him through the mediation of Most Holy Mary, and although it was a wonderful consolation to him that she was the cause, he meditated upon it without curiosity, and on account of his great modesty, he did not dare to ask her any questions, the Lord having ordained it thus, for it was not yet time that he should know the sacrament of the King, which was already completed in her virginal womb. The heavenly princess beheld the interior of her spouse, knowing all that passed within his soul, and in her prudence she reflected how it would naturally be unavoidable that he should come to know of her pregnancy, for there would be no possibility of concealing it from her most beloved and chaste spouse. The great lady did not know at the time how God would arrange this matter, yet although she had not received any intimation or command to conceal this mystery, her heavenly prudence and discretion taught her that it would be proper to conceal it as a great sacrament, greater than all other mysteries. Therefore she kept it secret, saying not a word about it to her husband, neither after the message of the angel, nor during this journey, nor later on, during the anxieties occasioned to Saint Joseph at becoming aware of her pregnancy. O admirable discretion and prudence more than human! The great Queen resigned herself entirely to the divine providence, hoping that God would arrange all things, yet she felt anxiety and pain at the thought of what her husband might think, and of her inability to do anything in order to dissipate his anxiety. This anxiety was increased by the attentive care and service lavished by him upon her with so much love and affection, since his faithful services certainly deserved a corresponding return on her part, as far as was prudently possible. Therefore, in loving solicitude and in pursuance of her desires to solve this coming difficulty, she prayed to the Lord, asking him to grant his divine assistance and guidance to Saint Joseph when it should arrive. In this state of suspense in which she found herself, Her Highness performed great and heroic acts of faith, hope, and charity, of prudence, humility, patience, and fortitude, imbuing all her activity with the plenitude of holiness and reaching in all things the summit of perfection. This journey was the first pilgrimage begun by the divine Word, 4 days after he had entered the world, for his most ardent love would not suffer any longer delay or procrastination in enkindling the fire which he came to scatter in the world. Luke chapter 12 verse 49. And in beginning his justification of mortals with his precursor. This haste he communicated also to his holy mother, in order that she might arise without delay and fly on her visit to Elizabeth. Luke chapter 1 verse 39. The most heavenly lady on this occasion served as the coach of the true Solomon, but much more richly adorned and more elegant, as Solomon himself infers in the Canticles. Canticles chapter 3 verse 9. Therefore this journey was glorious and occasioned great joy to the only begotten of the Father, for he traveled at his ease in the virginal chamber of his mother, enjoying the sweet tokens of her love. At the time, she alone was the archive of this treasure, the secretary of so great a sacrament, and she adored him, blessed and affirmed him, spoke and listened to him, and answered him. She reverenced him and thanked him for herself and for all the human race, much more than all the men and the angels together. In the course of the journey, which lasted 4 days, the 2 holy pilgrims, Mary and Joseph, exercised not only the virtues which were interior and had God for their immediate object, but also many other outward acts of charity toward their neighbors, for Mary could not remain idle at the sight of want. They did not find the same hospitable treatment at all the inns of the road, for some of the innkeepers, being more rude, treated them with slight consideration in accordance with their natural disposition. Others received them with true love inspired by divine grace. But the Mother of Mercy denied to no one such help as she could administer, and therefore, whenever she could decently do so, she hastened to visit and hunt up the poor, infirm, and afflicted, helping them and consoling them, and curing their sicknesses. I will not stop to relate all that happened on the way, but will only mention the good fortune of a poor sick girl, whom our great Queen found in passing through a town on the first day of her journey. She was moved to tenderest compassion at the sight of her grievous illness, and making use of her power as mistress of the creatures, she commanded the fever to leave the maiden and the humors to recompose and reduce themselves to their natural state and condition. At this command and at the sweet presence of the purest mother, the sick maiden was suddenly freed and healed from her pains of body and benefited in soul, so that afterwards she lived more and more perfectly and attained the state of sanctity, for the image of the authoress of her happiness remained stamped within her memory, and her heart was enkindled with a great love toward the heavenly lady, although she never saw her again, nor was the miracle ever made public. Having pursued their journey 4 days, the most holy Mary and her spouse arrived at the town of Judah, where Zachary and Elizabeth then lived. This was the special and proper name of the place, where the parents of St. John lived for a while, and therefore the evangelist St. Luke specifies it, calling it Judah, although the commentators have commonly believed that this was not the name of the town in which Elizabeth and Zacharias lived, but simply the name of the province, which was called Judah or Judea. Just as for the same reason, the mountains south of Jerusalem were called the mountains of Judea. But it was expressly revealed to me that the town was called Judah, and that the evangelist calls it by its proper name, although the learned expositors have understood by this name of Judah the province in which that town was situated. This confusion arose from the fact that some years after the death of Christ, the town Judah was destroyed, and as the commentators found no trace of such a town, they inferred that St. Luke meant the province and not the town. Thus the great differences of opinion in regard to the place where Most Holy Mary visited Elizabeth are easily explained. As holy obedience was enjoined upon me, the duty of clearing up these doubts, on account of the strange inconsistency in the sayings of learned men, I will also add to what I have already said, that the house in which the visitation took place was built upon the very spot on which now the faithful pilgrims, who travel to or live in the Holy Land, venerate the divine mysteries transacted during the visit. Although the town of Judah itself, where the house of Zacharias stood, is ruined, the Lord did not permit the memory of the venerable locality in which those great mysteries transpired, and which were hallowed by the footsteps of Most Holy Mary, of Christ our Lord, and of the Baptist, as well as his holy parents, to be blotted out and effaced from the memory of men. Therefore it was by divine influence that the ancient Christians built up those churches and restored the holy places, in order to preserve by the agency of divine light the traditional truth, and to renew the memory of the admirable sacraments. Thus we ourselves, the faithful of our times, can enjoy the blessing of venerating and worshipping the sacred localities, proclaiming and confessing our Catholic faith in the works of our redemption. For the better understanding of these things, let it be remembered that after the demon had become aware on Calvary that Christ our Lord was God and the Redeemer of men, he sought with incredible fury to blot out the remembrance of him from the land of the living, as Jeremiah says. Jeremiah chapter 11 verse 19. And the same is to be said of the memory of his most holy mother. Thus he managed to have the most holy cross hidden and buried underground, and to have it delivered as spoil of war to the Persians, and in the same way he procured the ruin and obliteration of many holy places. On this account, the holy angels carried back and forth so many times the venerable and holy house of Loretto, for the same dragon who pursued the heavenly lady, Apocalypse chapter 12 verse 13, had already excited the minds of the inhabitants of that land to tear down and raze to the ground that most sacred oratory, which had been the workshop of the Most High in the mystery of the Incarnation. The same astute hatred of the enemy urged him to blot out the town of Judah, aided partly by the negligence of the inhabitants, who gradually died off, partly also by untoward events and happenings. Yet the Lord did not allow all traces of the house of Zachary to be effaced or obliterated on account of the sacraments which were then enacted. This town was distant from Nazareth, as I have said, 26 leagues, and about 2 leagues from Jerusalem, and it was situated in that part of the Judean mountains where the stream Sorek takes its rise. After the birth of St. John and the return of the Most Holy Mary and her spouse Joseph to Nazareth, St. Elizabeth received a divine revelation that a great calamity and slaughter impended over the infants of Bethlehem and its vicinity. And though this revelation was indeterminate and unclear, it nevertheless induced the mother of St. John to betake herself with Zacharias, her husband, to Hebron, which was 8 leagues more or less from Jerusalem, for they were rich and noble, and they had dwellings not only in Judah and Hebron, but they had houses and possessions also in other places. When the Most Holy Mary and Joseph were on their way flying from Herod to Egypt. Matthew chapter 2 verse 14. After the birth of the Word, and some months after the birth of St. John, St. Elizabeth and Zacharias were in Hebron. Zacharias died 4 months after our Lord was born, which was 10 months after the birth of his son John. It seems to me I have now sufficiently solved this doubt, and it ought to be evident that the house of the visitation was neither in Jerusalem, nor in Bethlehem, nor in Hebron, but in the town called Judah. I saw that this is the true explanation, which was made known to me by divine light, together with the other mysteries of this heavenly history. Afterwards, when I was constrained by obedience to ask about this matter, a holy angel again made the same declaration to me. It was at this city of Judah and at the house of Zacharias that Most Holy Mary and Joseph arrived. In order to announce their visit, Saint Joseph hastened ahead of Mary and, calling out, saluted the inmates of the house, saying, "The Lord be with you, and fill your souls with divine grace." Elizabeth was already forewarned, for the Lord himself had informed her in a vision that Mary of Nazareth had departed to visit her. She had also in this vision been made aware that the heavenly Lady was most pleasing in the eyes of the Most High, while the mystery of her being the Mother of God was not revealed to her until the moment when they both saluted each other in private. But Saint Elizabeth immediately issued forth with a few of her family in order to welcome Most Holy Mary, who, as the more humble and younger in years, hastened to salute her cousin, saying, "The Lord be with you, my dearest cousin." And Elizabeth answered, "The same Lord reward you for having come in order to afford me this pleasure." With these words, they entered the house of Zacharias, and what happened I will relate in the following chapter. Instruction which our Queen and Lady gave me. My daughter, whenever the creature holds in proper esteem the good works and the services which the Lord commands for his glory, it will feel within itself great facility of operation, great sweetness in undertaking them, and a readiness and alacrity in continuing and pursuing them. These different feelings then give testimony of their being truly useful and commanded by God. But the soul cannot experience these affections if it is not altogether devoted to the Lord, keeping its gaze fixed upon his divine pleasure, hearing of it with joy, executing it with alacrity, and forgetting its own inclination and conveniences. The soul must be like the faithful servant, who seeks to do only the will of his master and not his own. This is the manner of obeying, which is fruitful and which is due from all the creatures to their God, and much more from all the religious, who explicitly promise this kind of obedience. In order that thou, my dearest, mayest attain to it perfectly, remember what esteemed David in many places speaks of the precepts. Psalm 118. Of the sayings and of the justifications of the Lord, and remember the effects which they caused in that prophet, and even now in the souls. He says that they will make the infants wise. Psalm 18 verse 8. Rejoice the heart of men. Psalm 18 verse 9. That they enlighten the eyes of the soul, so that they become a more brilliant light for its footsteps. Psalm 118 verse 105. That they are more sweet than honey. Psalm 18 verse 11. More desirable and more estimable than the most precious stones. This promptitude and subjection to the divine will and to his laws made David so conformable to the heart of God. These are the kind of souls his majesty seeks for his servants and friends. First Book of Kings, chapter 13, verse 14. Acts of the Apostles, chapter 13, verse 22. Attend therefore, my daughter, with all solicitude, to the works of virtue and perfection, which thou knowest to be desirable in the eyes of the Lord. Despise none of them, nor withdraw from any of them, and cease not to exercise them, no matter how violently thy inclinations and thy weakness should oppose their exercise. Trust in the Lord and proceed to put them into execution, and soon his power will overcome all difficulties. Soon thou wilt also know, by happy experience, how light is the burden and how sweet is the yoke of the Lord. Matthew chapter 11 verse 13. He did not deceive us when he spoke those words, as might be argued by the tepid and the negligent, who in their torpidity and distrust tacitly repudiate the truth of this statement. I wish also that thou, in order to imitate me in this perfection, take notice of the favor which the divine condescension vouchsafed me in furnishing me with a most sweet love and affection for the creatures as participators in the divine goodness and existence. In this love I sought to console, alleviate, and enliven all souls, and by a natural compassion I procured all spiritual and corporeal goods for them. To none of them, no matter how great sinners they might have been, did I wish any evil. On the contrary, I was urged by the great compassion of my tender heart to procure for them eternal salvation. From this also arose my anxiety concerning the grief, which was to grow out of my pregnancy, to my spouse Saint Joseph, for to him I owe more than to all other creatures. Tender compassion filled my heart, especially for the suffering and the infirm, and I tried to obtain some relief for all. In these virtues, then, I wish that thou, making use of the knowledge of them given to thee, most prudently imitate me. End of Chapter XVI. Book I, Chapter 17 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter 17. The Salutation given to Saint Elizabeth by the Queen of Heaven and the Sanctification of John. When the Most Holy Mother Mary arrived at the house of Zacharias, the precursor of Christ had completed the 6th month of his conception in the womb of Saint Elizabeth. The body of the child John had already attained a state of great natural perfection, much greater than that of other children, on account of the miracle of his conception by a sterile mother, and on account of the intention of the Most High to make him the depositary of greater sanctification than other men. Matthew chapter 11, verse 11. Yet at this time his soul was yet filled with the darkness of sin, which he had contracted in the same way as the other children of Adam, the first and common father of the human race, and as, according to the universal and general law, mortals cannot receive the light of grace before they have issued forth to the light of the sun. Romans chapter 5, verse 7. So after the first, the original sin contracted by our nature, the womb of the mother must serve as a dungeon or prison for all of us, who have laden upon ourselves this guilt of our father and head, Adam. Christ our Lord resolved to anticipate this great blessing of his prophet and precursor by conferring the light of his grace and justification upon him 6 months after his conception by Saint Elizabeth, in order that he might be distinguished as well in holiness as he was in his office of precursor and Baptist. After the first salutation of Elizabeth by the Most Holy Mary, the two cousins retired, as I have said, at the end of the preceding chapter. And immediately the Mother of Grace saluted anew her cousin, saying, May God save thee, my dearest cousin, and may his divine light communicate to thee grace and life. Luke chapter 1, verse 40. At the sound of Most Holy Mary's voice, Saint Elizabeth was filled by the Holy Spirit, and so enlightened interiorly, that in one instant she perceived the most exalted mysteries and sacraments. These emotions, and those at the same time were felt by the child John in the womb of his mother, were caused by the presence of the Word made flesh in the bridal chamber of Mary's womb, for, making use of the voice of Mary as his instrument, he, as Redeemer, began from that place to use the power given to him by the Eternal Father for the salvation and justification of the souls. And since he now operated as man, though as yet of the diminutive size of one conceived 8 days before, he assumed, in admirable humility, the form and posture of one praying and beseeching the Father. He asked in earnest prayer for the justification of his future precursor, and obtained it at the hands of the Blessed Trinity. Saint John was the third one for whom our Redeemer made special petition since his presence in the womb of his mother. His mother was the first, for whom he gave thanks and prayed to the Father. Next in order was her spouse, Saint Joseph, for whom the incarnate Word offered up his prayers, as we have said in the 12th chapter. And the third one was the precursor, Saint John, whom the Lord mentioned by name in his prayers to the Father. Such was the great good fortune and privilege of Saint John, that Christ our Lord presented to the Eternal Father the merits of his passion and death to be endured for men, and in view thereof he requested the sanctification of this soul. He appointed and set apart this child as one who is to be born holy as his precursor and as a witness of his coming into the world. John chapter 1, verse 7. As one who was to prepare the hearts of his people in order that they might recognize and receive him as the Messiah. He ordained that for such an exalted ministry, the precursor should receive all the graces, gifts, and favors, which are befitting and proportionate to his office. All this the Father granted just as the only begotten had requested it of him. This happened before the Most Holy Mary had put her salutation into words. At the pronunciation of the words mentioned above, God looked upon the child in the womb of Saint Elizabeth and gave it perfect use of reason, enlightening it with his divine light, in order that he might prepare himself by foreknowledge for the blessings which he was to receive. Together with this preparation, he was sanctified from original sin, made an adopted son of God, and filled with the most abundant graces of the Holy Ghost, and with the plenitude of all his gifts. His faculties were sanctified, subjected and subordinated to reason, thus verifying in himself what the Archangel Gabriel had said to Zacharias, that his son would be filled with the Holy Ghost from the womb of his mother. Luke chapter 1 verse 17. At the same time, the fortunate child, looking through the walls of the maternal womb as through clear glass upon the incarnate Word, and assuming a kneeling posture, adored his Redeemer and Creator, whom he beheld in most holy Mary, as if enclosed in a chamber made of the purest crystal. This was the movement of jubilation which was felt by his mother Elizabeth, as coming from the infant in her womb. Luke chapter 1 verse 44. Many other acts of virtue the child John performed during this interview, exercising faith, hope, charity, worship, gratitude, humility, devotion, and all the other virtues possible to him there. From that moment he began to merit and grow in sanctity, without ever losing it, and without ever ceasing to exercise it, with all the vigor of grace. Saint Elizabeth was instructed at the same time in the mystery of the Incarnation, the sanctification of her own Son, and the sacramental purpose of this new wonder. She also became aware of the virginal purity and of the dignity of the Most Holy Mary. On this occasion, the heavenly Queen, being absorbed in the vision of the divinity and of the mysteries operated by it through her Most Holy Son, became entirely godlike, filled with the clear light of the divine gifts which she participated, and thus filled with majesty, Saint Elizabeth saw her. She saw the Word made man, as through a most pure and clear glass, in the virginal chamber, lying as it were on a couch of burning and enlivened crystal. The efficacious instrument of all these wonderful effects was the voice of Most Holy Mary, as powerful as it was sweet in the hearing of the Lord. All this force was as it were only an outflow of that which was contained in those most powerful words, Fiat mihi secundum verbum tuum, by which she had drawn the eternal Word from the bosom of the Father down to her soul and into her womb. Filled with admiration at what she saw and heard in regard to these divine mysteries, Saint Elizabeth was wrapped in the joy of the Holy Ghost, and looking upon the Queen of the world and what was contained in her, she burst forth in loud voice of praise, pronouncing the words reported to us by Saint Luke. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. And whence is this to me, that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For behold, as soon as the voice of thy salutation sounded in my ears, the infant in my womb leaped for joy, and blessed art thou that hast believed, because those things shall be accomplished, which were spoken to thee by the Lord. In these prophetic words, Saint Elizabeth rehearsed the noble privileges of Most Holy Mary, perceiving by the divine light what the power of the Lord had done in her, what he now performed, and what he was to accomplish through her in time to come. All this also the child John perceived and understood, while listening to the words of his mother. For she was enlightened for the purpose of his sanctification, and since he could not from his place in the womb bless and thank her by word of mouth, she, both for herself and for her son, extolled the Most Holy Mary as being the instrument of their good fortune. These words of praise, pronounced by Saint Elizabeth, were referred by the Mother of Wisdom and Humility to the Creator, and in the sweetest and softest voice she intoned the Magnificat, as recorded by Saint Luke. Chapter 1, verses 46 to 55. My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit hath rejoiced in God my Saviour, because he hath regarded the humility of his handmaid. For behold, from henceforth all generations shall call me blessed, because he that is mighty hath done great things to me, and holy is his name. And his mercy is from generation unto generation to them that fear him, and he hath showed might in his arm. He hath scattered the proud in the conceit of their heart. He hath put down the mighty from their seat, and hath exalted the humble. He hath filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he hath sent empty away. He hath received Israel his servant, being mindful of his mercy, as he spoke to his fathers, to Abraham and his seed forever. Just as Saint Elizabeth was the first one who heard this sweet canticle from the mouth of Most Holy Mary, so she was also the first one who understood it, and by means of her infused knowledge, commented upon it. She penetrated some of the great mysteries, which its authoress expressed therein in so few sentences. The soul of Most Holy Mary magnified the Lord for the excellence of his infinite essence. To him she referred and yielded all glory and praise. First letter to Saint Timothy, chapter 1, verse 17. Both for the beginning and the accomplishment of her works. She knew and confessed that in God alone every creature should glory and rejoice, since he alone is their entire happiness and salvation. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 17. She confessed also the equity and magnificence of the Most High in attending to the humble and in conferring upon them his abundant spirit of divine love. Psalm 137, verse 6. She saw how worthy of mortals it is to perceive, understand, and ponder the gifts that were conferred on the humility of her, whom all nations were to call blessed, and how all the humble ones, each one according to his degree, could share the same good fortune. By one word she also expressed all the mercies, benefits, and blessings which the Almighty showered upon her in his holy and wonderful name, for she calls them altogether great things, since there was nothing small about anything that referred to this great Queen and Lady. And as the mercies of the Most High overflowed from Mary's plenitude to the whole human race, and as she was the portal of heaven, through which they issued and continue to issue, and through which we are to enter into the participation of the divinity, therefore she confessed that the mercy of the Lord in regard to her is spread out over all the generations, communicating itself to them that fear him. And just as the infinite mercies raised up the humble and seek out those that fear God, so also the powerful arm of divine justice scatters and destroys those who are proud in the mind of their heart, and hurls them from their thrones in order to set in their place the poor and lowly. This justice of the Lord was exercised in wonderful splendor and glory upon the chief of all the proud, Lucifer and his followers, when the almighty arm of God scattered and hurled them, because they themselves precipitated themselves from their exalted seats, which befitted their angelic natures and their graces, and which they occupied according to the original decree of the divine love. Isaiah chapter 14, Apocalypse chapter 12. For by it he intended that all should be blessed. First letter to Saint Timothy, chapter 2, verse 4. While they, in trying to ascend in their vain pride to positions which they neither could attain nor should aspire to, on the contrary, cast themselves from those which they occupied. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 13. In their arrogance they were found opposed to the just and inscrutable judgments of the Lord, which scattered and cast down the proud angel and all his followers. Apocalypse chapter 12, verse 8. In their place were installed the humble of heart through the mediation of Most Holy Mary, the mother and the treasure house of his ancient mercies. For the same reason, this divine lady says and proclaims that God enriches the needy, filling them with the abundance of his treasures of grace and glory, and those that are rich in their own estimation and presumptuous arrogance, and those who satisfy their heart with the false goods, which the world esteems as riches and happiness, the Most High has banished and does banish from his presence, because they are void of the truth, which cannot enter into hearts filled and occupied with falsehood and deceit. He received his servants and his children, the people of Israel, remembering his mercies in order to teach them, wherein prudence, truth, and understanding. Baruch, chapter 3, verse 14. Wherein free and abundant life and nourishment, wherein the light of the eyes and peace consists. He taught them the way of prudence and the hidden paths of wisdom and discipline, which is concealed from the princes of the Gentiles, and is not known to the powerful, who dominate over the beasts of the earth, and entertain themselves, and play with the birds of the air, and heap up treasures of gold and silver. Nor can the sons of Agar, and the inhabitants of Teman, who are the wise and the proudly prudent of this world, ever attain this wisdom. But to those that are sons of the light. Letter to the Galatians, chapter 3, verse 7. And who are sons of Abraham by faith, hope, and obedience, the Most High distributes it. For in this manner has it been promised to his posterity and his spiritual children, made secure by the blessed and happy fruit of the virginal womb of the most holy Mary. Saint Elizabeth, looking upon Mary the Queen of creation, understood these hidden mysteries, and not only those, which I am able to express here, did this fortunate matron understand, but many more and greater sacraments, which my understanding cannot comprehend. Nor do I wish to dilate upon all that had been shown to me, lest I unduly extend this history. But the sweet discourses and conversations which these two holy and discreet ladies held with each other reminded me of the two seraphim, which Isaiah saw above the throne of the Most High, repeating the divine and always new canticle, Holy, 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 etc., while they covered their head with one pair of wings, their feet with another, and flew with the third pair. Isaiah chapter 6, verse 2. It is certain that the inflamed love of these two holy women exceeded that of all the seraphim, and Mary by herself loved more than they all together. They were consumed in the flame of divine love, extending the two wings of their hearts in order to manifest to each other their love, and in order to soar into the most exalted intelligence of the mysteries of the Most High. With two more wings of rarest knowledge, they covered their faces, because both of them discussed and contemplated the sacrament of the King. Tobias, chapter 12, verse 7. Guarding its secrets within themselves all their lives. Also because they restrained their discourse and subjected it to their devoted faith, without giving scope to proud inquisitiveness. They also covered the feet of the Lord and their own with the third pair of seraphic wings, because they were lowered and annihilated in their own humble estimation of themselves at the sight of such great majesty. Moreover, since most holy Mary enclosed within her virginal womb the God of majesty himself, we can with reason and with literal truth say that she covered the seat where the Lord sat enthroned. When it was time to come forth from their retirement, Saint Elizabeth offered herself and her whole family and all her house for the service of the Queen of Heaven. She asked her to accept, as a quiet retreat, the room which she herself was accustomed to use for her prayers, and which was much retired and accommodated to that purpose. The heavenly princess accepted the chamber with humble thanks, and made use of it by recollecting herself and sleeping therein, and no one ever entered it except the two cousins. As for the rest, she offered to serve and assist Elizabeth as a handmaid, for she said that this was the purpose of visiting her and consoling her. Oh, what friendship is so true, so sweet and inseparable as that which is formed by the great bond of the divine love! How admirable is the Lord in manifesting this great sacrament of the Incarnation to three women before he would make it known to anyone else in the human race! For the first was Saint Anne, as I have said in its place. The second one was her daughter and the mother of the Word, Most Holy Mary. The third one was Saint Elizabeth, and conjointly with her, her son, for he being yet in the womb of his mother, cannot be considered as distinct from her. Thus, the foolishness of God is wiser than men, as St. Paul says. The Most Holy Mary and Elizabeth came forth from their retirement at nightfall, having passed a long time together, and the Queen saw Zacharias standing before her in his muteness, and she asked him for his blessing, as from a priest of the Lord, which the saint also gave to her. Yet although she tenderly pitied him for his affliction, she did not exert her power to cure him, because she knew the mysterious occasion of his dumbness, yet she offered a prayer for him. Saint Elizabeth, who already knew the good fortune of the most chaste spouse, Joseph, although he himself as yet was not aware of it, entertained and served him with great reverence and highest esteem. After staying 3 days in the house of Zacharias, however, he asked permission of his heavenly spouse Mary to return to Nazareth and leave her in the company of Saint Elizabeth in order to assist her in her pregnancy. The holy husband left them with the understanding that he was to return in order to accompany the queen home as soon as they should give him notice. Saint Elizabeth offered him some presents to take home with him, but he would take only a small part of them, yielding only to their earnest solicitations, for this man of God was not only a lover of poverty, but was possessed of a magnanimous and noble heart. Therewith he pursued his way back to Nazareth, taking along with him the little beast of burden which they had brought with them. At home, in the absence of his spouse, he was served by a neighboring woman and cousin of his, who also, when Most Holy Mary was at home, was wont to come and go on the necessary errands outside of the house. Instruction which the Queen and Lady gave me. My daughter, in order that thy heart may be ever more and more inflamed with the desire of gaining the grace and friendship of God, I wish very much that thou grow in the knowledge of the dignity, excellence, and happiness of a soul that has been endowed with this privilege. However, remember that it is so admirable and of so great a value that thou canst not comprehend it, even if I would explain it to thee, and much less canst thou express it in words. Look upon the Lord and contemplate him by means of the divine light, which thou receivest, and then thou wilt understand that the Lord performs a great work in justifying a soul than in having created all the orbs of heaven and the whole earth, with all the beauty and perfection contained therein. And if on account of the wonders which creatures are able in part to perceive in these works by the senses, they are impressed with the greatness and power of God, what would they say and think if they could see with the eyes of their soul the preciousness and beauty of grace in so many creatures who are capable of receiving them? There are no terms of human language equal to the task of expressing what participations and perfections of God are contained in sanctifying grace. It is little to say that it is more pure and spotless than the snow, more refulgent than the sun, more precious than gold or precious stones, more charming, more amiable and pleasing than all the most delightful feasts and entertainments, and more beautiful than all that in its entirety can be imagined or desired by the creatures. Take notice also of the ugliness of sin, in order that by the opposite thou mayest come to so much the better understanding of the beauty of grace, for neither darknesses, nor rottenness, nor the most horrible, the most dreadful, nor the foulest of creatures can ever be compared to sin and its ugliness. The martyrs and saints understood much of this mystery. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 36. Who, in order to secure the beauty of grace and preserve themselves from the ruin of sin, did not fear fire, nor wild beasts, nor the sword, nor torments, nor prisons, ignominies, pains, afflictions, nor death itself, nor prolonged and perpetual suffering. For to escape all these must be counted for little or nothing, and must scarcely be thought of in comparison with one degree of grace, which souls may attain, even though they be the most abject of the whole world. All this the men, who esteem and seek after the fugitive and apparent beauty of creatures, are ignorant of, and whatever does not present to them this deceitful beauty is for them vile and contemptible. Thou perceivest therefore something of the greatness of the blessing which the incarnate Word conferred upon his precursor in the womb of his mother, and because St. John recognized it, he leaped for joy and exultation in the womb of his mother. Thou wilt also see what thou thyself must do and suffer in order to attain this happiness, and in order not to lose it, or in the least impair this most precious beauty by any fault, nor retard its consummation by any imperfection, no matter how small. I wish that in imitation of my cousin Elizabeth, thou do not enter into any friendship with any human creatures, except those with whom thou canst and shouldst converse about the works of the Most High and of his mysteries, and with whom thou canst learn to pursue the true path of his divine pleasure. Although thou art engaged in important undertakings and works, do not forget or omit thy spiritual exercises and the strictness of a perfect life, for this must not only be preserved and watched over when all things go smoothly, but also under the greatest adversity, difficulty, and labor. for imperfect human nature takes occasion of the slightest circumstance to relax its vigilance. End of Chapter 17. Book 1, Chapter 18 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 18. Most Holy Mary arranges the order of her daily exercises in the house of Zacharias. Some incidents in her intercourse with Saint Elizabeth. When the precursor John had been sanctified, and Saint Elizabeth, his mother, had been endowed with such great gifts and blessings, and when thus the principal object of Mary's visit was fulfilled, the great queen proceeded to arrange her daily life in the house of Zacharias, for her occupations could not be uniformly the same as those she was accustomed to in her own house. In order to direct her desire by the guidance of the Holy Ghost, she retired and placed herself in the presence of the Most High, asking him as usual to guide her and direct her in that which she was to do during her stay in the house of his servants, Elizabeth and Zacharias, so that she might in all things be pleasing to him and fulfill entirely his pleasure. The Lord heard her petition and answered her, saying, My spouse and my dove, I will direct all thy actions, and I will direct thy footsteps in the fulfillment of my service and pleasure, and I will make known to thee the day on which I wish thee to return to thy home. In the meanwhile, remain in the house of my servant Elizabeth and converse with her. As for the rest, continue thy exercises and prayers, especially for the salvation of men, and pray also that I withhold my justice in dealing with their incessant offenses against my bounty. Conjointly with thy prayers, thou shalt offer to me the Lamb without spot. First letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 19. Which thou bearest in thy womb, and which takes away the sins of the world. John chapter 1, verse 29. Let these now be thy occupations. In conformity with this instruction and new mandate of the Most High, the Princess of Heaven ordered all her occupations in the house of her cousin, Elizabeth. She rose up at midnight, in accordance with her former custom, spending the hours in the continued contemplation of the divine mysteries, and giving to waking and sleep the time which most perfectly and exactly agreed with the natural state and conditions of her body. In labor and repose, she continued to receive new favors, illuminations, exaltations, and caresses of the Lord. During these 3 months, she had many visions of the divinity, mostly abstractive in kind. More frequent still were the visions of the most holy humanity of the Word in its hypostatic union, for her virginal womb, in which she bore him, served her as her continual altar and sanctuary. She beheld the daily growth of that sacred body. By this experience and by the sacraments, which every day were made manifest to her in the boundless fields of the divine power and essence, the spirit of this exalted lady expanded to vast proportions. Many times she would have been consumed and have died by the violence of her affections, if she had not been strengthened by the power of the Lord. To these occupations, which were concealed from all, she added those which the service and consolation of her cousin Elizabeth demanded, although she did not apply one moment more to them than charity required. These fulfilled, she returned immediately to her solitude and recollection, where she could pour out the more freely her spirit before the Lord. No less solicitous was she to occupy herself interiorly, while she was engaged for many hours in manual occupations. And in all this, the precursor was so fortunate that the great queen, with her own hands, sewed and prepared the swaddling clothes and coverlets in which he was to be wrapped and reared, for his mother Elizabeth, in her maternal solicitude and attention, had secured for St. John this good fortune, humbly asking this favor of the heavenly Queen. Mary, with incredible love and subjection, complied with her request in order to exercise herself in obedience to her cousin, whom she wished to serve as the lowliest handmaid, for in humility and obedience, Most Holy Mary always surpassed all men. Although Saint Elizabeth sought to anticipate her in much that belonged to her service, Yet in her rare prudence and wisdom, Mary knew how to forestall her cousin, always gaining the triumph of humility. In this regard, a great and sweet competition arose between the two cousins, which was very pleasing to the Most High, and wonderful in the sight of the angels. For Saint Elizabeth was very solicitous and attentive in serving Our Lady and Great Queen, and in commanding also the same service to be rendered her by all the inmates of the house. But she, who was the teacher of virtues, Most Holy Mary, being still more attentive and eager to serve, met and diverted the anxieties of her cousin, saying, "My dear cousin, I find my consolation in being commanded and in obeying during all my life. It is not good that thy love should deprive me of the comfort I feel therein. Since I am the younger one, it is proper that I serve not only thee as my mother, but all in thy house. Deal with me as with thy servant as long as I am in thy company." Saint Elizabeth answered, "My beloved lady, it seems much more that I obey thee and that thou command and direct me in all things, and this I ask of thee with greater justice. For if thou, the mistress, wishest to exercise humility, I on my part owe worship and reverence to my God and Lord, whom thou bearest in thy virginal womb, and I know that thy dignity is worthy of all honor and reverence." And the most prudent Virgin rejoined, "My Son and Lord did not choose me for his mother, in order that I receive reverence as mistress, for his kingdom is not of this world." John chapter 18, verse 36. "Nor did he come into it in order to be served, but to serve." Matthew chapter 20, verse 28. "And to suffer and to teach obedience and humility to mortals." Matthew chapter 11, verse 29. "Condemning fastidiousness and pride. Since therefore his majesty teaches me this, and the highest calls himself the ignominy of men." Psalm 21, verse 22. "How can I, who am his slave and do not merit the company of creatures, consent that thou serve me, who art formed according to his image and likeness?" Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. Saint Elizabeth still insisted and said, "My mistress and protectress, this is true for those who do not know the sacrament which is enclosed in thee, but I, who have without merit been informed by the Lord, will be very blamable in his eyes, if I do not give him in thee the veneration which is due to him as God, and to thee as his mother, for it is just that I serve both, as a slave serves his masters." But to this the Most Holy Mary answered, "My dear sister, this reverence which thou owest and desirest to give is due to the Lord, whom I bear within my womb, for he is the true and highest good and our Redeemer. But as far as I am concerned, who am a mere creature and among creatures only a poor worm, look upon me as I am in myself, although thou shouldest adore the Creator, who chose my poor self as his dwelling. By his divine enlightenment, thou shalt give unto God what is due to him, and allow me to perform that which pertains to me, namely to serve and to be below all. This I ask of thee for my consolation, and in the name of the Lord, whom I bear within me." In such blessed and happy contentions, Most Holy Mary and her cousin Elizabeth passed some of their time, but the divine prudence of our Queen caused in her such an alertness and ingenuity in matters concerning humility and obedience, that she never failed to find means and ways of obeying and of being commanded. However, during all the time in which she stayed with Saint Elizabeth, all this was done in such a way that, both according to their condition, treated with the highest respect the sacrament of the King which had been entrusted to their knowledge, and which was deposited in Most Holy Mary. This high respect in Mary was such as befitted the mother and the mistress of all virtue and grace, and in Elizabeth such as was worthy of the prudent matron, so highly enlightened by the Holy Spirit. By this light, she wisely directed her behavior in regard to the Mother of God, yielding to her wishes and obeying her in whatever she could, and at the same time reverencing her dignity and in it her Creator. In her inmost heart, she made the intention that if she were obliged to give any command to the Mother of God, she would do it only in order to obey and satisfy her wishes, and whenever she did it, she asked permission and pardon of the Lord, at the same time never ordering anything by direct command, but always by request, and she would use greater earnestness only in such things as were conducive to Mary's convenience, as for instance, that she take some sleep or nourishment. She also asked Mary to make a few articles for her with her own hands. Mary complied, but Saint Elizabeth never made use of them, except to preserve them with the greatest veneration. In this way, Most Holy Mary put into practice the doctrine of the Eternal Word, who humiliated himself so far, that being the form of the Eternal Father, the figure of his substance, true God of the true God, he nevertheless assumed the form and condition of a servant. Hebrews chapter 1 verse 3. Letter to the Philippians chapter 2 verses 6 and 7. This lady was the Mother of God, Queen of all creation, superior in excellence and dignity to all creatures, and yet she remained the humble servant of the least of them. And never would she accept homage and service as if due to her, nor did she ever exalt herself, or fail to judge of herself in the most humble manner. What shall we now say of our most execrable presumption and pride? Since full of the abomination of sin, we are so senseless as to claim for ourselves, with dreadful insanity, the homage and veneration of all the world? And if this is denied us, we quickly lose the little sense which our passions have left us. This whole heavenly history bears the stamp of humility, and is a condemnation of our pride. And since it is not my office to teach or correct, but to be taught and to be corrected, I beseech and pray all the faithful children of light to place this example before their eyes for our humiliation. It would not have been difficult for the Lord to preserve his most holy Mother from such extreme lowliness and from the occasions in which she embraced it. He could have exalted her before creatures, ordaining that she be renowned, honored, and respected by all, just as he knew how to procure homage and renown for others, as Ahasuerus did for Mardocheus. Perhaps, if this had been left to the judgment of men, they would have so managed that a woman, more holy than all the hierarchies of heaven, and who bore in her womb the Creator of the angels and of the heavens, should be surrounded by a continual guard of honor, withdrawn from the gaze of men and receiving the homage of all the world. It would have seemed to them unworthy of her to engage in humble and servile occupations, or not to have all things done only at her command, or to refuse homage, or not to exercise fullest authority. So narrow is human wisdom, if that can be called wisdom, which is so limited. But such fallacy cannot creep into the true science of the saints, which is communicated to them by the infinite wisdom of the Creator, and which esteems at their just weight and price these honors without confounding the values of the creatures. The Most High would have denied his beloved Mother much, and benefited her little, if he had deprived and withdrawn from her the occasion of exercising the profoundest humility, and had instead exposed her to the exterior applause of men. It would also be a great loss to the world to be without this school of humility, and this example for the humiliation and confusion of its pride. From the time of her receiving the Lord as her guest in her house, though yet in the womb of the Virgin Mother, the holy Elizabeth was much favored by God, by the continued conversation and the familiar intercourse with the heavenly Queen, in proportion as she grew in the knowledge and understanding of the mysteries of the Incarnation. This great matron advanced in all manner of sanctity, as one who draws it from its very fountain. A few times she merited to see Most Holy Mary during her prayers, ravished and raised from the ground and altogether filled with divine splendor and beauty, so that she could not have looked upon her face, nor remain alive in her presence, if she had not been strengthened by the divine power. On these occasions and at others, whenever she could be witness of them, without attracting the attention of Most Holy Mary, she prostrated herself and knelt in her presence, and adored the incarnate Word in the virginal temple of the Most Holy Mother. All the mysteries which became known to her by the divine light, and by the intercourse with the great Queen, Saint Elizabeth sealed up in her bosom, being a most faithful depositary and prudent secretary of that which was confided to her. only with her son John and with Zacharias. During the short time in which he lived after the birth of his son, Saint Elizabeth conversed to some extent concerning those sacraments which had become known to all. But in all this she acted as a courageous, wise, and very holy woman. Instruction which the Queen, Most Holy Mary, gave me. My daughter, the favors of the Most High and the knowledge of his divine mysteries in the attentive souls engenders a kind of love and esteem of humility, which raises them up with a strong and sweet force, like that which causes fire to ascend, like the gravity which causes a stone to fall, each of them striving to reach its own and natural sphere. This is done by the true light, which places the creature in the possession of a clear knowledge of its own self, and attributes the graces to the proper source, whence all perfect things come. Letter of St. James, chapter 1, verse 17. And thus it brings all things into correct balance. And this is the most proper order of right reason, which overthrows and, as it were, exerts violence against the false presumption of mortals. On account of this presumption of pride, the heart, wherein it lives, cannot strive after contempt, nor bear it, nor can it suffer a superior over itself, and is offended even at equals. It violently opposes all, in order to place itself alone above all fellow creatures. But the humble heart is abased in proportion to the benefits it received, and in its interior quietly grows a desire or an ardent hunger for self-abasement and for the last place. It is violently disturbed in not finding itself esteemed as the inferior of all, and in being deprived of humiliation. In me, my dearest, thou wilt find exhibited the practical application of this doctrine, since none of the favors and blessings which the right hand of the Most High lavished upon me were insignificant. Yet never was my heart inflated with presumption above itself. Psalm 110, verse 1. Nor did it ever know anything else than to desire to be abased and occupy the last place among all creatures. The imitation of this I desire especially of thee. Let thy ambition be to take the last place, to live in subjection to all others, abased and considered as useless. In the presence of the Lord and of men, thou must judge thyself as less than the dust of the earth itself. Thou canst not deny that in no generation has anyone been more favored than thou, and no one has merited these favors less than thou. How then wilt thou make any return for this great debt of gratitude, if thou dost not humiliate thyself below all others, and more than all the sons of Adam, and if thou dost not awaken within thyself exalted and loving sentiments concerning humility? It is good to obey the prelates and instructors, therefore do it always. But I desire that thou go much farther, and that thou obey the most insignificant of thy fellow beings in all that is not sinful, and in such a way as if thou wert obeying the highest of thy superiors. And I desire that in this matter thou be very earnest, as I was during my earthly life. Thou must, however, be circumspect in regard to the obedience to thy inferiors, so that they may not, knowing of thy anxiousness to obey in all things, seek to induce thee to obey in things unseemly and unbecoming. Thou canst do much good by giving them the good and orderly example of obedience, without causing them to lose any of their subjection, and without derogating from thy authority as their superioress. If any disagreeable accident or injury should happen, which affects thee alone, accept it gladly, without so much as moving thy lips in self-defense, or making any complaints. Whatever is an injury to God, do thou reprehend without mixing up any of thy own grievances with those of his majesty, for thou shouldest never find any cause for self-defense, but always be ready to defend the honor of God. But neither in the one nor the other allow thyself to be moved by disorderly anger and passion. I wish also that thou use great prudence in hiding and concealing the favors of the Lord, for the sacrament of the King is not to be lightly manifested. Tobias, chapter 12, verse 7. Nor are carnal men capable or worthy of the mysteries of the Holy Ghost. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 14. In all things imitate and follow me, since thou wishest to be my beloved daughter. This thou wilt attain by obeying me, and thou wilt induce the Almighty to strengthen and direct thy steps to that which I desire to accomplish in thee. Do not resist him, but dispose and prepare thy heart sweetly and quickly to obey his light and grace. Let grace not be void in thee. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 1. But labor diligently, and let thy actions be performed in all perfection. End of chapter 18. Book 1, Chapter 19 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus, of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 19 of some conversations which Most Holy Mary held with her angels in the house of Saint Elizabeth, and of others which she held with her cousin. The plenitude of the wisdom and grace of Most Holy Mary, being of such immense capacity, could not remain idle at any point of time, nor in any place or occasion. For it gave forth the plenitude of all perfection, active at all times and seasons, to the fullest extent of duty and possibility, without ever falling short of the holiest and the most excellent in virtue. And as in all places, she acted the part of a pilgrim on earth and of an inhabitant of heaven. And as she herself was the intellectual and most glorious heaven, the living temple, in which God himself had made his habitation, so she also carried with her her own oratory and sanctuary, and in this respect, there was for her no difference between her own house and that of her cousin Elizabeth, nor could any other place, time or occupation be a hindrance to her in this regard. She was placed above all things, and without any outside claim, she incessantly devoted herself to the influence of the love which was continually in her sight. Yet at the same time, she conversed with the creatures at opportune times and treated with them according as occasion required, giving as much attention to them as the most prudent mistress could fittingly spare for each in particular. And as her most frequent conversing's during the 3 months in which she remained in the house of Zacharias were with Saint Elizabeth and with the holy angels of her guard, I shall relate in this chapter something of that which formed the subject of her conferences with them, and also mention other things which happened in her intercourse with the saint. When she was left alone and free to herself, our heavenly princess passed many hours ravished and elevated in divine contemplations and visions. Sometimes during these trances, sometimes outside of them, she was accustomed to converse with her angels about the sacraments and mysteries of her interior love. One day, soon after she had arrived at the house of Zacharias, she spoke to them in the following manner. Heavenly spirits, my guardians and companions, ambassadors of the Most High, and luminaries of his divinity, come and strengthen my heart, which is captured and wounded by his divine love, for it is afflicted with its own limitations, in that it cannot properly respond to the obligations which are known to it and which dictate its desires. Come, ye supernal princes, and praise with me the admirable name of the Lord, and let us magnify his holy judgments and operations. Help this poor little worm to praise its Maker, who condescends kindly to look upon its insignificance. Let us talk of the wonders of my spouse. Let us discuss the beauty of my Lord, of his beloved Son. Let my heart find relief in uniting its inmost aspirations to your own, my friends and companions, for you do know the secrets of my treasure, which the Lord has deposited within me in the narrowness of so fragile and constrained a vase. Great are these sacraments and admirable these mysteries, and I contemplate them with sweet affection, but their supernal greatness overwhelms me. The profundity and greatness of my love overpowers me, even while they inflame my heart. In the ardor of my soul, I cannot rest satisfied and find no repose, for my desires surpass all that I can accomplish, and my obligations are greater than my desires. I am dissatisfied with myself, because I do not exert myself as much as I desire, because I do not desire to accomplish as much as I should, and because I find myself continually falling short and vanquished by the greatness of the returns, which are due. Ye heavenly seraphim, listen to my loving anxieties. I am fallen sick with love. Canticles, chapter 2, verse 5. Open to me your bosoms, whence the beauty of my God is flashed forth, in order that the splendors of his light and the visions of his loveliness may replenish the life which wastes away in his love. Mother of our Creator and our Mistress, answered the holy angels, thou possessest truly the Almighty and our highest good, since thou hast him so closely bound to thee and art his true spouse and mother. Rejoice in him and keep him with thee for all eternity. Thou art the spouse and the mother of the God of love, and as in thee is the only cause and fountain of life, no one can live with him as thou, our Queen and Mistress. Do not seek to find repose in a love so inflamed, for thy state and condition of a pilgrim do not permit thy love to attain the repose of perfect consummation, nor will it cease to aspire to new and greater increase of merit and triumph. Thy obligations surpass without comparison those of all the nations, but they are to increase and grow continually. Never will thy so vastly inflamed love equal its object, since it is eternal and infinite and without measure in its perfection. Thou shalt always be happily vanquished by its greatness, for no one can comprehend it. Only he himself comprehends himself and loves himself in the measure in which he deserves to be loved. Eternally, O Lady, shalt thou find in him more to desire and more to love, since that is required by the essence of his greatness and of our beatitude. In these colloquies and conferences, the fire of divine love was more and more enkindled in the heart of Most Holy Mary. In her was exactly fulfilled the command of the Lord. Leviticus chapter 6 verse 12. That in his tabernacle and on his altar should burn continually the fire of the holocaust, and that the priest of the ancient law should see to its perpetual nourishment and maintenance. This precept was executed to the letter in the Most Holy Mary, for in her were jointly contained the altar and the new high priest, Christ our Lord, who nourished and augmented its flame day by administering new material in favors, blessings, graces, and communications of his divinity, while the exalted Lady on her part contributed her ceaseless exertions, which were ineffably enhanced in value by the continual flow of the graces and sanctity of the Lord. From the moment in which this Lady entered into the world, this conflagration of his divine love took its rise, in order never to be extinguished on this altar through all the eternities of God himself. For as lasting as this eternity, and as continuous was and will be the fire of this living sanctuary. At other times she spoke and conversed with the holy angels, when they appeared to her in human forms, as I have said in several places. Most frequently, this conversation turned about the mystery of the incarnate Word, and in this she manifested so profound a knowledge, in citing the Holy Scriptures and the prophets, that she caused wonder even in the angels. On one occasion, in speaking to them of these venerable sacraments, she said, My lords, servants of the Most High and his friends, my heart is pierced and torn by arrows of grief, when I meditate on what the sacred scriptures say of my most holy Son, or what Isaiah and Jeremiah wrote. Genesis chapter 22 verse 2, Isaiah chapter 33 verse 2, Jeremiah chapter 11 verse 18. Concerning the most bitter pains and torments in store for him, Solomon says, Wisdom chapter 2 verse 20. That they shall condemn him to a most ignominious death, and the prophets always speak in weighty and superlative terms of his passion and death, which all are to be fulfilled in him. Oh, were it the will of his majesty that I live at that time in order to offer myself to die instead of the author of my life! My soul is sorely afflicted in the consideration of these infallible truths, and that my God and my Lord should come forth from my womb only in order to suffer. Oh, who will guard him and defend him against his enemies? Oh, tell me, ye heavenly princes, by what services or by what means can I induce the Eternal Father to divert the rigor of his justice upon me, in order that the innocent, who cannot have any guilt upon him, may be freed from punishment? Well do I know that in order to satisfy the infinite God for the offenses of men, the satisfaction of the incarnate God is required, but by his first act, my most holy Son has merited more than all the human race can lose or demerit by its offenses. Since this is sufficient, tell me, is it not possible that I die in order to relieve him from his death and torments? My humble desires will not be annoying to my God, and my anxieties will not be displeasing to him. Yet what am I saying? And to what lengths do sorrow and love drive me, since I must be subject in all things to the divine will and its perfect fulfillment? Such and like colloquy the Most Holy Mary held with her angels, especially during the time of her pregnancy. The Holy Spirits met all her anxieties and comforted her with great reverence, consoling her by renewing the memory of the very sacraments, which she already knew, and by reminding her of the reasonableness and propriety of the death of Christ for the salvation of the human race, for the conquest of the demons and spoliation of their power, for the glory of the Eternal Father and the exaltation of the most holy and highest Lord, his Son. Letter to Saint Timothy, chapter 2, verse 14. So great and exalted were the mysteries touched upon in these discourses of the Queen with the holy angels, that neither can the human tongue describe, nor our capacity comprehend them in this life. When we shall enjoy the Lord, we shall see what we cannot at present conceive. From this little which I have said, our piety can help us to draw conclusions in regard to others much greater. Saint Elizabeth was likewise much versed and enlightened in the divine scriptures, and much more so since the visitation, and therefore our Queen conversed with her concerning these heavenly mysteries, which were known and understood by the matron, instructing and enlightening her by heavenly teachings, for through her intercession Elizabeth was enriched with many blessings and gifts of heaven. Many times she wondered at the profound wisdom of the Mother of God, and blessed her over and over again, saying, "Blessed art thou, my mistress and mother of my Lord, among all womankind." Luke chapter 1 verse 42. And may the nations know and magnify thy dignity. Most fortunate art thou on account of the rich treasure which thou bearest in thy virginal womb. I tender to thee my humble and most affectionate congratulations for the joy with which thy spirit shall be filled, when thou shalt hold in thy arms the Son of Justice and nurse him at thy virginal breasts. Remember me, thy servant, O Lady, in that hour, and offer my heart in sacrifice to thy most holy Son, my true and incarnate God. O who shall merit to serve thee from now on and attend upon thee? But if I am unworthy of this good fortune, may I enjoy that of being born in thy heart, for I fear, not without cause, that mine will be torn asunder when I must part from thee. Many other sentiments of sweetest and most tender love Saint Elizabeth uttered in her personal intercourse with the most holy Mary, and the most prudent Lady consoled her, strengthened and enlivened her by her divinely efficacious reasonings. These so exalted and heavenly dealings of Mary were diversified by many other acts of humility and self-abasement in serving not only her cousin Elizabeth, but all the servants of her house. Whenever she could find an occasion, she swept the house of her relative, and always her oratory at regular times, and with the servants she washed the dishes and performed other acts of profound humility. Let no one think it strange that I particularize in these small matters, for the greatness of our Queen has made them of importance for our instruction, and in order that knowing them, our pride may vanish and our vileness may come to shame. When Saint Elizabeth learnt of the humble services performed by the Mother of Piety, she was deeply moved and tried to prevent them, and therefore the heavenly Lady concealed them from her cousin whenever it was possible. O Queen and Mistress of heaven and earth, my protectress and advocate, although thou art the teacher of all sanctity and perfection, lost in astonishment at thy humility, I dare, O my Mother, to ask thee, how was it possible that, knowing of the only begotten of the Father within thy virginal womb, and wishing in all things to conduct thyself as his mother, thy greatness should abase itself in such lowliness, as sweeping the floor and similar occupations, since, according to our notions, thou couldst, on account of the reverence due to thy most holy Son, easily have excused thyself without failing against the duties of thy most perfect motherhood. My desire is, O Lady, to understand how thy Majesty was governed in this matter. Answer and instruction of the Queen of Heaven. My daughter, In order to solve thy difficulty more explicitly than as already noted down in the foregoing chapter, thou must remember that no occupation or exterior act pertaining to virtue, no matter how lowly it may be, can, if it is well ordered, impede the worship, reverence, and exaltation of the Creator of all things, for these acts of virtue do not exclude one another, but they are all compatible with one another in the creature, and much more in me, who lived in the continual presence of the highest good, without ever losing it out of sight by exterior activity. I adored and remembered God in all my actions, referring them all to his greater glory, and the Lord himself, who orders and creates all things, despises none of them, nor is he offended or irritated by their smallness. The soul that loves him is not disconcerted by any of these little things in his divine presence, for it seeks and finds him as the beginning and the end of all creatures. And because terrestrial creatures cannot exist without these humble performances and without others that are inseparable from our lowly condition and the preservation of our nature, it is necessary to understand this doctrine well in order that we may be governed by it. For if we engage in these thoughts and occupations without reference to their Creator, they will cause many and great interruptions in the practice of virtue and in our merits, as well as in the right use of interior advantages. Our whole life will be blameworthy and full of reprehensible defects, little removed from the earthliness of creatures. According to this doctrine, thou must regulate thy terrestrial occupations, whatever they may be, that thou do not lose thy time, which can never be recovered, whether thou eat, labor, rest, sleep, or watch, in all times and places, and in all occupations, adore, reverence, and look upon thy great and powerful Lord, who fills all things and conserves all things. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 3. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 29. I wish also that thou pay special attention to that which moved and incited me most to perform all acts of humility, namely, the thought that my divine Son came in the guise of humility in order to teach the world this virtue in word and example, to inculcate the hate of vanity and pride, and rooting out its seed sown by Lucifer among mortals in the first sin. His Majesty gave me such a deep knowledge of how much he is pleased with this virtue, that in order to be allowed to perform only one of the acts mentioned by thee, such as sweeping the floor or kissing the feet of the poor, I would have been ready to suffer the greatest torments of the world. Thou wilt never find words to express the love for humility which I had, nor to describe its excellence and nobility. In the Lord thou wilt know and understand what thou canst not describe in words. But write this doctrine in thy heart, and observe it as the rule of thy life. Continue to exercise thyself in the contempt of all things belonging to human vanity, and esteem them as odious and execrable in the eyes of the Most High. But in connection with this humility of thy life, let thy thoughts always be of the noblest, and thy conversation in heaven and with the angelic spirits. Letter to the Philippians, chapter 3, verse 20. Deal with them and converse with them in order to obtain new light concerning the divinity and the mysteries of Christ, my most holy Son. With creatures, let thy intercourse be such as will continually increase thy fervor and serve thee as means of advancing and profiting by means of humility and divine love. In thy own mind, assume the lowest place beneath all creatures, so that when the occasion and the time of exercising the acts of humility arrive, thou mayest be found prompt and willing to exercise them. Only then wilt thou be the mistress of thy passions, if first thou hast acknowledged thyself in thy heart as the least and weakest and most useless of all the creatures. End of chapter 19. Book 1, Chapter 20 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 20. Some special favors which Most Holy Mary conferred upon several persons in the house of Zacharias. It is a well-known quality of love to be active as the fire in works of kindness, wherever it finds occasion, and this is especially true of the fire of spiritual love, for it will reach out in search of material as soon as this falls short. The Master has taught lovers of God so many ways and methods of pursuing this virtue that there is no need of remaining idle. And as love is not blind nor insane, it knows well the qualities of the noble object it aims at. Its only concern is that not all men love it properly, and thus it seeks to communicate this love without strife or envy. We know that the love of all the other saints, though most fervent and holy, appears limited in comparison with that of most holy Mary. Yet if their love is admirable and powerful, inciting them to vast works of zeal for souls, what immense works then must not the love of this great Queen have accomplished for the benefit of her fellow men, since she was the mother of the divine love? Ecclesiasticus chapter 24 verse 24. And since she carried with her the true and living fire that was to enkindle the world. Luke chapter 12 verse 49. Let all the mortals learn from this heavenly history how much they owe to the love of this lady. Although it will be impossible to notice all the particular instances of the benefits conferred on the souls by her, nevertheless, in order that from some of them many more may be inferred, I will relate a few that our Queen conferred while in the house of her cousin Elizabeth. One of the servants in that house was of perverse inclination, restless, subject to anger, and accustomed to swear and curse. With all these vices and disorders, she still knew how to make herself agreeable to her masters, but at the same time she was so given over to the power of the demon that this tyrant could easily induce her to throw herself into all sorts of miseries and mistakes. For 14 years, many devils surrounded and accompanied her without intermission in order to make certain the capture of her soul. Only when this woman came into the presence of the Mistress of Heaven, Most Holy Mary, these enemies withdrew. For as I have said in other places, the virtue issuing from our Queen tormented them, and especially during that time when she carried within her virginal repository the powerful God and Lord of all virtues. As on the one hand, this woman was freed from her cruel exactors, being released from the evil influences of their company, and as on the other hand, she experienced within her the beneficial effects of the sweet vision and intercourse of the Queen, she began to be much attracted and moved toward Mary, and she sought to be in her presence, and offered to serve her with much affection, striving to pass all the time possible with her, and watching her with reverence. For among her disordered inclinations, she also had a good one, which was a natural kindness and compassion for the needy and the humble, so that she was naturally drawn toward them and ready to do them good. The heavenly princess, who saw and knew all the inclinations of this woman, the state of her conscience, the danger of her soul, and the malice of the demons against her, turned upon her an eye of mercy, and watched her with the love of a mother. Although her Majesty knew that the company and the interference of the demons was a just punishment for the sins of this woman, yet she interceded for her and obtained for her pardon, remedy, and salvation. She commanded the demons, in virtue of the authority conceded to her, to leave this creature and not dare to disturb her or molest her henceforth. As they could not resist the sway of our great Queen, they yielded and fled in highest consternation, not knowing how to account for such power of the Most Holy Mary. They conferred about it in astonishment and indignation, saying, "Who is this woman that exerts such dominion over us? Whence does this strange power come which enables her to perform all that she wishes?" The demons therefore conceived new wrath and indignation against her who had crushed their heads. Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. The happy woman, however, was snatched from their claws. Mary admonished her, corrected her, and taught her the way of salvation, and changed her into a woman of kind and meek disposition. She persevered therein during all her life, being well aware that all this had come to her through the hands of our Queen. Although she did not know nor penetrate into the mystery of her dignity, she remained humbly thankful and lived a holy life. Not in a better state than this servant was another woman living in the neighborhood of the house of Zacharias, who as a neighbor was wont to come and listen to the conversation of the family of Saint Elizabeth. She lived a licentious life, far from honorable, and when she heard of the arrival of our great queen in that town, of her modesty and retirement, she spoke of her lightly and with some curiosity. Who is this stranger that has come as a guest of our neighbors, and who gives herself such holy and recollected airs? In the vain and inquisitive desire of spying out novelty, as is customary with such kind of people, she managed to get sight of the heavenly lady, and scrutinized her dress and her countenance. Her intention was impertinent and presumptuous, but far different the effect. For having succeeded in scrutinizing Most Holy Mary, she left with a wounded heart. The presence and the sight of the Queen transformed her into a new woman. Her inclinations were altogether changed, and without knowing by what efficacious influence the change came about, she felt its power and began to shed abundant floods of tears in deep felt sorrow for her sins. Merely on account of having fixed her attentive gaze in curiosity upon the Mother of virginal purity, this happy woman received in return the love of chastity, and was freed from the sensual habits and inclinations of her former life. In that very hour, she sorrowfully retired to weep over her wicked life. Whenever later on she desired to converse with the Mother of Grace, her Highness, in order to confirm her, permitted it. For as Mary knew what had happened, and as she bore within her the origin of grace, the sanctifier and justifier, by whose power she fulfilled her office of advocate of sinners, she received her with maternal kindness, admonished and instructed her in virtue, dismissing her strengthened and confirmed for perseverance in her new life. In this manner our great Lady performed many works and caused many admirable conversions in a great number of souls, although it was done in silence and hidden to all. The whole family of Saint Elizabeth and Zacharias were sanctified by her intercourse and conversation. Those who were just experienced new increase of gifts and favors. Those that were not, she justified and enlightened by her intercession. All of them were captured by reverential love of her so completely that each one strove to obey her and acknowledge her as mother, as protectress, and as a consolation in all their necessities. The mere privilege of seeing her, without any words, was sufficient to produce all these effects. Yet she was careful not to omit whatever seemed necessary to obtain this end. As she penetrated the secrets of all hearts and knew the state of each one's conscience, she knew how to apply the opportune medicine. Sometimes, not always, the Lord manifested to her the final end of those she met, informing her which were chosen and which were reprobate, predestined for happiness or foreknown as damned. At the sight of both one and the other, her heart broke forth in admirable flashes of most perfect virtue. For when she knew of any that were just and predestined, she bestowed upon them many blessings, which she also does now in heaven. And the Lord looked with favor upon her beneficence. Exerting incredible and prayerful diligence, she asked him to preserve them in his grace and friendship. Whenever she saw anyone in sin, she asked from the bottom of her heart for his justification, and ordinarily she also obtained it. But if it happened to be one of the reprobate, she wept bitterly and humiliated herself in the presence of the Most High for the loss of that image and work of the divinity. She redoubled her heartfelt prayers, offerings, and humiliations in order that no others might damn themselves, and her whole being was one flame of divine love, which never rested nor reposed in accomplishing great things. Instruction which the heavenly Queen and Lady gave me. My dearest daughter, within two limits, as if within two extremes, all the harmony of thy powers and wishes must move. They are, to preserve thyself in the grace and friendship of God, and to seek the same good fortune for others. In this, let all thy life and activity be consumed. For such high purpose, I wish that thou spare no labor, beseeching the Lord and offering thyself in sacrifice unto death, accepting actually all that is opportune and possible. Although, in order to solicit the good of souls, thou need not make any great ado before creatures, since this is not appropriate to thy sex. Yet thou must seek and prudently apply all the hidden means that are most efficacious within thy knowledge. If thou wilt be my daughter and a spouse of my most holy Son, consider that the possessions of our house are the rational creatures, which he acquired as a rich prize at the cost of his life and of his blood. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 20. For through their own disobedience they were lost to him. Genesis chapter 3, verse 6. After he had created and selected them for himself. Hence, whenever the Lord sends to thee, or throws in thy way, a needy soul and makes thee aware of its state, labor faithfully to assist it. Pray and weep with heartfelt and fervent love, that God may furnish the remedy for such great and dangerous evil. And do not neglect any means, divine or human, as far as thou art concerned, in order to obtain the salvation of eternal life for the soul entrusted to thee. By means of the prudence and moderation which I have taught thee, thou must not grow weary in admonishing, nor in praying for that which will benefit that soul, and in all secrecy continue thy labor in its behalf. Likewise I wish, that whenever it is necessary, thou command the demons in the powerful name of the Almighty and my own, to depart and leave in peace the souls oppressed by it. And as all this is to be done in secret, thou canst in all propriety animate and encourage thyself to this kind of work. Remember that the Lord has placed thee and will place thee in a position to exercise this doctrine. Do not forget it, nor fail in understanding how much thou art bounden to his majesty to use care and solicitude in extending the possessions of thy Father's house. Do not rest until thou accustom thyself to do this with all diligence. Letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, verse 13. Fear not, for thou canst do all in him that strengthens thee, and his power will strengthen thy arm to do great things. Proverbs chapter 31, verse 27. End of chapter 20. Book 1, Chapter 21 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 21. Saint Elizabeth asks the Queen of Heaven to assist at her confinement and is enlightened concerning the birth of John. Already 2 months had passed since the coming of the Princess of Heaven into the house of Holy Elizabeth, and the discreet matron was even now filled with grief at the thought of the departure and of the absence of the mistress of the world. She dreaded the loss of so great a blessing as her presence was, and with reason, since she knew that it could not come within the range of human merits. In her holy humility, she scrutinized her heart, fearing lest any fault of hers might be the cause of the setting of this beautiful moon and of the sun of justice within the virginal womb. Sometimes she wept and sighed in private, because she could find no means of prolonging their stay, which had shed much clear light of grace in her soul. She asked the Lord with many tears to inspire her cousin, the most holy Lady Mary, not to forsake her, at least, not to withdraw so soon her sweet company. She served her with great reverence and solicitude, and studied to oblige her. It is no wonder that so saintly, attentive, and prudent a woman should ask for that which even the angels covet. For in addition to the divine light which she had received from the Holy Ghost concerning the supreme dignity and sanctity of the Virgin Mother, she had the personal experience of her most sweet intercourse and conversation, and all this combined had ravished her heart, so that without divine aid she could not have survived the parting, after once having known and conversed with the Blessed Lady. In order to find some consolation, Saint Elizabeth resolved to open her heart to the Heavenly Lady, who was, however, not ignorant of her sorrow, and she said to her in great submission and humility, "Cousin, dear Lady, on account of the respect and consideration with which I am bound to serve thee, I have not until now dared to speak of my desire and of the sorrow in my heart. Give me now the permission to relieve it by making them known. The Lord has condescended in his mercy to send thee hither, in order that I might have unmerited blessing of conversing with thee and of knowing the mysteries, which his divine providence has entrusted to thee, my mistress. Unworthy I am to praise him eternally for this favor." Daniel, chapter 3, verse 53. Thou art the living temple of his glory, the ark of the testament, containing the manna, which is the food of the angels. Hebrews chapter 9 verse 4. Thou art the tablet of the true law, written in his own being. Psalm 77 verse 25. I appreciate in my lowliness how rich His Majesty has made me, that without my merit I should entertain in my own house the treasure of heaven and her whom He has chosen as His mother among all women. I justly fear that I displease Thee and the fruit of Thy womb by my sins, and that therefore Thou wilt forsake Thy slave, withdrawing the great blessing which I now enjoy. Possibly, if it be Thy pleasure, I might have the happiness of serving Thee and remaining with Thee all the rest of my life. If it is a hardship for Thee to return to Thy dwelling, it will be most convenient for Thee to stay in my house. If Thou wilt call Thy holy spouse Joseph and live with him here as my masters, I will serve You with affectionate readiness of heart. Although I do not merit what I ask, I beseech Thee not to despise my humble petition, since the Lord can surpass by His mercies all my merits and desires. The Most Holy Mary heard with sweetest complacency the petition of her cousin Elizabeth, and answered her, My dearest friend of my soul, thy holy wishes are acceptable in the eyes of the Most High. I also thank Thee from my heart. But in all our undertakings and resolves, it is necessary that we conform to the divine will and entirely subject ourselves to it. Although this is the duty of all creatures, Thou knowest that it is my duty before all others, since by the power of His arm He has raised me from the dust, and in boundless love has looked upon me. Luke chapter 1 verse 53. All my words and movements must be guided by the divine will of my Lord and Son, and I must not desire anything except what is according to His pleasure. Let us present to His Majesty Thy desires, and whatever He in His goodness shall ordain, that let us execute. I must also obey my spouse Joseph, for without his order and consent, I can neither decide upon my occupations, nor upon my dwelling place. It is just, my dearest, that we obey our superiors. Saint Elizabeth yielded to the persuasive words of the Princess of Heaven, and answered with humble submission, My Lady, I am ready to obey Thy will and revere Thy teaching. I wish only once more to commend to Thee my sincere affection and heartfelt devotion to Thy service. If my wishes cannot be fulfilled and are contrary to the will of God, I desire at least, if possible, that Thou, my Queen, do not forsake me until my Son shall come forth to the light, in order that, just as within my womb he has adored and recognized his Redeemer in Thy own, so he may enjoy His divine presence and enlightenment before any other creature, and that he may receive Thy blessing for the first advances in life. Proverbs chapter 16 verse 9. By the presence of Him who is to direct his footsteps. And do Thou, the Mother of Grace, present him to the Creator, and obtain from His goodness the perseverance in that grace which he received at the sound of Thy sweetest voice, when it came to my unworthy ears. Let me behold my child in Thy arms, where the God, who made and preserves heaven and earth, is likewise to rest. Isaiah chapter 42 verse 5. Let not Thy maternal kindness be strained or diminished by my sins. Deny not this consolation to me, nor to my Son this great happiness, which as a mother I ask, and unworthily desire for him. Most Holy Mary did not wish to refuse, and she promised to pray the Lord for the fulfillment of this request of her cousin, asking her at the same time to unite her prayers with hers in order to know His most holy will. Accordingly, the two mothers of the two most holy sons born into the world betook themselves to the oratory of the heavenly Princess and presented their petitions to the Most High. Most pure Mary fell into an ecstasy, wherein she was enlightened anew concerning the mysterious life and the dignity of the Precursor, and concerning His work in preparing the hearts of men for the reception of their Redeemer and Teacher, and she made known to Saint Elizabeth these sacraments in as far as it was proper. She was informed of the great sanctity of her saintly cousin, also that she only had a short time while to live, and that Zacharias would die before her. The kind mother lovingly besought the Lord to assist her at her death and to fulfill her wishes in regard to her son. In regard to the other fond desires, the most prudent Virgin made no request, for in her heavenly wisdom she immediately saw that to live always in the house of her cousin was not advisable, nor according to the will of the Most High. To these petitions His Majesty answered, "My spouse and my dove, it is my pleasure that thou assist and console my servant Elizabeth at her childbirth, which is to be very soon, for there are only 8 days left before that event. After her son shall be circumcised, thou shalt return to thy home with thy spouse Joseph. After his birth, thou shalt offer to me my servant John in pleasing sacrifice, and continue, my beloved, to pray to me for the salvation of souls." Saint Elizabeth united her prayers with those of the Queen of Heaven and Earth, beseeching the Lord to command his mother and spouse not to forsake her during her confinement. During this prayer, the Lord revealed to her that her confinement was close at hand, and informed her also of many other things for her relief and consolation in her anxiety. Most Holy Mary issued from her trance, and having finished their prayer, the two mothers conferred upon the nearness of the confinement of Saint Elizabeth as made known to them by the Lord. And anxious to make sure of her good fortune, the holy matron asked our Queen, "My Lady, pray tell me, whether I shall have the happiness of thy assistance at my impending confinement?" Her Majesty answered, "My beloved cousin, the Most High has heard our prayers, and deigned to command me to assist on that occasion. This I will do, not only remaining till then, but also until the circumcision of thy child, which will take place in 15 days. At this resolve of the Most Holy Mary, the joy of her cousin was renewed. She acknowledged this great favor in humble thankfulness to the Lord and to the Holy Queen. Thus rejoiced and enlivened by mutual conferences, the holy matron began to prepare for the birth of her son and for the departure of her exalted cousin. Instruction given to me by the Heavenly Queen and Lady Mary. My daughter, whenever our desires arise from loving affection and are accompanied by a good intention, the Most High is not offended at our making them known, as long as it is done with submission and resignation to the dispositions of His divine providence. When the soul presents itself before the Lord with such sentiments, He looks upon it as a father and grants to it what is proper, withholds what is improper or does not conduce to its true welfare. The desire of my cousin to remain with me all her life arose from a pious and praiseworthy zeal, but it was not in harmony with the plans of the Most High, by which He had already arranged the conduct, travels, and events of my life. Though the Lord denied her this request, He was not displeased, but granted her whatever would not hinder the decrees of His infinite wisdom, and whatever would benefit her or her son John. On account of the love shown toward me by the mother and son, and on account of my intercession, the Almighty enriched them with many blessings and favors. For to ask Him with upright intention and through my mediation, it is always the most efficacious means of moving His Majesty. I wish that thou offer up all thy petitions and prayers in the name of my most holy Son and my own, and be assured without doubt that they will be heard, if they are joined with the upright intention of pleasing God. Look upon me with loving affection as thy mother, thy refuge, and thy help. Trust thyself to my devoted love, and remember, my dearest, that my desire for thy greater good urges me to teach thee the means of obtaining great blessings and favors of divine grace at the most liberal hands of God. Do not make thyself unfit for them, nor hinder them by thy timidity. And if thou wishest to induce me to love thee as my much beloved daughter, rouse thyself to a fulfillment of what I tell thee and manifest to thee. Toward this, direct thy careful efforts, resting satisfied only when thou hast labored hard to put my teachings into practice. End of chapter 21. Book 1, Chapter 22 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 22. The birth of the precursor of Christ, and what the Lady Mary did on this occasion. The hour for the rising of the morning sun, which was to precede the clear sun of justice, and announced the wished-for day of the law of grace had arrived. John chapter 5, verse 35. The time was suitable to the Most High for the appearance of his prophet in the world, and greater than a prophet was John, who pointed out with his finger the Lamb. John chapter 1, verse 29. Was to prepare mankind for the salvation and sanctification of the world. Before issuing from the maternal womb, the Lord revealed to the blessed child the hour in which he was to commence his mortal career among men. The child had the perfect use of his reason and of the divine science infused by the presence of the incarnate Word. He therefore knew that he was to arrive at the port of a cursed and dangerous land, and to walk upon a world full of evils and snares, where many are overtaken by ruin and perdition. On this account, the great child was, as it were, in a state of suspense and doubt. For on the one hand, nature having nourished his body to that state of perfection which is proper to birth, he recognized and felt, in addition to the express will of God, the compelling forces of nature which urged him to leave the retreat of the maternal womb. On the other hand, he contemplated the dangerous risks of mortal life. Thus he hesitated between the fear of danger and the desire to obey. And he debated within himself, "If I meet this danger of losing God, whither shall it lead me? How can I safely converse with men, of whom so many are enveloped in darkness, and wander from the path of life? I am in the obscurity of my mother's womb, but I must leave it for a more dangerous darkness. I was imprisoned here, since I received the light of reason, but more must I dread the unrestrained freedoms of mortals. But let me, O Lord, fulfill thy will and enter the world, for to execute it is always best. To know that my life and my faculties shall be consumed in thy service, highest King, will make it easier for me to come forth to the light and begin life. Bestow, O Lord, thy blessing for my passage into the world." By this prayer, the precursor of Christ merited new graces and blessings at his birth. The fortunate child knew by the indwelling of God in his mind that he was sent to perform great things, and was assured of the necessary help. Before describing this most happy birth, I will try to explain the scriptural dates concerning it. It must be remembered that the miraculous pregnancy of Saint Elizabeth lasted 9 days less than 9 months. For on account of the fecundity miraculously restored to a barren woman, the fruit conceived matured for parturition in this shorter time. When the angel Gabriel announced to Most Holy Mary that her cousin was in the 6th month of her pregnancy, it must be understood to mean that 8 or 9 days were still wanting for the completion of the 6th month. I have also said in chapter 16 that the heavenly lady departed on the 4th day after the incarnation of the Word for her visit to Saint Elizabeth. Saint Luke does not say that Most Holy Mary departed immediately, but in those days, and she went in haste. Yet she consumed 4 days on her journey, as said in the same chapter. I likewise remind the reader that when the evangelist says that Holy Mary remained about 3 months in the house of Saint Elizabeth, there were only 2 or 3 days missing, for in all respects the evangelist was exact in his words. Accordingly, Most Holy Mary, Our Lady, was present not only at the confinement of Saint Elizabeth and at the birth of John, but also at the naming and circumcision of Saint John, as I will now show. Counting 8 days after the incarnation of the Word, Our Lady arrived at the house of Elizabeth on the evening of the 2nd of April, if we reckon according to our solar months. Adding thereto 3 months less 2 days, we have the 1st of July, the 8th day of the birth of Saint John, and early next day, Most Holy Mary departed on her return to Nazareth. Saint Luke mentions the return of our Queen before he speaks of the birth of Saint John, although this happened before she returned. The sacred text anticipates the mention of the journey in order to have done with it, and not to interrupt the thread of the narrative of the precursor's birth. This is what I was told to write down in explanation of the text. Her time approaching, Saint Elizabeth felt the child in motion as if he wanted to place himself on his feet, but he was merely following the ordinary course of nature and the dictates of obedience. Some moderate pains overtook the mother, and she informed the Princess Mary. But she did not call her to be present at the birth, because reverence for the dignity of Mary and for the fruit within her womb prudently withheld her from asking what might not seem befitting. Nor was the great mistress in the same room, but she sent her the coverings and swaddling clothes which she had made for the fortunate child. Presently thereafter he was born, very perfect and complete in shape, and by the freedom from impure matter showed signs of the purity of his soul. He was wrapped in the coverings sent by Mary, which therefore had already been great and venerable relics. Shortly after, when Saint Elizabeth had composed herself, Most Holy Mary, at the command of the Lord, issued from her oratory in order to pay her visit to the mother and child and give them her blessing. At the request of his mother, the Queen received in her arms the newborn child and offered him as a new oblation to the Eternal Father, and His Majesty, well pleased, accepted it as the first fruits of the Incarnation and of the divine decrees. The most blessed child, full of the Holy Ghost, acknowledged his sovereign Queen, showing her not only interior but outward reverence by a secret inclination of his head, and again he adored the divine Word, which was manifested to him in her womb by an especial light. And as he also was aware that he was privileged before all men, the grateful child performed acts of fervent thanksgiving, humility, love and reverence of God and of his Virgin Mother. The heavenly Queen, in offering him to the Eternal Father, pronounced this prayer for him. Highest Lord and Father, all holy and powerful, accept in thy honor this offering and seasonable fruit of thy most holy Son and my Lord. He is sanctified by the only begotten and rescued from the effects of sin and from the power of thy ancient enemies. Receive this morning's sacrifice and infuse into this child the blessings of thy Holy Spirit, in order that he may be a faithful minister to thee and thy only begotten. This prayer of our Queen was efficacious in all respects, and she perceived how the Lord enriched this child, chosen as his precursor, and she also felt within herself the effects of these admirable blessings. While the Queen of the universe held the infant in her arms, she was for a short time secretly wrapped in sweetest ecstasy. During it, she offered up this prayer for the child, holding it close to the same breast where the only begotten of the Eternal and her own was soon to rest. This was the singular prerogative of the great precursor, granted to none among the saints. Therefore it is not surprising that the angel called him great in the eyes of the Lord, for before he was born, the Lord visited and sanctified him, and being born, he was placed on the throne of grace. He was embraced by the arms, which were to enfold the incarnate Word God, and thereby excited in the sweetest Mother of God the entrancing desire of holding within them the Son of the Most High, filling her with delightful affections for his precursor, the newborn child. Saint Elizabeth, being divinely informed of these sacraments, beheld her wonderful child in the arms of her, who was his mother in a more exalted sense than she herself, she being his mother only, as to his natural being, while Most Holy Mary held that position as to his existence in the order of grace. All this caused a most sweet tie of affection between the most blessed women and in the child, who likewise was enlightened in regard to these mysteries. By the motions of his tender body, he manifested the joy of his spirit, clinging to the heavenly Lady and seeking to attract her caresses and to remain with her. The sweetest Lady fondled him, but with such majestic moderation that she did not kiss him as his age would have permitted, for she preserved her most chaste lips intact for her most holy Son. Nor did she look intently into his face, directing all her intention to the holiness of his soul. So great was the prudence and modesty of the great Queen of Heaven in the use of her eyes that she would scarcely have known him by sight. When the birth of John became known, all the relations and acquaintances, as St. Luke says, gathered to congratulate St. Zacharias and Elizabeth. For his house was rich, noble, and honored in the whole province, and their piety attracted the hearts of all that knew them. Having known them so many years without children, and being aware of the sterility and advanced age of Elizabeth, all were stirred to amazement and joyful wonder, and they looked upon the birth of the child rather as a miracle than as a natural event. The holy priest Zacharias remained mute and unable to manifest his joy by word of mouth, for the hour of his miraculous cure had not arrived. But freed of his incredulity, he showed his joy in other ways, and he was full of affectionate gratitude and praise for the rare blessing which he had now witnessed with his own eyes. His behavior shall be described in the next chapter. Instruction which the Queen of Heaven gave me. My dearest daughter, do not be surprised that my servant John feared and hesitated to come into the world. Life can never be loved by the ignorant devotee of the world in the same degree as the wise in divine science abhor and fear its dangers. This science was eminently possessed by the precursor of my most holy Son, hence knowing of the loss which threatened, he feared the risk. But since he that knows and dreads the treacherous seas of this world sails so much the more securely over their unfathomed depths, it served him in good stead for entering securely into the world. The fortunate child began his career with such disgust and abhorrence of all earthly things that his horror never abated. He made no peace with the flesh. Mark chapter 6 verse 17. Nor partook of its poison, nor allowed vanity to enter his senses or obstruct his eyes. In abhorrence of the world and of earthly things, he gave his life for justice. The citizen of the true Jerusalem cannot be in peace or in alliance with Babylon, nor is it possible to enjoy at the same time the grace of the Most High and the friendship of his declared enemies, for no one can serve two hostile masters, nor can light and darkness, Christ and Belial, harmonize. Matthew chapter 4 verse 4. Guard thyself, my dearest, against those living in darkness and the lovers of the world more than against fire, for the wisdom of the sons of this world is carnal and diabolical, and their ways lead to death. In order to walk the way of truth, even at the cost of the natural life, it is necessary to preserve the peace of the soul. 3 dwelling places I point out for thee to live in, from which thou must never intentionally come forth. If at any time the Lord should bid thee to relieve the necessities of thy fellow creatures, I desire that thou do not lose this refuge. Act as one who lives in a castle surrounded by enemies, and who perchance must go to the gate to transact necessary business. He acts with such wariness that he will pay more attention to safeguard his retreat and shield himself than to transact business with others, being always on the watch and on guard against danger. So must thou live, if thou wishest to live securely. For doubt not that enemies more cruel and poisonous than asps and basilisks surround thee. Thy habitation shall be the divinity of the Most High, the humanity of my most holy Son, and thy own interior. In the divinity thou must live like the pearl in its shell, or like the fish in the sea, allowing thy desires and affections to roam in its infinite spaces. The most holy humanity shall be the wall which defends thee, and his bosom shall be the place of thy rest, and under his wings shalt thou find refreshment. Psalm 16 verse 8. Thy interior shall afford thee peaceful delight through the testimony of a good conscience. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2 verse 12. And it will, if thou keep it pure, familiarize thee with the sweet and friendly intercourse of thy spouse. In order that thou mayest be aided therein by retirement of the body, I desire that thou remain secluded in thy choir or in thy cell, leaving it only when obedience or charity make it inevitable. I will tell thee a secret. There are demons, whom Lucifer has expressly ordered to watch for the religious, who come forth from their retirement, in order to beset them and engage them in battle and cause their fall. The demons do not go easily into cells because they do not find the occasions afforded by conversations and the use of the senses, wherein they ordinarily capture and devour their prey like ravenous wolves. They are tormented by the retirement and recollection of religious, knowing that they are foiled in their attempts, as long as they cannot entice them into human discourse. It is also certain that ordinarily the demons have no power over souls, unless they gain entrance by some venial or mortal fault. Mortal sin gives them a sort of direct right over those who commit it, while venial sin weakens the strength of the soul and invites their attacks. Imperfections diminish the merit and the progress of virtue and encourage the enemy. Whenever the astute serpent notices that the soul bears with its own levity and forgets about its danger, it blinds it and seeks to instill its deadly poison. The enemy then entices the soul like a little heedless bird until it falls into one of the many snares from which there seems to be no escape. Admire then, my daughter, what thou hast learned by divine enlightenment, and weep in deepest sorrow over the ruin of so many souls absorbed in such dangerous tepidity. They live in the obscurity of their passions and depraved inclinations, forgetful of the danger, unmoved by their losses, and heedless of their dealings. Instead of fearing and avoiding the occasions of evil, they encounter and seek for them in blind ignorance. In senseless fury, they follow their pleasures, place no restraint on their passionate desires, and care not where they walk, even if to the most dangerous precipices. They are surrounded by innumerable enemies, who pursue them with diabolical treachery, unceasing vigilance, unquenchable wrath, and restless diligence. What wonder then that from such extremes, or rather from such unequal combat, irreparable defeats should arise among the mortals, and that, since the number of fools is infinite, the number of the reprobate should also be uncountable, and that the demon should be inflated by his triumphs in the perdition of so many men. May the eternal God preserve thee from such a misfortune, and do thou weep and deplore that of thy brethren, continually asking for their salvation as far as is possible. End of chapter 22. Book I, Chapter 23 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter 23, the good counsel and instruction which Most Holy Mary gave to Saint Elizabeth at her request. Saint John is circumcised and receives his name. Zacharias prophesies. After the birth of the precursor of Christ, the return of Most Holy Mary was unavoidable, and although the prudent Elizabeth had found consolation in resigning herself to the divine will, she could not restrain her desire of securing for herself the good counsel and instruction of the Mother of Wisdom. Therefore she spoke to her and said, My mistress and mother of the Creator, I know that thou art preparing to leave me, and that I am to be deprived of thy loving intercourse, help, and protection. I beseech thee, my cousin, furnish me with some good counsel, which will help me to conform all my actions to the greater pleasure of the Most High. In thy virginal womb thou bearest him, who is the corrector of the wise and the fountain of light. Wisdom, chapter 7, verse 15. Through him thou canst communicate it to all. Let some of the rays, which illumine thy purest soul, fall upon thy servant, in order that I may be enlightened in the paths of justice, until I arrive at the vision of the God of gods in Sion. Psalm 22, verse 3. These words of Saint Elizabeth moved the Most Holy Mary to tender compassion, and she spoke words that served her cousin as celestial guidance for the rest of her life. This, she said, would be of short duration, but the Most High would take care of her child, and she herself had prayed for him to the Almighty. Although it is not possible to record all the sweet words of counsel which the Heavenly Lady spoke to Saint Elizabeth before her departure, I will write down some of them as far as I have understood them and as far as they can be reproduced by our insufficient language. Most Holy Mary said, My beloved cousin, the Lord has selected thee for the fulfillment of most exalted mysteries. He has condescended to enlighten thee concerning them and wishes, that I should open to thee my heart. Thy name is written within it for remembrance before his majesty. I will not forget the devoted kindness with which thou hast treated me, the most useless of creatures. And from my most holy Son and Lord, I hope thou shalt receive a plentiful reward. Keep thy mind and spirit fixed on high, and by the light of divine grace, preserve the vision of the unchangeable and infinite being of God, and the remembrance of his immense goodness, which moved him to create out of nothing all the intellectual creatures, in order to bestow upon them his glory and his gifts of grace. The extreme mercy of the Most High, in favoring us more than all other creatures, with his knowledge and light, ought to incite us to make up by our thankfulness for the blind ingratitude of mortals, who are so far removed from acknowledging and praising their Creator. This shall be our task, that we keep our hearts free and unhindered in our advance toward the last end. Therefore, my beloved, I charge thee to keep it unhampered and unburdened of all earthly things, free from even such as pertain to thy possessions, in order that, void of earthly hindrances, it may attain to the divine calls. Hope in the coming of the Lord. Luke chapter 12, verse 36. So that when he arrives, thou mayest answer his call joyfully, and not with convulsive violence, at the thought of leaving thy body and all earthly things. Now, while it is time to suffer and earn the crown, let us gain merit and hasten to be united intimately with our true and highest God. As long as thy husband Zacharias lives, seek to love, serve, and obey him with especial earnestness. Look upon thy miraculous child as a continual sacrifice to his Creator. In God and for God, thou canst love him as a mother, for he shall be a great prophet, and in the spirit of Elias, he shall defend the honor of the Most High and exalt his name. My most holy Son, who has chosen him for his precursor and for the harbinger of his coming, will favor him with the special gifts of his right hand. Matthew chapter 11, verse 9. And make him great and wonderful among the nations, manifesting to the world his great sanctity. See that the holy name of thy God and the Lord of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob be honored and reverenced by all thy house and family. Tobit chapter 4. Above all, be anxiously careful to relieve the needs of the poor as far as is possible. Enrich them with the temporal goods so lavishly given to thee by thy God. Show a little generosity to the needy, knowing that these earthly goods are more theirs than yours, since we are the children of the Heavenly Father, to whom all things belong. It is not proper that the child of a rich father should live in superfluity, while his brethren live in poverty and need. In this, thou canst make thyself especially pleasing to the good of undying mercy. Continue in thy former practices and follow out thy plans of still greater charity, since Zacharias has given this work into thy hands. With his permission, thou canst be generous. Confirm thy hopes in all the tasks imposed upon thee by the Lord, and with thy fellow beings, practice kindness, humility, and patience in the joy of thy soul. Although some of them will give thee occasion to increase thy crown of merit. Bless God eternally for having manifested to thee his exalted mysteries, and pray for this salvation of souls with unabated love and zeal. Pray also for me, that his majesty may govern and guide me worthily to preserve the sacrament confided by his goodness to so lowly and poor a servant as I am. Send for my husband in order that I may have his company while returning to Nazareth. In the meanwhile, prepare for the circumcision of thy child and call him John, for this name was given to him according to an unchangeable decree of the Most High. These counsels of Most Holy Mary, together with other words of eternal life, produced in the heart of Saint Elizabeth such divine affections that for a time she was lost in the exalted teachings and sentiments of these heavenly doctrines, and made mute by the force of the spiritual light infused into her. For the Lord, by means of the living words of his most pure mother, enlivened and renewed the heart of his servant. When the flow of her tears had moderated, she answered, My mistress and queen of the universe, speech fails me in alternate sorrow and consolation. Hear thou the words of my inmost heart, which my tongue cannot express. My affections shall witness what my lips leave unspoken. May the Lord, who is the enricher of our poverty, return to thee the favor thou showest me. I beseech thee, who art the fountain of all my help and the source of all my blessings, to obtain for me the grace to fulfill thy counsels and to bear the great sorrow of losing thy company. Then they bespoke the arrangements of the circumcision of the child, for the time appointed by the law was approaching. Complying with the custom observed among the Jews, especially among the more distinguished, many relatives and other acquaintances of the house of Zacharias began to gather, in order to resolve upon the name to be given to the child. For in addition to the ordinary preparations and consultations concerning the name to be given to a son, the high position of Zacharias and Elizabeth, and the news of the miraculous fecundity of the mother naturally suggested the existence of some great mystery to the minds of all their relations. Zacharias was still dumb, and therefore it was necessary that Saint Elizabeth should preside at this meeting. Over and above the high esteem which she inspired, she now exhibited such evident signs of the exalted renewal and sanctification of her soul, which resulted from the knowledge of the mysteries and from the intercourse with the Queen of Heaven, that all her relatives and friends noticed the change. For even in her countenance she exhibited a kind of effulgence which made her mysteriously attractive, and was the reflection of the divinity in whose presence she lived. At this meeting was present also the heavenly Lady Mary, for Elizabeth had earnestly besought her, and had even compelled her by a sort of reverent and humble command. The great lady obeyed, but she begged the Most High not to make known any of her great privileges, lest she draw upon herself the applause or veneration of others. The desire of the most humble among the humble was granted. And as the world persists in ignoring those who fail to use ostentation, nobody took particular notice of her except Saint Elizabeth, who looked upon her with outward and inward reverence, and who knew that on her depended the success of this consultation. As is recorded in the Gospel of Luke, some of those present in the meeting suggested that the infant be named after his father, but the prudent mother, seconded by the Most Holy Mary, said, "My son must be named John." Her relatives objected that none of their family bore that name, for the names of the illustrious forefathers were always held in great esteem, and were preferred in order to incite their bearers to the imitation of ancestral virtues. Saint Elizabeth again expressed herself to the effect that the child should be called John. The relatives then appealed by signs to Zacharias, who, being unable to speak, asked for a pen and declared his will by writing upon the tablet, "Johannes est nomen eius." John is his name. At the same time, Most Holy Mary, making use of her power over all nature, commanded the dumbness to leave him, his tongue to be loosened, as the moment had arrived when it should bless the Lord. At this heavenly command, he found himself freed from his affliction, and to the astonishment and fear of all present, he began to speak, as narrated by the evangelist. What I say here is not adverse to the gospel narrative, for, although it is there related that the angel foretold Zacharias that he should remain mute until his message should be fulfilled, yet God, when he reveals any decree of his will, absolutely unfailing as they are, does not always reveal the means or the manner of their fulfillment, foreseen by him in his infinite foreknowledge. Thus the archangel announced to Zacharias the punishment of his unbelief, but he did not tell him that he should be freed from it by the intercession of Most Holy Mary, although this also had been foreseen and decreed. Therefore, just as the voice of Our Lady Mary was the instrument for the sanctification of the child John and his mother, so her secret mandate and her intercession had the effect of loosening the tongue of Zacharias, filling him with the Holy Spirit and the gift of prophecy. Hence he broke forth in the words, Luke chapter 1, verses 68 to 79. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, because he hath visited and wrought the redemption of his people, and hath raised up a horn of salvation to us in the house of David his servant. And he hath spoken by the mouth of his holy prophets, who are from the beginning, salvation from our enemies, and from the hands of all that hate us, to perform mercy to our fathers, and to remember his holy testament, the oath which he swore to Abraham our father, that he would grant to us, that being delivered from the hand of our enemies, we may serve him without fear, in holiness and justice before him all our days. And thou, child, shalt be called the prophet of the highest, for thou shalt go before the face of the Lord to prepare his ways, to give knowledge of salvation to his people, unto the remission of their sins, through the bowels of the mercy of our God, in which the Orient from on high hath visited us, to enlighten them that sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, to direct our feet into the way of peace. In the divine canticle of the Benedictus Zacharias, embodied all the highest mysteries, which the ancient prophets had foretold in a more profuse manner concerning the divinity, humanity, and the redemption of Christ, and in these few words he embraces many great sacraments. He also understood them by the grace and light which filled his spirit, and which raised him up in the sight of all that had come to attend the circumcision of his Son, for all of them were witnesses to the solving of his tongue and to his divine prophecies. I will hardly be able to give an explanation of the deep meaning of these prophecies, such as they had in the mind of that holy priest. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, he says, knowing that the Most High could have saved his people and given them eternal salvation merely by desiring it or speaking one word, but he exerted not only his power, but showed also his immense goodness and mercy, the Son of the Eternal Father himself, coming down to visit his people and to become their brother in the human nature, their teacher by his example and doctrine, their Redeemer by his life, passion and death of the cross. At these words, Zacharias understood the union of the two natures in the person of the Word, and in heavenly clearness he saw this mystery realized in the virginal bridal chamber of the Most Holy Mary. He understood also the exaltation of the humanity by the triumph of the God-man in earning the salvation of the human race, according to the promises made to David and his ancestors. Second Book of Kings, chapter 7, verse 12. Psalm 131, verse 11. He understood that the same promise had been made to the whole world by the prophecies of the saints and patriarchs from the beginning. For from the first creation, God commenced to direct the course of nature and grace toward his coming into the world, and to ordain all his works since the time of Adam toward this blessed end. He understood that the Most High in this manner provided for us the means of obtaining grace and eternal life, lost by our enemies in their pride and stubborn disobedience, which hurled them into hell, and the seats which would have been theirs if they had been obedient, were reserved for the obedient among the mortals. He saw how ever since then the enmity which the serpent had conceived against God was now turned against men, because we were decreed and enshrined in the eternal mind according to his divine will. Apocalypse, chapter 12, verse 17. How Adam and Eve, our first parents, having fallen from his friendship and grace, were not given over to chastisement like the rebellious angels, but were raised to a state of hope. Wisdom, chapter 10, verse 2. And that, in order to assure their descendants of his mercy, God provided the prophecies and figures of the Old Testament, which were to be fulfilled in the coming of the Redeemer and Savior. To make this promise still more certain, it was made to Abraham under an oath, affirming that he would be the father of all his people and of all the children of the faith. Genesis chapter 22, verse 16. Assured of this stupendous and vast blessing, namely, that of receiving his own Son made man, we may serve God free from the fear of our enemies, for by our adoption and regeneration they are already overcome and subdued through our Redeemer. Letter to the Galatians, chapter 4, verse 5. In order that we may understand what the Word has earned for us in restoring to us this liberty in the service of God, he says, that he has renewed the world in sanctity and justice, and founded the new law of grace for all the days of this world, and for the time of life given to each of the children of the Church. In it they not only can, but they should live in holiness and justice. And as Zacharias saw in his son John the beginning of all these sacraments, he turns to him and congratulates him because of the dignity and sanctity of his office, saying, "And thou, child, shalt be called a prophet of the Most High, for thou shalt go before his face, namely, his divinity, and prepare his ways by spreading the light of his coming, and giving notice to the people of the Jews concerning eternal life, which is Christ our Lord, the promised Messiah." Mark chapter 1 verse 41. Thus might they dispose themselves by the baptism of penance for the remission of their sins, and become convinced that the Messiah has come to take away not only their sins, but those of the whole world. John chapter 1 verse 29. Since it is through his mercy and on account of his merits that he visits us. Letter to Titus chapter 3 verse 5. By descending from the bosom of the Eternal Father, and by being born as man. He it was that brought light to those who had lost the truth for so many ages, who were sitting in darkness and in the shadows of death. He it was who by his own example taught us to direct our steps toward the true peace, which we are awaiting. Much more clearly than I can explain, Zacharias perceived these mysteries in their plenitude and depth, and expressed them in his prophecies. Some of those present were likewise enlightened, becoming aware that the time of the Messiah and of the fulfillment of the ancient prophecies was at hand. Full of astonishment at these unexpected wonders and prodigies, they exclaimed, "Who shall this child be, since the hand of the Most High is in him so marvelous and powerful?" In accordance with the letter of the law, and with the concurrence of his father and mother, the child was then circumcised and named John, and the report of these wonders spread through all the mountains of Judea. Queen of the universe, I admire the wonderful works wrought through thy intervention by the arm of the Most High, in his servants Elizabeth, John, and Zacharias. At the same time, I reflect on the different courses pursued by divine providence, and on thy rare discretion. Thy most sweet voice served the Son and the Mother as an instrument of sanctification, filling them with the Holy Ghost, and this remained hidden. Then again thy secret prayer and command solved the tongue of Zacharias, and this was manifested to all the bystanders, revealing the effects of God's grace in the holy priest. I cannot find the reason for this diversity, and therefore I make known to thee my ignorance, so that thou mayest instruct me as my teacher. Answer and instruction of the Queen of the world. For 2 reasons, my daughter, the divine effects wrought through me by my Son in St. John and Elizabeth were concealed, while those in Zacharias were manifest. First, because Elizabeth spoke out clearly in praise of the incarnate Word and of me, yet at the time it was not proper that either this mystery or my dignity should be openly known. The coming of the Messiah would be manifested by other more appropriate means. Secondly, not all hearts were well prepared as that of Elizabeth for receiving such precious and unprecedented seed of divine knowledge, nor would they have welcomed such sacramental revelation with due reverence. On the other hand, it would be more becoming that Zacharias, in his priestly dignity, should proclaim what was then to be made known. For the beginnings of the heavenly light would be accepted more readily from him than from Saint Elizabeth, especially while he was present. That which she said was reserved to bring forth its effects in due time. Although the words of God have their own inherent force, yet the more sweet and acceptable manner of communicating with the ignorant and the unskilled in divine mysteries is by means of the priest. Likewise, it was proper that the dignity and honor of the priesthood should receive its due, for the Most High holds the priests in such esteem, that if he finds them in the right disposition, he exalts them and fills them with his Spirit, in order that the world may venerate them as his chosen and anointed ones. Moreover, the wonders of the Lord run less risk in priests, even when they are more openly revealed to them. If they live up to their dignity, their works in comparison with those of other creatures are like those of the angels and of the seraphim. Their countenance should be resplendent, like that of Moses, when he came forth from converse with the Lord. Exodus chapter 34 verse 29. At least they should deal with the rest of men in such a manner that they be honored and revered as next to God. I desire that thou understand, my dearest, that the Most High is greatly incensed against the world in this matter, as well against the priests as against laymen. Against the priests because, forgetting their exalted dignity, they debase themselves by a contemptible, degraded, and scandalous life, giving bad example to the world by mixing up with it to the neglect of their sanctification. And against the laymen, because they act with a foolhardy presumption toward the anointed of the Lord, whom, though of imperfect and blameworthy lives, they ought to honor and revere as taking the place of Christ, my most holy Son, on earth. On account of this reverence due to the priesthood, my behavior toward Saint Zacharias was different from that toward Elizabeth. For although the Lord wished that I should be the instrument by which the gifts of the Holy Spirit should be communicated to both, yet I saluted Elizabeth in such a manner that I at the same time showed a certain authority, exerting my power over the original sin of her son. For at my words, this sin was forgiven him, and both mother and son were filled with the Holy Ghost. As I had not contracted original sin and was exempt from it, I possessed dominion over it on this occasion. I commanded as the mistress, who had triumphed over it by the help of the Lord. Genesis chapter 3 verse 5. And who was no slave of it, as all the sons of Adam who sinned in him. Letter to the Romans chapter 5 verse 12. Therefore the Lord desired that, in order to free John from the slavery and chains of sin, I should command over it as one who never was subject to its bondage. I did not salute Zacharias in this authoritative way, but I prayed for him, observing the reverence and decorum due to his dignity and my modesty. I would not have commanded the tongue of the priest to be loosened, not even mentally and secretly, if the Most High had not enjoined it upon me, intimating at the same time that the defect of speech hardly suited his office, for a priest should stand ready to serve and praise the Almighty with all his powers. In regard to the respect due to priests, I will tell thee more on another occasion. Let this suffice at present for the solution of thy doubt. But from my instruction today, learn especially to seek direction in the way of virtue and of eternal life in all thy intercourse with men, be they above or below thee in dignity. Imitate therein me and my cousin Elizabeth, with due discretion, asking all to direct thee and guide thee, for in return for such humility, the Lord will provide thee with secure counsel and divine light for exercising thy discreet and sincere love of virtue. Drive away, or do not allow thyself to be influenced by even the least breath of flattery, and avoid the conversations which expose thee to it, for such deceitful pleasure darkens the light and perverts the unsuspecting mind. The Lord is so jealous of the souls, especially beloved by him, that he will immediately turn away from them if they find pleasure in the praises of men and seek to recompense themselves by their flatteries, since by this levity they become unworthy of his favors. It is not possible to unite in a soul the adulations of the world and the caresses of the Most High, for these latter are sincere, holy, pure, and lasting. They humiliate, cleanse, pacify, and illumine the heart, while on the other hand, the flatteries of creatures are vain, fleeting, deceitful, impure, and false, issuing from the mouths of those who are all liars. Psalm 115, verse 11. And whatever is deceitful is the work of the enemy. Thy spouse, my dearest daughter, does not wish thy ears to be enthralled by deceitful earthly talk, nor contaminated by the flatteries of the world. Therefore I desire thou keep them closed and well guarded against all these poisonous influences. If thy Lord is pleased to speak to thy heart the words of eternal life, it is proper that thou thyself be deaf and lifeless to all that is earthly. All else should be to thee a deadly torment in comparison with the caresses of his love. Remember that thou owest him the perfection of thy love, and that all hell will combine against thee, in order to ensnare thee by thy natural tenderness to be sweet and loving toward creatures, and less grateful to the eternal God. Watch over thyself, and see that thou resist this unfaithfulness, trusting in thy beloved Master and Spouse. End of chapter 23. Book I, Chapter 24 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book I, Chapter 24. Most Holy Mary leaves the house of Zacharias and returns to her home in Nazareth. At the call of Elizabeth, the most fortunate of husbands, Saint Joseph, had come in order to attend Most Holy Mary on her return to her home in Nazareth. On arriving at the house of Zacharias, he had been welcomed with indescribable reverence and devotion by Saint Elizabeth and Zacharias, for now also the holy priest knew that he was the guardian of the sacramental treasures of heaven, though this was yet unknown to the great patriarch, Saint Joseph himself. His heavenly spouse received him in modest and discreet jubilation, and kneeling before him, she, as usual, besought his blessing and also his pardon for having failed to serve him for nearly 3 months during her attendance upon her cousin Elizabeth. Though she had been guilty of no fault, not even of an imperfection in thus devotedly fulfilling the will of God in conformity with the wishes of her spouse, yet by this courteous and endearing act of humility, she wanted to repay her husband for the want of her consoling companionship. The holy Joseph answered that as he now again saw her, and again enjoyed her delightful presence, he was relieved of the pain caused by her absence. In the course of a few days, they announced the day of their departure. Thereupon the Princess Mary took leave of the priest Zacharias. As he had already been enlightened by the Lord concerning her dignity, he addressed her with the greatest reverence as the living sanctuary of the divinity and humanity of the eternal Word. "My mistress," he said, "praise and bless eternally thy Maker, who in his infinite mercy has chosen thee among all his creatures as his mother, as the sole keeper of all his great blessings and sacraments. Be mindful of me, thy servant, before thy Lord and God, that he may lead me in peace through this exile to the security of the eternal peace which we hope for, and that through thee I may merit the vision of his divinity, which is the glory of the saints. Remember also, O Lady, my house and family, and especially my son John, and pray to the Most High for thy people." The great lady knelt before him and in profound humility asked him to bless her. This Zacharias hesitated to do, and instead asked her to give him her blessing. But nothing could overcome the humility of her who was the teacher of that virtue and of all holiness, and therefore she importuned the priest for his blessing until he yielded to the impulse of the divine light. In the words of Holy Scripture, he said to her, "The right arm of the Almighty and true God assist thee always and deliver thee from all evil." Psalm 120, verse 7. Possess thou the grace of his unfailing protection, and be filled with the dew of heaven and with the fruits of the earth, and let him give thee abundance of bread and wine. Genesis chapter 27, verse 28. Let the nations serve thee, and let the generations worship thee, since thou art the tabernacle of God. Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 12. Be thou the mistress of thy brethren, and let the sons of thy mother kneel in thy presence. Those that praise and bless thee shall be honored and blessed, and those that bless and extol thee not shall be cursed. In thee let all nations know their God. Judith chapter 13, verse 31. And through thee let the name of the Most High God of Jacob be glorified. In return for this prophetic blessing, Most Holy Mary kissed the hand of the priest and asked him to forgive her the faults committed in his house. The saintly old man was much moved by these parting words of the most pure and amiable of creatures, and ever after bore hidden within him the memory of the mysteries revealed to him concerning the Most Holy Mary. Only once, when he was present at a meeting of the priests in the temple, who were congratulating him on account of the birth of his son and the restoration of his speech, he was moved by the excess of his joy, and he answered them, "I believe firmly that the Most High has visited us and has already sent us the promised Messiah, who will redeem his people." But he spoke no further of what he really knew of the mystery. The holy priest Simeon, however, who was present and heard these words, was seized with great joy of spirit, and by divine impulse exclaimed, "Let not, O Lord God of Israel, thy servant depart from this valley of misery before he has seen thy salvation and the Redeemer of his people." To this prayer he afterwards alluded, when at the presentation of the infant God in the temple, he received him into his arms, as we shall see later on. Until that event took place, he desired more and more ardently to see the incarnate Word. Leaving Zacharias in tears, Mary betook herself to her cousin Elizabeth. As she was a cousin of Mary, of a tender heart, and as she had enjoyed so many days of sweet intercourse, and had received so many favors of the Mother of Grace, she was almost overcome with grief at the mere thought of now losing the source whence so many blessings had flown, and were yet to flow, if she could only retain it. Hence, when the time for taking leave of the Mistress of heaven and earth finally arrived, her heart was torn with sorrow, and she could only say a few words amid her copious tears and sighs, revealing her inmost soul. The serene Queen, being superior to all inordinate movements of the natural passions, in affable modesty spoke to Elizabeth. "My beloved cousin, do not grieve so much over my departure, since the charity of the Most High, in whom I truly love thee, knows no distance of time or place. In him I behold thee, and I keep thee in my mind, and thou also wilt find me in that same presence. Short is the time of our bodily separation, since all the days of human life are so fleeting." Job chapter 14 verse 5. And if we gain the victory over our enemies, we shall very soon see ourselves and enjoy ourselves in the celestial Jerusalem, where there is no sorrow, no weeping, no separation. Apocalypse chapter 21 verse 4. In the meantime, thou wilt find all the blessings in the Lord, and also me thou wilt find and possess in him. He will remain in thy heart and console thee. Our most prudent Queen said no more to allay the grief of Saint Elizabeth. Instead, she knelt down at her feet and asked her blessing, and her pardon for what might have been disagreeable in her intercourse with her. Nor would Mary yield to the protests of Elizabeth until her petition was granted. Elizabeth then insisted on her part, and asked the blessing of the Heavenly Lady in return, and not wishing to deny her this consolation, Most Holy Mary complied. The Queen visited also the child John, received him in her arms, and bestowed upon him many mysterious blessings. The wonderful infant, by divine dispensation, spoke to the Virgin, although in a low and infantile voice. Thou art the Mother of God himself, the Queen of all creation, the keeper of the ineffable treasure of heaven, my help and protection. Grant me, thy servant, thy blessing, and may thy intercession and favor never fail me. 3 times he kissed the hand of the Queen of Heaven. Likewise he adored the incarnate Word in her virginal womb, and asked him for his benediction and grace. The infant God manifested his pleasure and benevolence toward his precursor, while the most happy Mother Mary beheld and understood all that was passing. In all things, she acted with the plenitude of divine science, venerating all these mysteries according to their proper import, for she responded with a magnanimous heart to all the works of his divine wisdom. Second Book of Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 9. The whole household of Zacharias had been sanctified by the presence of Most Holy Mary and of the incarnate Word in her womb. All its inmates had been edified by her example, instructed by her conversations and teachings, and sweetly affected by her intercourse and modest behavior. While she had drawn toward herself all the hearts of that happy family, she also merited and obtained for them, from her most holy Son, the plenitude of celestial gifts. Holy Joseph was held in high veneration by Zacharias, Elizabeth, and John, for they had come to know his high dignity before he himself was yet aware of it. The blessed patriarch, happy in his treasure, the full value of which as yet he did not know, took leave of all and departed for Nazareth. What happened on the way I will narrate in the following chapter. But before they began their journey, Most Holy Mary, on bended knees, besought Saint Joseph to bless her, as she was accustomed to do on such occasions, and after she had received his blessing, they betook themselves on their journey. Instruction by the Most Holy Queen Mary. My daughter, the happy souls which God has chosen for his intimate friendship and perfection must keep themselves in continual readiness and peace, in order to perform all that his Majesty may ordain without hesitation or delay. That is what I did when the Most High commanded me to leave the beloved retreat of my house and betake myself to Elizabeth. Likewise when he ordered me to return. I obeyed in all these things with joyful alacrity, and although I had received so many benefits from Elizabeth and her family, and so many tokens of love and friendship, as thou hast seen, yet knowing the will of the Lord, I set aside all obligation and my own inclination, and followed them only so far as was strictly demanded by charity and compassion, and in so far as the promptest obedience to the divine command permitted. My dearest daughter, how wilt thou not hasten to obtain this true and perfect resignation as soon as thou knowest its vast value? How pleasing is it in the eyes of the Lord, and how profitable for thy soul! Labor then to attain it in imitation of me, as I have already so often invited thee and urged thee. The greatest hindrances toward its attainment are the leanings and special likings to earthly things, for these make the soul unworthy of the caresses of the Lord and of knowing fully his will. And even if the soul knows his will, the base love of unworthy things will keep the soul from fulfilling it, for on account of its inclinations it will be wanting in the ready and joyful obedience required by the Lord. Take notice of this danger, my daughter, and do not allow any particular affection to enter into thy heart, for I wish that thou be well versed and perfect in this art of divine love, and that thy obedience be that of an angel, and thy love that of a seraphim. Thus show thyself in all thy actions, for to this my love urges thee, and thus art thou taught by the knowledge and light imparted to thee. I do not say that thou must do away with all sensible feeling, for that is not naturally possible to the creature, but whenever thou meetest adverse happenings, or when thou art deprived of what is useful, necessary, or agreeable, thou must bear it with joyful resignation and give praise to the Lord, because his will is being fulfilled in thy regard. By seeking only his pleasure and considering all else as of passing moment, thou wilt gain a quick and easy victory over thyself, and thou wilt seek all occasions to humiliate thyself under the mighty hand of the Lord. First letter of St. Peter, chapter 5, verse 6. I also exhort thee to imitate me in my esteem and veneration of the priests, and that thou always ask their blessing before speaking to them and in leaving them. Do this also in regard to the Most High before beginning any work. Toward thy superiors, always show thyself devoted and submissive. If any married woman come to seek thy advice, exhort them to be obedient to their husbands. Letter to Titus, chapter 5, verse 2. Peacefully subjecting themselves, living retired in their houses and carefully fulfilling their obligations toward their families. Tell them not to give themselves up entirely to their occupations, nor to lose themselves in their daily cares on pretext of necessity, for much more must be trusted to the goodness and liberality of God than to one's own immoderate bustle and activity. In whatever happened to me in my condition, thou wilt find true instruction and example, and my whole life will be an example of perfection for the guidance of souls, and therefore I will not need to give thee further direction. End of chapter 24. Book 1, Chapter 25 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 25. The Journey of Most Holy Mary from the house of Zacharias to her home in Nazareth. Returning from the town of Judah to Nazareth, the Most Holy Mary, the living tabernacle of God, pursued her way through the mountains of Judea in the company of her most faithful spouse, Saint Joseph. although the evangelists do not make mention of any haste in this journey homeward, such as is recorded by St. Luke, and occasioned by the special mystery connected with it. Yet the great princess made also this return journey with great expediency, on account of the events which awaited her at home. All the journeys of this heavenly lady were a mystical counterpart of her spiritual and interior advances, for she was the true tabernacle of the Lord, which was to find no definite resting place in this mortal pilgrimage. 1 Paralipomena, chapter 17, verse 5. On the contrary, progressing daily from one stage to another and to higher condition of wisdom and grace, she continually pushed forward on her pilgrimage to the promised land. Numbers, chapter 7, verse 89. And she bore continually with her on her journey the true propitiatory, whence she drew ceaseless increase of her gifts and acquired for us eternal salvation. The great Queen and Saint Joseph again consumed 4 days in their return journey, as they had done on their coming. On the way, they maintained the same divine conversations, and they experienced events similar to those already mentioned in chapter XVI. In the ordinary practices of humility, in which they vied with each other, our Queen always came out victorious, except when Saint Joseph called obedience to his aid, because she considered obedience the greater humility. As she was already in her 3rd month of pregnancy, she was more attentive and careful in her journey. Not that her pregnancy caused her any difficulties, for it was on the contrary a most sweet alleviation of any hardships. But this careful and prudent mother was filled with the consciousness of her treasure, for she beheld day by day the natural growth of the body of her most holy Son in her virginal womb. Notwithstanding the ease and lightness of her pregnancy, she nevertheless was subject to the exertion and the fatigue of the journey, for the sovereign lady made no use of her privileges to diminish her sufferings, but she gave free scope to the fatigues and inconveniences of travel, in order to be in all things our teacher and the faithful image of her most holy Son. As the divine fruit of her womb was naturally of the most perfect growth, and as she was herself of the most comely and well-proportioned shape without any defect whatever, it was natural that her condition should become noticeable, and she knew that it would be impossible to conceal it much longer from her husband. Already she began to look upon him with greater tenderness and compassion, in view of the shock which his love would feel on noticing her condition. Gladly would she have turned it aside if she had known that such was the will of God. But the Lord gave her no intimation of his will in these anxious thoughts, for he had ordained that the event should come about in such a way as to increase his glory and the merits both of Saint Joseph and the Virgin Mother. Nevertheless, the great lady besought his Majesty to fill the heart of her spouse with patience and wisdom, and to assist him with grace, that he might act in this conjuncture according to the divine pleasure. For she was convinced that it would occasion him great grief to see her pregnant. In the course of the journey, the mistress of the world performed some wonderful works, although always in secret. It happened that when they arrived at a place not far from Jerusalem, some people from another town came to the same hostelry. They brought with them a young woman seeking a cure for her sickness in the larger and more populous city. She was known to be very sick, but no one knew what was her sickness or the cause of it. This woman had lived a very virtuous life. On this account, the enemy, who knew her character and her advanced virtues, began to direct his attacks especially against her, as he always does against the friends of God, since he considers them his own enemies. He caused her to commit some sins, and in order to force her from one abyss to another, he tempted her with despondent thoughts and disorderly grief at her fall. Having thus upset her judgment, this dragon found entrance into her body, and now he, with many other demons, had possession of her. I have already said in the first part that the infernal dragon, when he saw in heaven the woman clothed with the sun, Apocalypse chapter 12 verse 1, conceived a great wrath against all virtuous women. Of her progeny are all those that follow Mary, as may be judged from that same chapter of the Apocalypse. On this account, he exerted all his arrogance and tyranny in the possession of the body and soul of this afflicted woman. The heavenly princess saw her in the tavern and knew of her affliction, which was unknown to the others. Moved by motherly pity, she begged her most holy Son to give health of body and soul to the unfortunate woman. Perceiving that the divine will was inclined to mercy, she used her power as queen and commanded the demons instantly to leave this creature, never to return. Moreover, she banished them to the infernal depths, their lawful and appropriate dwelling. This command of our great Queen and Lady was not given vocally, but mentally, in such a way as to be perceptible to the impure spirits. It was so powerful that Lucifer and his companions hastened to leave that body and hurl themselves into the infernal darkness. The fortunate woman was freed and seized with wonder at the unhoped-for delivery, and in her inmost heart she was drawn toward the most pure and holy Lady. She looked upon her with an especial veneration and love, thereby deserving two other favors. One was that she was filled with a most sincere sorrow for her sins. The other, that the evil effects or traces of the demoniacal possession under which she had suffered were effaced. She was aware that the mysterious stranger, whom she had so fortunately met on her way, was concerned in the heavenly blessing. She therefore spoke to her, and our Queen answered with words that went straight to the heart. She exhorted her to perseverance, and also merited it for her during the rest of her life. Her companions likewise recognized the miracle, but they attributed it to their promise of bringing her to the temple of Jerusalem and of offering some gift for her. This promise they fulfilled, praising God, but remaining ignorant of the source of their good fortune. Vast and furious was the wrath of Lucifer when he found himself and his demons dispossessed and cast out from their abode by the mere word of this woman Mary. Full of wrathful astonishment, he exclaimed, "Who is this weak woman that commands us and oppresses us with so much power? What new surprise is this, and how can my pride stand it? We must hold a council and see how we can unite to destroy her." Since I will say more of their doings in the next chapter, I leave them to their wrathful designs. Our pilgrims in the meantime came to another tavern, the master of which was a man of bad habits and character, and as a beginning of his happiness, God ordained that he should receive Most Holy Mary and Joseph with a good will and marks of kindness. He showed them more courtesy and good services than he was accustomed to show others. In order to return his hospitality with still greater kindness, the great Queen, who knew the sad state of his interior, prayed for him, justifying his soul and causing him to change his life. Her prayers had also the effect of adding to his worldly possession, for on account of the small favor done to his heavenly guests, God increased them from that time on. Many more miracles of the Mother of Grace wrought in this journey, for all her doings were divine. Canticles chapter 4 verse 13. And all who were of proper disposition were sanctified by meeting her. They finished their journey at Nazareth, where the Princess of Heaven set her house in order and cleaned it with the assistance of her holy angels, for they vied with her in humility and were anxious to serve and honor her by taking part in these humble occupations. The holy Joseph applied himself to his ordinary daily work, providing for the sustenance of the Queen, and his trusting heart was not deceived in her. Proverbs chapter 31 verse 11. She girded herself with new strength for the mysteries which awaited her, and she put forth her hands to valiant deeds, enjoying in her soul the undimmed vision of the treasure of her womb, and connected with it incomparable delights and blessings. Thus she continued to gain vast merits and made herself unspeakably pleasing to God. Instruction which the Queen of Heaven gave me. My daughter, the faithful souls and children of the Church who know God must make no distinction of time, place, or occasions in the practice of faith and the other virtues connected with it. For God is present in all things and fills them with his infinite being. Jeremiah chapter 23 verse 24. And in all places and circumstances, faith will enable them to see and adore him in spirit and truth. John chapter 4 verse 22. Just as preservation follows upon creation, and as breathing follows upon life, and just as there is no intermission in the breathing, nourishment and growth of man until the end is reached. So the rational creature, after having been regenerated by faith of grace, must never interrupt the course of the spiritual life, continually pursuing works of life by faith, hope, and charity in all places and at all time. Letter of St. James, chapter 2, verse 26. On account of their forgetfulness and carelessness, the children of men, and especially the members of the Church, possess the life of faith as if they had lost it, allowing it to die for want of charity. These are the ones who have received in vain this their new soul, as David says, because they neglect it as if they had never obtained it. Psalm 23, verse 4. I desire, my dearest, that thy spiritual life be just as continual as thy natural life. Thou must continue to lead a life such as is required by the grace and gifts of the Most High, believing and hoping in the Lord, loving, praising, and adoring Him in spirit and in truth, no matter what changes there may be in time, occupation, or place. He is in all things, and He wishes to be loved and served by all rational creatures. I therefore charge thee that whenever souls come to thee, full of this forgetfulness of their faults and harassed by the demons, thou pray for them with lively faith and confidence. If the Lord does not always fulfill what thou desirest and what they ask, He will follow His own secret counsel, and thou wilt have pleased Him by having acted as a true spouse and daughter. If thou faithfully followest my instructions, I assure thee that He will confer upon thee many special privileges for the benefit of souls. Consider what I did at the sight of souls displeasing to the Lord, and how zealously I worked for all, and for some in particular. To imitate and oblige me, do thou likewise work and pray for those whose interior becomes known to thee through the Lord or through other means. Admonish them with prudence, humility, and resignation, for the Almighty does not desire thee to proceed noisily, nor that the results of thy labors be always manifest, but that they remain hidden. In this He conforms Himself to thy naturally retiring disposition and to thy desires, and He seeks what is most secure for thee. And although thou must pray for all souls, yet thou must pray more earnestly for those whom the divine will points out to thee. End of chapter 25. Book 1, Chapter 26 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 26. The demons hold a meeting in hell in order to take counsel against Most Holy Mary. At the instant of the incarnation of the Word, as I said in Chapter 11, Lucifer and all hell felt the power of the right arm of the Almighty, which hurled them to the deepest of the infernal caverns. There they remained overwhelmed for some days, until the Lord in His admirable providence allowed them to come forth from this captivity, the cause of which they did not know. The great dragon then arose and scoured the earth, spying everywhere for new developments to which he might attribute the rout which he and all his satellites had experienced. This search the proud prince of darkness would not trust entirely to his companions, but he himself issued forth in their company to course about upon the globe, seeking the most cunning malice to find what he wanted. He spent in this search 3 months, and finally returned to hell just as ignorant of the true cause as when he had come forth. For the great mysteries of heaven were not intelligible to him at that time, because the darkness of his malice did not permit him either to rejoice in their wonderful effects, or to glorify and bless their author. This was reserved to us men, for whom redemption was inaugurated. The enemy of God was very much confused and aggrieved, without knowing how to account for it. In order to discuss the matter, he called together all the infernal hosts, without excusing or permitting a single one of the demons to be absent. In this convention, from a place of vantage, he addressed the meeting in this manner. You well know, my subjects, with what great anxiety I, ever since God has cast us out from His dwelling and deprived us of our might, have sought to avenge myself and tried to destroy the power of the Almighty. Although I cannot do anything to injure Him, I have spared no time or exertion in extending my dominion over men whom he loves. By my own strength I have peopled my reign. Job chapter 41 verse 25. And many nations and tribes obey and follow me. Luke chapter 4 verse 6. Day by day I draw toward myself innumerable souls, depriving them of the knowledge and possession of God, in order that they may not enjoy the happiness which we have lost. I ensnare them to these eternal pains which we suffer, since they will follow my teachings and guidance. On them I will wreak the vengeance which I have conceived against their Creator. But all this appears of small consequence to me in the face of the sudden overthrow which we have experienced, for an attack so powerful and ruinous has not happened to us since we were hurled from heaven. I must acknowledge that as well as my power has met a serious shock. This new and extraordinary defeat must have some new cause, and our weakness, I fear, is the beginning of our ruin. This matter will require renewed diligence, for my fury is unquenchable, and my vengeance remains insatiable. I have scoured the whole earth, observed all its inhabitants with great care, and yet I have found nothing notable. I have watched and persecuted all the virtuous and perfect women who are of the race of her whom we saw in heaven, and whom I expected to meet among them. But I find no sign of her having as yet been born, for I do not find one who possesses the marks of her who is to be the mother of the Messiah. A maiden whom I feared on account of her great virtues, and whom I persecuted in the temple, is already married, and therefore she cannot be the one we look for, since Isaiah says she is to be a virgin. Isaiah chapter 7 verse 14. Nevertheless, I fear and detest this maiden, since such a virtuous woman might give birth to the mother of the Messiah or some great prophet. To this hour I have not been able to overcome her in anything, and of her life I understand less than of that of others. She has always valiantly resisted me, as she eludes my memory, or remembering her, I cannot approach her. I have not yet been able to decide whether these difficulties in regard to her are miraculous, or arise from my forgetfulness, or whether they are simply the consequences of the contempt in which I hold such an insignificant maiden. But I will consider this matter, for recently we could not resist the power of her command, by which we were dispossessed of our right to dwell in those persons from whom she drove us. This certainly requires satisfaction, and she merits my wrath solely on account of what she has shown herself to be on these occasions. I resolve to persecute her and overcome her, and do yourselves assist me in this enterprise with all your strength and malice, and those who will distinguish themselves in this conquest shall receive great rewards at my hands. The whole infernal rabble, which had listened attentively to Lucifer, praised and approved his intentions, and they told him not to worry over this woman, for she would easily be overcome, and he should not be without his triumphs over her, since his power was so great and ruled all the world. John chapter 14 verse 30. Then they set about discussing the means of entrapping Most Holy Mary, supposing her to be a woman of distinguished and remarkable virtue and holiness, but not the mother of the incarnate Word. For at that time, as I have said, the demons were ignorant of the hidden sacrament connected with her. Accordingly, Lucifer and his companions in malice immediately entered upon a mighty conflict with the heavenly princess, thus making it possible for her to crush the head of the infernal dragon many times. Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. Yet though this was a great battle and one of the most remarkable conflicts of her life, she fought another one later on, after the ascension of her most holy Son into heaven. Of this I will speak in the third part of this history. It was very remarkable, because Lucifer at that time already knew her as the Mother of God. St. John speaks of it in the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse, as I will explain in its place. In dispensing the mysteries of the Incarnation, the providence of the Most High was most admirable, and so it is even yet in the government of the Catholic Church. There is no doubt that it is befitting the strong and sweet providence of God to hide many things from the demons, which are better unknown to them, as well because they are unworthy of knowing the sacred mysteries, as also because the divine power becomes more manifest in keeping the demons in subjection. But it is especially necessary that they remain in ignorance in order that the works of God in the Church and his sacraments may take their course in greater peace, also in order that the unmeasured wrath of the demons may be more effectively curbed by not allowing them to proceed according to their malice. Although the Almighty could always repress and restrain the demons by force, yet he proceeds in this matter according to what is most appropriate to his infinite goodness. On this account, the Lord concealed from these enemies the dignity of the Most Holy Mary and the wonderful manner of her pregnancy, as well as her virginal integrity before and after the birth. And he concealed it still more effectively by giving her a husband. Likewise, they were uncertain of the divinity of Christ our Lord until the moment of his death. Only then they saw that they had been deceived and misled in regard to many mysteries of the redemption. Instead of inciting the Jews to inflict upon him the most cruel death, they would have sought to prevent it, and they would have tried to retard our redemption by making known to the world that Christ is the true God. Therefore, when St. Peter confessed him as such, Christ forbade him and the rest of the apostles to make it known to anybody. Matthew chapter 16, verse 20. Although, on account of the miracles he wrought and the exorcisms which he performed. Luke chapter 8, verse 28. They almost began to suspect him to be the Messiah and called him Son of God, yet his Majesty would not allow them to publish it. Nor did they call him so with certain conviction, for their suspicions subsided when they saw our Lord despised and fatigued. They could never penetrate the mystery of the Saviour's humility, and their inflated pride kept them in darkness. Since Lucifer then did not know the dignity of Mary, the Mother of God, at the time of this persecution, fierce as it was not so terrible as the one she suffered later on, when he knew who she was. If in this present occasion he had known that she was the one whom he had seen in heaven, clothed with the sun, Apocalypse chapter 12, verse 1, and that she was to crush his head, Genesis chapter 3, verse 15, he would have been lashed into devouring fury and consumed in fiery wrath. If they were so fearfully enraged at the mere thought of her sanctity and perfection, it is certain that, had they known her greatness, they would, as far as would be allowed them, have disturbed the whole universe in order to make an end of her. However, since they on the one hand were ignorant of the mysteries of the heavenly Lady, and the other hand felt the effects of her extreme virtue and sanctity, they were on this occasion thrown into confusion and doubt, asking each other who this woman could be, against whom they saw their power dwindle into insignificance, and whether perhaps she was not the one who was to hold first place among creatures. Others judged that she could not possibly be the mother of the Messiah for whom men were waiting, for besides having a husband, she with her husband belonged to the poorest, humblest, and the most insignificant people in this world. They had wrought no public miracles or prodigies, nor had they attracted the esteem or reverence of any of their fellow men. As Lucifer and his associates are so proud, they could not persuade themselves that such extreme humility and self-debasement can consort with the dignity of Mother of God. Lucifer thought that God in his power would not choose for himself what the devil had considered unworthy of his own dignity, which he knew was beneath that of the Almighty. In short, he was deceived by his own arrogance and giddy pride, for these are the vices which are the most apt to darken the intellect and to drag the will to ruin. On this account Solomon says that their own malice has made them blind. Wisdom chapter 2, verse 21. In order that they might not know that the eternal Word was to make use of such means in order to destroy the arrogance and haughtiness of the dragon. For his thoughts were distant from those of the Almighty, farther than the earth is distant from heaven. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 9. He thought that God would come from heaven into the world with great show of strength and opposition, humiliating by his power the proud princes and monarchs, which the demon had filled with his own arrogance, and so well had he succeeded, that many, who reigned before the time of Christ, were inflated with such pride and presumption as to have lost their common sense and to have forgotten that they were mortal and earthly. Lucifer judged of all these things according to his own vanity and according to his own method of proceeding against the works of the Lord. But the infinite wisdom took measures beyond all the calculations of Lucifer, for he came to conquer him not only by his omnipotence, but by humility, meekness, obedience, and poverty, which are the weapons of his warfare. Second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 4. Far from him are the empty show and vanity maintained by the riches of the world. He came disguised and hidden in the outward appearance of lowliness. He chose a poor mother. All that the world values, he came to despise, teaching the true science of life in word and example. Thus the devil found himself deceived and overcome by the very things that were repugnant and unbearable to him. In ignorance of all these mysteries, Lucifer spent some days in spying out and reconnoitering the natural condition of Most Holy Mary, her character, temperament, inclinations, the tranquility, evenness, and considerateness of her conduct. But the enemy could discover no flaw. Seeing the perfection and sweetness of all that concerned her, and that she was an impregnable wall, he returned to his demons and laid before them the great difficulty of tempting her. All of them projected mighty plans of attack, encouraging each other in trying to solve the difficulties. Of the execution of these designs, of the glorious triumphs of the heavenly princess over all her enemies, and of the foiling of all their damned and malicious counsels, I will speak in the following chapter. Instruction vouchsafed me by the Queen of Heaven, the Most Holy Mary. My daughter, I wish that thou be very cautious and watchful in regard to the ignorance and darkness by which the demon commonly ensnares mortals and makes them forget their eternal salvation and the continual danger of its loss through his persecutions. Men are lost in forgetful rest and sleep, as if there were no vigilant and powerful enemies. This dreadful carelessness arises from two causes. On the one hand, men are so taken up with their earthly and sensible being. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 14. That they do not feel any other evils except those concerning the animal nature in them. All that is interior is harmless in their estimation. On the other hand, since the princes of darkness are invisible and unperceived by any of the senses. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12. And since carnal men neither touch, nor feel, nor see them, they forget the fear of them. Yet for this very reason, they ought to be more attentive and careful, since invisible enemies are more cunning and adroit in injuring us by their treachery. So much the more certain is the danger, the more concealed it is, and so much the more deadly are the wounds, the less they are felt and recognized. Listen, my daughter, to most important truths concerning eternal life. Attend to my counsels, follow my instructions, and receive my warnings, for if thou pass them unheeded, I will cease to speak to thee. Hear what thou hast not until now known of the disposition of these enemies. I wish to make known to thee that no intellect, nor any tongue of man or angels, can describe the wrath and fury which Lucifer and his demons entertain against mortals, just because they are images of God, and because they are capable of enjoying him for all eternity. The Lord alone can comprehend the wicked malice of these proud and rebellious spirits against his holy name and against his worship. If these foes were not restrained by his almighty arm, they would in one moment destroy the world. They would, like famishing lions, like wild beasts and fierce dragons, dispatch all mankind and tear them to pieces. Now, however, the most kind Father of all mercies wards off and curbs their wrath, and he bears his little children in his arms, in order that they may not fall a prey to these hellish wolves. Consider then, as seriously as thou canst, whether anything deserves greater pity than to see so many men misled into danger and made forgetful of it, how some of them cast themselves into it on account of their lightheartedness, some of them for trivial reasons, others for a short and instantaneous pleasure, others through negligence, and yet others on account of their inordinate appetites, tearing themselves away from the places of refuge in which the Almighty has placed them, to fall into the hands of such cruel and furious enemies, and not only to feel their fury for an hour, a day, a month, or a year, but to suffer indescribable and unmeasured torments for all eternity. Thou shouldest be filled with fear and wonder, my daughter, to see such horrible and dreadful foolishness among the impenitent mortals, and to see even the faithful, who have come to know and confess all this by faith, so far lose their understanding and allow themselves to be so insanely blinded by the devil that they neither regard nor avoid this danger. In order that thou mayest fear it and preserve thyself the better, remember that this dragon knows thee and lurks about thee ever since the hour of thy creation and entrance into this world. Night and day he restlessly prowls about, seeking some chance of capturing thee as a prize. He observes thy natural inclinations and also the gifts of the Lord, in order to combat thee with thy own weapons. He charges other demons with thy ruin and promises reward to those that are more diligent in securing it. They weigh thy actions carefully, watch thy footsteps, and work zealously to lay snares for thee in all thy undertakings. I desire thee to meditate on these truths in the Lord, who will show thee whither they lead. Compare them afterwards with thy own experience, and thou wilt understand whether thou hast any occasion for sleep in the midst of such dangers. Although this watchfulness is important for all the woman born, it is more necessary to thee than to others for especial reasons, and if I do not mention them all to thee now, do not doubt that thou must live with great vigilance and caution. It suffices to remind thee of thy soft and yielding nature, which thy enemies will strive to make use of for thy destruction. End of chapter 26. Book 1, Chapter 27 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 27. The Lord prepares Most Holy Mary to meet Lucifer in battle, and the dragon begins to persecute her. The Eternal Word, already made man in the womb of Mary the Virgin, and possessing her as his mother, was aware of the designs of Lucifer, not only through the uncreated knowledge of his Godhead, but also by the created knowledge of his humanity. He prepared the defense of his tabernacle, which was more estimable in his sight than all the rest of the creatures, in order to clothe the invincible lady with new strength against the foolhardy daring of the treacherous dragon and his hosts. The most holy humanity of Christ rose up, as it were, in an attitude of defense in the virginal chamber of Mary, in order to meet and offer battle to the princes of darkness. In this position, he prayed to the Father and asked him to renew his favors and graces in Mary, in order that she might with added strength crush the head of the ancient serpent, that this woman might humiliate and overcome him, frustrate his designs and all his powers, and that she come forth triumphant and victorious over hell, to the glory and praise of God and of his virginal mother. The prayer of Christ our Lord was punctually fulfilled in the most blessed Trinity. Then, in an indescribable manner, her most holy Son was shown to Mary in her virginal womb. In this vision, the plenitude of graces and unspeakable gifts were vouchsafed to her. Illumined anew with additional light of wisdom, she recognized the highest and most hidden mysteries impossible to describe. She understood especially that Lucifer had prepared vast designs of pride against the glory of the Lord, and that his arrogance rose up to drink the pure waters of Jordan. Job, chapter 40, verse 18. The Most High, informing her of these things, said to her, My spouse and my dove, the infernal dragon thirsts with such wrath against my holy name and all those that adore it, that he wishes to drag toward him all without exception, and with daring presumption he tries to blot out my name from the land of the living. I wish thee, my beloved, to come to the defense of my cause and of my holy name, by giving battle to the cruel enemy. And I will be with thee in battle, since I am in thy virginal womb. I wish that thou confound and destroy the enemies before I appear in the world, for they are convinced that the redemption of the world is nigh, and therefore they desire to gain over and ruin all souls without exception, before the world is redeemed. I trust this victory to thy fidelity and love. Do thou battle in my name, just as I in thee, against this dragon and ancient serpent. Apocalypse, chapter 12, verse 9. These words of the Lord and the knowledge of these secrets so moved the heart of the Heavenly Mother that I cannot find expression for that which then happened. When she understood that her most holy Son wished her to defend the honor of the Most High, she was so inflamed with divine love and filled with such invincible fortitude that if each one of the demons would have been an entire hell and filled with the fury of all its inmates, they altogether would have been only like a few weak ants compared to the incomparable strength of our valiant leader. All of them she would have vanquished and destroyed by the smallest part of her virtues and of her zeal for the honor and glory of the Lord. And her divine protector and helper ordained this glorious triumph of his most holy Mother over hell, in order that the arrogance of his enemies might no longer lord it over us, nor rest assured of being able to destroy the world. But he wished to hasten its redemption and put us mortals under obligation, not only to the inestimable love of his most holy Son, but also to Mary, our heavenly defender and reparatrix. She was to issue forth to battle, stop his progress, vanquish and suppress him, placing mankind on a proper footing for the reception of their Redeemer. O sons of men, dull and slow of heart, how is it that you do not heed such admirable blessings? Who is man, that thou shouldest honor and favor him thus? Psalm 8, verse 5. O most high King, thy own mother and our mistress, thou sendest out to labor and combat in our defense. Who ever heard of similar happenings? Who has ever shown such force and ingenuity of love? Where is our intellect? Who has deprived us of the use of reason? What hardness of heart is this? What has drawn us into such vile ingratitude? What shameful conduct of men who, while they claim to love and honor her so much, are guilty of such low and infamous ingratitude as to forget such an obligation? The true nobility and honor of the sons of Adam would rather seem to consist in thanking her incessantly and sacrificing their lives in gratitude. The obedient Mother, offering herself to battle with Lucifer for the honor of her most holy Son, of the Holy Trinity and our own, answered him that had commanded her, saying, My Lord and highest good, from whom I have received my being and all the grace and light which I possess, to thee I belong entirely, and thou, Lord, hast condescended to be my Son. Do with thy servant what shall be to thy greater glory and pleasure. For if thou art in me, and I in thee, who shall be powerful enough to resist thy will? I shall be the instrument of thy almighty arm. Give me thy strength, and come with me, and let us go forth to battle against the dragon with all his followers. In the meanwhile, Lucifer issued from the meeting, now filled with such hateful spite against her, that he considered the perdition of all the other souls as of small consequence. If we could know the fury of Satan as it is in reality, we would understand better what God says to holy Job, that he counts steel as straw and bronze as rotten wood. Job chapter 41 verse 18. Such was the wrath of the dragon against most holy Mary, and such it is even now against the souls. For if he esteem the most holy, the invincible and most strong woman to be no more than a dried up leaf, what will he do to sinners who, like empty and decaying reeds, do not withstand him? Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 16. Living faith alone and humility of heart are the double armor which enable them to procure glorious victory. In order to begin his battle, Lucifer brought with him the 7 legions with their 7 principal leaders, whom after the fall from heaven he had appointed to tempt men to the 7 capital sins. Apocalypse chapter 12. Each of these 7 squadrons he charged with the duty of exerting their utmost strength against the Immaculate Princess. The invincible lady was occupied in prayer when the Lord permitted the first legion of devils to begin the battle by tempting her to the sin of pride, to which special work they had been appointed. They sought to approach the heavenly Queen by trying to cause changes in her natural passions and inclinations, for this is the ordinary way in which the demons find access to other mortals, and they thought that she was infected in the same way as other men with passions disordered by sin. They could not, however, come as close to her as they wished, for they were repelled by the fragrance of her virtues and holiness, which tormented them more than the fire which consumes them. In spite of this obstacle, and although the very sight of Most Holy Mary pierced them with raging torments, they nevertheless ignored their pains and lashed themselves into furious and ungovernable wrath in their obstinate endeavors to approach nearer to her and exert upon her their cursed and damnable influence. The Most Holy Mary, who was alone and left only to her natural forces, stood prepared for the assault of those countless demons, yet she by herself was as formidable and terrible. Canticles chapter 6 verse 3. To them as many armies in battle array. They presented themselves before her. Psalm 118 verse 85. In the most horrid masks and with wicked lies. But the sovereign queen, teaching us how to conquer, did not change her position, nor was moved interiorly or exteriorly, nor did she show any emotion of fear in her countenance. She took no notice of them, nor attended to them any more than if they had been the weakest ants. She despised them with an invincible and magnanimous heart, for this kind of battle, as it is a battle of virtues, is not accompanied by the extremes of noise and excitement, but is fought in all tranquillity, in outward and inward peace and modesty. Just as little could she be moved by the passions and the appetites, for these were not in subservience to the devil in our Queen. In her they were all swayed by reason, and this again was subject to God, since none of her faculties had been cast into disorder by the first sin, as in the rest of the children of Adam. Therefore the arrows of these enemies, as David says, were like those of little children. Psalm 63 verse 8. And their armories were like those which were without ammunition. Only to themselves were they harmful, for their weakness only brought upon them confusion. Although they were not aware of the innocence and the original justice of Most Holy Mary, and therefore did not understand that she was not to be injured by the common temptations, yet by the majesty of her bearing and her constancy, they could conjecture their ill success and how she despised them. Their efforts were not of the least avail, for, as says the Apostle in the Apocalypse, Apocalypse chapter 12 verse 18. And as I have mentioned in the first part, the earth helped the woman who was clothed with the sun, when the dragon opened upon her the flood of his impetuous temptations, meaning thereby that the earthly body of this lady had not been vitiated in its faculties and passions as those of others who have been touched by sin. The demons then assumed corporeal shapes of the most horrible and dreadful kind, and they began to emit fearful howls, roaring with terrible voices, pretending to rush upon her and threatening destruction. They shook the earth and the house, striving also by other furious assaults to frighten and disturb the princess of the world, so that at least in this, or in making her desist from prayers, they might seem victorious. But the invincible and magnanimous heart of Most Holy Mary was not disturbed, nor moved in the least. It must be remembered that in order to enter upon this battle, the Lord left her entirely to the resources of her own faith and virtue. He suspended the effects of the other favors and privileges which she was wont to enjoy at other times. The Most High wished it so, in order that the triumph of his mother might be more glorious and honorable. Besides this were the other reasons, which God has in allowing the souls to be tempted in this manner. His judgments are unsearchable and unknowable. Romans chapter 11 verse 33. At times the great lady would repeat, "Who is like unto God, that lives in the highest, and looks upon the humble in heaven and on earth?" Psalm 112 verse 5. By these words she routed the hosts that opposed her. Then these hungry wolves laid aside their terrible shapes. They assumed sheep's clothing, transforming themselves into angels of light, resplendent and beautiful. Approaching the heavenly lady, they said, "Thou hast conquered, thou hast conquered. We come to attend on thee and reward thy fortitude and invincible courage." Surrounding her, they protested their friendship in flattering and deceitful terms, but the most prudent lady withdrew within herself, suspended all the activity of her senses, raising herself above herself, by means of the infused virtues, adored the Lord in spirit and in truth. Despising all the snares of these evil tongues and their deceitful lies, she spoke to her most holy Son. My Lord and Master, light of light and my strength, in thy help alone do I place all my confidence and the exaltation of thy holy name. All those that speak otherwise I abjure, abhor, and detest. But the doers of evil persevered in their insane attempts against the Mother of Knowledge, and continued to extol beyond the skies her who had humiliated herself beneath the lowest of creatures. They protested that they wished to exalt her above all women and confer upon her an exquisite favor. They would select her in the name of the Lord for the mother of the Messias, and they assured her that her holiness would be greater than that of the patriarchs and prophets. Lucifer himself was the author of this new plot, and his malice is here made known for a warning to other souls. But it was ridiculous to offer to Mary, the Queen of Heaven, a dignity already her own. They themselves were ensnared and deceived, not only in offering what they neither knew nor were able to give, but also in being ignorant of the sacrament of the King, so intimately connected with the most blessed woman, whom they persecuted. Nevertheless, the iniquity of the dragon was great, because he knew that he could not fulfill what he promised. He tried to spy out whether perhaps our Blessed Lady held that dignity, or whether she would give him some signs by which he could conjecture it. Most Holy Mary was aware of this double dealing of Lucifer, and admirably met it with a quiet firmness. She answered the deceitful flatteries by quietly continuing her prayer and adoring the Lord. Prostrated upon the floor, she humiliated herself, confessing herself as the most despicable of creatures, more despicable than the dust under her feet. By this humble prayer and prostration, she cut off the presumptuous pride of Lucifer as long as this temptation lasted. As for the rest which happened, the cunning of the demons, their cruelty and lying deceits on this occasion, it seemed to me that I should not relate all, nor should I expatiate on all that has been shown to me. Let this much suffice for our instruction, for not all can be trusted to the ignorance of weak and earthly creatures. Dismayed and routed, the first hosts of enemies retired and gave way to the second. These were to tempt her, who was the most poor of humankind, to the sin of avarice. They offered to her great riches, gold, silver, and most precious gems, and in order that these might not seem empty promises, they placed before her a great quantity of these riches, although they were only apparent, for they thought that they could exert greater influence on her will by actually presenting these objects before her. They accompanied this offer with many deceitful words, and told her that God had sent her all this for distribution among the poor. When they saw that all this had no effect upon her, they changed their tactics and urged that since she was so holy, it was a great wrong that she should remain so poor. It was more reasonable that she possess these riches than that they remain in the hands of wicked sinners, for this would be an injustice and a disarrangement of the divine providence, that the just be visited with poverty, while God's wicked enemies abound in riches and affluence. In vain the net was spread before the eyes of the bird in its flight, says the wise man. This was true of all the temptations of our sovereign Queen, but the malice of the serpent was much more preposterous in regard to this temptation of avarice, for this phoenix of poverty was so far removed from the earth, and winged her flight so far above that of even the seraphim, that such a vile and contemptible snare was entirely in vain. The most prudent lady, although she possessed divine wisdom, never undertook to argue with these enemies, as in truth nobody should, for they battle against the manifest truth and will not admit defeat, even when they must acknowledge its effects. The most Holy Mary made use of some words of the Holy Scriptures and repeated them with serene humility. On this occasion, she selected the words of the 118th Psalm. Haeredate acquisivi testimonia tua in aeternum. I have acquired for my heritage and for my riches the keeping of thy testimonies and thy laws, my Lord. Psalm 118, verse 112. She made use of many other passages, gratefully praising and blessing the Most High, because he had created and preserved her without her merits. In this most wise manner, she rejected and overcame the second temptation, to the confusion and torment of these agents of iniquity. Then advanced the third legion, led on by the prince of impurity, who assails the weakness of the flesh. These made so much the greater efforts, because they foresaw more clearly the improbability of success, and in truth they gained less than all the others, if one may speak of more or less, in these different temptations of the Virgin Mary. They tried to suggest to her vile images, and to produce before her eyes unspeakable monstrosities. But all their efforts vanished in mid-air, for the most pure Virgin, as soon as she had recognized the first signs of this vice, withdrew entirely within herself, and suspended all the activity of her senses. Thus not even the shadow of a suggestion or indecent image could enter her thoughts, since none of her faculties were in action. With the most ardent longing, she renewed many times her vow of chastity in the presence of the Lord, and she merited more on this occasion than all the virgins that ever existed or will exist in this world. The Almighty furnished her with such virtue that in comparison, the sudden expulsion of the cannon ball from the cannon is but a poor image of the force with which these enemies were repelled from the presence of Most Holy Mary when they sought to touch her purity by their temptations. The fourth legion undertook to test her meekness and patience, seeking to move this mildest dove to anger. This temptation was most annoying, for the demons overturned the whole house. They broke and shattered everything contained therein, and in such a manner as to cause the greatest amount of annoyance to the most meek lady. But her holy angels soon repaired all the damage. Foiled in this attempt, the demons assumed the shapes of some women known to the serenest princess. They flew at her with greater wrath and fury than if they had been real women. They added outrageous insults, dared to threaten her, and took possession of things most necessary. But all these were only despicable tricks in the eyes of her that knew them, for none of their pranks and assaults escaped the penetration of Most Holy Mary. She disregarded them altogether and despised them entirely, without giving any signs of being moved or influenced by them. The demons then chose a real woman of a disposition adapted to their purposes, whom they influenced by diabolical art against the Princess of Heaven. For this purpose, one of the demons assumed the shape of an acquaintance of this woman, and began to tell her that this Mary, the wife of Joseph, had slandered her in her presence, and had accused her of many gross faults, which this demon invented for the occasion. The deceived woman, who was naturally very much inclined to anger, hastened furiously to our meekest lamb, and hurled at her the vilest accusations and insults. She, however, allowing the angry woman to pour out her wrath, gradually began to speak to her in words so humble and sweet that she changed her entirely, appeased and softened her heart. When she had thus brought her about, she consoled and admonished her against the wiles of the devil. As this woman was poor, Mary added some alms and dismissed her in peace. Thus also this attempt was spoiled, just as were many others, by which Lucifer tried to irritate our meekest dove and bring her into discredit. The Most High always defended the honor of His Most Holy Mother, making use of her own perfection in virtue and of her prudence and humility, so that the devil could never succeed in harming her good name in the least. She always acted so prudently and with such meekness and wisdom that the multitude of the hellish attempts were totally ineffectual. The tranquillity and meekness of the Sovereign Lady during these temptations of the dragon caused the admiration of the angels. Even the demons were full of astonishment, though of a different kind, at seeing such behavior in a mere creature, and that a woman, for never had they seen the like. The fifth legion followed with temptations to gluttony, although the ancient serpent did not bid our Queen to turn stones into bread. Matthew chapter 4 verse 3. As he afterwards presumed to do with her most holy Son, for he had not seen her do such great wonders, since they had been withheld from his knowledge. Yet he tempted her like the first woman with the pleasures of the taste. Genesis chapter 1. They placed before her a great feast, in order to incite and mislead her appetite by outward allurance. They tried to influence the humors of her body, so as to cause in her a counterfeit hunger, and they used other means to attract her attention to what they were offering. But all their labor was in vain and without effect, for from all these material and earthly things, the noble heart of our princess was as far removed as heaven is from earth. Just as little did she use her senses in order to enjoy the pleasures of taste, yea, she never even took notice of them, for in all things she had set herself to counteract what our first mother Eve had done. Eve incautiously and heedlessly looked upon the beauty of the tree of knowledge and upon its sweet fruit, and then had reached out her hand to eat, thus beginning our woe. Not so Most Holy Mary, who withdrew and locked up her senses, although she was in no such danger as Eve. Our first mother was overcome for our perdition, while our Queen conquered for our rescue and salvation. Much dismayed by the discomfitures of the preceding hosts, the spirits of envy approached. Though they could not estimate the full perfection of the deeds of the Mother of Sanctity, they nevertheless felt her invincible strength. They had seen her so unmovable that they almost despaired of enticing her to any of their wicked purposes. Nevertheless, the insatiable hatred of the dragon and his immeasurable pride would not yield. They laid new plots in order to provoke the lady, most beloved of the Lord and of men, to envy in others what she herself possessed, and even what she abhorred as useless and dangerous. They drew up a long list of natural blessings, possessed by others and denied to her. And as they thought that the supernatural gifts would move her more, they mentioned great spiritual favors and blessings, which the Almighty had conferred upon others and not upon her. But how could these lying representations move her, who was the mother of all the graces and gifts of heaven? For the blessings of all the creatures taken together were less than her single privilege of being the mother of the Author of grace. Precisely because His Majesty had so favored her, and because the fire of His charity burned within her, she ardently desired that the hand of the Most High enrich and favor her fellow-men so much the more. How then could envy find room where charity abounded? First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 4. But the fierce enemies would not desist. They pictured to the Queen the apparent happiness of those who in their riches and good fortune considered themselves happy and exalted in this world. They induced several persons to approach Most Holy Mary and describe to her the consolation of being rich and well-to-do. As if this deceitful happiness of mortals had not been condemned so often in Holy Scriptures. Psalm 48. And as if contempt of riches had not been the very science and doctrine which the Queen of Heaven and her most holy Son had come to exemplify in their lives for the benefit of the whole world. Those persons who came to our Heavenly Mother were exhorted by her to use the temporal goods and riches well, and to give thanks for them to the Author of all good. She herself fulfilled this duty, making up for the habitual ingratitude of men. Although the most humble lady judged herself unworthy of the least of the blessings of the Most High, yet her own sanctity and exalted dignity, in point of fact, gave witness to the words of Holy Scriptures, saying in her name, "With me are glorious riches and justice, for my fruit is better than gold and precious stone." Proverbs chapter 8, verse 18. In me is all grace of the way and the truth. In me is all hope of life and of virtue. Ecclesiasticus chapter 24, verse 25. In this exalted excellence of virtue, she conquered all her enemies, astonishing and confusing them by this new experience. For they were made to feel that where they had exerted their greatest force and their deepest cunning, they gained least and experienced the greatest repulse. Nevertheless, the demons stubbornly persisted and proceeded with the seventh temptation, which was that of idleness. They sought to cause in her a corporeal indisposition, or a feeling of weakness and fatigue, accompanied by dejection of spirit. This is a trick of Satan little known, and under its cover the sin of laziness causes much ruin among souls and prevents much progress in virtue. They suggested, moreover, that she postpone some exercises on account of weariness, in order to be able to perform them so much the better after having rested. This too is one among many other tricks of Satan, and we do not often discover it or know what to do against it. They also sought maliciously to hinder the Most Holy Lady in some exercises by means of human creatures, whom they sent to visit her at unseasonable times, trying to impede the performance of some of her holy exercises and occupations at the time and hour set for them. But all these delusions were detected by the most prudent and alert princess. She evaded them by her wise precautions, without permitting the enemy to succeed in any of them, and acting in all things up to the standard of the most exquisite perfection. Her enemies were obliged to desist, hopelessly foiled and repulsed. Lucifer was full of rage against his companions and against himself, but in their fury and insane pride, they resolved to make one more general assault upon Mary, as I will relate in the following chapter. Instruction given to me by the Most Holy Queen Mary. My daughter, although thou hast only very briefly summed up my lengthy battle against temptations, I wish that from what thou hast written, and from what thou knowest otherwise concerning these things, thou learn the manner of resisting and overcoming the powers of hell. The surest way of fighting the demon is to despise him, looking upon him as the enemy of the Most High, who has lost all fear of God and all hope of good, who in his stubbornness has deprived himself of all means of recovery and is without sorrow for his wickedness. Relying on this indubitable truth, thou shouldest show thyself far superior to him, exalted and unflinching in thy thoughts, and treat him as a condemner of the honor and worship of his God. Knowing that thou art defending so just a cause, do not let thy courage sink, but resist and counteract him with great strength and valor in all his attempts, as if thou wert fighting at the side of the Lord himself, for there is no doubt that his majesty assists all those that enter loyally into his battles. Thou art truly in good hope and in the way of eternal life glory, as long as thou laborest faithfully for thy Lord and God. Remember then that the demons detest and abominate that which thou desirest and lovest, namely, the honor of God and thy eternal felicity, and that they are striving to deprive thee of that which they cannot restore to themselves. God has reprobated the demon while he offers to thee his grace, his virtues and his strength, in order to overcome his and thy enemy, and to procure for thee the happy end of eternal peace. Only thou must work faithfully and keep the commandments of the Lord. The arrogance of the demon is great. Isaiah chapter 16 verse 6. Yet his weakness is greater, and he does not represent more than a weak atom in the face of the divine power. Yet as his cunning and malice far exceeded that of mortals. Job chapter 41 verse 21. It is not advisable to allow the soul to bandy words with him, whether he is present invisibly or visibly, for from his darksome mind, as from a smoking furnace, issue the shadows of confusion, obscuring the judgment of mortals. If they listen to him, he will fill their minds with deceits and darkness, for they will neither recognize the truth and the beauty of virtue, nor the vileness of his poisonous falsehoods. Thus the souls will be made unable to distinguish the precious from the worthless, life from death, truth from error. Jeremiah chapter 15 verse 19. And they easily fall into the clutches of this fierce and wicked dragon. In temptation, let it be thy invariable course not to attend to anything which he proposes, not to listen, not to argue with him concerning aught. If thou canst withdraw and place thyself at a distance, so as not to perceive or recognize his wicked attempts, so much the more secure wilt thou be, for thus looking upon him only at a distance. The demon always seeks to prepare the way for his deceits, especially in souls which he fears will resist his entrance unless he can facilitate his approach. He is accustomed to begin by causing sorrow or dejection of heart, or he makes use of other trickery or snares, by which he diverts or withdraws the soul from the love of the Lord. Then he comes with his poison, concealed in the golden cup, in order to diminish the horror of the soul. As soon as thou notice in thyself any of these signs, for thou hast thy experience, obedience and instructions for a guide, I wish that with the wings of the dove thou direct thy flight to the high refuge of the Almighty. Psalm 54 verse 7. Calling upon him for aid and proffering the merits of my most holy Son. To me also shouldest thou fly for protection, as I am thy mother and teacher, and to thy devoted angels, and to all the rest of thy advocates in the Lord. Quickly close up thy senses and consider thyself as dead to them, or as a soul already belonging to the other life, whither the jurisdiction and the exacting tyranny of the serpent does not reach. Occupy thyself so much the more earnestly in the exercise of the virtue contrary to the vice to which he tempts thee, and especially in acts of faith, hope, and love, which dispel cowardice and doubt, and weaken the influence of discouragement and fear in the human heart. The arguments for overcoming Lucifer thou must seek in God alone, and do not disclose them to your enemy, lest he meet thee with fallacies and confusing pretense. Besides knowing it to be dangerous, esteem it as unworthy of thee to argue with him openly, or to pay particular attention to him, who is not only the enemy of thy beloved, but also of thee. Show thyself superior to him, and high-mindedly apply thyself to the practice of all virtues. Be content with this treasure, and withdraw thyself, for the most skillful battle of the sons of God consists in flying farthest from evil. The devil is proud and deeply hurt by contempt. In the presumption of his arrogance and vanity, he desires above all the attention of men. On this account, he is so persistent in pursuing us step by step, for in his deceitfulness he cannot rely upon the force of truth, but on his persistent counterfeiting of the good and the true. As long as this slave of wickedness is not despised, he never believes himself discovered, and he continues, like an importunate fly, to buzz about the spot tainted by the greatest corruption. Not less warily must thou conduct thyself when thy enemy makes use of other creatures for thy destruction. This he does in two ways, either leading them on to immoderate love, or to undue dislike or hatred. As soon as thou notice a disorderly affection in those with whom thou conversest, observe the same precaution as in flying from the demon, yet with this difference, that while thou hatest him as thy enemy, thou consider the others as God's creatures, to whom thou must not deny the consideration due to them on account of his majesty. But in as far as withdrawing from them is concerned, act as if they were thy enemies, for in regard to the service which the Lord requires of thee, and in regard to thy present condition, it is the devil who operates in these persons toward separating thee from thy God and from thy duty. If, on the other hand, they hate and persecute thee, answer them with meekness and love, praying for them with intimate affection of thy heart. Matthew chapter 5, verse 44. If it should be necessary, soothe the wrath of thy persecutors with sweet words, and undeceive those who are led astray by false reports. Do this not in order to excuse thyself, but in order to pacify thy brothers, and for their inward and outward peace. Thus thou wilt at one and the same time conquer thyself and those who hate thee. In order to be well practiced in this way of acting, it is necessary to cut off the very roots of the capital sins, to tear them out, and to die to the movements of the appetites. For in these appetites, the 7 capital vices to which the devil leads men are rooted, and in these disorderly and undisciplined passions, he sows the germs of the 7 sins. End of chapter 27. Book 1, Chapter 28 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1, Chapter 28. Lucifer, with all his 7 legions, persists in tempting Most Holy Mary. She conquers the dragon and crushes his head. Even if the Prince of Darkness and Wickedness had now retreated, his exorbitant pride would have been sufficiently discomfited and humiliated by the victories which had been gained by the Queen of Heaven. But as, even if vanquished, he continues to rise up against God with insatiable malice, he did not acknowledge his defeat. Psalm 73, verse 23. Finding himself conquered, and conquered so completely by an apparently insignificant and weak woman, though he and his hosts had overcome so many valiant men and high-minded women, his fury raged onward, though in smothered flames of wrath. God had permitted the enemies to become aware of the pregnancy of the Most Holy Mary, though leaving them under the impression that it was entirely a natural process, for the divinity of the child and other mysteries connected with it always remain hidden to these enemies. Hence they persuaded themselves that this was not the promised Messiah, since they held this child to be a man like the rest of the human race. This error also confirmed them in the mistake that Most Holy Mary was not the mother of the Word. Genesis chapter 3 verse 15. Both of whom were to crush the head of the dragon. Yet they were persuaded that of a woman so valiant and victorious, some man of distinguished sanctity would be born. The great dragon, convinced of this, conceived against the fruit of the Most Holy Mary that vast fury mentioned in the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse and referred to in this history, and he awaited the birth of her son in order to devour him. Whenever Lucifer directed his looks toward this child enclosed in the womb of the Most Holy Mary, he felt a mysterious power oppressing him. Although his presence seemed to cause only a certain weakening and deadening of his strength, yet this was sufficient to enrage him and to make him seek by all means the destruction of this suspicious child and of his victorious mother. Assuming the most fearful shapes of fiercest bulls and terrible dragons, or of other monsters, he sought to approach her without ever being able to succeed. He rushed upon her, but found himself repulsed, without knowing by whom or how. He struggled like a wild beast in chains, and gave forth awe-inspiring howls, which, if God had not prevented their being heard, would have terrified the world, and would have frightened many men to death. He shot forth from his mouth fire and fumes of sulphur mixed with poisonous spittle. All this the heavenly Princess Mary saw and heard, without being moved more than if she saw a gnat. He caused disturbances in the air, upon the earth, or in her house, disarranging and overthrowing it in all its parts. But Most Holy Mary still remained unmoved, retaining her inward and outward tranquillity and peace, and showing herself invincibly superior to all his attempts. Lucifer, finding himself thus vanquished, opened his most impure mouth and set in motion his lying and defiled tongue. He loosened the floodgates of his malice and spouted forth in the presence of the heavenly Empress all the heresies and infernal falsehoods of the sects, which he and his associates spread through the world. For after they had been hurled from heaven, and after they were informed that the divine Word was to assume human flesh in order to be the chief of a race, which he would replenish with graces and celestial teachings, the dragon resolved to concoct falsehoods and heresies, in opposition to all the truths concerning the knowledge, love, and worship of the Most High. In this occupation, the demons consumed many years before the coming of Christ, the Lord of the world, and all this poisonous deceit, Lucifer, the ancient serpent, had stored up within himself. Now he poured it out in the presence of the Mother of Truth and Purity, hoping to infect her by all the falsehoods which he had conceived against the truth of God up to that day. They are not fit to be described here, even less so than some of the temptations indicated in the last chapter, for it would be dangerous not only for the weak souls, but even the strongest must fear the pestilential breath of Lucifer, who on this occasion exhaled all his deceitful malice. According to what I saw, I believe doubtlessly that there was no error, idolatry, or heresy known to have existed in the world to this day, which this dragon did not vomit forth in the hearing of the Sovereign Mary. Therefore the Church can truly congratulate Mary on account of her victories, affirming of her that she by herself had smothered and extinguished all the heresies of the whole world. Office of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Thus in truth our victorious Sulamite, armed with her virtues, advanced like an army in battle array. Canticles chapter 7 verse 1. To confound, overwhelm, and destroy the infernal hosts. All their falsehoods, and each one in particular, she refuted, contradicting, detesting, and anathematizing all of them with invincible faith and sublime constancy. She proclaimed the various truths opposed to his falsehoods, magnifying the Lord by means of them as true, just, and holy. She broke out into songs of praise, in which his virtues and doctrines were extolled as true, holy, immaculate, and altogether praiseworthy. In fervent prayer, she besought the Lord to humiliate the arrogance of the demons by preventing them from spreading so freely their poisonous errors through the world, and asking him to diminish the influence of the false teachings which they had already sowed and which they were yet allowed to sow among men. On account of this victory of the great Queen, and on account of her prayers, I perceive that the Most High in justice set narrower bounds to the demons, so that they would not be able to scatter the seeds of error as much as they intended, and as much as the sins of men would merit. Although their sins are the cause of so many heresies and sects unto this day, yet they would have caused many more, if Most Holy Mary had not crushed the head of the dragon by such great victories, by her prayers and petitions. I have been informed of a great mystery, which affords us consolation in this conflict of the Holy Church against her wicked enemies. Namely, on account of this triumph of Most Holy Mary, and on account of another, which she gained over the demons after the ascension of our Lord, the Almighty, in reward of her battles, decreed that through her intercession and virtue, all the heresies and sects of the world against the Holy Church were to be destroyed and extinguished. The time appointed for this blessing was not made known to me. Probably, the fulfillment of this decree is dependent upon some tacit and unknown condition. Yet I am sure that if the Catholic princes and their subjects would seek to please this great Queen of Heaven and betake themselves to her intercession as being their especial patroness and protectress, and if they would direct all their influence and riches, all their power and sovereignty toward the exaltation of the faith and the honor of God and of purest Mary, for this may perhaps be the condition imposed, they would be, as it were, the instruments by which the infidels would be refuted and vanquished, the sects and errors infesting the world would be repressed, and splendid and magnificent victories would be gained for the Catholic truth. Before the birth of Christ our Redeemer, it seemed to Lucifer, as was intimated in the foregoing chapter, that his coming was retarded by the sins of the world. In order to prevent his coming altogether, he sought to increase this hindrance by multiplying the aberrations and crimes of mortals. This iniquitous pride of the devil, the Lord confounded by the magnificent triumphs of his most holy mother. After the birth and the death of the Redeemer, the malicious dragon sought to hinder and divert the fruits of his blood and redemption. For this purpose he began to sow and spread the errors, which after the times of the apostles have afflicted and do now afflict the Church. The victory over this infernal malice was likewise left by Christ in the hands of his most holy mother, for she alone could merit, and did merit, such a victory. Through her, idolatry was extinguished by the preaching of the gospel. Through her were brought to naught the ancient sects of Arius, Nestorius, and Pelagius, and of others. She it was that instigated the zeal and solicitude of kings, princes, fathers, and doctors of the Holy Church. Hence, how can it be doubted, if the Catholic princes, both of the Church and of the State, would use the proper diligence, aiding as it were this heavenly Lady, that she on her part would not fail to help them, conferring upon them happiness in this life and in the next, and cutting down all the heresies of the world? For this very purpose, the Lord has so enriched so greatly as well as the Church as the Catholic reigns and monarchies. If it were not for this purpose, it were better that they remain poor. It was not proper that all the results of the gospel should be obtained through miracles, but through natural means, obtainable by the proper application of riches. But it is not for me to judge whether they fulfill this obligation or not. I have only to report what the Lord himself has made known to me, that those who hold the titles of honor and sovereignty conferred by the Church, without coming to her aid and defense, and without applying their riches toward preventing the waste of the blood of Christ our Savior, are usurpers and unjust possessors of those titles. For in this very thing should the difference between Christian and infidel princes consist. Coming back to my subject, I say that the Most High, in his infinite foresight, well knew the iniquity of the dragon, and that in the pursuit of his wrath against the Church, he would bring to disorder many of the faithful, striking down the stars of the heaven of the militant Church, namely the faithful, and thus seeking to rouse still more the divine justice, and diminish the fruits of the redemption. The highest Lord, in immense kindness, resolved to meet this danger that threatened the world, in order that he might be moved in this by so much the greater equity, and for the greater glory of his name. He arranged that the Most Holy Mary should oblige him to give this help. She alone was worthy of the privileges, gifts, and prerogatives by which she was to overcome the world, and this most eminent lady alone was capable of such an enterprise to draw toward her the heart of God by her holiness, purity, merits, and prayers. For the greater exaltation of the divine power, he wished it to be known through all the eternities that he had conquered Lucifer and all his followers through the means of a mere creature and a woman, just as the devil had cast down the whole human race by another woman, and that there was none other to whom this salvation of the Church and whole world could be worthily credited. On account of these and other reasons apparent to us in faith, the Almighty gave into the hands of our victorious chieftainess the sword for cutting off the head of the infernal dragon, a power never to be diminished in her, and with which she defends and assists the militant Church according to the labors and necessities of coming centuries. While Lucifer with his infernal legions, in visible forms, persisted in his unhappy attempts, the most serene Mary never looked upon them nor paid any attention to them, although by the permission of God she heard the uproar. Since the hearing cannot be so easily stopped as the sight, she took precaution, lest what she heard should enter her imagination or interior faculties. Nor did she deign to speak to them otherwise than to command them to stop their blasphemies. And this command was so powerful that it forced the demons to press their mouths to the earth, while she in the meanwhile sang great canticles of praise and glory in the honor of the Most High. This intercourse of her Majesty with God and her profession of the divine truths was likewise so oppressive and painful to them that they began to attack each other like ravenous wolves or like rabid dogs. Every action of the Empress Mary was for them a burning shaft, and every one of her words a flame of fire more dreadful than hell itself. This is not an exaggeration, for the dragon and his followers really strove to fly and escape from the presence of Most Holy Mary, while the Lord, in order to enhance the triumph of his mother and spouse and confound entirely the pride of Lucifer, detained them by a secret force. His Majesty permitted and ordained that the demons themselves should humiliate themselves so far as to ask the heavenly Lady to command them to go and be driven from her presence, which they had sought. Accordingly, she commanded them to return to the infernal regions. There they lay prostrate for a time, while the great vanquisher, Mary, remained absorbed in divine praise and thanksgiving. When by the permission of the Lord, Lucifer rose from his defeat, he returned to the conflict, selecting for his instrument some of the neighbors of the holy spouses, and sowing among them and their wives the hellish seed of discord concerning temporal interests. For this purpose, the demon took the shape of a woman known to them all, and telling them that they should not disagree among themselves, since the source of all their differences was none other than Mary, the wife of Joseph. The woman, whose shape the demon took, held the esteem and regard of all these persons, and therefore her words were so much the more weighty. Although the Lord did not allow the good name of his most holy mother to suffer in any important point, yet he permitted that for her greater glory and merit, all these deceived persons should give her an opportunity of exercising her patience on this occasion. They betook themselves in a body to the house of Saint Joseph, and in his presence they called forth Most Holy Mary and spoke very harshly to her, accusing her of disturbing their homes and their peace. This event was painful to the most innocent lady, on account of the worry occasioned to Saint Joseph, who had already noticed the increase of her virginal womb, and who, as she had perceived, was already troubled by the thoughts beginning to arise in his heart. Nevertheless, in her prudence and wisdom, she sought to meet this disturbance with humility, and overcome it by patience and lively faith. She did not defend herself, nor fall back on the faultlessness of her conduct. On the contrary, she humiliated herself, and begged her ill-informed neighbors to pardon her, if in anything she had offended them. With sweet and wise words, she enlightened and pacified them, making them understand that none of them had committed any offense against the others. Satisfied by her explanations and edified by the humility of her answer, they peacefully withdrew to their houses, while the demon fled, not being able to endure such great sanctity and heavenly wisdom. Saint Joseph remained somewhat pensive and sad, and he began to give way to conjecture, as I will relate in the following chapters. The demon, although he was ignorant of the chief cause of the troubled thoughts of Saint Joseph, wished to profit by the occasion, for he allows none to escape him, in order to disquiet him still more. But doubting whether his dissatisfaction did not arise from a certain disgust at his poverty and his lowly habitation, the demon hesitated between two different courses. On the one hand, he suggested a feeling of restlessness to Saint Joseph, irritating and disgusting him against his poverty, and on the other hand, he tried to persuade him that Mary, his spouse, devoted too much time to her meditations and prayers, and led a too negligent and leisurely life, instead of exerting herself to improve their poor circumstances. But Saint Joseph, upright and magnanimous of heart, readily despised and rejected these considerations. The solicitude with which he was secretly filled in regard to the pregnancy of his spouse easily smothered all other anxieties. The Lord, leaving him in the beginning to these anxious thoughts, freed him from the temptations of the demon through the intercession of the Most Holy Mary, for she was very attentive to all that passed within the heart of her most faithful spouse. She therefore besought her most holy Son to relieve him of these assaults, and to be satisfied with the service which he rendered to God in enduring the sorrow of seeing her pregnant. The Most High ordained that the Princess of Heaven should still farther prolong this great battle with Lucifer. He permitted him and all his legions in one general assault to strain all their forces and exert all their malice, so that the demons might find themselves entirely crushed and vanquished. The heavenly Lady was to achieve the greatest triumph that ever was gained, or could be gained, over hell by a mere creature. These legions of wickedness arrived in all their hellish array to present themselves before the heavenly Queen, and with indescribable fury. Uniting all the scheming plots, of which they had until now availed themselves separately, and adding what little they could, they advanced to make a universal onslaught. But I will not detain myself in describing it specially, as nearly all can be understood from what has been described in the two preceding chapters. She met them all and awaited their fearful onslaught with the same tranquillity, high-mindedness, and serenity, as if she had been in the position of the highest choirs of the angels, seated on their secure and unassailable thrones. No strange or improper emotion could disturb the serenity of her heavenly interior, although the menacing terrors, illusions, and falsehoods of all hell were poured forth in torrents by the dragon against this strong and unconquerable woman, Most Holy Mary. While she thus in the midst of this conflict exercised heroic acts of all virtues against her enemies, she was made aware of the adorable decree of the Most High, that she should humiliate and crush the pride of the dragon by her great dignity as Mother of God. Rising up in ardent and invincible valor, she turned toward the demons and spoke to them. "Who is like unto God, who dwells on high?" And repeating these words, she added, "Prince of darkness, author of sin and death, in the name of the Most High, I command thee to become mute, and with these legions to cast thyself into the infernal caverns, where thy place is appointed to thee, and whence thou shalt not come forth until the promised Messiah shall vanquish thee and crush thee, or until he otherwise permit." The heavenly Empress shone forth in the light and splendor of heaven, and, as the proud dragon made a pretense of resisting her command, she directed upon him the full force of her power. His resistance drew upon him so much the greater pain, humiliation, and torment, since such he thereby merited before all the other demons. Together they fell into the abyss and remained fixed in its lowest caverns, as had happened to them at the time of the Incarnation, and as I will describe farther on at the temptation and at the death of Christ our Lord. And when this dragon afterwards engaged in his last battle with this queen, which is described in the third part of this history, this heavenly Lady vanquished him so completely that through her and her most holy Son, his head was entirely crushed. In that final battle, his strength was so weakened and ruined that if human creatures did not deliver themselves into the hands of his malice, they can very easily resist and overcome him with the divine grace. Then the Lord himself appeared to his most holy Mother, and in reward of her glorious victories, he communicated to her new gifts and privileges. Her 1,000 guardian angels visibly presented themselves with innumerable hosts of others, and sang to her new canticles of praise in honor of the Most High and of herself. And with this celestial concord of sweet and audible voices, they sang of her, that which the Holy Church figuratively sings of the triumph of Judith. Thou art all beautiful, Mary our Lady, and there is no stain of sin in thee. Thou art the glory of the heavenly Jerusalem, thou the honor of the people of God. Thou art she who magnifiest his name, the advocate of sinners, who defendest them against their proud enemy. O Mary, thou art full of grace and of all perfection. The heavenly Lady was filled with glad jubilee, praising the author of all good and acknowledging him as the source of all she possessed. Whereupon she began to pay more particular attention to the well-being of her spouse, as I shall relate in the following chapter of the 4th book. Instruction which our Queen and Mistress gave me. My daughter, the silence which the soul should maintain when the invisible enemies advance with their specious reasonings should not prevent it from imposing silence upon them in the name of the Most High, and from commanding them to leave its presence in confusion. Therefore I desire that this be thy prudent behavior when they assault thee, for there is no other defense so powerful against the dragon than to be conscious of the power which we possess as children of God, and to use the advantage which this confidence gives us by exercising our dominion and superiority over the infernal spirits. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. For the whole aim of Lucifer, after he had fallen from heaven, consists in enticing souls from their Creator and in sowing the seed of discord, by which he hopes to separate from the Heavenly Father his adopted children and the spouses of Christ from their bridegroom. Whenever he perceives that a soul is united with his Creator and in living communion with its head Christ, he tries to surpass himself in his furious attempts at persecuting it. His envy arouses the utmost exertion of his deceitfulness and malice for its destruction. But as soon as he sees that he cannot succeed in his attempts, because the soul takes refuge in the unfailing and unassailable protection of the Most High, he weakens in his attempts and begins to writhe in exquisite torments. If the soul, thus strengthened with the authority of God's truth, despises and casts him out, there is no creeping worm or ant so weak as that giant of iniquitous pride. By this most true doctrine thou must comfort and strengthen thyself, when, according to the decree of the Almighty, thou meetest tribulations and art surrounded by the sorrows of death in temptations such as I have suffered, for they afford thy spouse the best occasion of verifying thy fidelity by experience. Therefore love must not be satisfied merely with protestations of affection without looking for more valuable fruit, for the desire which costs nothing is not a sufficient proof of love in a soul, nor of proper esteem of the good which it pretends to hold dear and love. If thou wishest to give a satisfactory proof of thy love to thy spouse, show thyself invincible in thy trust in him also then when thou findest thyself most afflicted and forsaken by human aid. Confide in the Lord thy God, and hope in him if necessary against hope. Letter to the Romans, chapter 4, verse 18. For he does not slumber, nor does he sleep, who calls himself the protection of Israel. Psalm 120, verse 4. In due time he will command the waves and the wind, and restore tranquility. Matthew chapter 8, verse 26. Thou must be much more wary, my daughter, in the beginning of the temptations, for there is then greater danger lest the soul, yielding to the concupiscence or the irascible passions, by which the light of reason is obscured and darkened, allow itself to be thrown into confusion. As soon as the demon notices such a state of mind, he will raise a whirlwind of dust in the faculties. His fierceness is so immeasurable and implacable that it will then increase in fury. He will add flame to flame, thinking that the soul has no one to defend and rescue it from his hands. Psalm 120, verse 11. With the force of his temptations increases also the danger of failing in the necessary resistance, since the soul has commenced to yield in the very beginning. All this I make known to thee, in order that thou mayest fear the danger of being remiss in guarding against the first approaches of the demon. Do not incur it in what is so important. Thou shouldest continue the even tenor of thy duties in every temptation, keeping up the sweet and devout union with the Lord, and preserving thy prudent and loving intercourse with thy neighbors. Thou shouldest forestall by prayer and by restraint of thy feelings the disorder which the enemy seeks to bring about in thy soul. End of Chapter 28. End of Book 1. Book 2, Chapter 1 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, describing the anxieties of Saint Joseph on account of the pregnancy of Most Holy Mary, the birth of Christ our Lord, his circumcision, the adoration of the kings, the presentation of the infant Jesus in the temple, the flight into Egypt, the death of the holy innocents, and the return to Nazareth. Chapter 1. Saint Joseph becomes aware of the pregnancy of his spouse, the Virgin Mary, and is filled with anxiety, as he knows that he had no part in it. The divine pregnancy of the Princess of Heaven had advanced to its 5th month, when the most chaste Joseph, her husband, commenced to notice the condition of the Virgin, for on account of the natural elegance and perfection of her virginal body, as I have already remarked, any change could not long remain concealed, and would so much the sooner be discovered. One day, when Saint Joseph was full of anxious doubts, and saw her coming out of her oratory, he noticed more particularly this evident change, without being able to explain away what he saw so clearly with his eyes. The man of God was wounded to his inmost heart by an arrow of grief, unable to ward off the force of evidence, which at the same time wounded his soul. The principal cause of his grief was the most chaste, and therefore the most intense love with which he cherished his most faithful spouse, and in which he had from the beginning given over to her his whole heart. Moreover, her charming graces and incomparable holiness had captured and bound to her his inmost soul, as she was so perfect and accomplished in her modesty and humble reticence. Saint Joseph, besides his anxious solicitude to serve her, naturally entertained the loving desire of meeting a response of his love from his spouse. This was so ordained by the Lord, in order that by the desire for this interchange of affection, he might be incited to love and serve her more faithfully. Saint Joseph fulfilled this obligation as a most faithful spouse, and as the guardian of the sacrament, which as yet was concealed from him. In proportion as he was solicitous in serving and venerating his spouse, and loving her with a most pure, chaste, holy, and just love, insofar also increased his desire of finding a response to his affection and service. He never manifested or spoke of this desire, as well on account of the reverence elicited by the humble majesty of his spouse, as also because the more angelic purity, conversation, and intercourse of the Virgin with him had given him no apprehension in this regard. But when he found himself thus unexpectedly in the face of this disclosure, where the clear evidence of his senses allowed no denial, his soul was torn asunder by sorrowful surprise. Yet though overwhelmed by the evidence of this change in his spouse, he gave his thoughts no greater liberty than to admit what his eyes could not fail to perceive. For being a holy and just man. Matthew chapter 1 verse 19. Although he saw the effect, he withheld his judgment as to the cause. Without doubt, if the saint had believed that his spouse had any guilt in causing this condition, he would have died of sorrow. Besides all this, was the certainty of his not having any part in this pregnancy, the effects of which were before his eyes, and there was the inevitable dishonor which would follow as soon as it would become public. This thought caused so much the greater anxiety in him, as he was of a most noble and honorable disposition, and in his great foresight, he knew how to weigh the disgrace and shame of himself and his spouse in each circumstances. The third and most intimate cause of his sorrow, and which gave him the deepest pain, was the dread of being obliged to deliver over his spouse to the authorities to be stoned. Leviticus chapter 20 verse 10. For this was the punishment of an adulteress convicted of the crime. The heart of Saint Joseph, filled with these painful considerations, found itself, as it were, exposed to the thrusts of many sharp-edged swords, without any other refuge than the full confidence which he had in his spouse. But as all outward signs confirmed the correctness of his observations, there was no escape from these tormenting thoughts, and as he did not dare to communicate about his grievous affliction with anybody, he found himself surrounded by the sorrows of death. Psalm 17 verse 5. And he experienced in himself the saying of the scriptures that jealousy is hard as hell. Canticles chapter 8 verse 6. When he attempted to follow out these thoughts in solitude, grief suspended his faculties. If his thoughts touched upon the wrong, which his senses led him to suspect, they melted away as the ice before the sun, or vanquished like the dust before the wind, as soon as he remembered the well-tried holiness of his modest and circumspect spouse. If he tried to suspend the workings of his chaste love, he could not, for she continued to present herself to his thoughts as the most worthy object of his love, and the hidden truth of her fidelity had more power of attracting his love than the deceitful appearances of infidelity to destroy it. The strong and sure bond which truth, reason, and justice had woven about her fidelity could not be broken. He found no suitable occasion of opening his mind to his heavenly spouse, nor did her serene and heavenly equanimity seem to invite him to such an explanation. Although he could not but admit the change in her shape, yet he could not conceive how her purity and holiness could be compatible with any failing such as this change might indicate, for it seemed impossible to him to connect such a sin with one who manifested such chastity, tranquillity, and holy discretion, and such united harmony of all graces and virtues in her daily life. In the midst of these tormenting anxieties, the holy spouse Joseph appealed to the tribunal of the Lord in prayer, and placing himself in his presence, he said, Most high Lord and God, my desires and sighs are not unknown to thee. I find myself cast about by the violent waves of sorrow. Psalm 31 verse 10. Which through my senses have come to afflict my heart. I have given myself over with entire confidence to the spouse, whom thou hast given me. I have confided entirely in her holiness, and the signs of this unexpected change in her are giving rise to tormenting and fearful doubts, lest my confidence be misplaced. Nothing have I until now seen in her which could give occasion for any doubt in her modesty and her extraordinary virtue, yet at the same time I cannot deny that she is pregnant. To think that she has been unfaithful to me and has offended thee would be temerity in view of such rare purity and holiness. To deny what my own eyes perceive is impossible. But it is not impossible that I die of grief, unless there is some hidden mystery beneath it which I cannot yet fathom. Reason proclaims her as blameless, while the senses accuse her. She conceals from me the cause of her pregnancy, while I have it before my eyes. What shall I do? We both have come to an agreement concerning our vows of chastity, and we have both promised to keep them for thy glory. If it could be possible that she has violated her fidelity toward thee and toward me, I would defend thy honor and forget mine for love of thee. Yet how could she preserve such purity and holiness in all other things, if she had committed so grave a crime as this? And on the other hand, why does she, who is so holy and prudent, conceal this matter from me? I withhold and defer my judgment. Not being able to penetrate to the cause of what I see, I pour out in thy presence my afflicted soul. Psalm 141 verse 3. God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, receive my tears as an acceptable sacrifice, and if my sins merit thy indignation, let thy own clemency and kindness move thee not to despise my excruciating sorrow. I do not believe that Mary has offended thee, yet much less can I presume that there is a mystery of which I, as her spouse, am not to be informed. Govern thou my mind and heart by thy divine light, in order that I may know and fulfill that which is most pleasing to thee. Saint Joseph persevered in this kind of prayer, adding many more affectionate petitions. For even though he conjectured that there must be some mystery in the pregnancy of the Most Holy Mary, hidden from him, he could not find assurance therein. This thought had no greater force to exculpate Most Holy Mary than the other reasons founded upon her holiness, and therefore the idea that the Most Holy Queen might be the mother of the Messias did not come to his mind. If at times he drove away his conjectures, they would return in greater number and with more urgent force of evidence. Thus he was cast about on the turbulent waves of doubt. From sheer exhaustion, he would at times fall into a condition of mind, wherein he could find neither an anchor of certainty for his doubts, nor tranquillity for his heart, nor any standard by which he could direct his course. Yet his forbearance under this torment was so great, that it is an evident proof of his great discretion and holiness, and that it made him worthy of the singular blessing which awaited him. All that passed in the heart of Saint Joseph was known to the Princess of Heaven, who penetrated into its interior by the light of her divine science. Although her soul was full of tenderness and compassion for the sufferings of her spouse, she said not a word in the matter, but she continued to serve him with all devotion and solicitude. The man of God watched her without outward demonstration, yet with a greater anxiety than that of any man that ever lived. The pregnancy of Most Holy Mary was not burdensome or painful to her, but as the great lady in serving him at table or any other domestic occupations necessarily disclosed her state more and more openly, Saint Joseph noticed all these actions and movements, and with deep affliction of soul verified all his observations. Notwithstanding his being a holy and just man, he permitted himself to be respected and served by the Most Holy Virgin after their espousal, claiming in all things the position of head and husband of the family, though with rare humility and prudence. As long as he was ignorant of the mystery of his spouse, he judged it right, within befitting limits, to show his authority in imitation of the ancient fathers and patriarchs. For he knew that they demanded subjection and prompt obedience of their wives, and he did not wish to recede from their example. He would have been right in this course, if Most Holy Mary, Our Lady, had been no more than other women. Yet although there was such a great difference, no woman ever existed or will exist who was or will be so obedient, humble, and devoted to her husband as the most exalted Queen was toward her spouse. She served him with incomparable respect and promptitude. Although she knew his troubled thoughts and observations concerning her pregnancy, she omitted no service due to him, nor did she try to conceal or palliate her state. For such evasion or duplicity would not have consorted with the angelic truthfulness and openness, nor with the nobility and magnanimity of her generous heart. The great lady could easily have asserted her entire innocence and referred to the testimony of Saint Elizabeth and Zacharias, for if Saint Joseph had any suspicion of guilt in her, he could naturally have supposed it to have been incurred during her stay with them. Hence, through them and by other references, she could have justified herself and quieted the anxieties of Saint Joseph without disclosing the mystery. The mistress of prudence and humility did nothing of the kind, for these virtues did not allow her to think of herself, nor to trust the justification of her mysterious condition to her own explanation. With great wisdom, she resigned the whole matter into the hands of divine providence. Although her compassion for her spouse and her love for him made her anxious to console and comfort him, she would not do it by clearing herself or by concealing her pregnancy, but rather by serving him with more devoted demonstrations of love, and by trying to cheer him up, asking him what she could do for him, and lovingly showing her devoted and submissive affection. Many times she served him on her knees, and although this somewhat consoled Saint Joseph, yet on the other hand, it was also a cause for new grief, for thus he only saw the motives of love and esteem multiplied, and still remained uncertain whether she had been untrue or not. The heavenly lady offered up continual prayers for him, and besought the Most High to look upon him and console him. As for the rest, she submitted all to the will of His Majesty. Saint Joseph could not entirely conceal his cruel sorrow, and therefore he often appeared to be in doubt and sad suspense. Sometimes, carried away by his grief, he spoke to his heavenly spouse with some degree of severity, such as he had not shown before. This was the natural effect of the affliction of his heart, not of anger or vengeful feelings, for these never entered his thoughts, as we shall see later. The most prudent lady, however, never lost the sweetness of her countenance, nor showed any feeling, but merely redoubled her efforts to relieve her husband. She served at table, offered him a seat, administered food and drink, and if, after all these services, which she performed with incomparable grace, Saint Joseph urged her to sit down, he could convince himself more and more of her pregnancy. There is no doubt that all this was one of the greatest trials not only of Saint Joseph, but of the Princess of Heaven, and that it greatly manifested the most profound humility and wisdom of her most holy soul. The Lord thereby gave her an opportunity of exercising and proving all her virtues, for he had not only not commanded her to conceal the sacrament of her pregnancy, but contrary to his usual manner of proceeding, he had not even manifested to her his pleasure in any way. It seemed as if God had left this whole matter in her hands, and entrusted it all to the wisdom and virtue of his chosen spouse, without giving her special enlightenment of help. The divine providence afforded the most holy Mary and her most faithful spouse an opportunity to exercise in heroic manner the gifts and graces which he had infused into them, and delighted, according to our way of speaking, in the faith, hope, and love, in the humility, patience, peace, and tranquillity of these two hearts in the midst of their grievous affliction. In order to increase their glory and furnish to the world an example of holiness and prudence, and in order to hear the sweet cries of his most holy mother and of her most chaste spouse, he became, as it were, deaf to their prolonged invocations, and delayed answering them until his own opportune and fitting time. Instruction of our most holy Queen and Lady. My dearest daughter, most exalted are the thoughts and intentions of the Lord. His providence with souls is sweet and powerful, and he is admirable in the government of them all, especially of his friends and chosen ones. If mortals would strive to know the loving care for their direction and advancement, as shown by this Father of mercies. Matthew chapter 6 verse 5. They would be relieved and would not be involved in such irksome, useless, and dangerous anxieties, living in perpetual toils and vain trust in the help of creatures. For they would resign themselves without hesitation to the infinite wisdom and love, which, with paternal sweetness and gentleness, would watch over all their thoughts, words, and actions, and all things necessary for them. I do not wish thee to be ignorant of this truth, but to understand how the Lord from all eternity bears in his mind all the predestined of different times and ages, and that by the invincible force of his infinite wisdom and goodness, he continually disposes and prepares all the blessings useful to them, so that the end desired for them may be attained. Hence it is very important for the rational creature to allow itself to be led by the hand of the Lord, and leave all to the divine disposition, for mortal men are ignorant of their ways and of the goal to which they lead. In their ignorance they should not presume to choose, lest they make themselves guilty of great temerity and incur the danger of damnation. But if they resign themselves with all their heart to the divine providence of God, acknowledging him as their Father and themselves as his children and creatures, his Majesty will constitute himself as their protector, helper, and director, and he will assume these offices with such love that he wishes to call heaven and earth to witness how much he considers it his affair to govern his own and direct those who trust and resign themselves into his hands. If God were capable of grief or of jealousy like men, it would be aroused in him at seeing creatures claiming a part in the providing for the welfare of souls, and that souls should seek to supply their necessities from other quarters independently of him. Wisdom chapter 12 verse 13. Mortals would not be so ignorant of this truth if they would study what happens between a father and his children, a husband and his wife, one friend and another, a prince and his well-loved and honored subject. All that these do is nothing in comparison with the love which God had for his children, and that which he can do and will do for them. Although men in general believe this truth, no one can fully estimate the love of God and its effects on those souls who resign themselves entirely to his will. Nor canst thou, my daughter, manifest what thou knowest, nor shouldst thou, but thou must not lose sight of it in the Lord. His Majesty says that not a hair of his elect shall perish, because he keeps account of them. Luke chapter 21, verse 18. He directs their footsteps toward eternal life and keeps them from death. He observes their labors, lovingly corrects their defects, favors their desires, forestalls their anxieties, defends them in anger, rejoices them in peace, strengthens them in battle, assists them in tribulation. His wisdom is at their service against deceit, his goodness for their sanctification. As he is infinite, whom none can hinder or resist, he executes what he wishes, and he wishes to be entirely at the service of the just, who are in his grace and trust themselves wholly to him. Who could ever measure the number and greatness of the blessings which he would shower upon a heart prepared to receive them? If thou, my dearest, wishes to attain to gain this good fortune, imitate me with true solicitude, and apply thyself from now on to establish in thee a true resignation in the divine providence. If he sends thee tribulations, sorrows, and labors, accept and embrace them with tranquility of soul, with patience, lively faith, and hope in the goodness of the Most High, who always provides that which is the most secure and profitable for thy salvation. Choose nothing for thyself, since God knows thy ways. Trust thyself to the Heavenly Father and Spouse, who will shield and assist thee with most faithful love. Study also my works, since they are known to thee, and remember that, accepting the labors of my most holy Son, the greatest suffering of my life was to see the tribulations of my spouse Saint Joseph, and his grief in the matter which thou hast described. End of chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 2. The anxieties of Saint Joseph increase. He resolves to leave his spouse, and he betakes himself to prayer on this account. In his tormenting doubts, the most upright heart of Saint Joseph sometimes prudently tried to find relief and ease for his sorrow by reasoning for himself and persuading himself that the pregnancy of his spouse was as yet doubtful. But this self-deception vanished more and more every day on account of the increasing evidence of that state in the Most Holy Virgin. As this vain and fleeting consolation failed him more and more, and finally changed into complete conviction as her pregnancy advanced, the glorious saint found no haven of refuge in his anxieties. In the meanwhile, the heavenly princess grew in loveliness and in perfect freedom from all bodily failings. Her charming beauty, healthfulness, and gracefulness visibly increased before his eyes. All this only nourished the anxieties and the torments of his most chaste love, so that his interior was involved by the turbulent waves of his loving sorrow in unutterable confusion, and he was finally stranded on the shores of a sea of grief by the overpowering evidence of his senses in regard to the pregnancy of Mary. Although his spirit was always conformed to the will of God, yet his flesh in his weakness felt the excess of his interior trouble, which at last reached such a point that he knew not any more which way to turn. The strength of his body was broken and vanished away, not by a definite disease, but in weakness and emaciation. These effects of his profound sorrow and melancholy became openly visible in his countenance. Moreover, as he suffered all this alone, without seeking relief, or lessening his sorrow by communication with others, as is customary with the afflicted, his suffering grew to be so much the more serious and incurable. In the meanwhile, the sorrow which filled the heart of the Most Holy Mary was equally great. Yet although her sorrow exceeded all bounds, the capacity of her generous and magnanimous soul was much greater, and therefore she could conceal her grief more completely and occupy her faculties in the loving care of Saint Joseph, her spouse. Her sorrow therefore only incited her to attend so much the more devotedly to his health and comfort. Nevertheless, as the inviolable rule of the actions of the most prudent queen was to perform all in the fullness of wisdom and perfection, she continued to conceal the mystery about the disclosure of which she had received no command. Though she alone could relieve her spouse by an explanation, she withheld it in reverence and faithfulness due to the sacrament of the heavenly King. Tobit, chapter 12, verse 7. As far as she herself was concerned, she exerted her utmost powers. She spoke to him about his health. She asked what she could do to serve him and afford him help in the weakness which so mastered him. She urged him to take some rest and recreation, since it was a duty to yield to necessity and repair the weakened strength, in order to be able to work for the Lord afterward. Saint Joseph observed all the actions of his heavenly spouse, and, pondering over such virtue and discretion, and feeling the effects of her intercourse and presence, he said, "Is it possible that a woman of such habits, and in whom such graces of the Lord are manifest, can bring over me such affliction? How can this prudence and holiness agree with these open signs of her infidelity to God and to me, who love her so much? If I conclude to send her away, or to leave her, I lose her most loving company, all my comfort, my home, and my tranquillity. What blessing equal to her can I find if I withdraw from her? What consolation if this one fails? But all this weighs less than the infamy connected with this sad misfortune, and that I should come to be looked upon as her accomplice in crime. That this event remain concealed is not possible, since time will reveal all, even if I strive now to hide it. To pass as the author of this pregnancy will be a vile deceit and a blotch on my good name and conscience. I cannot recognize it as caused by me, nor can I ascribe it to any other source known to me. Hence, what am I to do in this dire stress? The least evil will be to absent myself and leave my house before her delivery comes upon her, for then I will still be more confused and afflicted. I would then be obliged to live in my own house, with a child not my own, without being able to find any outlet or expedient." The Princess of Heaven, becoming aware of the resolve of her spouse Saint Joseph to leave her and absent himself, turned in great sorrow to her holy angels and said to them, "Blessed spirits and ministers of the highest King, who raised you to felicity which you enjoy, and by his kind providence accompany me as his faithful servants and as my guardians, I beseech you, my friends, to present before God's clemency the afflictions of my spouse Joseph. Beseech the Lord to look upon him and console him as a true father. And you also, who so devotedly obey his words, hear likewise my prayers. In the name of him who is infinite, and to whom I am to give human shape in my womb, I pray, beseech and supplicate you, that without delay you assist and relieve my most faithful spouse in the affliction of his heart, and drive from his mind and heart his resolve of leaving me." The angels which the Queen selected for this purpose obeyed immediately and instilled into the heart of Saint Joseph many holy thoughts, persuading him anew that his spouse Mary was holy and most perfect, and that he could not believe anything wrong of her, that God was incomprehensible in his works, and most hidden in his judgments. Psalm 33, verse 19. That he was always most faithful to those who confide in him, and that he would never despise or forsake them in tribulation. By these and other holy inspirations, the troubled spirit of Saint Joseph was somewhat quieted, although he did not know whence they came. But as the cause of his sorrow was not removed, he soon relapsed, not finding anything to assure and soothe his soul, and he returned to his resolve of withdrawing and leaving his spouse. The heavenly Queen was aware of this, and she concluded that it was necessary to avert this danger and to insist in earnest prayer on a remedy. She addressed herself entirely to her most holy Son in her womb, and with most ardent affection of her soul she prayed, Lord and God of my soul, with thy permission, although I am but dust and ashes. Genesis chapter 18, verse 27. I will speak in thy kingly presence and manifest to thee my sighs that cannot be hidden from thee. Psalm 37, verse 10. It is my duty not to be remiss in assisting the spouse whom I have received from thy hand. I see him overwhelmed by the tribulation which thou hast sent him, and it would not be kind in me to forsake him therein. If I have found grace in thy eyes, I beseech thee, Lord and eternal God, by the love which obliged thee to enter into the womb of thy servant for the salvation of mankind, to be pleased to console thy servant Joseph, and dispose him to assist me in the fulfillment of thy great works. It would not be well that I, thy servant, be left without a husband for a protection and guardian. Do not permit, my Lord and God, that he execute his resolve and withdraw from me. The Most High answered her, My dearest dove, I shall presently visit my servant Joseph with consolation, and after I shall have manifested to him by my angel the sacrament, which is unknown to him, thou mayest speak openly about all that I have done with thee, without the necessity of keeping silent thenceforward in these matters. I will fill him with my spirit and make him apt to perform his share in these mysteries. He will assist thee in them and aid thee in all that will happen. With this promise of the Lord, Most Holy Mary was comforted and consoled, and she gave most fervent thanks to the same Lord, who disposes all things in admirable order, measure, and weight. For besides the consolation which the relief from this anxiety afforded her, she also knew well how proper it was that the spirit of Saint Joseph be tried and dilated by this tribulation before the great mysteries should be entrusted to his care. In the meanwhile, Saint Joseph was anxiously debating within himself concerning the proper course of action, for he had borne his tribulation already for 2 months, and now, overcome by the greatness of it, he argued within himself, I do not find a better way out of these difficulties than to absent myself. I confess that my spouse is most perfect and exhibits nothing but what shows her a saint, but after all, she is pregnant, and of it I cannot fathom the mystery. I do not wish to injure her reputation of holiness by involving her in the punishment of the law, yet at the same time, I cannot stand by and witness the consequences of her pregnancy. I will leave her now and commit myself to the providence of the Lord who governs me. He now resolved to depart during that night, and in order to prepare for his journey, he packed some clothes and other trifles into a small bundle. Having also claimed some wages due to him for his work, he retired to rest with the intention of leaving at midnight. But on account of the strangeness of his undertakings, and because he was in the habit of commending his intentions to God in prayer, after he had come to this resolve, he spoke to the Lord. Highest and eternal God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, thou true and only refuge of the poor and afflicted, the grief and tribulation of my heart are well known to thy clemency. Thou knowest also, O Lord, although I am unworthy, I am innocent of that which causes my sorrow, and thou likewise art aware of the infamy and danger consequent upon the condition of my spouse. I do not believe her an adulteress, because I see in her great virtue and perfection, yet I certainly see her pregnant. I do not know by whom or how it was caused, and therefore I find no way to restore my peace. In order to choose the least evil, I will withdraw from her and seek a place where no one knows me, and resigning myself to thy providence, I will pass my life in a desert. Do not forsake me, my Lord and eternal God, since I desire solely thy honor and service. Saint Joseph prostrated himself on the ground and made a vow to go to the temple of Jerusalem and offer up part of the small sum of money which he had provided for his journey, in order that God might help and protect Mary his spouse from the calamities of men and free her from all misfortune. For great was the uprightness of that man of God and the esteem in which he held the heavenly Lady. After this prayer, he composed himself for a short sleep, with the intention of departing in secret and at midnight from his spouse. During this sleep, however, happened what I will relate in the next chapter. The great Princess of Heaven, assured by the divine promise, observed from her retirement all that Saint Joseph was preparing to do, for the Almighty showed it to her. And hearing the vow which he had made for her welfare, and seeing the small bundle and the poor provision he prepared for his journey, she was filled with tender compassion and prayed anew for him, giving praise and thanksgiving to the Lord for his providence in guiding the actions of men beyond all human power of comprehension. His Majesty so ordained events that both Most Holy Mary and Saint Joseph should be brought to the utmost reach of interior sorrow. For besides the merits of this prolonged martyrdom, they would gain the admirable and precious blessing of the divine consolation deserved thereby. Although the great lady persevered in the belief and hope of a seasonable intervention of the Lord, and therefore remained silent in order not to reveal the sacrament, concerning the disclosure of which the king had given her no command, yet she was much afflicted by the resolve of Saint Joseph to leave her, because she reflected upon the great inconvenience of being alone, without a companion and a protector, on whom she could rely for consolation and support in the natural order. For she well knew that she could not expect all to proceed according to the supernatural and miraculous, yet all her sighs could not prevent her from exercising the most exalted virtues with a magnanimous spirit, such as patience in bearing her afflictions and the suspicions of Saint Joseph and its results, prudence in withholding the disclosure of the mystery on account of its greatness, silence in signalizing herself as a woman who knew how to refrain from speaking about that which so many human reasons urged her to make known, forbearance and humility in silently submitting to the suspicions of Saint Joseph. Many other virtues did she exercise in this trouble in a wonderful manner, by which she taught us to hope in the Almighty for our deliverance in the greatest tribulations. Instruction which Mary, the Queen of Heaven, gave me. My daughter, the example of my silence, which thou hast been writing about, should teach thee to use it as a guide in thy treatment of the favors and sacraments of the Lord, namely, that thou keep them concealed within thy heart. Although it might at times seem useful to reveal them for the consolation of some soul, thou must not act upon this opinion without having first consulted God in prayer and then thy superiors. For these spiritual matters must not be made dependent upon human feeling, which are so much subject to the passions and inclinations of nature. There is always great danger of considering that to be an advantage which is harmful, and a service to God what is injurious. It is not given to the eyes of the flesh and blood. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 14. To discern the interior movements, so as to decide which of them are divine and caused by grace, or which are human, engendered by the disorderly affections. Although there is great difference between these two kinds of affections and their causes, nevertheless, if the creature is not highly enlightened and dead to its passions, it cannot recognize this difference, nor separate the precious from the vile. Jeremiah, chapter 15, verse 19. This danger is greater when some temporal or human motive is mixed up with or underlies our actions. Then our natural self-love is wont to creep in and take away discretion and supervision of heavenly and spiritual things, leading on to many sudden and dangerous falls. Let it therefore be to thee as a rule always to be followed, that thou reveal nothing to anyone except to thy spiritual guide, unless I command otherwise. Since I have constituted myself thy teacher, I will not fail to give thee advice and direction in this and in all other things, lest thou stray from the path appointed to thee by the will of my most holy Son. Yet I admonish thee to appreciate highly all the favors and revelations of the Most High. Preserve them with a magnanimous heart, esteem them, give thanks for them, and put them to practice in preference to anything else, especially in preference to anything originating from thy own inclinations. The reverential fear of God bound me to silence, having, as was proper, such a high regard for the treasure deposited in me. Notwithstanding the natural feeling of love and obligation toward my master and spouse, Saint Joseph, and in disregard of the sorrow and compassion for his afflictions, of which I so desired to free him, I hid the secret of my state in silence, preferring the pleasure of the Lord to all these, and leaving to him the defense of my cause. Learn also from this never to defend thyself against accusations, no matter how innocent thou mayest be. Oblige the Lord to do it by confiding in his love. Charge thy reputation to his account, and in the meanwhile overcome by patience and humility, by sweet and kind words, those who have offended thee. Above all things, I admonish thee never to judge evil of anyone, even if thou seest with thy own eyes the outward warrants of thy judgment, for perfect and sincere charity will teach thee to find a prudent evasion and excuse for all faults of thy neighbor. God has placed my spouse Saint Joseph as a shining example of such a course of action, since no one had more evident proofs of evil, and no one was more discreet in deferring his judgment. For in the law of discreet and holy charity it must be held as prudence, not temerity, to suspect higher causes, as yet unseen, rather than to judge and condemn our neighbors for faults, in which his guilt is not clearly evident. I do not give these special instructions for those that are in the state of matrimony, since they can derive them manifestly from the whole course of my life. But from the above instruction all can profit, although just now I have in view thy own advancement, because I desire it with a special love. Hear me, daughter, and fulfill my counsels, and follow these, my words of eternal life. End of Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 3. The angel of the Lord speaks to Saint Joseph in his sleep and makes known to him the mystery of the Incarnation, his behavior thereafter. The sorrow of jealousy keeps such vigilant watch in those that are beset by it, that very often it not only awakens them from sleep, but drives away altogether the refreshment of slumber. Nobody ever suffered this sorrow in the same degree as Saint Joseph, although, if he had known the truth, nobody ever had less occasion. He was endowed with exalted light and knowledge, so that he could penetrate to the abyss of the incalculable sanctity and perfection of his heavenly spouse. As the reasons which urged him to resign the possession of such great blessing were inexorable, it naturally followed that the knowledge of what he was to lose should add to the sorrow of parting therefrom. Hence what Saint Joseph suffered in this regard exceeds all that ever was endured by any man, for no one ever equaled him in the loss, and no one could so value and estimate it. Besides, there was a great difference in the zeal and jealousy of this faithful servant of God, and the jealousies of others in like troubles. For jealousies create in the vehement and ardent lover a great anxiety to preserve and prevent loss of the loved object. And to this anxiety is naturally added the pain caused by the fear lest the loved one be alienated by others. This kind of feeling or sorrow is commonly called jealousy. In those who have disorderly passions, and who, for want of prudence or other virtues, yield to them, it usually causes the different feelings of wrath, fury, envy toward the person loved, or against the rival who impedes the return of love, be it a well-ordered love or not. Then arise the storms of suspicion and conjecture in the imagination engendered by these passions, the tempests of alternate desire and abhorrence, of loving affection and vain regret. Thus the irascible and concupiscent faculties are in perpetual strife, without any regard for the demands of reason or prudence. For this kind of sorrow confounds the understanding, perverts reason, and rejects prudence. In Saint Joseph, this disorder was not infected with all these faults, nor could they find room in him, on account both of his own exalted holiness and that of his spouse. For in her he could find no fault to exasperate him, nor had he any suspicion that her love had been captured by anyone else, against whom or toward whom his envy might be aroused in defense. The jealousy of Saint Joseph was founded entirely in his own great love for her, in a certain conditional doubt or suspicion, lest his spouse had not entirely responded to his own love, for he found no such strong reasons against as he did for his mistrust. A greater uncertainty was not necessary in his case in order to cause such vehement sorrows, for in the possession of a spouse, no rival can be tolerated. Hence the chaste marital love of our saint, which filled his whole heart, was sufficient to cause in him the most vehement grief at the least appearance of infidelity, or danger of losing this most perfect, most beautiful and delightful object of all his desires and thoughts. For if love is in possession of such just motives, strong and unbreakable are the bonds and chains with which it captivates the heart, and most powerful is the dominion which it exercises, especially when there are no imperfections to weaken it. Our Queen exhibited nothing which either in the spiritual or in the natural order was calculated to diminish or moderate this love in her holy spouse, but only what tended to blow it into greater flame on many occasions and for many reasons. Full of this sorrow, which had now become an intolerable pain, Saint Joseph, after saying the prayer above mentioned, composed himself for a short sleep, assured that he would wake up at the right time to leave his home at midnight, and, as he thought, without the knowledge of his spouse. The heavenly Lady awaited the intervention of God, asking it of him in most humble prayer. For she knew that the tribulation of her troubled spouse had reached such a high point that the time of God's merciful assistance must have arrived. The Most High sent his archangel Gabriel in order to reveal to him during his sleep the mystery of the Incarnation and Redemption in the words recorded in the Gospel. It might cause some wonder, and such was caused in me, why the archangel spoke to Saint Joseph in his sleep and not while awake, since the mystery was so high and so difficult to comprehend, especially in the present afflicted and troubled state of his mind, while this same mystery was made known to others, not while they were asleep, but awake. In these operations, of course, the last reason is always the divine will itself, just, holy, and perfect. However, as far as I have understood, I will partly mention some other reasons in explanation. The first reason is that Saint Joseph was so prudent, filled with such heavenly light, and had such high conception of our most holy Lady, the Blessed Mary, that it was not necessary to convince him by strong evidence in order to assure him of her dignity and of the mysteries of the Incarnation. For in hearts well disposed, the divine inspirations find easy entrance. The second reason is, because his trouble had its beginning in the senses, namely, in seeing with his eyes the pregnancy of his spouse. Hence it was a just retribution that they, having given occasion for deception or suspicion, should as it were be deadened or repressed by the privation of the angelic vision. The third reason is, as it were, a sequence of this last one. Saint Joseph, although he was guilty of no fault, was under the influence of his affliction, and his senses were, so to say, deadened and incapacitated by the sensible perception and intercourse of the angel. Therefore it was befitting that the angel deliver this message to him at a time when the senses, which had been scandalized, were inactive and suspended in their operations. Thus the holy man might afterwards, regaining their full use, purify and dispose himself by many acts of virtue for entertaining the operation of the Holy Spirit, which had been entirely interrupted by his troubles. Hence will be also understood why God spoke to the ancient fathers oftener during sleep than happens to the faithful ones of the angelic law, for in the new law, revelation in sleep is less frequent than direct intercourse with angels, which affords a more efficient mode of communication. The explanation of this fact is this. Since according to the divine ordainment, the greatest impediment and obstacle of a more familiar intercourse and converse of the souls with God and his angels is the commission of sins, even venial sins, or even only imperfections, it follows that, after the divine word became man and conversed with mortals, the senses and all our faculties are purified day by the sanctifying use of sensible sacraments, by which men in some degree are spiritualized and elevated, their torpid faculties aroused and made apt for participation in the divine influences. This blessing we owe in a greater degree to the blood of Christ our Lord than to the ancients, for by this efficiency we are made partakers of his holiness through the sacraments, wherein we receive the effects of special graces, and in some of them even a spiritual character, which destines and prepares us for most high ends. But whenever the Lord in our times spoke or speaks in sleep, he excludes the operations of the senses as being unfit and unprepared to enter into the spiritual nuptials of his communications and divine influences. It will also appear from this doctrine that in order to receive the hidden favor of the Lord, men must not only be free from guilt and possess merits of grace, but that they be also in peace and tranquility of spirit. For if the republic of the faculties is in disturbance, as it was in Saint Joseph, the soul is not in a fit condition to receive such exalted and delicate influences as are implied by the visits and the caresses of the Lord. It is not at all uncommon that no matter how much tribulations and afflictions increase the merits of the soul, as were those of Saint Joseph, the spouse of the Queen, they nevertheless hinder the divine operations. For in suffering them, the soul is involved in a conflict with the powers of darkness, while this kind of blessing consists in the possession of light, and therefore the vision of darkness, even if only in order to ward it off, is not in harmony with the vision of God or the angels. But in the midst of the conflict and the battle of temptations, which may be compared to a dream in the night, the voice of the Lord is nevertheless wont to be heard and perceived through the ministry of the angels, just as it happened to Saint Joseph. He heard and understood all that Saint Gabriel said, that he should not be afraid to remain with his spouse Mary. Matthew chapter 1, verses 20 and 21. Because what she bore in her womb was the work of the Holy Spirit, that she would give birth to a son who should be called Jesus, and who was to be the Savior of his people, that in all this should be fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, who said, "A virgin shall conceive and shall bring forth a son, who was to be called Emmanuel, God with us." Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. Saint Joseph did not see the angel by imaginary image. He heard only the interior voice, and he understood the mystery. The words of the angel imply that Saint Joseph had in his mind already resolved to sever his connection with Most Holy Mary, for he was told to receive her again without fear. Saint Joseph awoke with the full consciousness that his spouse was the true Mother of God. Full of joy on account of his good fortune and of his inconceivable happiness, and at the same time deeply moved by sudden sorrow for what he had done, he prostrated himself to the earth, and with many other humble, reverential, and joyful tokens of his feelings, he performed heroic acts of humiliation and of thanksgiving. He gave thanks to the Lord for having revealed to him this mystery, and for having made him the husband of her, whom God had chosen for his mother, notwithstanding that he was not worthy to be even her slave. Amid these recognitions and these acts of virtue, the spirit of Saint Joseph remained tranquil and apt for the reception of new influences of the Holy Spirit. His doubts and anxieties of the past few months had laid in him those deep foundations of humility which were necessary for one who should be entrusted with the highest mysteries of the Lord, and the remembrance of his experiences was to him a lesson which lasted all his life. The holy man began to blame himself alone for all that had happened, and broke forth in the following prayer. O my heavenly spouse and meekest dove, chosen by the Most High for his dwelling place and his mother, how could thy unworthy slave have dared to doubt thy fidelity? How could dust and ashes ever permit itself to be served by her, who is the Queen of heaven and earth, and the mistress of the universe? How is it that I have not kissed the ground which was touched by thy feet? Why have I not made it my most solicitous care to serve thee on my knees? How will I ever raise my eyes in thy presence, and dare to remain in thy company, or open my lips to speak to thee? O my Lord and God, give me grace and strength to ask her forgiveness, and move her heart to mercy, that she did not despise her sorrowful servant according to his guilt. Ah, woe is me, since she is full of light and grace, and she bears within her the author of light. All my thoughts were open to her sight, also that I had in my mind actually to leave her. Hence it will be temerity on my part to appear in her presence. I now recognize my rude behavior and my gross error, since even with such great holiness before my eyes, I gave way to unworthy thoughts and doubts concerning her fidelity, which I did not deserve. And if in punishment thy justice had permitted me to execute my presumptuous resolve, what would now be my misfortune? Eternally be thanked, most high Lord, for such great blessing. Assist me, most powerful King, to make some kind of reparation. I will go to my spouse and lady, confiding in her sweetness and clemency. Prostrate at her feet, I will ask her pardon, so that for her sake, thou, my eternal Lord and God, mayest look upon me with the eyes of a father, and mayest pardon my gross error. The holy spouse now left his little room, finding himself so happily changed in sentiments since the time he had composed himself for sleep. As the Queen of Heaven always had kept herself in retirement, he did not wish to disturb her sweet contemplation until she herself desired. In the meantime, the man of God unwrapped the small bundle which he had prepared, shedding many tears, with feelings quite different from those with which he had made it up. Weeping, he began to show his reverence for his holy spouse by setting the rooms in order, scrubbing the floors, which were to be touched by the sacred feet of Most Holy Mary. He also performed other chores which he had been accustomed to leave to the Heavenly Lady before he knew her dignity. He resolved to change entirely his relation toward her, assume for himself the position of servant, and leave to her the dignity of mistress. From that day on arose a wonderful contention between the two, which of them should be allowed to show most eagerness to serve and most humility. All that happened with Saint Joseph the Queen of Heaven saw, and not a thought or movement escaped her attention. When the time arrived, the saint approached the oratory of Her Highness, and she awaited him with sweetest kindness and mildness, as I will describe in the following chapter. Instruction which the Heavenly Lady, Most Holy Mary, gave me. My daughter, in what thou hast understood of this chapter, thou hast a sweet motive for praising the wonderful ways of God's wisdom in afflicting and again consoling his servants and chosen ones. From both the one and the other, he most wisely and kindly draws for them increase of merit and glory. Besides this doctrine, I wish that thou receive another one, most important for thy direction, and for the narrow pathway which the Most High has assigned to thee. It is this, that thou strive with all thy might to preserve thyself in tranquillity and interior peace, without allowing thyself to be deprived of it by any troublesome event of this life whatever, and by always keeping in mind the example and instruction contained in this part of the life of my spouse Saint Joseph. The Most High does not wish to see creatures disturbed by afflictions, but that they gain merit. Not that they lose courage, but that they test their own power when aided by grace. Although the more violent temptations are wont to close the haven of exalted peace and knowledge of God, and although they ground the creature more firmly in the knowledge of its own lowliness, yet if the soul loses its interior tranquillity and equilibrium, it will make itself unfit for the visit of the Lord, for hearing his voice, and for being raised up to his embraces. The majesty of God does not come in a storm cloud. Third Book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12. Nor will the rays of this supreme sun of justice shine when calm is not reigned in the soul. If then the want of this tranquillity so hinders the pure intercourse of the Most High, it is clear that sins are a still greater hindrance to this great blessing. I desire that thou be very attentive to this doctrine, and that thou do not presume to allow any disregard of it in any operation of thy faculties. Since thou hast so often offended the Lord, call upon his mercy, weep and wash thyself from thy sins with copious tears. Remember that, under pain of being condemned as unfaithful, thou art obliged to watch over thy soul and preserve it for an eternal resting place of the Almighty, pure, clean, and undisturbed, so that thy God may possess it and find in it a worthy habitation. First letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 16. The harmony of thy faculties and feelings is to be like that of the music of soft and delicate instruments, in which the more delicate the harmony, so much the greater is the danger of discord, and so much the greater must be the care to preserve the instruments from all gross contact. For even the atmosphere infected by earthly tendencies is sufficient to disturb and spoil the powers of the soul thus consecrated to God. Labor therefore to live a careful life and to keep full command over thy faculties and operations. If at any time thou art disturbed or disconcerted in maintaining this order, strive to attend the divine light, making use of it without fear or hesitation, and working with it whatever is most perfect and pure. In this I point out to thee the example of my spouse Saint Joseph, who believed the angel without a moment's hesitation, and immediately with prompt obedience executed his commands, and thereby he merited to be raised to great reward and dignity. If he humiliated himself so deeply after having such great, though only apparent reasons for anxiety, and without even having sinned in what he did, how must thou, a mere worm of the earth, acknowledge thy littleness and humble thyself to the dust, weeping over thy negligences and sins, in order that the Most High may look upon thee as a father and as a spouse. End of chapter 3. Book II, Chapter 4 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book II, Chapter 4. Saint Joseph asks pardon of the Most Holy Mary, his spouse, and the Heavenly Lady consoles him with great prudence. The husband of Mary, Saint Joseph, now better informed, waited until his most holy spouse had finished her contemplation, and at the hour known to him, he opened the door of the humble apartment which the mother of the heavenly King occupied. Immediately upon entering, the holy man threw himself on his knees, saying with the deepest reverence and veneration, "My mistress and spouse, true mother of the eternal Word, here am I, thy servant, prostrate at the feet of thy clemency. For the sake of thy God and Lord, whom thou bearest in thy virginal womb, I beseech thee to pardon my audacity. I am certain, O Lady, that none of my thoughts is hidden to thy wisdom and to thy heavenly insight. Great was my presumption in resolving to leave thee, and not less great was my rudeness in treating thee until now as my inferior, instead of serving thee as the mother of my Lord and God. But thou also knowest that I have done all in ignorance, because I knew not the sacrament of the heavenly King and the greatness of thy dignity, although I revered in thee other gifts of the Most High. Do not reflect, my mistress, upon the ignorance of such a lowly creature, who, now better instructed, consecrates his heart and his whole life to thy service and attendance. I will not rise from my knees before being assured of thy favor, nor until I have obtained thy pardon, thy good will, and thy blessing." The Most Holy Mary, hearing the humble words of Saint Joseph, experienced diverse feelings, for with tender joy in the Lord, she saw how apt he was to be entrusted with the sacraments of the Lord, since he acknowledged and venerated them with such deep faith and humility. But she was somewhat troubled by his resolve of treating her henceforth with the respect and self-abasement alluded to in his words. For the humble lady feared by this innovation to lose the occasions of obeying and humiliating herself as a servant of her spouse. Like one who suddenly finds herself in danger of being deprived of some jewel or treasure highly valued, Most Holy Mary was saddened by the thought that Saint Joseph would no longer treat her as an inferior and as subject to him in all things, having now recognized in her the mother of the Lord. She raised her holy spouse from his knees and threw herself at his feet, although he tried to hinder it, and said, "I myself, my master and spouse, should ask thee to forgive me, and thou art the one who must pardon me the sorrows and the bitterness which I have caused thee, and therefore I ask this forgiveness of thee on my knees, and thou forget thy anxieties, since the Most High has looked upon my desires and afflictions in divine pleasure." It seemed good to the heavenly Lady to console her spouse, and therefore, not in order to excuse herself, she added, "As much as I desired, I could not on my own account give thee any information regarding the sacrament hidden within me by the power of the Almighty, since, as his slave, it was my duty to await the manifestation of his holy and perfect will. Not because I failed to esteem thee as my Lord and spouse did I remain silent, for I was and always will be thy faithful servant, eager to correspond to thy holy wishes and affection. From my inmost heart, and in the name of the Lord, whom I bear within me, I beseech thee not to change the manner of thy conversation and intercourse with me. The Lord has not made me his mother in order to be served and to command in this life, but in order to be the servant of all and thy slave, obeying thy will in all things. This is my duty, my master, and outside of it I would lead a life without joy and full of sorrow. It is just that thou afford me the opportunity of fulfilling it, since so it was ordained by the Most High. He has furnished me with thy protection and devoted assistance, in order that I may live securely in the shade of thy provident solicitude, and with thy aid rear the fruit of my womb, my God and my Lord. With these words and with others most sweet and persuasive, most holy Mary consoled and quieted Saint Joseph, and he raised her from her knees in order to confer with her upon all that would be necessary for this purpose. Since on this occasion the heavenly Lady was full of the Holy Ghost, and moreover bore within her, as his mother, the divine Word, who proceeds from the Father and the Holy Ghost, Saint Joseph received special enlightenment and the plenitude of divine graces. Altogether renewed in fervor of spirit, he said, Blessed art thou, Lady, among all women, fortunate and preferred before all nations and generations. May the Creator of heaven and earth be extolled with eternal praise, since from his exalted kingly throne he has looked upon thee and chosen thee for his dwelling place, and in thee alone has fulfilled the ancient promises made to the patriarchs and prophets. Let all generations bless him, for in no one has he magnified his name as he has done in thy humility, and me, the most insignificant of the living, he has in his divine condescension selected for thy servant. In these words of praise and benediction, Saint Joseph was enlightened by the Holy Ghost, in the same manner as Saint Elizabeth, when she responded to the salutation of our Queen and Mistress. The light and inspiration, received by the most holy spouse, was wonderfully adapted to his dignity and office. The heavenly Lady, upon hearing the words of the holy man, answered in the words of the Magnificat, as she had done on her visit to Saint Elizabeth, and she added other canticles. She was all aflame in ecstasy, and was raised from the earth in a globe of light, which surrounded her and transfigured her with the gifts of glory. At this heavenly vision, Saint Joseph was filled with admiration and unspeakable delight, for never had he seen his most blessed spouse in such eminence of glory and perfection. Now he beheld her with a full and clear understanding, since all the integrity and purity of the Princess of Heaven and mystery of her dignity manifested themselves to him. He saw and recognized in her virginal womb the humanity of the infant God and the union of the two natures of the Word. With profound humility and reverence, he adored him and recognized him as his Redeemer, offering himself to his majesty. The Lord looked upon him in benevolence and kindness as upon no other man, for he accepted him as his foster father and conferred upon him that title. In accordance with this dignity, he gifted him with that plenitude of science and heavenly gifts which Christian piety can and must acknowledge. I do not dilate upon this vast excellence of Saint Joseph made known to me, because I would extend this history beyond the prescribed bounds. However, if it was a proof of the magnanimity of the glorious Saint Joseph, and a clear evidence of his great sanctity, that he did not wear away and die of the grief sustained at the thought of the loss of his beloved spouse, it is yet more astonishing that he was not overwhelmed by the unexpected joy of this revelation of the true mystery connected with his spouse. In the former, he proved his high sanctity, but in the latter, he showed himself worthy of gifts, such which, if the Lord had not expanded his heart, he could neither have been capable of receiving, nor could he have outlived to bear in the joy of his spirit. In all things he was renewed and elevated, so as to be able to treat worthily her, who was the Mother of God himself and his spouse, and to cooperate with her in the mystery of the Incarnation and in taking care of the Word made man, as I shall relate farther on. In order that he might still be more apt, and so much the more recognize his obligation to serve his heavenly spouse, it was also made known to him that all the gifts and blessings came to him because of her, those before his espousal because he had been selected for her husband, and those after because he had won and merited this distinction. He also perceived with what prudence the great lady had acted toward him, not only in serving him with such inviolate obedience and profound humility, but also in consoling him in his affliction, soliciting for him the grace and assistance of the Holy Ghost, hiding her feelings with such discretion, tranquilizing and soothing his sorrow, thus fittingly disposing him for the influence of the divine Spirit. Just as the Princess of Heaven had been the instrument for the sanctification of Saint John the Baptist and his mother, so she also was instrumental in procuring for Saint Joseph the plenitude of graces in still greater abundance. All this the most faithful and fortunate man understood, and for it, as a most faithful servant, was proportionately thankful. These great sacraments and many others, connected with our Queen and her spouse Saint Joseph, the sacred evangelists passed over in silence, not only because they wished to treasure them in their hearts, but also because neither the humble lady nor Saint Joseph had spoken of them to anyone. Nor was it necessary to mention these wonders in the life of Christ our Lord, which they wrote in order to establish our belief in the new church and the law of grace. For such things might give rise to many inconveniences among the heathens in their first conversion. The admirable providence of God, in his hidden and inscrutable judgments, reserved these secrets for a more suitable time, foreseen in divine wisdom. He wished that, after the church had already been established and the Catholic faith well grounded, the faithful, standing in need of the intercession, the assistance and protection of their great Queen and Lady, should draw, from the knowledge of these mysteries, new and old treasures of grace and consolation. Matthew chapter 13, verse 52. Perceiving by new enlightenment what a loving mother and powerful advocate they had in heaven with her most holy Son, to whom the Father has given the power to judge. John chapter 5, verse 52. Let them fly to her for help as to the only and sacred refuge of sinners. Let the tribulations and the tears of the Church themselves give witness, whether such times of affliction have not come upon us in our days, for never were her trials greater than now, when her own sons, reared at her breast, afflict her, seek to destroy her, and dissipate the treasures of the blood of her spouse with a greater cruelty than was done by her most embittered enemies. In this crying need, when the blood, shed by her children, calls heavenward, and much more loudly, the blood of our high priest Christ. Hebrews chapter 12, verse 24. Trodden under foot and polluted under pretext of justice, resounds in anguish. What are the most faithful children of the Church doing? Why are they so speechless? Why do they not call upon Most Holy Mary? Why do they not invoke her aid and urge her to help? What wonder if help is delayed, since we postpone seeking her and acknowledging her as the true Mother of God? I give witness that great mysteries are enclosed in this city of God, and that in lively faith we should confess and extol them. They are so great that the deeper insight into them is reserved for the time after the general resurrection, when all the saints will know them in the Most High. But in the meanwhile, let the pious and faithful souls acknowledge the condescension of this their most loving Queen and Lady, in revealing some of the great and hidden sacraments through me, a most unworthy instrument. For I, in my weakness and insignificance, could be induced to attempt this work only by the repeated command and encouragement of the Mother of Piety, as was stated several times. Instruction vouchsafed by the Heavenly Queen and Lady. My daughter, my object in revealing to thee in this history so many sacraments and secrets, both those which thou hast written and many others, which thou art unable to manifest, is that thou use them as a mirror of my life and as an inviolable rule of action for thy own. All of them should be engraven in the tablets of thy heart, and I recall to thy mind the teachings of eternal life, thereby complying with my duty as thy teacher. Be ready to obey and fulfill all commands as a willing and careful pupil. Let the humble care and watchfulness of my spouse Saint Joseph, his submission to divine direction, and his esteem for heavenly enlightenment serve thee as an example. For only because his heart had been well disposed and prepared for the execution of the divine will, was he entirely changed and remodeled by the plenitude of grace for the ministry assigned to him by the Most High. Let therefore the consciousness of thy faults serve thee as a motive to submit in all humility to the work of God, not as a pretext to withdraw from the performance of that which the Lord desires of thee. However, I wish on this occasion to reveal to thee the just reproach and indignation of the Most High against mortals, so that, comparing the conduct of other men with the humility and meekness which I exercise toward my spouse Saint Joseph, thou mayest understand it better in divine enlightenment. The cause of this reproach, which the Lord and I have to make against men, is the inhuman perversity of men in persisting to treat each other with so much want of humility and love. In this they commit 3 faults, which displease the Most High very much, and which cause the Almighty and me to withhold many mysteries. The first is, that men, knowing that they are all children of the same Father in heaven. Isaiah chapter 64 verse 8. Works of his hands, formed of the same nature, graciously nourished and kept alive by his providence, reared at the same table of divine mysteries and sacraments, especially of his own body and blood, nevertheless forget and despise all these advantages, concentrating all their interest upon earthly and trivial affairs, exciting themselves without reason, swelling with indignation, creating discords, quarrels, indulging in distractions and harsh words, sometimes rising up to most wicked and inhuman vengeance or mortal hate of one another. The second is, that when through human frailty and want of mortification, incited by the temptations of the devil, they happen to fall into one of these faults, they do not at once seek to rid themselves of it, nor strive to be again reconciled, as should be done by brothers in the presence of a just judge. Thus they deny him as their merciful Father, and force him to become the severe and rigid judge of their sins. For no faults excite him sooner to exercise his severity than the sins of revenge and hate. The third offense, which causes his great indignation, is, that sometimes, when a brother comes in order to be reconciled, he that deems himself offended will not receive him, and asks a greater satisfaction than that which he knows would be accepted by the Lord, and which he himself offers as satisfaction to God's majesty. For all of them wish that God, who is most grievously offended, should receive and pardon them, whenever they approach him with humility and contrition, while those that are but dust and ashes ask to be revenged upon their brothers, and will not content themselves with the satisfaction which the Most High himself readily accepts for their own sins. Of all the sins which the sons of the Church commit, none is more terrible than these in the eyes of the Most High. This thou wilt readily understand by the divine light, and in the rigor of God's law, which commands men to pardon their brethren, although they may have offended 70 times 7. And if a brother offend many times every day, as soon as he says that he is sorry for it, the Lord commands us to forgive the offending brother as many times without counting the number. And those that are not willing to forgive, he threatens with severest punishment on account of the scandal which they cause. This can be gathered from the threatening words of God himself. Woe to him from whom scandal comes, and through whom scandal is caused. It were better for him if he fell into the depths of the sea with a heavy millstone around his neck. This was said in order to indicate the danger of this sin, and the difficulty of obtaining deliverance therefrom, which must be compared to that of a man dropping into the sea with a grinding stone around his neck. It also points out that the punishment is the abyss of eternal pains. Matthew chapter 18 verse 9. Therefore the command of my most holy Son is good advice to the faithful, that they rather permit their eyes to be torn out and their hands chopped off, than allow themselves to fall into this crime of scandalizing the little ones. O my dearest daughter, how thou must bewail the wickedness and evils of this sin with tears of blood. This is the sin which grieves the Holy Ghost. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 4, verse 30. Which affords proud triumphs to the demons, makes monsters of rational creatures, and wipes out in them the image of the eternal Father. What thing more unbecoming or hateful and monstrous than to see creatures of the earth, the food of worms and corruption, rise up against one another in pride and arrogance? Thou wilt not find words strong enough to describe this wickedness, in order to persuade mortals to fear it and guard against the wrath of the Lord. Matthew chapter 3, verse 7. But do thou, dearest, preserve thy heart from this contagion. Stamp and engrave in it the most useful doctrine for thy guidance. Never think for a moment that in offending thy neighbor or scandalizing him in this way, the guilt can be small, for all these sins are weighty in the sight of God. Put a damper on all thy faculties and feelings in order to observe most strictly the rules of charity toward all creatures of the Most High. To me also afford this pleasure, since I wish thee to be most perfect in this virtue. I impose upon thee as my most vigorous precept, that thou give offense neither in thought, word, or deed to any of thy neighbors, and that thou prevent any of thy subjects, and as far as thou canst, any other person in thy presence, from injuring their neighbor. Meditate well on this, as I ask it of thee, my dearest, for it is a doctrine most divine and least understood by mortals. Serve thyself with only the remedy against these passions, namely, with the compelling example of my humility and meekness, the effect of the sincere love, not only toward my spouse, but toward all the children of the Heavenly Father, for I esteemed them and looked upon them as redeemed and bought for a great price. First letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 18. With true fidelity and ingenious charity, watch over thy religious. The divine majesty is offended grievously by anyone who does not fulfill this command expressly inculcated and called a new one by my Son. John chapter 15, verse 12. But he is roused to incomparably greater indignation against religious persons who offend against it. Among these there are many who should distinguish themselves as perfect children of the Father and teacher of this virtue. Nevertheless, they cast it aside and thereby become more odious and detestable in his sight than worldly persons. End of chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 5. Saint Joseph resolves to devote himself entirely to the service of Most Holy Mary, the behavior of Her Majesty, and other particulars of the life of Mary and Joseph. The most faithful Joseph, after being informed of the mystery and sacrament of the Incarnation, was filled with such high and befitting sentiments concerning his spouse, that although he had always been holy and perfect, he was changed into a new man. He resolved to act toward the Heavenly Lady according to a new rule and with greater reverence, as I will relate farther on. This was conformable to the wisdom of the saint and due to the excellence of his spouse. For Saint Joseph by heavenly enlightenment saw well that he was the servant and she the mistress of heaven and earth. In order to satisfy his desire for honoring and reverencing her as the Mother of God, whenever he passed her or spoke to her alone, he did it with great external veneration and on bended knees. He would not allow her to serve him or wait upon him or perform any other humble services, such as cleaning the house or washing the dishes and the like. All these things the most happy spouse wished to do himself in order not to derogate from the dignity of the Queen. But the Heavenly Lady, who among the humble was the most humble, and whom no one could surpass in humility, so managed all these things that the palm of victory in all these virtues always remained with her. She besought Saint Joseph not to bend the knees to her, for though this worship was due to the Lord whom she carried in her womb, yet as long as he was within, unseen by anyone, no distinction was externally manifest between his and her own person. The saint therefore allowed himself to be persuaded and conformed to the wishes of the Queen of Heaven. Only at times, when she was not looking, he continued to give this worship to the Lord, whom she bore in her womb, and also to her as his mother, intending thereby to honor both according to the excellence of each. In regard to the other works and services, a humble contention arose between them, for Saint Joseph could not overcome his conviction as to the impropriety of allowing the great Queen and Lady to perform them, and therefore he sought to be beforehand with such household duties. His heavenly spouse was filled with the same eagerness to seize upon occasions in advance of Saint Joseph. As, however, he busied himself in these duties during the time which she spent in contemplation, he frustrated her continual desire of serving him and of performing all the duties of the household, which she considered as belonging to her as a servant. In her affliction on this account, the heavenly Lady turned to the Lord with humble complaints, and besought him to oblige Saint Joseph not to hinder her in the exercise of humility, as she desired. As this virtue is so powerful before the divine tribunal, and has free access, no prayer accompanied by it is small. Humility makes all prayers effective and inclines the immutable being of God to clemency. He heard her petition, and he ordered the angel guardian of the blessed husband to instruct him as follows. Do not frustrate the humble desires of her who is supreme over all the creatures of heaven and earth. Exteriorly allow her to serve thee, and interiorly treat her with highest reverence, and at all times and in all places worship the incarnate Word. It is his will, equally with that of the Heavenly Mother, to serve and not to be served, in order to teach the world the knowledge of life and the excellence of humility. In some of the work thou canst assist her, but always reverence in her the Lord of all creation. Instructed by this command of the Most High, Saint Joseph permitted the heavenly princess to exercise her humility, and so both of them were enabled to make an offering of their will to God. The Most Holy Mary, by exercising the deepest humility and obedience toward her spouse in all her acts of virtue, which she performed without failing in the least point of perfection. And Saint Joseph, by obeying the Almighty with a holy and prudent embarrassment, which was occasioned by seeing himself waited upon and served by her, whom he had recognized as his mistress and that of the world, and as the mother of his God and Creator. In this manner, the prudent saint made up for the humility which he could not practice in the works now consigned to his spouse. This arrangement seemed to humiliate him more and filled him with a greater reverential fear. In this fear he observed Most Holy Mary, always bearing in mind the treasure of her virginal womb, and adoring, magnifying, and praising the Lord. A few times, in reward of his holiness and reverence, or for the increase of both, the infant God manifested himself to him in a wonderful manner. He saw him in the womb of his purest mother, enclosed as it were in the clearest crystal. The sovereign queen conversed with the glorious saint concerning the incarnation, because she did not need to be so reserved in her heavenly words, since he had been enlightened and instructed in the sublime sacraments of the hypostatic union of the divine and human natures in the virginal chamber of his spouse. No human tongue can reproduce the celestial words and conversations of the Most Holy Mary and the blessed Joseph. I will adduce some of them in the following chapters, as far as I know how. Yet who can declare the effects wrought in the sweet and devout heart of this saint in seeing himself not only constituted the husband of her who was the true mother of his Creator, but in finding himself also served by her as if she were the humblest slave, while at the same time he beheld her raised in sanctity and dignity above the highest seraphim and inferior only to God? If the divine right hand enriched with blessings the house of Obed-Edom, for having sheltered for a few months the figurative ark of the Old Testament. 1 Paralipomnon, chapter 13, verse 14. What blessings did he not shower upon Saint Joseph, to whom he entrusted the true ark, and the lawgiver himself enshrined in her? Incomparable was the good fortune and happiness of this saint, not only because he had with him in his house the living and true ark of the New Testament, the altar, the sacrifice, and the temple, all left in his charge, but also because he cared for them worthily and as a faithful servant. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 45. Constituted by the Lord himself over his family to provide all their necessities in the right time as a most faithful dispenser. Hosea, chapter 14, verse 20. Let all generations and peoples acknowledge and bless him. Let them extol his merits, since the Most High has favored none other in the same degree. I, an unworthy and poor worm, in the light of such venerable sacraments, exalt and magnify this Lord God, confessing him as holy, just, merciful, wise, and admirable in the disposition of all his great works. The humble but blessed house of Joseph contained 3 rooms, which nearly occupied all its space, and formed the exclusive dwelling place of the 2 spouses, for they kept neither man nor maid servant. In one of the rooms Saint Joseph slept, in another he worked and kept the tools of his trade of carpentering. The third was ordinarily occupied by the Queen of Heaven, and was also her sleeping room. It contained a couch made by the hands of Saint Joseph. This arrangement they had observed since their espousal, and from the day on which they had come to this their dwelling. Before knowing the dignity of his spouse and lady, Saint Joseph rarely went to see her, for while she kept her retirement, he was engaged in his work, unless some affair made it absolutely necessary to consult her. But after he was informed of his good fortune, the holy man was more solicitous for her welfare, and in order to renew the joy of his heart, he began to come often to the retreat of the sovereign lady, visiting her and receiving her commands. But he always approached her with extreme humility and reverential fear, and before he spoke to her, he was careful to note in what she was engaged. Many times he saw her in ecstasy, raised from the earth, and resplendent with most brilliant light. At other times, in the company of her angels, holding celestial intercourse with them, and at other times, he found her prostrate upon the earth, in the form of a cross, speaking to the Lord. Her most fortunate spouse was a participator in these favors. But whenever he found the great lady in these occupations and postures, he would presume no farther than to look upon her with profound reverence, and thereby he merited sometimes to hear the sweetest harmony of the celestial music with which the angels regaled their queen, and perceived a wonderful fragrancy which comforted him and filled him entirely with jubilation and joy of spirit. The 2 holy spouses lived alone in their house, for as I have said, they have no servants of any kind, not only on account of their humility, but in order more fittingly to hide from any witnesses the wonders which passed between them, and which were not to be communicated to outsiders. Likewise the Princess of Heaven did not leave her dwelling, except for very urgent causes in the service of God or her fellow men. Whenever anything was necessary, she asked that fortunate neighbor, who, as I have said, had served Saint Joseph during the absence of Mary in the house of Zacharias. This woman received such a good return from Mary. Not only she herself became most holy and perfect, but her whole household and family was blessed by the help of the Queen and Mistress of the world. She was visited by Most Holy Mary in some of her sicknesses, and with her family was copiously enriched by the blessings of heaven. Never did Saint Joseph see his heavenly spouse asleep, nor did he of his own experience know whether she ever slept, although he besought her to take some rest, especially during the time of her sacred pregnancy. The resting place of the princess was the low couch, which I said had been constructed by Saint Joseph, and on it were the coverings which served her during her brief and holy sleep. Her undergarment was a sort of tunic made of cotton, but softer than the ordinary or common cloth. This tunic she never changed from the time since she left the temple, nor did it wear out or grow old or soiled, and no person ever saw it, nor did Saint Joseph know that she wore that kind of garment, for he never saw any other part of her clothing except the outside garments, which were open to the view of other persons. Those were of a gray color, as I have said, and these only and her head coverings were the garments which the queen changed now and then, not because they were soiled, but because, being visible to all, she wished to avoid notice by such strange sameness of outward appearance. Nothing that she wore upon her most pure and virginal body became soiled or worn, for she neither perspired, nor was she subject to the punishments which are laid upon the sin-impregnated bodies of the children of Adam. She was in all respects most pure, and the works of her hands were like crystal ornaments, and with the same purity she cared for the clothes and other necessities of Saint Joseph. The food of which she partook was most limited in kind and quantity, but she partook of some every day and in the company of her spouse. She never ate meat, although he did, and she prepared it for him. Her sustenance was fruit, fishes, and ordinarily bread and cooked vegetables, but of all these she partook in exact measure and weight, only so much as was necessary for the nourishment of the body and the maintaining of the natural warmth, without any superfluities that could pass over into excess of harmful corruption. The same rule she observed in regard to drink, although her fervent acts of love often caused a superabundance of preternatural ardor. This rule as to the quantity of her nourishment she followed during her whole life, although as to the kind of food she adapted herself to the various circumstances demanding a change, as I shall relate farther on. In all things, the most pure Mary exhibited consummate perfection, without any fault or want of grace, and all her actions both in the natural and the supernatural order reached the pinnacle of excellence. But words fail me in describing it, for I am never satisfied, seeing how far short these words fall of that which I perceive, and how much more excellence this sublime creature possesses than I can express. Continually I am grieved by my insufficiency and dissatisfied with my limited terms and descriptions, fearing lest I presume more than I should in striving to do that which so far exceeds my powers. But the force of obedience inspires me with I don't know what sweet strength, which dispels my hesitancy and impels my backwardness, encouraging me to face the greatness of my undertaking and the smallness of my ability. I work under obedience, and through it I hope to make great gains. It will also serve me as an excuse. Instruction given me by the Queen of Heaven, Most Holy Mary. My daughter, in the school of humility, which my whole life affords thee, I wish that thou be studious and diligent, and this should be thy first and principal care. If thou wishest to enjoy the sweet embraces of the Lord, assure thyself of his favor and possess the treasures of light, which are hidden to the proud. Matthew chapter 11, verse 25. For without the trusty foundation of humility, such treasures cannot be confided to any man. Let all thy ambition be to humble thyself in thy own estimation and thought, so that in thy exterior actions thou mayest truly exhibit this humility of thy interior. It must be a subject of confusion and a spur of humility for thee and for all the souls, to have the Lord as their Father and Spouse, to see that the presumption and pride of worldly wisdom is more powerful in its devotees than humility and true self-knowledge is in the children of light. Consider the watchfulness, the untiring study and care of ambitious and aspiring men. Look upon their struggle to be esteemed in the world, their strivings never at rest, though so vain and worthless, how they conduct themselves outwardly according to the false notions which they have of themselves, how they pretend to be what they are not, and how they exert themselves to obtain through false pretenses the treasures which, though only earthly, they do not deserve. Hence it should be a cause of confusion and shame to the good, that deceit should urge on the sons of perdition with greater force than truth urges the elect, that the number of those who in the world are anxious to strive in the service of their God and Creator should be so small in comparison with the number of those who serve vanity, that there should be so few of the elect, though all are called. Matthew chapter 20, verse 16. Seek therefore, my daughter, to make progress in this science of humility, and to gain for thyself the palm of victory in this virtue in the midst of the children of darkness. In opposition to their pride, study what I did in order to overcome darkness in this world by the pursuit of humility. In this the Lord and I desire thee to be very wise and proficient. Never miss an occasion of exercising humility, and allow no one to deprive thee of such works. And if occasions of humility fail thee and are scarce, seek after them and ask God to send them to you, for it pleases His Majesty to see such kind of anxiety and ambition in what He desires so much. For the sake of His divine complacency alone, thou, as a daughter of His house, as His domestic and as His spouse, shouldest be solicitous and anxious for acts of humility, for in this, human ambition itself will teach thee not to be negligent. Observe how a woman in her house and family conducts herself in order to benefit and advance her family, and how she loses no chance of advancing it. Nothing seems too much for her, and if anything, no matter how small it is, goes to loss. Luke chapter 15 verse 8. She becomes much excited. All this is the effect of worldly covetousness, and there is certainly no reason that the wisdom of heaven be less fruitful or less careful in the gifts received. Therefore I desire thee to allow no carelessness or forgetfulness concerning what so much concerns thee, and to lose no occasion of practicing humility and laboring for the glory of the Lord. But do thou seek and strive after his gifts, and draw merits from them as a faithful daughter and spouse. Then wilt thou find grace in the eyes of the Lord and in mine, according to thy desire. End of chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 6. Some of the sayings and conversations of Most Holy Mary and Joseph regarding divine things, other wonderful events. Before Saint Joseph had been instructed in the mystery of the Incarnation, the Princess of Heaven made use of opportune occasions for reading to him some of the passages of Holy Scripture, especially from the prophets and from the Psalms. As a most wise teacher, she also explained them to him, and her holy spouse, who was indeed capable of the exalted truths contained therein, asked her many questions, wondering at and consoling himself with the heavenly answers of his spouse, and thus both of them alternately praised and blessed the Lord. But after he had himself become instructed in the great sacrament, he conversed with our Queen as with one who was herself to be the coadjutrix of the admirable works and mysteries of our redemption. For now they could more openly and clearly discuss the divine prophecies and oracles concerning the conception of the Word through a Virgin Mother, of his birth, his upbringing, and his most holy life. All these things Her Highness discussed and explained, delineating beforehand the course of action which they were to pursue, when the longed-for day of the birth of the child should have arrived, when she should hold him in her arms, nourish him at her breast with virginal milk, and when the holy spouse himself should share in this greatest of mortal blessedness. Only of his passion and death, and of the sayings of Isaias and Jeremias, the most prudent queen spoke more rarely, for as her spouse was of a most kind and tender heart, she thought it best not to dilate upon or anticipate that which he himself remembered of the sayings of the ancient writers concerning the coming and the sufferings of the Messias. The most prudent virgin also waited until the Lord should grant more particular revelation of what was to happen, or until she herself would know better the divine will in this respect. Her most faithful and blessed husband was wholly inflamed by her sweet words and conversations, and with tears of joy he said to the heavenly spouse, "Is it possible that in thy most chaste arms I shall see my God and Redeemer? That I shall hear him speak and touch him, and that my eyes shall look upon his divine face, and that the sweat of my brow shall be so blessed as to be poured out in his service and for his sustenance? That he shall live with us, and that we shall eat with him at the same table, and that we shall speak and converse with him? Whence comes to me this good fortune which nobody can ever deserve? Oh, how much do I regret that I am so poor! Would I possess the richest palaces for his entertainment, and many treasures to offer him?" And the sovereign queen answered, "My master and spouse, there is abundant reason that thy desires extend to all things possible for the reception of thy Creator, but this great God and Lord does not wish to enter into the world in the pomp of ostentatious riches and royal majesty. He has need of none of these." Psalm 15 verse 2. Nor does he come from heaven for such vanities. He comes to redeem the world and to guide men on the path of eternal life. John chapter 10 verse 10. And this is to be done by means of humility and poverty. In these he wishes to be born, live and die, in order to destroy in the hearts of men the fetters of covetousness and pride, which keep them from blessedness. On this account he chose our poor and humble house, and desired us not to be rich in apparent, deceitful, and transitory goods, which are but vanities of vanities and affliction of spirit. Ecclesiastes chapter 1 verse 24. And which oppress and obscure the understanding. At other times, the saint asked the most pure lady to teach him the nature and essence of virtues, especially of the love of God, in order that he might know how to behave toward the Most High become man, and in order that he might not be rejected as a useless and incapable servant. The queen and teacher of virtues complied with these requests, and explained to him the nature of true virtues and the manner of exercising them in all perfection. But in these discourses, she proceeded with so much humility and discretion that she did not appear as the teacher of her spouse, though such she was, but she managed to give her information under the guise of conversation or in addressing the Lord, or at other times asking questions of Saint Joseph, which of themselves suggested the information. In all circumstances, she knew how to preserve her most profound humility, without permitting even the least gesture not in accordance with it. These alternate discourses or readings from the Holy Scriptures they interrupted by manual labor as occasion required. Not only was the hard and tiresome labor of Saint Joseph lightened by the admirable words of sympathy of Our Lady, but in her rare discretion she also knew how to add instruction, so that his manual labor became more an exercise of virtue than a work of his hands. The mildest dove, with the prudence of a most wise virgin, administered her consolations by pointing out the most blessed fruits of labor. In her estimation she held herself unworthy of being supported by her spouse, and she felt herself in continual debt to the sweat of Saint Joseph, as one who is receiving a great alms and most generous gift. All these considerations caused in her sentiments of deepest obligation, as if she were the most useless creature on earth. Therefore, though she could not assist the saint in his trade, since that was above the strength of women and unbecoming the modesty and retirement of the heavenly Queen, yet in all that was befitting her, she served him as a humble handmaid, since her discreet humility and thankfulness would not suffer any less return for the faithful services of Saint Joseph. Among other wonderful happenings in connection with his intercourse with Most Holy Mary during these days of her pregnancy, Saint Joseph one day saw many birds flocking around her in order to pay their respect to the Queen and Mistress of all creatures. They surrounded her as if to form a choir, and raised up their voices in songs of sweet harmony, not less wonderful than their visits to the heavenly Lady. Saint Joseph had never seen this wonder until that day, and full of admiration and joy, he said to his sovereign spouse, "Is it possible, my mistress, that these simple birds and irrational creatures should understand and fulfill their obligations better than I? Surely it is reasonable that if they recognize, serve and reverence thee according to their powers, that thou allow me to perform that which in duty I am bound to do." The most pure Virgin answered him, "My master, in the behavior of these little birds, the Creator offers us a powerful motive worthily to employ all our strength and faculties in his praise, just as they recognize and acknowledge their Creator in my womb. I, however, am but a creature, and therefore I deserve no veneration, nor is it right that I accept it. It is my duty to induce all creatures to praise the Most High, since he has looked upon me, his handmaid, and has enriched me with the treasures of the divinity." Luke chapter 1 verse 48. It happened also not a few times that the heavenly Lady and her spouse found themselves so poor and destitute of means that they were in want of the necessaries of life, for they were most liberal in their gifts to the poor, and they were never anxious to store up beforehand food or clothing, as is wont with the children of this world in their faint-hearted covetousness. Matthew chapter 6 verse 25. The Lord so disposed things that the faith and patience of his most holy mother and of Saint Joseph should not be in vain, for this indigence was a source of incomparable consolation to Our Lady, not only because of her love of poverty, but also on account of her astonishing humility. She considered herself unworthy of the sustenance of life, and that she above all others should suffer the want of it. Therefore she blessed the Lord for this poverty as far as it affected her, while she asked the Most High to supply the needs of Saint Joseph, as being a just and holy man, and well worthy of this favor of the Almighty. The Lord did not forget his poor entirely. Psalm 73 verse 19. For while he permitted them to exercise virtues and gain merits, he also gave them nourishment in opportune time. Psalm 144 verse 15. This his providence provided in various ways. Sometimes he moved the hearts of their neighbors and acquaintances to bring some gratuitous gift or pay some debt. At other times, and more ordinarily, Saint Elizabeth sent them assistance from her home, for ever since she had harbored in her house the Queen of Heaven, this devoted matron insisted on sending them a gift from time to time, which the humble princess always acknowledged by sending in return some work of her hands. On some occasions, for the greater glory of the Most High, the Blessed Lady availed herself of the power given to her as the mistress of all creation. Then she would command the birds of the air to bring some fishes from the sea or fruits of the field, and they would fulfill her commands to the point. Sometimes they would also bring bread in their beaks, which the Lord had furnished them. Many times the most fortunate spouse, Saint Joseph, was a witness to all these happenings. Also in other necessities they were on some occasions succored by the holy angels in an admirable manner. In order properly to understand some of the great miracles which happened through the ministry of the angels to Most Holy Mary and Joseph, it is necessary to take into account the magnanimity and generous faith of the saint, for these virtues were so great in him that not even the shadow of covetousness or greediness could find entrance into his soul. Although he labored for others, as did also his heavenly spouse, yet never did they ask for any wages, or set a price on their work, asking payment therefor. They performed all their work not for gain, but in obedience to a request or for charity, leaving the payment of wages entirely in the hands of their employers, and accepting it not as a just return for their labors, but as a freely given alms. This is the perfection of sanctity, which Saint Joseph learnt from the heavenly example given to him in his house by the Most Holy Virgin. Owing to this circumstance, that he was not paid for his work, it happened sometimes that they were in total want of food and sustenance until the Lord would provide for them. One day it came to pass that the hour set for their meal passed without their having anything in the house to eat. They persevered in prayer until very late, giving thanks to the Lord for this privation, and hoping that he would open his all-powerful hand. Psalm 144 verse 16. In the meanwhile, the holy angels prepared the meal and placed upon the table some fruit, the whitest bread and fishes, also especially a sort of preserve or jelly of wonderful and nourishing sweetness. Then some of the angels went to call their queen, and others called Saint Joseph her spouse. Each came forth from their separate retirement, and perceiving the regalement provided by heaven, they thanked the Most High in tears of fervent gratitude, and partook of the food, and afterwards they broke out in exalted songs of praise of the Almighty. Many other similar events came to pass almost daily in the house of Most Holy Mary and her spouse, for as they were alone, and as there was no need of hiding these wonders from witnesses, the Lord did not hesitate to perform them for his beloved, who were entrusted with cooperation in the most wonderful of all the works of his powerful arm. I wish merely to remark that when I say Mary sang canticles of praise, either she by herself or in the company of Saint Joseph or the holy angels, new songs are meant, such as Saint Anne sang, the mother of Samuel, or Moses, Ezekiel, and other prophets, when they were visited by great blessings of the Lord. If all the canticles, First Book of Kings, chapter 2, verse 1, Deuteronomy, chapter 32, verse 1, etc., which the Queen of Heaven composed and sang would have been recorded, there would be a large volume of them, the contents of which would excite unheard of wonder in this world. Teaching vouchsafed me by the same Queen and Lady. Much beloved daughter, I wish that the science of the Lord be many times renewed in thee, and that thou acquire the knowledge of the voice. Wisdom, chapter 1, verse 7. So that thou mayest know, and let all mortals know, the dangerous deceit and perverse estimation in which they, as lovers of falsehood, hold the temporal and visible goods. Psalm 4, verse 4. How many men are not fascinated by their unbounded greed? All of them ordinarily stake their hopes on gold and material riches, and in order to increase them, they exert all the forces of their natural being. Thus they spend all the time of their life, which was given them, in order to gain eternal rest and happiness in these vanities. They lose themselves in these dark labyrinths and mazes, as if they knew nothing of God and of his providence, for they do not think of asking him for that which they desire, and do not moderate their desires in such a way as will dispose them to ask and hope for what they desire at his hands. Thus they lose all, because they confide in the lying and deceitful prospects of their own efforts. This blind greed is the root of all evils. First letter to St. Timothy, chapter 6, verse 20. For the Lord, incensed at such great perversity, permits the mortals to be entangled in the vile slavery of avarice, in which their understanding is darkened and their will hardened. Soon the Most High, for greater punishment, withdraws his kindly care as from creatures so detestable, and denies them his paternal protection, thus letting them fall into what is the deepest misfortune that can befall man in this life. Although it is true that nothing can hide itself from the eyes of the Lord. Psalm 138, verse 6. Yet when the transgressors and enemies of his law offend him, they forfeit the kind attention and care of his providence and are left to their own desires. Psalm 80, verse 13. They cease to experience the paternal foresight shown toward those who trust in the Lord. Those that confide in their own efforts and in the gold, which they can touch and feel, will reap the fruit of their hopes. But just as far as the divine essence and power is distant from the lowliness and limitation of mortals, so far also the results of human covetousness are distant from the help and protection of eternal providence shown to the humble who trust in it. Psalm 17, verse 31. Upon these his majesty looks with kindest love, delights in them, nourishes them at his breast, and attends to their wishes and wants. I and my holy spouse Joseph were poor, and at times we suffered great wants, but none of them were powerful enough to engender within our hearts the contagion of avarice. We concerned ourselves entirely with the glory of the Most High, relying wholly on his most faithful and tender care. This was what pleased him so much, as thou hast understood and written, since he supplied our wants in various manners, even commanding the angels to help us and prepare for us our nourishment. I do not wish to say that the mortals should yield to laziness and negligence. On the contrary, it is just that all should labor. Psalm 48, verse 7. And doing nothing is also a great and very reprehensible fault. Neither leisure nor solicitude must be disorderly, nor should the creature trust in his own strength, nor should he smother the divine love in anxiety, nor seek more than is necessary for a temperate life. Neither should he fear that the divine providence will fail to supply what is necessary, nor should he be troubled or lose hope when the Creator seems to delay his assistance. In the same way, he that is in abundance should not lay aside all exertion. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 31, verse 8. And forget that he is a man subject to labor and travail. Thus riches as well as poverty must be attributed to God and made use of in a holy and legitimate way for the glory of the Creator and ruler of all things. If men would observe this rule of action, nobody would be without the assistance of the Lord, who is a true Father, and neither would the poor be led into sin by poverty, nor the rich by prosperity. Of thee, my daughter, I require the practice of these rules, and through thee I wish to inculcate them on other mortals. Thou must especially impress this doctrine upon all thy subjects, telling them not to be troubled or faint-hearted because of the wants they suffer, nor inordinately solicitous about their eating or clothing. Matthew chapter 6, verse 25. But that they confide in the Most High and in his providence. For if they correspond to his love, I assure them that they shall never suffer from the want of what is necessary. Exhort them also to let their words and conversations continually turn about holy and divine things, engaging in the praise and exaltation of the Lord, according to the teachings of the Bible and holy writings. Let their conversations be in heaven. Letter to the Philippians, chapter 3, verse 20. With the Most High, and with me, who am their mother and superior, and let it be with the angels, imitating them in holy love. End of chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of the Mystical City of God, Volume 2, by the Venerable Sister Mary of Jesus of Ágreda. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 7. The Most Holy Mary prepares the swaddling clothes and the linens for the divine infant, with ardent longings to see it born. The divine pregnancy of the Mother of the Eternal Word had already far advanced, although she knew that the necessary coverings and linens for the time of her parturition must be provided. She wished to proceed in all things with the fullness of heavenly prudence. Therefore, fulfilling all requirements of an obedient and faithful handmaid, she presumed to arrange nothing without the permission and consent of the Lord and of her holy spouse. Although she could have acted for herself in such matters as pertain to her office of chosen mother and of her most holy Son, she would not undertake anything without speaking to Saint Joseph. Therefore she said to him, "My master, it is time that we prepare the things necessary for the birth of my most holy Son. Although His Majesty wishes to be treated as one of the children of men, humiliating himself and suffering with them, yet it is just that we acknowledge Him as our God and as our true King and Lord, by rendering Him our devoted service, and by making careful provision for His wants as an infant. If thou give me permission, I will begin to prepare the coverings and linens for His protection and shelter. I have already woven with my own hands a piece of linen which may serve as His first swaddling clothes. And do thou, my master, seek to procure some woolen cloth of a soft texture and a humble color, from which I may prepare other coverings, and later on I will weave a seamless tunic appropriate for him. In order to avoid any mistake, let us offer special prayers asking His Highness to govern and direct us in the right way, so that we may know His will and fulfill His pleasure." "My spouse and my lady," answered Saint Joseph, "if it were possible to serve with my own heart blood my Lord and God, and thus fulfill thy commands, I would be willing to shed it amid most atrocious torments. And as I cannot do this, would that I had great riches to buy the most costly textures in order to offer them to thee on this occasion. Do thou give thy orders as thou seest fit, for I will serve thee as thy servant." Both of them betook themselves to prayer, and each separately heard the answer of the Lord, repeating what the sovereign queen had already heard many times, and which now was said in her hearing and that of Saint Joseph. "I have come from heaven to the earth in order to exalt humility and discredit pride, to honor poverty and condemn riches, to destroy vanity and establish truth, and in order to enhance worthily the value of labor. Therefore it is my will that exteriorly you treat me according to the humble position which I have assumed, as if I were the natural child of both of you, and that interiorly you acknowledge me as the Son of my eternal Father, and bestow the reverence and love due to me as the man God." Encouraged by this divine voice to seek the wisest course in the rearing of the infant God, Most Holy Mary and Joseph conferred with each other in what way they might conceal the most noble and perfect worship which was ever given to the true God by His creatures, beneath the treatment which in the eyes of the world was due to a natural child of them both. For this was to be the opinion of the world, and such a conduct the Lord Himself had enjoined upon them. Having therefore come to an agreement, they lived up to this command of the Lord in such perfection that they were the admiration of all heaven, and further on I will say more of this. They both concluded that according to the limited means allowed them by their poverty, they were to expend whatever they could afford in the service of the infant God, without going into excess or failing in anything. For the sacrament of the King was to be concealed in humble poverty, though at the same time they wished to exercise their burning love as far as was possible. Saint Joseph, in exchange for some of his work, accepted 2 pieces of woolen cloth, such as his heavenly spouse had described, the one white, the other mulberry colored, mixed with gray, both of them of the best quality he could find. Of these, the heavenly Queen made the first little dresses of her most holy Son, while she prepared the swathing clothes and shirts from the piece of linen which she herself had spun and woven. Being woven by such hands, it was a most delicate piece of cloth. She had commenced work upon it from the day of her entrance into their house at Nazareth, for she had intended it for the temple as a present. Although it could now serve for a much higher purpose, nevertheless, she offered whatever remained of it after she had completed the furnishings of the infant God as a gift to the temple of Jerusalem, according to her original intention. All the articles and coverings necessary for her divine infant, the great lady prepared with her own hands, and while she sewed and trimmed them, she shed tears of ineffable devotion, remaining continually on her knees. Saint Joseph gathered such flowers and herbs as he could, from which, together with other aromatic materials, the zealous mother extracted fragrant essences. With these, she sprinkled the sacred vestments of the victim of sacrifice, which she awaited. Then she folded and laid them away in a chest, in which she afterwards took them along with her, as I shall relate farther on. All these doings of the Princess of Heaven are to be thought of and estimated not as being without life, nude and bare as I here represent them, but of incomparable grace and loveliness, full of sanctity and exalted merit, of a greater perfection than human intellect can comprehend, because she performed all these works as the mother of wisdom and as the queen of all virtues. In preparing for the appearance of the most holy humanity of her Son in this world, she celebrated the dedication of the living temple of God. The sovereign queen understood better than all the rest of creation the ineffable greatness of the mystery of the incarnation of God and of his coming into the world. Not in spirit of doubt, but inflamed by love and veneration, she repeated many times the words of Solomon when he built the temple. How is it possible that God should dwell with men on earth? If all the heavens and the heaven of heavens cannot comprehend thee, how can this human body contain thee, which is formed in my womb? But if the temple of Solomon, which served only as a place in which God should hear the prayers within it, was built and dedicated with such lavish expenditure of gold, silver, treasures, and sacrifices, what should not the mother of the true Solomon do for the building up and the dedication of the living temple? Letter to the Colossians, chapter 2, verse 9. Where was to dwell the plenitude of the true divinity, the eternal and incomprehensible God? All these innumerable sacrifices and treasures of the figurative temple, most holy Mary duplicated not in gold, silver, or rich texture, since God sought no such riches in the living temple, but in heroic virtues and in canticles of praise, by which she fructified and extolled the graces and gifts of the Most High. She offered up the sacrifice of her burning love, and ransacked all the holy writings for hymns, canticles, and psalms to praise and magnify this mystery, adding thereto the expression of her own exalted sentiments. In a mystical and yet altogether real manner, she fulfilled the ancient figures and types by her virtues and by her interior and her exterior acts. She called upon and invited all the creatures to praise their God, to give honor and glory to their Creator, and place the hope of their sanctification in his coming into the world. In many of these exercises, the most fortunate and blessed Joseph, her spouse, took part. No human tongue can describe, and no created understanding can reach the sublime height of merit which the Princess of Heaven attained, and the degree of pleasure and complacency which they afforded the Most High. If the least degree of grace which any creature merits by an act of virtue is more valuable than all the created universe, what treasures of grace did she not gain, whose acts exceeded in value not only all the sacrifices, offerings, and holocausts of the old law and all the merits of the human race, but far excelled also those of the highest seraphim? The loving extremes of the heavenly Lady, in hoping to look upon her Son and true God, to receive him in her arms, nourish him at her breast, tend him with her own hands, converse with him and serve him, and adore him made man from her own flesh, reached such a pass that in the ardors of love she would have breathed forth her spirit, and had been consumed if she had not been preserved from dissolution, assisted and strengthened by the miraculous intervention of that same God. Yes, many times she would have lost her life if it had not been preserved by her most holy Son, for many times she saw him in her virginal womb, and with divine clearness she saw his humanity united to his divinity, observed the interior acts of that most holy soul, the conditions and postures of his body, the prayers offered up by him for her, for Saint Joseph, for all the human race, and especially for the predestined. All these and other mysteries were open to her, and in perceiving them, she was altogether inflamed with the desire of imitating and exalting him, since she bore within her the devouring fires which illumine yet do not consume. Exodus chapter 3, verse 2. Amidst this conflagration of divine love, she spoke sometimes to her most holy Son. My sweetest love, Creator of the universe, when shall my eyes enjoy the light of thy divine countenance? When shall my arms be consecrated as the altar of the victim, which is awaited by the eternal Father? When shall I kiss the earth trodden by thy divine feet? And when shall I, as thy mother, gain the coveted kiss of my beloved? Canticles chapter 1, verse 1. So that I may inhale thy own spirit from the flow of thy breath. When shall thou, the inaccessible light, the true God of the true God, light of the light? John chapter 1, verse 9. Manifest thyself to us mortals after so many ages of concealment from our view. When shall the children of Adam, laden with the guilt of their sins, know their Redeemer? Baruch chapter 3, verse 38. See their salvation, welcome in their midst their teacher, their brother, and their true Father. O light of my soul, my strength, my beloved, for whom dying I live, Son of my womb, how can I fulfill the office of a mother, since I know not how to fulfill the duties, nor merit the name of even a slave? How shall I be able to treat thee worthily, who am a vile and insignificant poor worm? How can I serve and administer to thee, since thou art sanctity itself and infinite goodness, and I only dust and ashes? How can I dare to speak before thee, or stand in thy presence? Do thou, Master of my being, who hast chosen me, the little one among the other daughters of Adam, govern my conduct, direct my desires, and inflame my affections, in order that I may please thee with all my powers. And what shall I do, my only delight, since thou art to issue from my womb into the world, in order to suffer affronts and death for the human race, if at the same time I shall not be allowed to die with thee and accompany thee in thy sacrifice? Since thou art my life and my being, let the same cause and motive that brings about thy death bring about also mine, for they are united as if they were one and the same. Less than thy death will suffice to save the world, yes, thousands of worlds. Let me die instead of thee, and let me suffer thy ignominies, while thou, by thy love and light, sanctify the world and enlighten the darkness of mortals. And if it is not possible to revoke the decree of the Eternal Father, which requires that redemption to be abundant. Letter to the Ephesians, chapter 2, verse 4. And thy excessive charity be satisfied, looking graciously upon my desires, and let me take part in all the labors of thy life, since thou art my Son and Lord. The variety of these and other sweetest sentiments of love uttered by the Queen made her most beautiful in the eyes of the Prince of the Eternities. Esther chapter 2, verse 9. Who was enshrined in the virginal chamber of her womb. All her interior movements were conformable to the actions of that most sacred and deified humanity, for as a worthy mother of such a son, she closely observed them as models for her imitation. Sometimes the infant God would place himself on his knees in order to pray to the Father, or assume the position of one crucified, as if in order to exercise himself therein beforehand. From that retirement, as even now from the highest throne in heaven, he looked upon and comprehended, by the science of his most holy soul, all that he knows even at this day, and no creatures of the present, past, or future, with all their thoughts and actions, was hidden from his view. To all things he attended as the Lord and Redeemer. since these mysteries were manifest also to his heavenly mother, and since she was also endowed with all the graces and gifts necessary for acting in concert with him, she brought forth such great fruits of sanctity that no human words can ever describe them. But if we were not perverted in our judgments, and if we were not hardened as stone, we would find it impossible, at the sight and experience of these vast and admirable works, to remain untouched by loving sorrow and thankful acknowledgment. Instruction which Mary, the most holy Queen, gave me. The lesson of this chapter, my daughter, should be that thou bear in mind with what reverence thou must handle all the things consecrated and devoted to the divine service, and at the same time estimate how reprehensible is the irreverence with which the ministers of the Lord offend in their disregard for the sacred objects. They should not forget or slight the indignation of His Majesty against them for the gross discourtesy and ingratitude with which they ordinarily show by handling the sacred ornaments and objects of worship without attention and respect. And much greater is the anger of the Lord against those who possess the incomes or stipends of his most sacred blood, if they waste and squander them in vile vanities and indecent profanities. They seek for their sustenance and convenience what is most costly and valuable, while for the honor and worship of the Lord they are satisfied with what is most cheap, common, and ordinary. When this happens, especially in regard to the linens which touch the body and blood of my most holy Son, such as corporals and purificators, I wish thee to understand that the holy angels that assist at the most exalted and sublime sacrifice are, as it were, struck with horror, and cover their eyes at the sight, full of astonishment that the Most High bears with them and suffers such boldness and presumption. Although not all offend in this way, yet there are many, and few distinguish themselves in outward respect and care at the divine cult, or treat the sacred objects with due reverence. They are the smaller number, and even they do not all have the pure intention, not observing this due respect out of reverence, but out of vanity and for other human ends. Thus they who adore and worship their Creator in the spirit of truth and with a pure and upright intention have become very scarce. Consider, my dearest, what should be our sentiments when on the one hand we reflect on the incomprehensible being of God, who in his goodness has created us for his honor and worship, establishing this as the very law of our nature and of all the created universe, and when, on the other hand, we see with what ingratitude men correspond to the gifts of the most liberal Creator by withholding from his service the very things intended for it, reserving for their own vanities the most costly and valuable, and applying for their Creator only the most valueless and despicable of the world. This fault is little thought of and recognized, and therefore I wish not only that thou deplore it with true sorrow, but also that thou make reparation for it, as far as possible, during the time in which thou art superioress. Give to the Lord of the best, and instruct thy religious, that they attend with a sincere and devout heart to the keeping in order and the cleaning of sacred articles, and this, not only for their own convent, but also by seeking to furnish other poor churches with the corporals and vestments of which they stand in need. Let them be convinced that the Lord will repay their holy zeal for his worship, and that he will relieve their poverty and the necessities of their convent like a father, and that thereby it will never become poorer. This is the most appropriate occupation and legitimate business of the spouses of Christ, and in this they ought to consume their time, which may remain after fulfilling the obligations of the choir and other duties of obedience. If all the religious would busy themselves purposely in these honorable, praiseworthy, and agreeable occupations, they would never suffer any want, and they would maintain an angelic existence in this life. Because they do not attend to the service of the Lord, many of them, forsaken by the hand of God, turn toward the dangerous levities and distractions, which on account of their vileness, I do not wish thee to describe or consider, except to deplore them from thy heart, and to avert such displeasure and offense against God. But because I have a special reason to look with favor upon the inmates of thy convent, I wish that, in my name and by my authority, thou admonish and lovingly urge them always to live retired and dead to the world, with unbroken forgetfulness of all that passes within it. that among themselves their conversation be of heaven, and that above all they preserve intact the mutual peace and love to which I have exhorted thee so often. Letter to the Philippians, chapter 3, verse 20. If they obey me in this, I offer them my protection, and I will constitute myself their mother, their help and defense in the same way as I am thine, and I will also promise them my continual and efficacious intercession with my most holy Son, if they do not displease me. For this purpose, thou shouldest exhort them to continual love and devotion toward me, engrafting it in their hearts. In being thus faithful, they will attain all that thou wishest for them, and much more, for I will obtain it for them, in order that they may occupy themselves with joy and alacrity in preparing things for the divine worship, and gladly undertake all that pertains to it. Remind them of all that I did in the service of my most holy Son and of the temple. I desire thee to understand that the holy angels were full of admiration at the zeal, careful attention, and neatness with which I took charge of all that belonged to the service of my Son and Lord. All this loving and reverent anxiety caused me to prepare all that was necessary for his rearing up beforehand, so that I was never in want of anything necessary for clothing him and administering to his comfort, as some have thought. For my prudence and love would not permit any negligence or inadvertence in this regard. End of chapter 7.